Say the line, Bart!
I hate Starfield. I love Starfield.
Go big!
And there is no game like Starfield. And that might be a good thing. Without sounding hyperbolic or without regurgitating what a multitude of impassioned, though displeased, and even angered people have said before me, there is a lot to unwrap with this one. For the first time in maybe ever, the bugs Bethesda are so infamously known for were not the reason for the scrutiny of the game that it suffered on launch. It was the broken promise of something so grandiose and spectacular, and the fundamental design of the adventure awaiting us in Starfield. It lied to us. Todd lied to us. How could he? It's not like he's done that before. It's obvious most of us were disappointed, and there is reason to be. Many. Todd was taking the studio to a new level, and he was taking us to the stars, goddammit. And the stars are out there, of course, behind the soul-crushing loading screens, lack of reason to actually go there, and all the other absolute insane reasons we'll talk about soon. It's somewhat depressing looking back at the gameplay deep dive for Starfield that they launched, as they begin with the promise of a universe who's waiting to be unraveled by the player. Every location rewarding and primed to birth an adventure of anyone willing to take the first step. And understanding how it works now after the product landed in our hands makes me truly just utterly depressed. An eerie foreshadowing displaying the biggest and most determinating detractor for the whole experience that is Starfield. It also goes against what a reasonable person would want from an experience like this. There is nothing for us in the endless, as humans. There is, however, a lot in the focused stories of people, history, and locations. Escapism into something deeper, not into the void of something that just means nothing. There is no game like Starfield. And depending on which pocket of Todd's sweet leather jacket you're in, it can mean different things. Many different things. The art of beating a dead horse on the internet is not a new concept to me, and seeing as the game has marinated now in the market for almost 2 years, I'll hopefully manage to fall outside the dome of pure salt and just bandwagon hatred. One would even have to migrate to the less hostile subreddit of the game to even have a sliver of chance to discuss anything that wasn't pure hate when the game was released. And I feel like it's been like that for a long time, up until recently, where it's basically all praise. Though the comments are usually, well, if you liked it, you were branded as an absolute brainlet back in the day. The reviews on Steam then told and still tell the same tale, and I'm not gonna lie, this video is gonna go down the slide of despair, anger, and multiple war crime related events. It's gonna be a doozy. I've not necessarily written this script for anyone but myself, or if I did subconsciously, I simply probably just wanted people to hear my frustrations that I have for Starfield, and by extension Bethesda, and how I fare for the Elder Scrolls 6 more than anything, because a piece of me is somewhere in there, in those experiences. Yeah, this one's for me, and perhaps for Todd the God himself. It might also be an insight into a now grown man's fear of change and desperately clinging on to some feeling he had when he was young. It might also be that the game is kinda stinky deep down. I think it's a bit of all of it, to be fair. There is no denying that Starfield is one of a kind. Games like Star Citizen and its Squadron 42 companion are growing closer every day to what Starfield might have once wanted to grow up to be, I suppose. To the lovable and ever-expanding No Man's Sky, to Elite Dangerous and EVE Online, these are all games that do some aspects, but definitely not all, better than Starfield. And I often argued against the game as a, why didn't they do this? I think those comparisons are kind of ass, to be fair, because Starfield tries to do its own thing in a lot of ways, and I think the fact that people ask features from other games mentioned before is due to the fact that in those aspects, they do fall so far behind that it simply grates their minds. And I sympathize. There was never a fine line to when the main selling point of the game began to fall apart for me. It was more like a slap in the face as soon as the introduction of the game ended. Traversing the often barren wastes of moons, or be it the sometimes grassy plains or mountainous regions of a habitable planet, was exciting. The weather systems and the seemingly correct planetary rotation and simulation, which we'll talk about at length later, coming together to form a cohesive and sometimes interesting landscape to venture onto is awesome. Research stations, hangars, industrial compounds, all left behind after the colony war. Caves, craters, hills, and strange rock formation reaching for the heavens, and colony outposts, civilian camps, and small tidbits here and there. They all had their appeal, and it was interesting at the time, but with the colossal drawback lurking in the back, coming out of the woodwork, if you will, like some freak, that it was only interesting that one time you saw them. Seeing as these exact locations would be found several star systems over on a random moon, or on the planet next to it, all similar down to the personal notes left behind by the spacers or the previous inhabitants. Who thought this was a good idea? A copy-paste. Why did they not randomize these dungeons in any way? Now, circling back to the deep dive talked about earlier, we were told that a friend will have a whole different story to tell than you when playing the game. But in reality, we would all just have the same adventure, just in different location. In theory, all these points of interest could all have been located on the same planet, since the stories wouldn't be that different from each other anyways. It is human to want to explore new things. It drives us to feel a certain way. Most things in Starfield do not give you anything worthwhile for exploring, and most places are the same, always. It only took one repeated structure appearing for that sinking gut feeling to set in, and a realization to just wash over me, man. This was a far cry from what we all were expecting, and as a result of this blunder, it was obvious where we had to start looking for content, and that is where there would be more of what Bethesda was known for better or for worse here as well. Let's pull the camera back a little. No, a lot. Let's have a chat about John Starfield himself for a bit. Space. The titular Starfield. The wonder is not that the field of stars is so vast, but that man has measured it. Therein lies the fundamental driving force of Starfield's predicament, but more on that soon. I'm simply using this video's intro to cluster some of the game's concepts and let them marinate for the actual content that is the remainder of the video. Space. The final frontier. The endless plains of plasma, dust, and subatomic particles just resting, waiting for the heat death of the universe to bring a stop to their meaningless dance. Galaxies in motion, stars burning for nearby giants of gas or metal, soil, minerals, and sometimes, if you're lucky, some carbon. And that stuff makes the likes of you and me possible. Beautiful, aren't we? What about this guy? Oh, alright then. And beyond those things, in the hypothetical, or the religious, if you will, might be soul. But where is the soul belonging to John Starfield here? What makes Bethesda games so enthralling? Most of them are absolute fucking madness. You can break them within the first hour of hitting that new game button, and there are hilarious bugs, and all in all, they're pretty fucking whack compared to other games on the market. The secret, I think, is in the soul. And god damn, some of these games have soul. It's like peering behind the eyes of creation and seeing the vision, the vibe, if you will, and how you're supposed to feel when you play them. I remember delving cock and bull first into the ruins of DC in Fallout 3, nearly shitting myself with excitement and fear of being uppercutted by one of these guys. In a world full of hopelessness, it still kept you going because of a promise of a future, and it was sprinkled into each person. Or a quest, the settlements you came across, the main story itself, obviously. It made you feel a certain way, and the gameplay also often seems to match that, as your aim, if you're lower in the lower levels, you can be absolute shite, while this glowing one is just sprinting full throttle towards you with just one task in mind. That damn uppercut, man. It's a horror game. And not only that, you meet horrors beyond your wildest dreams that you have to deal with, on a moral level as well, further pushing you into the world they wanted you to not only play, but feel. And on the antithetic side of that very design, they crafted a world where mirthful adventuring is the goal, and doom and gloom is kind of set to the side, as a little snack on the side that you just delve into whenever you're done roaming the countryside and taking in the sights. You can't convince me that there's not a little, magic goblin behind the ones and zeros, constantly casting spells to charm me when I play these games. There's soul. There's shell. It's the lifeblood of many, if not most of the games, where you're not running around shooting people in a competitive way, I suppose. These games, you'll remember for being something special. Those are the games you remember for being something special. I think everyone here has watched a piece of art, or a movie, or a show, or played a game where you just know some poor developers poured their heart and soul, sweat, blood, tears, and a little bit of that swamp-ass juice too, into it. Everything they had to give is there, and you can just tell immediately. That's the hook. Despite maybe not having seen the gameplay or having heard the premise of the movie, show, or whatever song, you get the feel of that intangible and indescribable string that wraps just the whole thing up in a nice bow. It's there. The stamp of something worthwhile. I bring this up because even though Starfield rocks a beautiful world and has a design choice I absolutely have a hard-on for, and despite the fact that the world is interesting, it just lacks that for me. The soul. And we'll go over everything extensively for the coming hours? Okay. We'll go over it, but I don't think I'll ever mention exactly that during the next few hours, because after all the choices, the design, the writing, the characters, and all the systems, when they're all boiled down, that's what I think is missing. I think and know that if the game had more of that, people, and myself included, would not be so harsh on it. Despite all the asinine design choices and the loading screens and the fast traveling, all the blemishes, it would have been bearable if it had that soul. It tries to be everything, and in the task of being so, it shatters and spills its creative juices, and it just seeps into the ground beneath, only leaving a stain of what could have been. All the pieces are kind of there, but in the pot, it simply doesn't work the way you'd want them to. By the way, if you want the concise summary of this absolute monstrosity, stick around until we start the complete breakdown, and feel free to just simply beeline out of here and enjoy the, Oblivion Remaster, or hell, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which is awesome, by the way. Get on that. The points of what I'll make later will be the same, but later there'll be a thorough explanation, and we'll just delve deep into the, puddle that is Starfield's wide ocean. I say this now because later I'll repeat a lot of points, often, because I will forget that it's been brought up sometimes, but also because the problems with it are so often and pushed in your face that it becomes almost a responsibility to bring it up as often as it appears in the game. It's what breaks the camel's back on this one, and my god, what a complex little camel it is. It's beautiful, and also utterly witless and bewildering at the same time, this game. The soul of the game, I feel, is trapped within the first few minutes of the intro, haunting it by casting a long shadow over the rest of it. A shadow that you simply cannot outrun, because this game, ladies and gentlemen, are the absolute shining example of the term what could have been. And I'll echo this later ad nauseum, and be a little whiny bitch about it, basically. I'll mention it so often. This is basically this whole video. Grown man, by the way, me. Am I being too harsh on it? Sometimes, yeah. Am I bringing up these things that don't really matter in this grand scheme of things? Sure. Am I demanding too much? I don't know. You have all these game systems and design choices that have been done better in previous titles from Bethesda that one would expect to be at least on the same level or improved, but haven't. There's elementary mistakes in the writing, there's systems that could have been ripped out entirely and it wouldn't matter at all. Am I demanding too much when I say that I want to see the studio at least keep up the quality it had a decade ago? Sometimes it's regressed in some aspects. I don't think I am too harsh on it. Sure, I'll nitpick on inconsistencies, broken aspects of the game, and lack of systems that should have been there, but when you think about it, some of the things we'll talk about are not that hard to implement, and it's absolutely mind-boggling that they haven't, even after these past 2 whole years. Are they working on a Cyberpunk 2.0 overhaul of the game? I doubt it. Have you seen what they pass off as patches for the game? They can often just fit on a post-it note. Now take a look at games that are just made by one solo dev or a team of less than 10. Those patch notes are long. They fix a lot of things. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. Look at this. It's insane. Post-launch support for Starfield is non-existent, it feels. And bugs that have been yelled from the top of fans' lungs for years have not been fixed yet. Even at the Xbox showcase this year, we saw nothing, mind you, from Bethesda. Not even a DLC for Starfield. After 6 months of almost radio silence, the game is effectively abandoned. And if it does get another DLC, I'll be somewhat happy, I suppose, but I'll be genuinely surprised. But it is rumored that they're waiting for the PS5 upgrade to reveal it, I suppose. I think the Shattered Space DLC's reaction or reception was enough for Bethesda to rethink their decade-long vision for this game, because that's what they said. We want this game to last for a decade. And you could argue that these smaller games I mentioned earlier launched like a broken piece of shit and really needed those fixes. And that since Starfield launched like a smooth little turd, they didn't need to fix as much. But trust me, there are definitely things that need to be overhauled, reworked, and fixed. Bethesda moves at a pace of a tranquilized snail, and it's only gotten worse with age. In prior games, or in prior years, they managed to patch a game and release DLCs, and now they barely touched the game after a year post-launch. Adding a goddamn map isn't gonna cut it or impress anyone, because what the hell was this? They launched with this. This is actually upsetting. And the rover? Fuck right off, Todd. Why are you like this? The claws of bureaucracy have stagnated not only production, but again, the soul that needs to flow towards the aspects of the world you're selling us. Maybe the soul is trapped there too, at the tips of developers' fingertips, just waiting to be allowed to flow from keyboard to my eyeballs and neurons. Remember old Voldy? Yeah. His Horcruxes? Each containing a piece of his soul spread across several items and beings, and, in doing so, his soul was damaged, and his being somewhat weakened, cursed, if you will. This is how I imagine the soul of Starfield, but on a just galaxy-wide level. Before launch, there was also a lot of talk about improving the engine, rendering and animation, and the AI of NPCs, and can you honestly look at Starfield and see anything but a prettier Skyrim or Fallout? Where are these animations that were improved? You mean the animations that are just generic and at a base level? I'm gonna give Ubisoft a bone here, because they frankly needed it, and shout out all the animations of their NPCs. Their worlds, the NPCs, they all live, breathe life into the world. It's insane compared to what we have here. Yeah, these animations are great, Todd. Real great. Not only that, but God forbid you try to talk to someone when they're just in an animation. Can't do that. You gotta stand up first, or if you shoot someone while sitting down, they just reuse the animation for calmly getting up. Why bother? Why bother putting in the effort of new animations? Soul, Todd. Most of my grievances with Starfield, and again, Bethesda, are not some sudden betrayal that came out of nowhere. It's not a rapid change in the way they now seem to operate, but a grievance is still a grievance, and sometimes you need to perhaps accept that things change. And sometimes they change in the ways you don't like. And sometimes things will never go back to how it once was. Those old memories are still there, but there will be no more of them. Unless, things change. To some, the dream of Starfield is dead. And the dream of Bethesda following the path of their old titles are buried long ago, I feel. But there's always some hope, and if you're here for a happy one, then this one ain't it. There's gonna be a horse-sized dog turd dropped on Starfield in this one. But if we're lucky, we might find a few specks of gold within. Was Starfield a piece of shit when it came out? Not really, but I feel like people just had their heart broken a little when they started playing it. Because in reality, Starfield is probably the most stable, polished, and well-made game Bethesda ever put out. There's improvements all over the board in many ways, but even with this, there's just no saving the core design of the game. Its quests, the writing, and limitations by the engine itself. The introduction of the game has the level of quality I not necessarily expect from the whole thing, the whole game, but at least for the quests and big quest lines. Take a look at this, folks, because nothing will ever be this detailed in terms of animation, voice acting, mood, or have this environmental design ever again. This is it. They blew their load in the minute-long elevator ride. Oh, and also when this machine breaks a wall, that's also, it's a big one, because you'll never see anything like this again. No other elevator will have anything moving on them again. You won't see a setting like all the miners and their boss bickering back and forth, and you'll definitely never again see any kind of vehicle moving from one place to another. Hell, you won't even see any machinery move at all. Spaceships, sure, but other things that would fill the world and cities with life, no. And that's a big problem in Bethesda's games. In general, nothing ever fucking moves around, it's all static. You're selling me a world that's stuck. There is not a car or transport vehicle delivering goods from a nearby farm. There's not even a damn car in this universe. Even the machinery that we see on farms around the cities never move. They're always off. A simple thing like that, having them move, would, say it with me kids, give the game some soul. And now that I've mentioned it, you will never be able to see past it in any of their games again. I'm sorry. There is no moving boats in Skyrim, no random guy on a bike in Fallout 3, no one using an old machine they found in Fallout 4 to drill something, like anything. There is no carts with vegetables being transported in Oblivion, and I'm aware of the age of these games, but now that we're a few decades later, and they're still stuck in the same game design, or world design rather, as they had in 2008, it's just Fallout 3 with a new skin, and no soul. Sure, it looks pretty, but that doesn't really help when it reeks of shit. So you're tossed out into the grand world after seeing the best part of it in the beginning, and now you're exploring the universe in a ship that has been gimped so hard the only real use for a spaceship in this game is to use it as a glorified storage container. And I'm not kidding you, at no point whatsoever is there any incentive to get in my, there's no incentive to get in my ship to do something. There are no large areas that you can maneuver your ship between to get to someplace interesting. There are no large bodies of space debris to head out and explore. There are no races through designated areas of like a planetary ring maybe or some such. There's no space dungeon equivalent to some dungeons that you go through on planets and moons on foot. I'll tell you what you do with your ship. You get forced into it to look at a planet. You cannot land manually. You cannot drive node to interesting locations without a loading screen. And you're always stuck in a box, so to speak. So what's the point of the ship? And it's the most baffling thing ever, because the ship building mechanic or system they implemented is brilliant. It's like they coated their foot with gold then brought over the shotgun, and then shot themselves in it right after. You can buy, build, and customize it to your heart's content, but once you've landed on plenty of planets, you'll just skip the look at the planet bit and land directly on it after using fast travel. So why do we need it other than storage and the occasional dogfight? I would have loved to just be in a meeting with Bethesda when they designed this part of the game. It's insane. Boring and shitty repetition also seems to be a problem for Starfield, from how you navigate around the universe to the areas you visit. Going to Cydonia, by the way, on Mars? Okay, just follow these simple, easy steps. Open up the overview menu. Navigate to the map. And I know you can just hold the button to get straight to the map, but, let me just vent. God minute. Damn it, okay? Zoom out from your current system, wait, then scour the galaxy until you found the Sol system, then wait for it to zoom in, then find Mars, let it zoom in, then select Cydonia, because that's where all my bitches and homies are at, Wait for the loading screen again, then the game has the audacity to plop you outside the fucking city. So you have to run to the door and then sit for another loading screen, and then you're in Cydonia. Happy fucking mining. It was only obvious to want to traverse the Starfield in a ship that can be upgraded, decorated, built, bought, and sold to your heart's content. A home away from home, if you will, that you made yourself out there on a planet, perhaps, and it is a home away from home, but one you don't really need to use. The systems of traversal here is just mind-boggling to me. Like, the promise of exploration, ships to enjoy, and many, many planets to explore, 1,000 of them, in fact, all hidden behind these exciting little loading screens and animations. Trucking from a planet to the other in the same system cannot be done, because there is no space. There is only orbit, which is also an illusion, and that is it. That's space for you. It's all orbit. It does not take a fucking rocket surgeon to understand that the ship mechanic in this game was wasted. Ships and shipbuilding is arguably one of the game's most successful endeavors, and they threw nothing at it to justify its existence. Combat, you might say, just driving it is out of the question, but in most cases, the surroundings in which you take on enemy fleets are just barren. And to fight your enemy, you simply have to just aim your ship at the intruder and fire. The game's most interesting feature, well, one of them anyhow, has just no reason to exist, or a poor one. So using your spacecraft only adds unnecessary time to your playthrough. You enter your ship, you load, you get into a seat with an unskippable animation, leave planet, load, pull up menu, map, select system, then select the planet, then select location, load, exit, load. And if you're unlucky, you might require the last loading screen to get to the place you really need to. When instead you can just pull up your map, choose location, then spawn there. Why would anyone do the former? Treating it as a space sim for those interested will be hard, as these menus and loading screens immediately pull you out. They will immediately pull you out of it. And the lack of free roam between systems and planets in your ship is a big problem. I mean, we'll talk about it later, and I know it will be commented on, seeing as traversing between planets in real time would not be possible due to the method you travel isn't by zooming around, you grav jump. Faster than or close to lightspeed travel is not a reality in this game, so traversing between these planets would not work the way you'd think. Think of something else then. Have areas where there's like a lot of activity in deep space, or have a region like some surface area on a planet, or star stations float freely and a plenty where you have a space city, or where traveling between them would be necessary. Anything. Or simply just get rid of the loading screen and replace it with a dynamic one. That change alone would remove one of the biggest Achilles heels of this space game. The product of these issues that we mentioned before, exploration, dull, space, no space, results in us having to rely on pursuing, well, the main story and the factions and the side quests that are on the planets, which is where the true meat of Starfield lies. And it is absolutely baffling how Bethesda did not focus on this aspect more when revealing the game. Admittedly, a lot of the content to be found is cookie cutter at best, but the amount of content is quite staggering. And what content is there does help in pushing you towards all the nice little places that are scattered around the Starfield. And in following these quests and activities, it is clear that the locations you've found and the cities that you have visited and the unique little places scattered around would just fit well on one planet. It wouldn't work in terms of lore, the factions and the like, but still, the fact that it's all just scattered about feels contrived, just to be a gimmick, and it's unnecessary. I guess, like, with some locations, like the Mile, it works because it has to be somewhere desolate in terms of the law and whatever, but there are just so many baffling choices made to many of the locations and situations and quests that often had me head first writing down what the fuck was going on. We'll go into detail on the quest lines, side quests and locations and all of that the game has to offer later, but excruciatingly deep. So in advance, I'm sorry. There will be positives and negatives, and I've done this solely because I think Bethesda could do better, and I hope they're gonna do better. Narratively, most of the quests that you do just feel the same, other than you visiting new places and seeing new people when doing so. Characters all feel the same because they just simply feel the same. They're all monotone. They don't have character. They share the same animations, gaining all the powers and maxing them out. Because after all, this is just Skyrim in space. You do this 240 times. Does the story widen and progress as you drag your ass across the game? And you do this 240 times? Is it worthwhile? That's what I'm trying to say here. Fuck no. It all feels the same. Does the game respect your time in any way? Absolutely not. Who thought this was a good idea after 8 full years of development? 8. Have you seen what other companies do with less amount of time? I suppose the engine overhaul might have taken up some of the dev time, seeing as they reworked the engine to Creation Engine 2, and yeah, it's an upgrade. I agree. But they're simply just playing catch-up to other games and their engines, and they've always stayed a bit behind, and it shows. It's not that I don't think Starfield isn't impressive, often I do. There's no feeling like wandering a small moon, gazing up into the night sky to physically see you spinning in space. The planet's surrounding it comes into view on the horizon. The visuals and the world physics are great. In fact, I'll go against the grain and say Starfield is downright beautiful at times, and it's not a Kingdom Come 2 or an Expedition 33, but my god, does it do something right. There might be a lot of soul in that. But as we've discussed earlier, being pretty won't do any good if you reek of shit. A crippling downside to the game, arguably the biggest one for me, is removing the player from a world they can feel attached to, which is absolutely demented, seeing as how Todd himself has said he wants people to play these games for a long time, and that people want to live in them, inhabiting them, and getting lost in them. There are a few major points that rip apart your connection to the game. There's no longer a space that connects to another. This is what I said earlier about having a static world, by the way, but expanded. Because there is no story outside of the area that you're in right now or when you're playing. There's nothing to explore that connects to anything other than the place you are in right then and there. The cities have no farms outside of them which you can go and quest for. There are farms, but remember what I said, they're fucking all turned off all the time, and there are no roads to follow to them. There are no notes of someone wishing that they were a hotshot in the city instead of a farmer. How am I supposed to believe that there are no cars, no roads, or no other means of transport to these places? Is everything delivered by ship? They're very expensive. That's not gonna work. And there's also no landing spots for most of these areas. The fabric of the game's reality falls apart as soon as you ask questions about how anything justifies its existence, and it's sad. New Atlantis is the largest metropolis around, yet there is no surrounding infrastructure to speak of. No farms, well, but no roads. No roads to bring anything back and forth, and there are only 4 landing pads. The Gnat only travels about a few hundred meters at most, and the Well is desperately underutilized compared to the in-world lore. Aquila was built on land that is actively trying to kill them with the Ashta, and add insult to the fucking injury that Solomon Coe did to his people when settling down, he didn't even settle near a source of water. Again, there are some farms outside the city, but they're all still on hold. And I'll tell you what, there ain't no fucking thing outside this city other than animals trying to kill you. Why aren't these farms inside the city borders, the city walls? What? A neon? Fuck off. Arguably the most interesting of all these amusement park cities, because that's what they are. Don't give me that look, you know it's true. New Atlantis is the sci-fi metropolis of any sci-fi media that has authority and everything is nice and everything's perfect for them. Aquila is the spaghetti western watering hole town with cowboys and gunslingers and gangs living on the lam. And Neon is the cyberpunk dystopian gang-infested city, known to be ruthless and shady. They're all little theme parks for your little dickbeaters to just rummage around in and have your fun, completely leaving behind any solitary vibe of the game at the door. Or at least a lot of it. I don't oppose the distinct vibes of each city. Actually, I kinda like it. But it all feels a little strange when it does not come with a lot of cultural shifts or character intrigues. It just feels a bit off. And I'm sure you have thought the same thing too without having been able to put your finger on exactly why. It's the soul, the passion. Justify why it's there. Justify how. Explain it, visually or in lore. Maybe after 1,000 hours in this game. Or in this world. I've forgotten if it's ever explained. But if it was, it failed to impress me, and as a result, I've forgotten all about it. It might be dementia. Truly, I'm so fucking tired, boss. And we haven't even started properly yet. And to make it abundantly clear, I fault no sole developer for the issues of the game, because the bureaucracy of the video game industry is a well-documented phenomenon that is just set up to fail, and where creativity goes to die a horrible, horrible death. Elementary writing also plagues the world of Starfield. But these are all the same games. This is just Fallout in space. And there is no escaping it for a better outlook, seeing as the lore, the world, and the characters, the quests, and everything seems to be affected by this writing. It's the second Achilles heel. Mind you, I have not written anything as grand as the scale of Starfield, let alone one of the faction quest lines, and I might never do, and I absolutely expect this video to be critiqued by whoever ends up watching or listening, from those who disagree and those who might agree, and that's fine. It's something I look forward to in a way, scared, but still, there has to come to a point where criticism has to be brought up, sometimes even constructively, if I'm feeling nice. I truly hope we'll see reason in the future. It is truly heartbreaking, because most of the time, it seems like they're just always almost there. The finishing touches, lacking the small changes they had to do to really put some spunk into it. And make it special. Me echoing what could have been will haunt us for the next few hours. But know that at no point have I thought the game was hopeless. A myriad of reasons irritated me beyond comprehension. The utterly brain-dead decisions with the starborn powers that just make your mind go into a coma. The bugs, the world design, the ships, the writing, the boring quests and the quest lines. There are so many things wrong. But I'm one of the few people who thinks that Bethesda should do Starfield 2, but they have to understand why the players said what they said about their product, instead of telling them that they were wrong, or that they were playing the game wrong, or that they had the wrong outlook. They have to change out of the mindset and development style that they've had for 15 years. When The Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, it has to have that soul. And I'm not gonna ask again, Todd. This is it. This is a demand. This is a formal demand. It's not that I don't enjoy Starfield either. When I play it, it's just that it hurts more than anything when the studio, with that many powerful and talented developers, is just bottlenecked by their work structure and can't push out what they're truly capable of. It hurts because there has not been a lot of progression on their end in terms of bringing a world to life. The writing, all of the stuff mentioned before. If you're here watching this, it means that you might feel the same way too. It's the classic tale of, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. And is this just me being unfair? I mean, who fucking cares? Will it change anything? No. Will anything happen at all once you hear these words? You might get a little bit aroused, but not much more. Or is it just some aging man's final grasp at some sense of ethereal happiness that can only be achieved during one's childhood? What is it that I'm digging so hard for between the ones and zeros that meticulously materialize on the screen? Did video games run out of the magic that enchanted every copy of Ape Escape, Siphon Filter, Skyrim? Did they run out of the magic they bewitched each and every single copy with? Did I? Because what happened in between the glory days of pillow forts, bowls of candy, and faking you were sick to stay home to play video games, and the soul-destroying 9 to 5 and the morbid nights of boozing and economic struggles? Something happened. A lot. Was that soul back then? Was it a better time? Why does the controller fit so well in my hand still then? The ones and zeros are all there dancing for me, and I can only grasp half of the happiness they scream at me, not like before. Maybe the happiness was the store clerk asking me if I really should be playing that copy of Call of Duty I bought with some money I earned while doing some chores, making me even more excited for what's to come. A rush of colors, new emotions, knowledge, and the hope for my future happiness. If not from ones and zeros, but from anything. Anything was possible. The world had not yet chewed me to bits. Aging old man, maybe, some youngsters would say. But I still feel as young as them in many ways. I haven't simply turned sour because things aren't the same. Can a simple company hold my potential happiness in their product behind some veil of nostalgia? Am I a prisoner to it? Or are my shackles simply made of rose-colored paper and some promise of happiness that I myself have to produce? What price would I pay for that childlike happiness that can almost definitely never be replaced again? At what price does the answer reveal itself? Am I just some child chasing monkeys still in some way? Why can't it come as naturally as before? Did my callow-ass brain have to fight so bad for this back then? No. So have I ended up painting this simple product of code and human engineering as a target for my own gripes with nostalgia? Maybe. Maybe not. But what is something that gives anyone anything? It's just a thing. It's not about video games. Not really. It's about everything. So if anything, at the end of all this, I'll know something about myself that I didn't before. Maybe it's possible. Maybe the soul is somewhere else. Maybe the answer is soul. I played this game when it first came out, for the main story alone, and only a year later, after Shadow Space came out, I came back for this video. It's time to go into the story, the lore, the mechanics, and explore why things work and others don't. Treat everything from here on out as a full deep dive into the world of Starfield, a scholar's notes, so to speak. On May the 7th, 2330, the Spacefarer descends with Lynn and Heller within an elevator. The first time launching the game, it's easy to be impressed by the attention to the life given to the scene. The hanging strips of fabric, the swaying back and forth, the animations of the metal beams bouncing and moving around, and the interactions by the characters.
Seals are good, oxygen's good. Just do what you did last time, and you're fine. Follow my one simple rule. Hella, what's my one simple rule?
Listen to Lynn. Boss lady knows best.
Exactly.
Heller here brings up a problematic line already, not even a few seconds into the game.
More minerals, more money. And so the cycle repeats itself. Just no more unauthorized jumps in the house for rune space, okay?
He's just a big baby. There are worse lives.
Even the approximate location of the Varun are supposed to be unknown by basically everyone. So what does he and Lynn know where that is? It's even implied that the largest factions of the game have no idea where their location is. It could simply be a reference to a location in which they have seen plenty of activity from the faction, but I'm not quite sure. He also says unauthorized, making you think you have to get authorization to get into Varun territory? But even the largest factions of the game have no idea where this place is. Or at least until you complete Shattered Space under certain conditions. In true Bethesda fashion, they will abandon the dedication to detail we've seen thus far within the minute, and will be sorely missed throughout the whole game. When something even came close to this level of potential later in the game, I was stoked and excited, which really, in retrospect, sets the bar pretty low. From going to a lively and animated intro to a game haunted by its staticness, so to speak, is a stark contrast. What few things are animated in the rest of the game are the NPCs, the robots and the aliens, and the leaves of trees and the grass. Never will you see a large drilling machine do its job, never will you see the farm equipment scattered about cities function to feed the surrounding people. Ground vehicles, like wheel-based ones, exist only for the spacefarer to use, and never will you see someone transport anything from a ship or by foot in terms of parcels. Now that I have mentioned this for you, as we mentioned earlier, you will continue to see more and more missed opportunities where a breath of life could just have been injected, but it wasn't. The world is static, still, devoid of life other than the spaceships and people. No machines are turned on, no people interact even when you bump into them, no one lifts or carries anything, nothing moves other than the people or the creatures. In Skyrim, this flashy intro sequence was the cart ride into town, the destruction of Helgen and the unique mechanics of that. In Fallout 4, it was the Cryptopod and the Baby Crib. Oh, and when meeting Piper outside of Diamond City, I remember back then as well that I got excited that this game might be Bethesda's grand leap into the world of a more alive world, but no, we never see those custom animations again, ever, or anything close to it. Or sometimes, but rarely. Bethesda's worlds are static. There are rarely any moving pieces beside the lootable objects or characters. Only a handful of times do things move without the player willing it so. The obvious cases being Liberty Prime and dragons, the Pridwin and the USS Constitution, and some vertebrates and stuff like that. There are cases similar to these in Bethesda's games sometimes, but these are all like expected to be that way. It's the bare minimum. And these are older games now. But in Skyrim, you never see a band of merchants traveling with a moving cart, only characters wandering. There are no boats traversing the many large rivers or even the Sea of Ghosts. There's no unloading of ships or making of a house or anything. No one is interacting with any machinery except for the wood-cutting machines, I guess, powered by the rivers and the smithies. Same goes for Fallout 4. No people on a bike, for example. No one in a boat fishing. No carts in tow, a traveling band of merchants, only Brahmin. There are many examples I can make, but the more you think of it, the more you realize it, and the more you wished that Bethesda had improved the world design and essence of life to Starfield. My hopes were high when we descended, but at the back of my head, I knew what was in store. You could blame it on the age of the prior games, which I can't understand the argument of, but after all these years in between, Bethesda should have improved. Bethesda is also terrified taking control away from the player, placing them in a position where you cannot move, or where your character moves for you. I believe this is a big part of why they never do scenarios like this, because a free-moving player would cause a headache for the developers, so they just don't account for it and drop it completely. Player freedom is paramount for Bethesda, which I support wholeheartedly, but if implemented correctly, it wouldn't feel like entrapment, which is what I think Bethesda fans will think. Which is funny because they trap us in tedious animations, loading screens, and long dialogues all the time. So, we're a miner, a contractor for Argos extractors, here to mine rocks. We follow Lynn around as she commands her minions, and we get a cutter, and we are shown how the tool works. It is funny how I'm able to just extract 5 of these bad boys in half a minute when they can't even do 1 in that time. I guess I'm a natural. Further in, we see the only working machine in the whole game, so take notice, kids. Enjoy the view. We get sent to check something out, and there are some odd readings around. They keep talking to me through the comms, but I cannot answer back, which is strange. And this will be a common complaint for later, by the way. This is where we find an artifact. It's not really explained what the artifacts do at this moment, but we'll get back to that later. So the character creation is extensively detailed, very Fallout 4 reminiscent, and I think they even left some haircuts in from that game as well. I mean, is this not the same? You can insert your background as well, though ironically enough, you cannot choose being a miner as one. Okay, seems like an oversight. These will all choose a boost to the 3 starting skills, and can sometimes come up in dialogue and some interactions in the game, though it is rare. But when they do, it feels nice. I just wish they were there more often. These do bring potential to a certain roleplay style, but the rarity of these interactions make it a bit underwhelming. But it's appreciated regardless. You also get the option to give your character some traits. 3 to be exact, and you will be doing yourself a favor, or, well, this favor, if one of them isn't kid stuff. And not yanking your pistol. This might be the biggest one, and most rewarding trait in the whole game, and that's why Bethesda pushed it so hard in the marketing material. It offers characters, unique loot, ships, interactions, and some funny moments. It's what I would have wanted for the whole game, actually. You know, that attention to detail, where you can go check in on characters, in this situation, your parents, and let them know what's going on. And they also have stuff going on, you know, you'll meet them out and about and in the strangest places. And you'll have them invite you over, and the works. Is this how it feels to have a loving family? Lock in, kids. This is the closest you'll ever have to that. Dream home is pretty self-explanatory. You'll get a home on a planet, but with the downside of having to downpay it or pay the full amount once you get rich enough throughout the game. It's a strange one, because I never found myself ever going back there because of the menu system we'll talk about later, and that we've discussed a little bit prior. It's just such a hassle to get there. Why even have a home when it takes you forever to get there, and you can use your ship as a loot dumpster anyways? I mean, it's nice though, and it offers great roleplay options, but it's such a chore. Hero worshipped. One also pushed in the marketing. I mean, it's mostly a joke, but, you know, you get the classic Oblivion counterpart to the adoring fan. Pretty simple, pretty hilarious, but he will follow you around if you'd so wish, and he has some interactions with you that are kind of hilarious. His comments are gold. I mean, it's a joke, obviously, but sadly it's one of the better traits. What remains are pretty much just stat changes, some slight changes in how an interaction works out, and they add some rare additional lines throughout the game. They are somewhat interesting, like the Serpent's Embrace and the other City Alliance ones. They're mostly just dressing for dialogue and reward bonuses, which is slightly disappointing, but they do add some neat lines here and there. The aforementioned Dream Home, Kid Stuff, and Hero Worshipped are the most fleshed out ones, and that's why they shone a light on them at the presentation. It's surprising how much better they are than the others, actually. Pretty insane. We go meet the client, the one who needs the artifact we just picked up. I know it's a small detail, but after the character creation, you can approach the screen at the end of the room and see the stats of the ship Barrett arrives in, which is pretty cool. She mentions that it is a Constellation contact.
The Explorers group? I thought they were kind of a joke.
Not a joke. You're just too young to know better.
Hey, I'm just saying they got a reputation. Hell, I bet half the crew here doesn't even believe they really exist.
Half the crew doesn't believe Earth exists, but it's still there. Same with Constellation.
Yeah, but come on. Exploring space? Who does that anymore? Ain't the space we've already got complicated enough?
What reputation? That they don't exist? That they're explorers? Heller has a point here. Who does that anymore? It's all been explored. Every place you go in the game has been seen by someone. But we'll get back to that, okay? Oh, great planet we're on. This is a whole year after the game was released, by the way. Well, it's all of them. It's all of them. So here I set the game to hard, and I gained about 50% increase in XP earnings, which if you don't, oh buddy, leveling up is excruciatingly slow. Quests and kills give you a paltry amount. It wouldn't be too bad if not for the fact that you also have to fulfill certain criteria and actions to be able to level up your skills. The combination is a disaster. But if it wasn't for the slow XP earnings, it wouldn't have been that bad. I actually do like basic gameplay mechanics being locked by a level up. You know, it's pretty interesting. Like the jetpack and the stealth meter. It brings RP options, and you can challenge yourself in ways you maybe wouldn't have if the option just wasn't handed to you. Good example, my second playthrough, after doing this playthrough, I dedicated my character to not use a jetpack. And it's easy, you just don't level up your jetpack. But adds some interesting stuff. A ship lands, and Barrett approaches. Him and Lynn have history, and this isn't really explored a lot further than what we hear here. At no point during this can you decline or otherwise pause the acceptance of the Constellation faction, because that's what they are. They're a faction, but they're also the main quest, and you're saying to me, probably, why would you ever want to put the main story, the point of the game, on pause or skip it? The reason that when you do, to get out of here in general, you have to go through an hour-long intro, effectively grinding every player's ballsack over a mile of broken glass just to be able to explore the game. And where were the damn step-out moments Todd was speaking out about? He said this game had 2. When? When we exit the mining depot? That's nothing. A little parking lot with a barren planet. When we enter space? Wow. A loading screen. And then suddenly we're just in orbit, looking at a planet. I mean, it's okay, but it's not a step-out moment we're used to. In, Fallout, or Skyrim even, or Oblivion and the remaster. When we land on the next planet? No. The only game I've played in recent memory that has managed to pull off 2 step-out moments is Prey, which is also, ironically enough, under Bethesda's umbrella, which is a game also you should play immediately and start worshipping, by the way, if you haven't played it. I mean, I'm going on a tangent, basically, about shit that doesn't really matter, but when I think back to all that was said, it just sours in my head. All the broken promises. I'm getting grumpy, Todd. Don't tell me stuff that isn't in the game. Then I'm gonna ask the question again. Am I being unfair? Am I asking too much? Am I too much of a cynic already, or a Debbie Downer? Maybe. But I don't think so, at least to an extent. I want to voice all of these things so that if somebody from Bethesda ever saw the sentiments and opinions listed here, they'd take it to heart and improve. I only want what I think Bethesda can do if the leaders weren't so thick. Or if the company wasn't so poorly managed, I'd say. Seeing as how the development structure has been talked about lately in the company, it's the absolute killer of the development. Barrett talks about the artifact and how he too has had the visions we experienced. The first time an artifact gets touched by someone when mined out from the deposits, which whoever touches it gets an experience like we did, or that is at least what is speculated. So Barrett told this mining company to mine it out for him, knowing that would happen. Did he intend to arrive before someone touched it to see if the process could be replicated? Or was he deliberately intending to throw whatever rando, in this case, us, under the bus? It does seem like that, as it is insinuated that he's been called after we took the artifact. It doesn't matter though, as he gets the artifact from Lynn anyways, and we get invited to Constellation, the Explorers group, thought to be laying low or non-existent at all, despite them having a larger building in the settled system's biggest city than even some religions. Okay, and when you talk to people and say you are on Constellation business, most of them seem to understand and respect me. Okay, strange. He gives me a watch out of the blue, basically just to promote the collector's edition of the game, but the watch would be an excellent addition to the game if they had just utilized it. At no point do you use it for anything other than your hood, and it is a clever way of having an in-world explanation of your hood, and I do like it, but no one at Constellation wears one, and you will never see it on your character. Many people didn't even know the watch is the hood, which I totally get. I mean, there is a fine line to cross, not having it being another Pip-Boy, but something could have been done here. It does something else other than being a hood though, and that's also being a scanner, I suppose? Yes, your watch is your scanner for some reason, not some piece of headgear attached to your helmet or something like that. I only say this because the scanning feature only unlocks after you get the watch. Do with this information what you want. I have nothing more to say about this, it's just odd. The reason we cannot refuse the main quest is due to Barrett's line about having my brain being all messed up after touching it, the artifact. This would serve as a cool dedication to the cause if they only did this, if they followed through. It would have been a reasonable thing to keep the player locked in, but it's treated as a joke, and you simply get the "you're just a part of this now" speech. To be fair, you can go on your path right after doing the first mandatory dungeon, but, still. The delivery of these lines are a bit weird, by the way. Vasco accompanies us, the Constellation robot, named after Vasco da Gama, I suppose. Him being an explorer of sorts, it fits the bill. Oh, wait, he actually mentions that in the game, actually. He is one of Constellation's companions, but does not feature any romance abilities. Fuck. God damn. He's a Type A robot, one of many we'll see throughout the game. These are utilized mainly as workers, guards, and that's about it. When the concept of robot companion became a realization for me, it was disappointing to find that there are no robots like Vasco out there, other than 2 that I saw in my 300 plus hours playthrough. Why aren't there more companions like him for other people? They might be expensive, but many people in Starfield seem incredibly wealthy. The only instance I've seen of something remotely close to this was a random encounter I had on a planet where a woman, Paisley Hopkins, yeah, I noted this down for some reason, like I have for every inch of this game, to be fair, roaming around the planet of Jemison with her pet Grumble. I mean, it is a random encounter, but that's where I found them. It doesn't add anything to the game, no encounter other than dialogue, which is cool, but that kind of stuff made me think about, what if others had this? Let's say like in combat. It was very hard for me to have Vasco around as a companion due to his slow delivery of lines. And just monotone delivery. I mean, he is a robot, but...
Constellation is an explorers society founded over 50 years ago with the mission of seeking out the unknown.
I haven't really had him around a lot, like the others from Constellation, which we'll dedicate several sections for later, don't you worry. Barrett just gives us his ship, which is pretty odd, seeing as his ride off this rock now flies away at the Spacefarer's command. He can most likely ride with the miners and Lynn, but still, seems odd. It's like handing a stranger your car and trusting him to drive it to your address or workplace. But the rule of cool applies here, so fuck it. We get a badass ship and we're ready to take off. But not before pirates come down on us, having followed Barrett. You have to fight them off, as they have taken an interest in his shitty old ship. This is one of the few times in the game you fight alongside a bunch of people, which is insane to me. You actually see these miners fight and potentially die, and you want to save them. Would have been cool to see this elsewhere in the game too. We end up departing after this, loading screens and all, and get the spaceship tutorial. We'll talk about ship combat later, but it's not anything to write home about, it's serviceable. Vasco says we must, according to Protocol Indigo, eliminate any dangers that could befall me, the ship or Constellation. So he forces us, a measly miner, which could be a professor, by the way, or something that we could have chosen earlier, to fight and kill a whole group of pirates. Okay, seems super dumb, but okay. At the end of the dungeon, after having killed a lot of pirates, we get to ask why the pirate leader is hunting down the ship, and he just says he's heard that it must be laden with riches since it belongs to Constellation. I thought we weren't known. I tell him to fuck off. And we leave. To New Atlantis we go. At this point we get introduced to the city, which we'll talk about later. The ship technician mentions that Protocol Indigo has been used before.
Hey, Bosco. What, no Barrett? Let me guess. Protocol Indigo again?
Your memory is uncanny.
Made me think some other poor fool must have been swept up in Barrett's adventures before us, which is concerning. Even though the game pushes this dialogue, I cannot ask for a follow-up and get some more info. Okay, it's not needed, but I'm curious now. At the lodge, just a brief stroll from the city center by the way, Vasco tells us to hold up the watch we got, as it will act as a key to unlocking the door. This is the last we'll ever see of the watch. Goodbye, old friend. We barely knew thee. Vasco also says that Constellation is a group that wants to explore the unknown. Not necessarily just planets, but that's what all Constellation quest board stuff is about, other than the main quest, I suppose, which is contradictory. I was looking through the footage, by the way, and at 1.5 speed, he almost seems bearable to hang out with. Vasco, I mean.
Constellation is an explorers society founded over 50 years ago with the mission of seeking out the unknown. Members often engage in expeditions in small groups, typically 1 or 2 people, or like Barrett and myself, 1 person and 1 robot. Constellation is an explorers society founded over 50 years ago with the mission of seeking out the unknown. members often engage in expeditions in small groups, typically 1 or 2 people, or like Barrett and myself.
We can already hear the group inside discussing something when we enter. We talk to Sarah Morgan, the leader, effectively. Walter Stroud seems to not trust us, already building up these characters, which is, nice. There are genuinely interesting people who inhabit the lodge, and many of them actually get some time to shine, and for their stories and personalities to come out. Most of them have purpose, a certain way about themselves, and most importantly, they are someone other than just existing for the player. They talk to each other, they have strong opinions, and they are vocal when they feel they need to be. It's just a shame that the most interesting characters of this entire group are the ones you can actually bring along with you. It's heartbreaking. I mean, just listen to Sarah compared to the others. She's so monotone and strange.
We think it's anyone else who pulls one out of the rock for the first time. Why? We're not sure yet. So if you wouldn't mind adding another data point. Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less embellishment.
There. Are you hearing this? Do you all believe me now?
Whether it happened or not wasn't in doubt. But honestly, Country, if you expect us to believe in fairy tales...
If this is the greatest mystery in the universe, why couldn't it be part of the ultimate mystery?
Delivery of lines is sometimes just odd, and dialogue isn't very well written. But they do have personality, which is an odd thing to say. They're excited, they have a personality. Sarah just feels monotone compared to them. And let's not begin talking about Sam. We'll talk in depth about the proper companions for the game in a later section, but... God damn. God damn.
My past keeps showing up. I should get ahead of it before I get behind it.
So the artifact is on the table, and they seem to activate when put together. Pretty obvious what the game wants to happen from here. And that's to find the remaining pieces. The Constellation immediately wants to hire me, which is in their best self-interest, because we are the second person to ever have these visions, and they obviously want to follow up on this. So this is where Sarah says Constellation delves into the unknown, not just surface of planets and such, which is cool. I just wish there were more small little mysteries we could find along the game's duration with Constellation, but there are none, other than the main quest. Though they do give us, like, 3 main things for us to find out during the whole game, and only one of them gets answered throughout the entire game, which is weird. We'll talk about that later. We'll get there. We talk to the people here, Noel, Walter, and Matteo, and since they don't really have a dedicated section later, I'll just talk about them now. Walter is Constellation's wallet, so to speak, and the one character I found myself the most gravitated to out of all the Constellation members. There's something about the trope of an elderly, wealthy gentleman funding some company or guild that does things he wishes he could be more involved with on a personal level. And in true fashion to that trope, it's only expected that he will get sucked straight into the action at some point himself. And it's charming, because you get to see them live out their dream despite them probably being scared shitless. He's not the rich daddy, but more of the distinguished business gentleman with adventuring at heart. The way he talks, phrases his sentences, and his general being just elevates this intriguing millionaire. And as we play, we learn more about him, but not to the point of the veil of mystery completely tearing. I like Walter more than anyone here, actually, and it's a shame that we can't bring him along as a companion or have more to do with him. It seems like a missed opportunity. We do get a main mission with him later, and a personal quest as well, but we'll talk about that later. Noel and Matteo are criminally underutilized throughout the entire runtime of the game, and they are the biggest casualties of Constellation. And to add insult to injury, or rather the reason being that they have no quest tied to them at all. Matteo joins you in a conversation later, but that's about it, while Noel acts as the researcher and could have served as some kind of emergency medic. They only use her as a glorified vendor for you to dump all your organic materials onto, though. She has a personality, and she has opinions, and she seems interesting, but does not get a single minute of spotlight, sadly. The same goes for Matteo, which gets a little bit more to do, despite there not being a single religious bone in my fucked up body. I connect and respect Mateo's musings about how this discovery that we found could be some kind of divine interference, some teachings, or could otherwise be holy in some religious way. He's even in debates about it with other Constellation members at some point, trying to convince them or just to talk about it in general. It's intriguing, and as a result, he is immediately likable and interesting. He stands for something, and wants to get to the bottom of the mystery himself, despite his motivation being somewhat different than the others, and even the Spacefarer themselves. Admirable, but underutilized to the point of being kinda depressing. Oh fuck! I totally forgot. We have Vladimir, the ex-Crimson Fleet pirate. He's not really around in the beginning, but he works on the Eye, Constellation's star station in orbit around Jemison, the planet that holds New Atlantis, and as such, the Lodge. Walter's pockets must be the size of a bag of holding, because shit, that couldn't have been cheap. At first, I thought he was up there working for them as a mercy by Constellation, a hiding spot from the UC SysDef, dogs trying to sniff him out. A mutual agreement that benefits both him and the faction, but no, he's just there because he likes it and is good at what he does. Him being an ex-pirate doesn't amount to anything more than him slinging some pretty oddly delivered pirate slang lines to you, and that he has a little story to tell back at his house that you can go visit. That's pretty much it for all these people. It might seem like I'm boiling them down to their most basic aspects and characteristics just to be overly critical, but I'm really not. Not really. Sure, they talk a bit here and there and can share a little bit of a naughty secret here and there, but it's not like that contributes to anything we do or that lends to something worthwhile for themselves or us as a whole. It's an absolute shame. The party of the Vanderling gang comes to mind, Dragon Age, Mass Effect, Pillars of Eternity, Divinity Original Sin 2, Baldur's Gate 2 and 3, so many more. It's not the same type of game, but they often had more characters and deeper ones despite being over a decade old, even 2 for some of them. Sarah then explains why she doesn't want the Constellation brand smeared everywhere, and it's a pretty good one, to be fair. And it's that having a set reputation around the settled systems might hinder where a certain reputation is needed. So staying enigmatic would help. This is often contested though, as the people who we stumble upon who already has knowledge about Constellation, they already have a perceived notion of how they carry themselves and what they stand for in the settled systems. So it's all a bit strange. She ends with saying that the UC Vanguard, the volunteer fleet who helps protect the United Colonies space, has intel they might benefit from. Sarah is then locked in as a follower until the quest is complete, and this happens from time to time in crucial missions, which is fine, and the game even tells you audibly through the characters and a pop-up screen, as if we are literal babies banging toys together. Thank you, Bethesda. Sarah's contact attempts to try to sign us up for the fleet, which we will go through later, but for now we're here on Constellation business. He says some guy named Moara has been showing off a weird ornamental metal chunk to people. Matches a description of an artifact to us. That's a nice coincidence, if it is our artifact, but, we head to Mars, Cydonia, and he's missing. But through some persuasion, which we'll talk about later, we get to his location from the local barkeep and go there, where he was last located. At this point, we get introduced to a mechanic that is never brought up again, or that you'll ever use again. Ship stealth. The idea is to power down all your weapons, shields, engines, and grav drive to 0, and only use 1 or 2 lines of power to avoid detection when in a spaceship. Pretty cool. Never again have I even thought of this mechanic after hundreds of hours of play, and it's a shame. Imagine if we could, providing the game opened up the flight map from only orbit, that we could avoid patrols, hostile space stations, and the like by sneaking, flying behind debris and other objects provided for us, but no, you will never use this mechanic again. If it was cut content, why not just cut it out from the intro? The intro is when you're supposed to show the best part of your game. What happened? Todd, I gotta fucking... Todd, why? Why? Another strange thing that happens here that don't make any sense is that when we find Moara's ship, it's been taken over by the Ecliptic. So they attack us from his ship while he's a hostage. Sarah then tells us to aim for the engines.
We blow that ship out of the stars, he's dead and our artifact's gone. aircraft aboard. Target the engines. Once they stall out, we'll have our chance.
Which 99% of players will not have at this point in the game because this mechanic is hidden away behind a skill tree, which you have to unlock to start reaping the benefits of. Unless you pick this up with your 4 to 5 skill points that you gathered throughout the main storyline up to this point, you're gonna be very confused. And there's a big chance you didn't. There was no option to lock onto any system, and Sarah in the back says that shooting down the ship will kill our target, and our artifact will be gone. So what do? Well, you're just gonna have to keep shooting until the health bar drops to 0, which goes against everything the game just told us to do. But that'll magically work for some reason. I suspect Bethesda added the skill to lock onto certain parts behind a perk tree later in development, and never changed this fight to match that. And it's just lazy. This is the beginning hours of the game. The time where you are supposed to prove your worth. But I guess they only had enough in them to stop after the literal 1-minute mark in the caves on Vectera. Moara is alive and he does thank us, and we grab the artifact from him. Something funny happens here though. As we have completely disabled his ship, he has no way of getting out of here, but we leave him to get home safe on his own. And later, around 100 hours later, in my playthrough, I find his ship floating around in the same space. What? He isn't there, and he is in a bar in Sidonia, but come on. How did he get back? He wouldn't just leave his ship out there. I mean, it would have been hauled by whoever picked him up, I suppose, or if he called for a ride, I assume. But did Bethesda just forget that we might visit this place in the future? And not bother to remove the spawn of the ship? Anyways, we had the artifact, and we need to gather a great many more. Sam's in the other room now, by the way. Not caring about us adding this. You know, this is the biggest thing in the universe right now, but he's just not caring. So this is the first time he'll have seen this, and he doesn't care at all. Not even his kid. Sarah told us he has an expedition for us to check out in Freestar Collective space, which he knows in and out apparently. But he doesn't even know about the huge cave right next to his hometown that has an artifact. Okay, more on that soon. He's got a lead that makes him think one thing. Artifact. Okay, why? Can't ask him. Fine. It all just seems so damn convenient that all of them just have an idea where they might find one, just right after this one. Or the 2 that we found so far. We don't go with Sam first. We actually go back for Barrett, that we fucking left on Vectera, and nobody's heard or seen from him since. Why hasn't anyone gone over there? I guess it falls to us. And when we arrive, we can actually use the line that Barrett says when he's talking to Lynn. Lynn.
Oh no.
They got hit again, and some of them got wiped. Barrett and Heller got captured. So we solved a little puzzle to get the access to the comms computer, and we get there of course, and there's a message from Barrett there with some metadata on it, which apparently has some location or something on it. It's not quite clear, but after getting that, and after we know where to go, we hire Lynn to our team, and then we bounce. It is worth saying that you can actually bring Lynn to the rescue missions if you want to when saving Barrett or Heller, and she'll have some interesting dialogue and unique dialogue, so that's worth mentioning.
It was some pirate coming back to kill me. Lucky me, right?
Hella, are you alright?
Oh, hey, Lynn. It's good to see you again.
It's not a lot, but it's you know, worthwhile. You can have all these people that you hire from, you know, cafes, bars, pubs, or whatever, and you can bring them as companions out into the world. They don't have any quest lines. They have some dialogue here and there, but nothing too major. Some of them are a little bit more interesting than the others. But yeah, I couldn't even tell you one name of all the people I've hired over the course of however many hours I've played. It's a good option, but not worthwhile at all. So one thing that bothered me a bit is that when landing next to places of interest, we rarely land anywhere close. Like here. We land miles away from the crash. We have a starship. So I guess we have to run there. What a mess. Heller is there, alive, high, and he explains the ship crashed after an altercation and Barrett was picked up somehow by the Crimson Fleet again. It is kind of funny though that you can just leave Heller here, but since we are a good Samaritan and the good little boy that Todd the God wants us to be, we bring him with us, and you can also have him as a follower if you so please. Barrett is then located chatting along with his captor, Matsura the Grim. It's odd to me why he wasn't killed, I guess, I suppose, but he promised them some kind of reward? Ransom, I suppose, as Constellation has the funds. He just says he has charm. Okay, I mean, that's basically Barrett's only character trait, which we'll talk about later. And it's really easy to just get him off the hook as well, so there's no, like, tension. And we don't really get to know this Matsura the Grim at all. So even if we have to blast him, I don't really care. So we bring Barrett back, and we place the artifact on the table. And he just says,
"Is that? And to think the first artifact was taking up dust on the library shelf."
Why isn't everyone's minds being blown right now? What? Do you understand? Do you see how, like, static all these people are? They don't have any emotions, sometimes. Well, most of the time. I'll find a random clip from some other game right now, and we'll put it side by side.
Oh, hey! There's no need for that.
We'd love to race. It's been our dream for, like, ever.
Definitely. It's our favorite.
Well, then I guess you're in the right place.
Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, that's what they sound like. Vroom, vroom.
So we go up to the Eye, the star station Constellation has built that orbits Jemison, the planet of New Atlantis. We meet Vladimir. He is an old pirate turncoat, so to speak, using the Eye to scan the universe for artifacts. It's a slow process, so that's how the game justifies trickle feeding you these after some time. And it is kind of lame, but it does pace the story out in a way. And it does make sense too, logically, I suppose, as signals would take forever to come back and forth, assuming they somehow travel faster than speed of light, which in the grand scheme of this game is slow as hell. I don't even know how it works now that I'm thinking about it, to be honest. If it would take about like 25 to 27,000 years to travel 1 light year, how do they transmit anything in this universe? It would all take too much time, unless you have people transporting slates all the time, I suppose. Which does happen. And word of mouth, which will be used a lot in this game, because, you know, there's no fucking phones. So Vlad is kinda cool. He also at some points tells us that he has a house in the far reaches of the Settle systems, and we can actually go there and get a taste of his lavish lifestyle. This guy was living. Holy shit, look at this place. There's also a weapon there that is unique and some other bits of lore and loot, if you so wish. Pretty good stuff, but there's not a lot more to him than that. Oh, by the way, he also tells you to turn off the lights when we leave, if we ever visit. And this kept bothering me. So when I left, I actually tried to turn the lights off, seeing as his energy bill must be skyrocketing high, seeing as everything is on. But we can't. I mean, I get that it wasn't supposed to be taken seriously, maybe, but why mention it then? I guess I've been looking for the light switch for so long. This is where he sends us to check on another group of Constellation that we haven't met. It's called Andreja. We track her down to where she was supposed to find an artifact and find her emptying literal magazines on dead people. If we don't interrupt her, she'll just keep going. She won't quit, she won't back down. The extent of Bethesda's coding is astonishing. Why not have her sit down on a rock beside them or something? These people that she's shooting into are Varun Zealots, a fanatic group of the House Varun that she's a part of. But the rest of the cave is filled with spacers. Wouldn't it be better if the whole cave was filled with Zealots and not just these two people? I understand that it's implied that she was hunted down because they're hunting her down. It just seems a little bit odd. It also seems that they were further into the cave than her. So it's only logical that they would have been in the cave before her. It's a little weird. It's also insane to me that just around the corner here, there's a guard that hasn't heard anything going on here. The literal, like, dozens of bullets being shot just around the corner is of no problem to him. His paycheck is not that high, he doesn't care. We get the artifact from this cave and ask Andreja what the fuck is up. And we learn that zealots are hunting her down. We will get more into her story and stuff, like with the other characters later. We then get another artifact on some random planet in a copy-paste point of interest and get back to the lodge in New Atlantis. Oh, by the way, before this, we learned that Matteo was also out on a lead that could lead to an artifact, but it proved fruitless. So that's sad. I know this argument is going to sound trite to some, but it would have been cool to have others have stuff going on too, like this for example. I mean, he has stuff going on, but he doesn't achieve anything, which makes them all seem incompetent. The trope of the main character doing everything is pretty boring, but it would have helped with some aspects of this game. Like, you have to gather 24 of these. It's only our leads that prove something of substance. It would not only prove the worth of your comrades in Constellation, but feel like this was more than just you, because that's just how it feels, that it's just you. The grand mystery of the universe seems to all resolve around the spacefarer, and such a massive concept does not feel right with only one person at the wheel. So we finally meet up with Sam Coe in Aquila City, his hometown, and where the next clue is. Again, they warn us that if we go further, he will be locked in as a companion. He informs us that he is a Coe of the Solomon Coe variety, the first man on Aquila and founder of the city, a famous explorer. He says that when Solomon Coe landed in 2167, he mapped out the area and stumbled upon a tiny little patch of nothing on his sensors, the kind an artifact produces, says Sam. The empty nest. So earlier, when I asked if we could use a planetary scan to find it, we wouldn't find it, apparently, but this does? The maps are in the bank vaults, so we get there and the place is being robbed. Obviously, because it's a Western. More on that later. But we sort out the whole mess, and it seems Jacob Coe, Sam's father, has taken them so he wouldn't. The note says that he left behind that he knows that Constellation and him would come to plunder their heritage at some point. What led him to this suspicion? Why add this to the game? Because, frankly, his father plays a minuscule role in this whole game other than just to pad out this section. It does add to Sam's character that he has a troubled relationship with his father and how he has to deal with that, but it really never comes up again, other than a line when you do his character quest. How did the old mule see this coming? I don't get it. Does he have the gift of foresight? What is happening? The persuasion for this too is pretty weird, because we have to go meet him regardless, but he doesn't want to tell me who it is. He tells me when I persuade him, but weird. Wouldn't it be better to just have that persuasion be about why the relationship is so strained? When going to his house, we don't knock, we just fucking enter this guy's place. And his argument is that Sam doesn't focus on his heritage and family the way he wants. But to be fair, Sam is way more of an explorer and founder than his old dad. Why is it such a big deal to give us the maps? We only need to take a look at them or just copy them. We don't need the original. I just realized, by the way, that Solomon Coe's legacy probably refers to King Solomon. And how he built the Temple of Jerusalem. Oh, temples. I get it. There's something there. A revelation I just had while writing the script. What the fuck? I mean, this whole game is just a mess of references to grander pieces of work and legends and stuff, but that actually didn't hit me until now. Sam asks us to talk. Just him and me. And grumpy old granddad just walks over to a door to guard it. Not suspicious at all. So we just talk a few meters away from him. Fucking lol. I just tell him, man up, Sam. Because he doesn't want to give us the maps. And I'll do what you couldn't do for over 30 years in 1 minute. And I do. In one fucking dialogue option.
Well, that's not your decision, is it? It's called property by birthright. It stays here. Can't disagree that Solomon was an explorer, I'll admit. Can't believe I'm saying this. But if it'll get you out of my hair, then fine. You can have the maps. They're in the other room, here. Key.
What? What? I don't get it. This game is so weird. We don't even need them for more than a few minutes. These maps, by the way. So the maps lead to a location that we can literally see from the city, by the way. What? So, for 163 years, while Aquila has been a thing, no one has ever explored that place. Okay, it's inhabited by the Shaw gang. Okay. Are they after our artifact? Why is it that once we find one, suddenly everyone wants to know how to get one? It would have been cool if the artifacts became common knowledge and that people fought over them. Would have been more interesting to have you track them down that way and people knowing that they are worth something. Like a free-for-all scavenging hunt across the settled systems. The story has bits and pieces of that in it. You have to find some, and some people have some, but it's pure luck that they have them in most, if not all, the cases. So after just straight up killing the Shaw gang, we find the artifact just resting at the end of the cave. Why has nobody pulled it out? They even set up traps and guards down here for it. I almost half expected to have it be missing, because that would have been interesting. But no, it's just resting there. We get our visions and artifact in tow and exit to find the leader of the gang randomly outside. I guess that's fair, seeing as we after Folk at the bank, and now at this location as well. Word probably would get around fast, I suppose. This gang is absolutely never spoken of again. Weak sauce. Why? You have a dedicated gang that surrounds one of the biggest cities in the whole game, and you don't utilize them to do anything? What? They only exist for this quest, and for us to interact with, that one time. She says we grabbed something from that cave. How would she know?
Grabbed something from that weird cave. Probably whatever's been keeping the Ashta away. So, I'm down one.
Probably what's been keeping the Ashta away? Why these insane conclusions after just a minute of it being in my possession? This would make sense to us, as Solomon's writing does mention that no creature, alien or otherwise, would get near. So they want to kill us for doing whatever she thinks we did, and we persuade to get her off our backs. But then a load of Ashtas attack, as if a floodgate has just opened. You'd think it would take longer for beasts that just roam around the countryside to finally come upon this place naturally after the source of their worry was removed. Well, it wasn't really removed. It's, still here in our hands. But, okay. But we are working under the assumption that the artifact doesn't give off the vibes, the vibes it did after being touched for the first time, so it's all up for debate. Adding it to the collection brings up some cool points from Walter, that this thing we're building could be something that's transmitting something that we can't detect, or that it could be a bomb. We have no clue, and it doesn't seem like Constellation is taking any precautions to this. It could wipe out the city of New Atlantis, and no one follows up on this. Mateo also gets his religious beliefs crammed in here, which is nice. When going to find another piece of the artifact, we go to a planet and get told to use our scanner, which is our watch, remember? We get told to follow the scanner abnormalities, but when we landed, we literally see the location we have to go to. Oh, I wonder where it is. And this is the case for 90% of them in the future. Why even put time and effort into this when it was never even needed? This, by the way, is the craziest part of the game to me. Within these odd structures, you'd expect something odd, alien, or otherwise interesting. But for some remarkably brain-dead reason, this is what you will be doing every time you visit one of these. This process has to be repeated 24 times, by the way, baby. And there's more. In between these, you have to go talk to Vladimir, who tells you where to go find it. So the process goes like this. Talk to Vladimir. Load to a planet. Select landing, load in, run to temple. Load into the temple. Do the mind-numbingly poor design hit the badger activity again. Then get out by being teleported out for some reason. Then fight off whatever enemy spawn outside, sometimes. Then load into the eye. Then repeat. 24 times, and not a single one of them are unique other than one. But we'll get to that. These don't even register you entering them half the time, by the way. making you angry beyond belief because you don't want to spend any more time here, then you absolutely have to. After each one, you get a power. And the first power I get is zero gravity area power. Andreja just says, "Wow, isn't that neat?" What? You cannot talk to your companion about it until ages later when you go to the lodge, and that's when they comment. It's utterly inconceivable to me how this was an oversight. Imagine your friend suddenly bending time to their will or gravity pushing something that you can... and you can only say, "Your powers are astonishing," and leave it at that. No questions, no caution, no intrigue. My god. I mean, I haven't played Starfield for like a few weeks now, but because I've been writing the script, reading this back, it's insane to me. Just talking about it makes me... How did this go through? In addition to that, Constellation, despite having all the time in the world it seems, never goes back to prioritize these alien anomalies, which challenge everything we know about about humans and math. They never go back to these temples. Some of Constellation's members even tells you that you're the first to ever encounter this. Really? Because often there are settlements and shit, like a literal 2-minute walk away from here. This is where the procedural generation and points of interest placement systems break the story and the overall just mystery of the game. The comparison here barely needs to be said, but I'm going to have to justify why so many people are upset with this. You are space dragonborn, and the temples are the world walls. Yet in Skyrim, no one had a problem with that. In fact, it was one of the cooler aspects of the game, as these mystical enchantments you could get and stumble upon was intriguing, but the fact that you had to work for them. After having slain your way through a cave with maybe a small story attached to it, lore, interesting loot, and suspense, you get rewarded with some loot and this wall, which would provide you with some magical upgrades. It works. It just works. It just works, Todd. And at no point do you get hand-fed where they are as if you're some idiot. Sure, I mean, a handful of them could be provided by having, a mysterious benefactor hint at you where they could be. But that was usually caused due to player agency. In most cases by demonstrating your powers in a city or a place where somebody would take notice. Some word walls were simply an ornamental part of whatever dungeon some bandits had settled in, them not knowing what it reads or what it was, which is perfectly lore-friendly. Some walls were simply out and about in the open world, sometimes guarded by a powerful enemy or a dragon priest perhaps, or, something. It felt rewarding fighting off these protectors and gaining the powers that they guarded. This was 12 years ago, by the way, by the time Starfield released. Just so that we're addressing that, because it's insane. These powers would instill fear in the people around you, and they would fear you. You could find them naturally while exploring, incentivizing the prospect of exploration even more than Starfield, the game about exploring and what is out there, ever did. There is no argument here that Starfield royally messed up their design of how a player would progress down the power path. There is no skill needed. There is no build-up. There's barely any player input needed other than the frustrations you often get to have to manage when playing this game. There are no quests leading you there other than the basically go there quests. I kept waiting for it, but it never happened. And after the first temple, you basically never need to pursue them again, technically, which is fine, but if you're gonna put them in the game, put some effort behind them. There has been some discussions and leaks about the aspect of the game simply being a placeholder, a start or a half-finished system that was supposed to be implemented down the road, but they simply had no time. We have to take into account that the game was also delayed a whole year, so how the developers didn't know how to finish this in that time is beyond me. While we're talking about the company's ins and outs, there has been some reports about the workflow of the company being a tedious challenge more than a flow that is needed to develop a game with some kind of steady pace. There have been talks about how the structure is failing the efficiency of the company and how it sounds, well, it sounds like it really would. Cause say you have a lead of a level or a system, and to tweak or manage it, you would have to talk to said lead. This is how a normal company functions, and this is fine, but when said lead has to also get approvals from higher-ups all the way to Emil or Todd himself, then it becomes a problem. Instead of getting things approved of swiftly and efficiently, it all has to be approved by higher-ups who may or may not have the time to do that at the moment. So a thing that is an easy thing to make, like a chair or something that needs to be interacted with, it needs several divisions of approvals instead of just ordering what needs to be done and asking 3D animators, the animators or mocap guys and the audio guys and coders to handle it. It takes forever now. Hopefully this is not true, but like some kind of mutant-looking freak, we enter the lodge and everyone is there, even Vlad, to stare at the newfound weirdo with powers. But how did they all know? We never sent word that we were coming. What in the poor writing is going on here? At least let me call a meeting and demonstrate it all to them once they attend or something, but now we just get to show off our powers. It's literally the great... This seems oddly familiar. I'm used to anti-gravity power, but no one is affected. What? They're kind of just like annoyed a little bit. When I do it on anyone else, shit starts flying, but not here. Because they know it's all nonsense. Were you supposed to use it in a place where no Constellation members get affected, yet still do it in front of Vlad? It's pretty hard. Seeing as the AoE is pretty large. I mean, the reactions are so tame. What is happening? They all advise that no one can know about these powers, yet you can use your powers everywhere in the game without consequence. In cities, at enemies, no one gives a shit. You're no one. Don't think you're no one, cause you ain't shit. Surprisingly, Noel conducts no tests on me other than a scan she does, somehow. I thought we needed a bed for things like this, like the one we lie in at the beginning. There is no dialogue to follow up on this, by the way. Am I the one taking crazy pills, or does this completely fall flat? Oh wait, Andreja talks to me ages later when I'm in Neon for the main quest. This should have been the immediate reaction. This whole interaction should have been around the meeting table at the lodge. Everyone weighing in and discussing and arguing. Make it have some weight. This is where you can tell her that the powers are going to make us rich. And she dislikes that? But why? She's all about stealing money and getting it. It doesn't fit her character at all. My god. What is happening? What is happening here? Walter Stroud suggests a venture to Neon, dubbed the Pleasure City, to follow up on another clue for an artifact, which will prove fruitful, of course. We're going to purchase it from a freelance operative. What's a shame here is that we don't really know how this artifact got to where it was. Why do all of these chunks of metal suddenly keep appearing for high prices? There is a little bit of lore you can get behind this one, but it doesn't really explain the origin of it or how it got to where it was. I guess it would have been a nice plot point to have had Constellation become aware of this after the fact that people got to learn about the value of them, how strange they behave and are. Like I mentioned earlier, a struggle to get them all, like gangsters, factions, and political figures, all in this free-for-all. This could have been a little quest-breaking, as you might have to dispose of anyone not willing to trade for them, or hand them over in any way. But that would have been the fun part of it, you know? Stroud says Neon is dangerous and money rules there. I am looking forward to this sketchy and unpredictable place.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Neon's aesthetics are a fucking banger, but we'll talk about cities later. It's basically cyberpunk, you know? Just a poor man's version of it. We get dressed for the weather and go talk to Stroud, which informs us about Chasm Bass and how it produces Aurora, the famous and illicit drug produced and distributed here, and only here in the settled systems, though it is legal in the city of Neon itself and only there. It's a hallucinogenic drug, he says. So obviously, like the druggie I am, I was excited to try it out. It is the skooma of Starfield, basically. And the effects are absolutely underwhelming. Like in Skyrim, I suppose. Even at the entrance of the city, some guy is being hauled off for trying to transport the stuff out of the city. They're building it up as something pretty unique and interesting. Spoiler, this is what it does. It slows down time a little. I mean, it's useful in combat and stuff, sure, but that's about it. You have one cool drug in your game, and you do nothing with it. Walter, by the way, just disappears after entering the city. Cool. Doesn't say he's going anywhere or anything. Fine, just leave me here. While walking down the main street, it feels very underwhelming, as if all the stories you've been hearing about the scum and villainy are just overplayed nonsense. But most characters here will sell this place as some kind of gang-infested and shady, dangerous place. It doesn't look like it to me. At Stroud Eklund, Walter meets his wife, with us in tow. They do not embrace, kiss, or even hug. There are no characters interacting with other characters in this whole game. I can think of 2 instances.
Dusties don't even make it this far. I have a good feeling about you.
Group hug now or at the end of the shift?
She's gone.
Oh, oops. Just get out the mocap equipment, Bethesda. I know it gets added to the budget, but you're owned by Microsoft for crying out loud. It's just lazy at this point. This is a nice interaction, though, and we learn a little bit about Walter and his wife and the company. Walter's a chaser, though. God damn. In asking for the discretionary fund, his wife already knows about the meeting Walter has set up in the Astral Lounge, as she has had people just hack into his shit. This seems like a very strange but interesting relationship. It's almost like in jest, but not really. But this is never follow-up again. Like, we never hear about any of this again, and we barely see her again. Anytime Bethesda has the chance to follow up or do something interesting, they just don't bother. Whatever, you know, whatever. I'll show a clip of whatever Emil says in that keynote thing, where it's like, he's saying, hey, don't bother writing good stuff, because they'll just be killing people instead.
This is the process. This is what happens at Bethesda when you write the main story of a game, and even some of the smaller stories. So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick, and on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're going to throw them around the room. And they're never going to see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are going to spend 30 hours making shacks. Okay? They're going to spend 20 hours looking for bobbleheads. Okay?
What a fucking mess. She advises on how to help by saying we should do some background checks on our seller and to get some security going, which is fair. So we get sent to the guy who knows our seller. If you do linger a little bit though, you can hear some heartfelt dialogue between them, which is nice.
I missed you.
I missed you too.
You're still so tense. Normally, once we're alone, your shoulders relax. They're taut.
We're on to something remarkable. Maybe what I've always dreamed of.
I can tell. I can see your mind racing.
I haven't even stopped to ask you how you're doing.
I'm fine. The board complains, I assure them. There's the occasional assassination attempt.
So, you don't need anything from me then?
I don't.
Am I just some useless stargazer? You would have been better off marrying a Hope or a Tayo, someone who could be with you at every meeting.
Oh, don't go on about that again. Needing you isn't the same as wanting you. And I'd much rather want my partner than need them. Less complicated.
Now, I know Constellation seems to take up so much of my time. But I never stop thinking of you. Wondering what maneuvering you're doing to take over the company and drive me out.
It's how I show my love.
Our contact can be persuaded into telling him where his place is in the city, so we go there, and he lives like in a fucking crate. Rough living, I guess. And no one seems to bother when I lockpick his shit. I mean, it's good for me, but immersion is out the window. Inside, we found out that he's been fired from his job, and that he is dirt poor. On his PC, there's some few messages that an insider knows his time at the company is coming to an end, that he should steal the item, the artifact, and sell it quickly. This is the lore I was telling you about earlier. That's all we know about it. Slayton Aerospace, which is where the person was working, we have to assume because of his operating system, had the artifact. But would you not get an explanation why? Like I said, like, see why the alternative storyline I offered up earlier might have been a better choice? It almost seems like it was. That's the thing, when I keep thinking about it. Why wasn't it like that? Time to set up some security. Going to the Astro Lounge, the party house of the Settle Systems. Let's head in there. Oh. Oh, dear God. What is this? This place sucks. Everything is so lacking of grit in this game. It's the epitome of PG. The music is generic, the audio mix isn't great, and it doesn't feel like you're in an ear-deafening club at all. And the dances. And the animations. My God, what an embarrassment. How are they not embarrassed by this? I bet you I can dance better than that. I'm not gonna prove it, but I probably could. We found our parents here, though. I can see where my money is going, but you can't confront them about it. Which is fun, I suppose. It is wild, because you send 5% or 2% of your income to your parents, but it's always capped at 500 credits regardless of how much money you have. Unless that's a bug, and I've just had this bug for several years. They never take more than 500 credits. You'd expect to find some hot shit going on here, you know, people having meetings, setting up shit and plans like you see in any crime fiction, basically. There's nothing going on here. There's no drug lords plotting and scheming. There's no drug trade going on. There's no political figures here scheming with the underbelly of the city. There's nothing. This is the definition of a nothing burger. Again, at the bar we get sold this amazing drug that's shit. Why? He also says the music is great? What? So you can also buy a penthouse here in the tower. You know, I don't know why, but like at the fucking bar? What? They have a whole tower full of companies right outside, but they couldn't fit a damn rental estate agent in there somewhere? So you have to buy the property from the barkeep. What a joke. Anyways, we get security on our side and get control of the room door at a discount after some persuasion. After all this build-up, it feels like something big is going down, so I'm kind of excited for this one. Walter gets informed after waving his wife away. He has to come out of his animation. There we go. This doesn't feel smooth at all. Where was the upgraded fucking animation engine, Bethesda? Then he just teleports away. We head down there, again, to the bar, and we have to identify the seller who has a briefcase and that will talk to us after telling him the passphrase. I wonder if it's the guy with the only unique suitcase in the entire game. I wonder. He's not busy, you know, drinking or sitting at a table or whatever. He's just standing around. Walter says anything goes for the meeting, so we can steal it from him and run, buy it, or any other way we want. We sit down in the meeting and this is it.
So you're Stroud. You look different in person.
Our public relations always insists on doing some touch-ups for the official photos. Embarrassing, really.
Your security here going to stand or sit for this little meeting, making me nervous. So polite. Almost makes me forget what planet I'm on.
Am I to assume that briefcase has our item of interest?
Yeah, here it is.
Well, look at that.
One of a kind. And I know you want it.
I have the amount we agreed on.
Things have changed. I want double.
Now how am I supposed to do that?
I don't know, but your security here seems to have some fancy gear. Why don't they chip in? Oh, really? And how do you know that? Who talked?
Does it matter? We know you're in a fix, and we're still willing to buy. For the agreed upon amount.
I got people after me, okay? I can't just settle on what we agreed on. I need more so I can disappear.
That's not our problem. We came here expecting one amount. Now you want another.
You telling me Walter Stroud ain't got the cash? I'll walk out of this booth right now. I leave now. I can get a jump start on the people after me, instead of you all wasting my time.
You'd be on your way already if you just take the money I'm offering you and shut up. What's it going to be? Take or walk?
What the? Security!
As you can see, we're in control. Take advantage of our generosity. Take the money.
All right. Okay. It's all yours. Hope I never see any of you people ever again.
What the hell was that?
It's so boring because you know what to expect for the rest of the game now. Staticness. Measured interactions with everyone and everything. Compare this to the cyberpunk Maelstrom interaction. It's insane.
You got a plan? Hello?
Doubt shit can go smoothly. This is Maelstrom.
Gang world ain't too complicated. Might's right. The strong survive.
Don't know you.
Wanna talk to Royce? Dex sent us.
Main room.
Oh yeah. They look damn well prepared.
Don't think I've ever seen security like this in a chow factory.
Gear from the Jack convoy. Gotta be. Must have been all over it like maggots on dead meat. Get in the elevator, fucking sheep. Stay cool. They're just trying to spook us. Now couch. Planet. Well, shit. Goes for you, too. I'll stand. This so fucking hard? Fucking ass on the fucking couch! Make me. Thought you'd never ask. See your ass down for a planet bullet in your skull.
Jesus, Jack, what gives?
Primerito, I don't like this guy's tone. Segundo, sitting on your ass makes you an easy target. See your ass down for a planet bullet in your skull.
Jack, sit down.
This ain't gonna end well, but... shit. Well, all right. Come on. Gotta lighten up. Take a hit.
What is it?
The skeef. Shit kicks you in the ass. It's a fucking rush, man. Gotta feel it for yourself. Come on, give it a whirl. Better. Now we can talk. Here we go. A flathead. Model MT-0D12.
Militech's not gonna come looking for it?
Fuck them. They can hop around and try. We'll remove the serial number and lift in access logs using our soft. What's yours is yours.
Need to see it.
Sue yourself. Fucking tricked out this thing. Dynamic thermal optic camo armor. Full cognitive immersion with a Raven controller. Pimped out prototype actuators made of titanium vanadium Kevlar composite.
And watch this. Fully integrated link too. So when the spider starts crawling up walls dangling from ceilings.
Could lose your lunch.
So what you think?
Raven's not the dedicated control unit for a flathead.
Ha! Of course not. Militech controllers auto-link to Militech systems. I mean, you wouldn't want them tracking their stolen tech back to your hands. Yeah, Raven's our baby. Got improved neural sync and no fucking pesky tracing. You ask me, we ought to sell that shit.
Yep, we'll take it.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see your cred.
Brick got it. It's all paid out.
Brick got it. I don't see any fucking brick around here, do you?
Come on. Can't expect me to pay for this thing twice.
And who the fuck are you to say what can and can't be? You'll pay twice because I say you'll pay twice. Alright. You want the flathead? I better see some eddies.
Seeing as you already got the eddies for it, you ought to offer us a discount. A big one.
A discount? Fuck. You know, you never did say who sent you. Never did say who you're working for.
Dexter Deshawn. That's who.
Dexter Deshawn. The lord ass who punching animal fucked half of Pacifica? And he ain't dead? Nope. He's alive, well, and kicking. And he sends his regards.
So, gonna consider my offer now?
You short, Cirque? I don't wait.
Bang.
Bring it, cocksuckers!
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
We get the artifact, and a Slayton agent tries to steal back the artifact, and our hired security helps us out. So we need to get out of the city before things escalate, and it seems like Isa, Walter's wife, is here to inform us that our ship has been impounded. Great. Walter says we should talk to this Slayton, but why wouldn't we leave the artifact with Isa or someone else here? What? We just bring it along to the meeting, setting ourselves up for basically being murdered. So we go up to his office, we persuade the poor appointment manager of his office and get an appointment, and this is where one of the more interesting quests in the whole story happens, or at least the idea of one. But it... See, I recently replayed Cyberpunk, and I can't stop thinking about this as the Arasaka mission. And if you compare them side by side... it's not great. This Nicholas Slayton holds our elevator and says we are breaking into his office. What? We came as diplomats, stirring no trouble at all, and Isa takes over as she's being patched through by a worker she bribed? This is very convenient, all of it, because this wasn't planned at all. She will try to give us help as we try to leave this place, but she does it through the speakers? Or everyone would hear her?
Be careful. Okay. You'll want to use the vent system to slip around unnoticed. There's a cupboard just to the right of the elevator you came in on.
It's so dumb. And it's so loud. We're supposed to get out, right? But through the stealth section, she leads us right to Slayton himself? With his armed men? We reach the office at last. Fuck you, Isa, by the way. Wouldn't it be better to get in another way? Do this stealthily? You know, approve the ship to leave from some terminal or something, you know? I guess that would make Slayton and his company frowning upon us for the rest of the game, perhaps, but that's what would make it better, you know? Have some tension going on. Everything seems to get solved right then and there, and there's rarely any situation that have long-lasting effects on anything or anyone other than one thing, which we'll discuss later. It's just insane. There's no lasting repercussion or consequences. I gotta give it to Bethesda though. I almost just expected a shootout here, but you can talk your way through it, which is nice. This resolves itself so weirdly too. Stroud says him and he are businessmen, and that's enough to get him to ease off?
We are at a stalemate. Although I do count a few more guns on my side. You do make a bold point, but that doesn't resolve our current dilemma.
Perhaps I can help. We're both people of business, Nicholas. In the same industry, no less.
Yes, I'm beginning to see the opportunity. There is, however, one final detail to disclose. Mr. Musgrove, my former employee, and the thief responsible for our serendipitous meeting, was caught prior to your arrival. I think it would cement our new partnership if you were to decide on his sentence yourselves.
What? Why? Just for fun? He's such a sadist. Why does he not ask for the artifact? And what? Did you just forget, Bethesda, did you forget that he wanted the artifact? Why does he not ask for the artifact, and why we want it? He doesn't ask for it back or to be compensated. Why is the artifact just forgotten about? The fate of Musgrove here, or whatever his fucking name is, doesn't matter. You can off him or save him. Who the fuck cares? Because he will never be mentioned again anyways. Andreja, that is the morally grey out of the 5 fucking companions you can have here, wants to have a positive outcome here. Why? Everyone's... Goddamn. He doesn't even care that we loot the shit out of his office right in front of him. There's also allegedly a note here somewhere about how Slayton wanted to team up with Stroud from the start, and that this is a setup basically. That's a little bit cool, but what? Why send your goons after us then? We could have died. This end chest feels like a reward that you'd get for mowing down everyone and no one being there to spot you stealing, but you can just have all of this for free. And for no reason. Why? It's so odd and disconnected from what's going on. There's no... I read it in the script, there's no tension and no uncertainty, but I think it's just dementia. I think Emil has dementia. I'm gonna lose my shit. An odd ship stops us from leaving Neon. The designs are alien and unlike anything else in the game, and this is where the mystery of Starfield really begins. Some strange faction, race, or entity who has been following our process and are now making first contact. This is probably the most hype revelation in the whole game, but when it is all revealed later, it's a major letdown to say the least.
You've really come a long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you?
I'm going to work with the assumption that you've either finished the game or do not intend to play it or simply do not care, so I'm going to spoil the ever-living shit out of everything we talk about. Before we necessarily have to, basically, so there's going to be spoilers everywhere. You knew this. The Starborns are such chumps. These multiverse traveling idiots are on the path that we are already on, basically. Finding the artifacts and the temples. Why? Their only motivation seems to be power, and they're all very, very boring. They lack any reason for doing whatever they do. The ones that attack you randomly have no interactions with you, no dialogue, no nothing. But I guess that would spoil the whole game. And this guy is also speculated to be Victor Isa. Aisha? I can't remember how you pronounce his last name now, but the guy who fucked Earth with the grav drives. Which means he's been alive for 250 years, and that he's somehow managed to give his former self the gravity tech. Okay, we're way ahead of all this, actually. We need to settle down here. I kind of felt like Picard during all this.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing on the scans. Energy output from that ship is far above the normal range. If we spin up the grav drive now, we have a chance. get through this. Hold on.
The questions here are formed as if they are aliens, which is what you are reasonably expected to do. The mystery grows and intrigue sets in. They do say that keeping a distance is paramount, which fits the bill. In search of the artifacts, they want as few eyes on them as possible, as to not draw attention from the other Starborn and/or factions and people of power. Which brings up the insane coincidence that all the universes we or the Starborn jump to, there are other Starborn and people wanting the artifacts. With an endless chance of a universe, you'd think they would just end up somewhere where these things aren't a problem. But no, just a shit ton of them just happen to come to the universe you're already at all the time. And others, I guess. It's a little silly. It's to be expected when you bring time travel and multiverses into the mix, though. It can never end well, and it's always a mess. So during this interaction, you can jettison the artifact here, and after doing some research, it doesn't really do anything other than upset your current companion at the time, and it doesn't affect much either. Wouldn't that forever destroy the possibility to make the Unity? I've spent hours looking up the consequences of this, but I can't find anything related to this, and I'm not doing the main quest again, just for that. Also, Starborn, Dragonborn, come on. We escape after getting barely any more info, only more questions, and we reach the lodge. An emergency meeting has to be set up, which is dope. I wish there was way more of this, almost like in Dragon Age Inquisition, where you have to decide on important matters. Such a missed opportunity. That game came out, hold on, let's see here. Dragon Age Inquisition. It came out in 2014. My god. They could have just copied that system. It would have been cool if your relationship with the companions affected their willingness to stand with you or against you on decisions. But like I said, missed opportunity. This whole game is a missed opportunity. It is a whole big pile of mess. Discussions about the ship ensue, and it's interesting. It's cool having all these characters weighing in, but it's so short-lived. And Barrett's delivery is so fucking boring. It's like he was bored in the recording booth. God damn.
I'm just gonna say it. Intelligent alien life, or extra-dimensional beings. The original creators from the furthest fringes of space.
It lasts for a whole of 2 minutes. Yeah, so we basically found aliens, and we talk about this for 2 minutes. Have them argue, breathe some life into this. Walter and Matteo have the beginning of a discussion, but it's just never followed up on.
Or what Walter said. They were acting like a parent, worried their children are playing with something they don't understand.
So, they're strong-arming us for our own good? That doesn't sound very divinely benevolent to me.
So now we have to slave away to get more artifacts. And when we do, at the end of every copy-paste point of interest like this temple, the Starborn pops up randomly. Every time, by the way. How? And why? I know Starborn can bend time, sure, but how can they just appear out of thin air? And why not do it before I've taken the artifact? Because they want the artifact. Just take it for yourself before I get there. If it is to stop me, just teleport behind me and shank me. Or something. This happens when gathering the artifacts and clearing temples. Why teleport in after I've taken what you need? Or right... What is happening? Why this insane timing every time? And why only one at a time? They usually travel in packs. It would have been more believable to have a ship land with a group of them, you know, when you land as well. But still. And why even stress about it? If the armillary? Oh, goddamn, I forgot how it's pronounced now. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. The thing that gets you to go to the Unity, you know, the armillary? I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but if that gets built, it's implied that it can be used several times without limit, at least from the emissary's ending, so why worry? It'll be built at some point anyways. I guess some want it only for themselves, but surely it would be found at some point later anyways. You can't really go back to destroy it, or that we're aware of at least. And if there are multiverses, there will surely be a universe where every universe has one. Well, I'm way ahead of everything here. What are the chances of getting into that universe? Or that multiverse? No, that universe. How am I? What? That broke my brain. We get the 2 artifacts back, and Matteo seems worried. Andreja just says, no, game must go on, so no reason to dilly-dally. Vlad also says the Eye has reached its end when it comes to scanning capabilities, and we need to work on it to get more artifacts and temples. Some of Constellation's members have already gone up there. This is a point of no return for the game, as you cannot get your followers to follow you until you complete the quest relating to this, which is odd because there will be some character stuff happening later that you cannot really change after this. And the game doesn't tell you at all. It's so good at telling you, hey, your companions will be locked in with you for this amount of time, but they don't really tell you that one of your companions are gonna fucking die.
I'm not fucking dead. She fucking dead.
Which, I mean, that would spoil the whole thing, but it just seems so weird. At the Eye, we help out a little, and what could have been an interesting avenue for one or several quests or interactions fall embarrassingly short. The Eye's supposed upgrades to be able to scan the universe better can be done by welding a little bit, tightening some screws, and doing a little bit of software updates. At no point here does your skills as a character, like, example, your hacking, laser weapon skills, or any related skills, they cannot be used here. And when doing the wrench shit with Sarah, I'm locked out of helping all the other ones on the ship. What? Bethesda's bug? Vlad tells us he has something he needs dealt with, and since it seems the Eye needs some extra tending, it only felt natural to think we could get some quests to help out by getting some parts for the sensors or a special kind of device that we have to, get some rare materials from, but no. We are instead sent somewhere else while Constellation works on it. Now, you'll be thinking that I'm a hypocrite to state this. As I said earlier, it would be nice for Constellation to do something for once. And now that they are, I'm not happy about it. But this is such a big deal compared to just picking up the artifacts. This could have weight. This could have had weight and intrigue to it. So Vlad tells us that this collector we have to go meet has an artifact, one that we might trade for, but his intel says that he doesn't want to sell it, and that theft might be the only viable option. So we are assigned with Sam to be our companions for this run. So this game picks out the companion you have the second highest affinity with to set up the upcoming event. I don't think it works with the companions outside Constellation though, sadly. I could have done some testing on this, but I don't think that's a thing. So me and Sam go there, and we board after letting Sam Coe smooth talk the hail, which is pretty cool. I did not expect that.
Oh, I think Petrov will want to talk to us. We're from Constellation. Got a lot of one-of-a-kind pieces from all over the settled systems for sale.
Really? You're willing to sell? I thought you Constellation types only took things.
Hey, we all need to make a little side money, am I right? Let us aboard and your boss can have his pick. For the right price.
I think that will be acceptable. Giving you permission to dock.
We get on and get directed towards the end of the ship. Walking through this ship is pretty cool. There are guards walking around, it feels tense, like we're walking to a big deal. There's loot and collectibles everywhere. The ship has character. It's unique and strange and weird, and it actually feels pretty real compared to other ships. Petrov. Petrov has character.
I wasn't aware we had the visitors. Wadik, you didn't tell me we had visitors.
We have visitors.
Excellent. Now that you've gone to all this trouble to get here, you should make yourself at home. Relax. Kick up your feet on the tables. I don't care they have scorch marks on them anyway.
He's unique that way. A weirdo hoarder with a burning passion for history and romance. His ship being a testament to that, as well as how he wards himself and argues with himself and tries to convince himself of new concepts. He has a unique outfit too, resembling some kind of outlaw gangster mix. Wishing to stay here a bit to discuss his collection would be a treat, but as soon as you open up Constellation's interest in the collection, he immediately starts going off about the artifact. At odds with himself, he reserves the right to show us, but with some persuasion, we'll get him to show us. Should you fail here, there are a few ways to get the artifact. You can murder your way through the whole thing and sneak around. There are vents everywhere that you can get into and remain undetected, which is nice. This is the kind of quest and level design that speaks to most RPG players, I think. And where I think most of the criticism comes from is the fact that there aren't more of this, as well as the obvious game design flaws, but the RPG is lacking in this RPG. Or ARPG, I suppose. And oh my god, the inability to match the NPC walking speed with the players or the other way around is fucking driving me mad in this game. Just have one default speed walking, please. As you will often lag behind and resulting to jog a bit to catch up, and it's so fucking dumb. Why? Why? Take Witcher 3 for example. They did it well, with the NPCs matching Geralt's pace, but should you go for something more simple, just simply tweak the walking speed and animation for either NPCs or the player. It seems like such an easy fix too, and I know it is because modders usually fix this kind of stuff in a few days. Or have a default walking speed when having a follow scene. Other than that, people can have whatever walking speeds they want in free roam when it comes to cities or, you know, roaming. But if you're designed to follow someone, just keep it at one pace. Please. We get to look at it, and it says, the man who sold me this said it spoke to him. I tell him that it has powers, and he says this.
Well, I think I understand who you are now. Or at least what you want. Touch that artifact and I'll make sure every trade route protected by the United Colonies knows you're nothing more than a pirate.
Be that as it may, we need that artifact.
Is he referring to Constellation? I mean, we radioed this on the way in. He would know already. Does he mean Starborn? They would have killed him for it, right? Who does he think we are? I know it might just mean he thinks we're looters or treasure hunters, in it for the gold or, you know. It's such an odd thing to write in. Instead, write, I think I mistook your character for someone of a more agreeable nature. You must leave now, the tour is off, or something. It only took a minute to write that, by the way, and it's had exactly 0 revisions so far. The script, I never went back to do any revisions for this. We cannot leave without stepping on some toes here.
Wait! I surrender! Don't kill me!
Oh, that was easy. A shotgun slug to the face, and it seems way more agreeable now, which I suppose any person would be.
Stand down, everyone! Let the nice pirate pass. Oh, don't worry about the mess. I'm sure we can find a place to put the bodies.
What bodies? I guess this dialogue is I guess this is the dialogue that's supposed to happen if you fight his crew, but we only fought him though. Without even a fight, we defeat Petrov, get the artifact, and enjoy some old antiques of his, admiring the ways of old Earth without a care in the world. So doing all this, opens up the ship to be looted, without consequences. Which just feels odd, to be fair. Everyone is just pissed at you while you loot, which we do for about 30 minutes. This whole location feels like a missed opportunity. Not necessarily by the short duration or the dialogue or level design, but due to the lack of consequences. I know for a fact we'll get the artifacts one way or another. There cannot be a fail state where we are at a significant disadvantage. There's no real danger here. As combat isn't really too challenging, even though I run this on the highest difficulty, there can only be success, and it stains the whole game as a whole. Even a perceived loss like having the artifact transferred to the Starborn earlier seems to make no difference to the main story. So why should we even care? Make us work for it, make us nervous, do something to keep the tension up. When breaking the artifact to harmonize with the... Oh, by the way, I totally forgot this. When you take the artifact from Petrov's ship, automatically it's scripted that you get 500 gold in bounty. You cannot get around this. It happens no matter... As soon as you pick it up, you get that bounty. And this is to basically force you into the Crimson Fleet or UC Sysdef storyline. Which is so... We'll talk about it later, but it's so fucking dumb. You can loot the whole ship, not get a single bounty on you, but as soon as you pick that up, you're fucked. You're locked in. We'll talk about it later. This game is so dumb. When bringing the artifact to harmonize with the others, we stumble upon a problem. We're being attacked by the Starborn, first hitting the eye and now coming to flatline us here at the launch. And here, again, we get the option to say we should leave the artifacts behind and save ourselves. Which would have been a cool ending to the game, one of possible many, but Sam just says no. Why give us the option then? Walter walks into position to be captured, so that's fine then. Thanks. The hunter has arrived, and we flee because he's just too powerful, but not powerful enough to teleport after us to finish us off, apparently, like every other Starborn can at the temples and whatever. I mean, this guy can bend time to duplicate himself. It wouldn't make for an interesting scene, and we would have been very, fucked. I get that. But these things cannot be ignored. So we flee, and for once, it feels like something more is at stake now. The citizens fleeing as well, the chaos of bringing this to the city out in the open. This opens up a whole new setting for the game. The Starborn making themselves known. But no, nothing changes. Nothing at all. You can even demonstrate your powers in the open, and no one cares. What? Have people acknowledge it? One way or another. It's so fucking dumb. I'm sad. I'm just sad. When in orbit, we meet him again. Because of course. Where are all the UC ships that float around here all the time? A few dozen normally. I need help. Goddammit, they're right here. What the fuck is happening? The hunter then mentions that he'll lean back for now and let us continue the hunt for more artifacts, and that he misjudged us, and that we might have a larger role to play in this. The reason being that we're the first one of me in other universes that have come this far, which the emissary and the hunter mentioned later. Question being, do they keep track of all would-be Starborn and Starborn? Why do they know so much about me? Am I such a constant? Am I that persistent in all the thousands of universes that I visited, or that they have visited, that I am the sole underdog the entire time? What? It all just muddles the brain. It doesn't really matter. We go to the eye, which does not respond to the hail, which is a nice detail, and it suggests that something awful has happened. Sarah is dead. My wife is dead. No one even mentions that for the duration of the game. Okay, my wife died, guys. Yeah, we'll get into that later. By the way, the whole romance and stuff. It doesn't matter right now. None of this matters. But the game chooses the two companions from Constellation that you have the highest affinity with and puts them in jeopardy. Whomever you decide to stay with survives and the other dies. This is all fine and puts, for the first time, some risk and tension into the game. A proper setup for what could happen in the future. The stakes are on. Oh wait, they're not. This is the only proper consequence in the whole entire game. My mind keeps reverting back to Baldur's Gate 3. Now there's so many reactive pieces. God damn. For any game, in any really good RPG. Back on New Atlantis, the city is in lockdown, which means I lied earlier, but the state of the city is only like this for a few minutes before reverting back to its boring old self, sadly. It should have been like this for at least a few more main missions. This also happens during the UC Vanguard questline, which we'll talk about soon. No one in the upper city is that bothered though, no lockdown, no nothing, seeing as when we come up here it's just all normal. Matteo mentions that hearing the hunter mention Unity has made him ponder about it, and that Keeper Aqualius, the keeper of Sanctum Universum, seems to have mentioned something that could be relevant about all of this in his texts and speeches. Before going there, you can actually go talk to your companions about all this, and it's pretty cool. You cannot mention that you've lost your fucking wife, though. I know this is super, super weird, but Coe, Sam, says that in a small ship everyone can hear everything. As if he's in the ship all day, by the way? Is that what the devs thought it would be like, maybe? Just, what? Why is this even a thing? Also, Cora's mother doesn't show up for her daughter, which is fucking weird. It's all very strange. Keeper Aqualius is found at the Church of Sanctum Universum in New Atlantis. We spill the beans and ask what's up with his mention of Unity, and he tells us a legend about someone who has walked the settled systems and has seen every corner of it. A pilgrim of sorts. saying he had found the true meaning of this unity. This is all just fucking nonsense, by the way. He thinks there's more to it, as the story goes that he left a piece of his understanding with both House Varun and the House of the Enlightened. What? There happens to be a Varun prisoner in the lockup in the city, coincidentally, that we go talk to. With Shattered Space, I thought if you visit Dasra before this, you get another option here to talk, but I doubt it. I just don't want to do any of this again. It's too much for a mere mortal. So why do we put our trust in this guy? I thought the whole point of all of this was to keep our findings close to the vest? I guess we're desperate? Talking to Mirza, or whatever her name was, is interesting. She paints a cool canvas of the Varun's dedication to their religion. It seems absolute, firm, and if not a little grim. I think House Varun is one of the most interesting factions in the whole game, but when you go into Shattered Space, the mystery and intrigue kind of like fades as you understand more and more of their origin. They are visually interesting and have some interesting moments, but in a game where space magic exists, I wish there was more to this insane rambling of Jin and Varun. Anyways, she gives us a tale about when Jin and Varun, he's the founder of the religion, by the way, probably should mention that, fought the Unbeliever 4 times over 240 rotations of a planet. He ultimately defeats him. Alright, seems like a lot of nothing. During all this, I had a chat with Sam Coe about Sarah Morgan and everything going on, and I still don't hear anything about her being my fucking wife. And he actually sounds genuinely angry here, which I like.
That Hunter bastard's gotta pay. Pay big time. I don't care if he's starborn and indestructible, we need to figure out a way to take him down. Nobody messes with my family like that. It's time to show them that we ain't just worthless chips on the table.
More of this, please. More emotion. This game is so fucking heartless. It's insane. My wife isn't even in the grave yet, and I'm already trying to jump Sam's bones, so this is gonna be very interesting for the drama that is to come. Not really, by the way. This is just me headcanoning something more interesting. We will go over the companion soon. Hold on. So at the House of the Enlightened, we get a story about how the concept of the second needs to be appreciated and listened to, as they are the ones to help? What? What the fuck?
A man walks into the first House of Enlightenment. The founding members just call him the Drifter. So they think he's a charity case at first, but no, the Drifter asks them a bunch of questions. If your philosophy is built on an individual's own morality, what about the second person? That second person might disagree. Isn't the problem of 2 what you're really looking for? And the founders respond, each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up. All of human effort is a story of cooperation pushing us forward. And it kind of goes on like that. He comes back every week for a year. Same conversation every time. Second person this, the problem of 2 that. It's part of our core principles. There's no God pushing us to do good for some eternal reward. We have to help each other because we choose to. If no one takes responsibility for making the settled systems better, then we're just leaving it to the tyrants to bully the rest of us.
What is happening here? So, back with Keeper Aquilius, he puts 2 and 2 together, just like this. And, take a listen.
Was there something hidden in their stories, like we thought? If there really is a location the Pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates. What else did you learn? Yes, what he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star system, wouldn't we? Was there anything else? Planets are often named by number. That second might mean the second planet in the system. Let's see. We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and dumb. Well, that's certainly how I feel. Well, I suppose that'll make someone laugh. Yes, that's it. The second planet in Indum, at 4 and 120. That's where you'll find the Pilgrim's resting place. And from there, maybe you'll find the true meaning of unity.
I'm not gonna talk more about this. It's just so dumb. The way he just basically hands us the answer can be explained by Keeper Aquilius being this pilgrim. As the hunter, if you decide to side with him at the end, a person who has ventured through the Unity so many times are now settling down and giving up, as the hunter calls it. It's such a mess. Everything here is just such a mess. And for some reason, at some point in this game, I realized I can catch wanted people? Okay, fair enough, that's a thing you can do. I don't really remember how I got it. Was it... what? Oh, it's a Trackers Alliance thing. Okay, whatever. We go to Indum, Pilgrim's Rest. Fitly named. Where we find some interesting notes in a cool location. We even have to solve a little riddle or a memory puzzle thing. It's neat. It's okay, you know. Sam does not comment on any of this, even though he should be blowing his fucking mind. Fine. It's interesting, because in this location, I can kind of imagine the Pilgrim writing this, you know, because this place kind of has character. It's unique, and it's not a fucking copy-paste, so it was interesting to me when I came here. The Pilgrim writes about putting down the hunt for the Unity, but that he has gone through it before time and time again. And he writes about having a flock of followers that subscribe to his ideas. These 4 notes we have found all have some clues that we need to remember when trying to get into a locked room where a final note is hidden. It tells of a want to stay here, in this universe, and make something of himself instead of chasing some strange end goal unknown to him. And that a secret is hiding on a planet. So we go there. Just go there, go here, travel, loading screens, whatever. Who the fuck cares anymore? And for some magical reason, I just know where to go on this planet? What? I wonder where we should go. Why has nobody ever found this place? Our ships have scanners. Like, what's going on? I could scan this from space. Not only that, but there are bases around this otherworldly spectacle. It's all just falling apart. This whole premise and world. What the fuck? You tell me nobody went over here? Just like for a stroll, like a Sunday picnic? It's right here. Then we close in on the otherworldly oddity and get presented with a puzzle. A strange mystery, too. Oh. We did it. When playing this for the first time, I didn't even realize I had done anything, so I stuck around and tried to make it do something. The audio and visual feedback are so weak, to say the least, that I just didn't know. You're saying that of all the Starborn or even normal dudes in its universe who's found this? Because I refuse to believe that no one else has found this. Managed to not just move the light a little to the right area and kind of figure out the location that's presented. As a star map. What the fuck? This is child's play. How did nobody get this? How did nobody solve this? It only took me like a few moves of this thing, and that's it. I hate this game. The hunter waits for us in orbit when we go there. So that completes the mission. This doesn't make any sense. How and why does the magical fucking spotlight know where the hunter's ship is at that exact time? Is it a coincidence? Because that's where it led, that light. I don't know. Keeper Aquilius couldn't have planned that. No chance in hell, because... It's because... Is it because the Hunter and the Emissary has a meeting there in every universe, and he knows that? So did he code and fuck with this divine and alien tech to aid in his goal to guide me here? Who even built this? What the fuck is going on? Am I too stupid to get this? Feel free to explain to me in the comments if that's the case, but fuck me. What is happening here? We're bored with the premise of our questions being answered. This is huge. We are near the finale, and some revelations would come in handy right about now. Give me something to reach for. Just give me something. A hint of what's to come in terms of, you know, these creations, these powers, and these strange things no one has bothered to talk about. When they mention that their kind has not been very pleasant to us, this makes you think about if they have like a civilization or something. Are they the ones who built the ships that they have? The armors? No. No, dear child. You thought you'd get answers? Fuck you. Oh, by the way, here Cora Coe says my ship is bigger than Sam's? Where?
Your ship is way bigger than Dad's.
Who? They have ships? My companions have ships. Why can't I see them? What? They say we're close to reaching the Unity, and Sarah reveals herself as the emissary. So in her universe, I died and she lived. We'll come to learn that every universe is basically the same, but with a few itty-bitty things changed and never any major events. It's just basically who lived and who died. That's it. That's Bethesda's multiverse, like their take on the multiverse. Great. What about the universes where humanity never escaped Earth? What about a universe who's already in the end stages of the heat death of the universe? Anything interesting other than just people or characters swapping sides or living or dying? There's nothing interesting happening here. In all universes, the Starborn fight over the artifacts and open the path to Unity. In every universe? Okay. So the whole good and evil thing is at play here, with the mind-numbing black versus white symbology. Come on. The Hunter cares not about anyone other than himself and his goal, which is to reach divinity by going through Unity as many times as possible, killing anyone or anything in its path to do so. A universal free-for-all where skill, determination, and luck plays every factor, that is it. The emissary wants to control who enters the Unity, guiding those who would pass so they can have safe passage. The Hunter is, like stated earlier, Keeper Aqualius, or another version of him, of course. His voice changes astronomically when his visors goes up.
As I have done countless times. I was also human once.
What the fuck is this?
It's just so odd, because it this is only in place because Bethesda couldn't make... They couldn't write a more interesting twist on this. So they have their fucking voice box change. It's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. He says he's been to thousands of universes, which makes him very old, and it's implied that the Starborn are immortal in some ways. He says I should see all of what the universe has to offer. But what's the point when it's just Constellation that changes every time we go through the Unity? There's no reason to step into the Unity and leave my old universe behind. Goodbye, all meaningful relationships I've built. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, every place I've lived. And for what? Nothing, really. To get a slight increase in my power for my, well, powers. I guess from a non-gameplay thought of thinking, the premise of being eternal and one with the cosmos is nice, so I guess I get that at least. There are 3 choices and a 4th I sorely wish we had, but the first entails us helping the emissary, and other is helping the Hunter, and the third is to side with neither. But why can I not end it all here? Why can I not have them fight over it? Surrender the artifacts and continue being a spacefarer in my ship and collect sandwiches or whatever the fuck dumb shit Bethesda thought we'd do.
And I steal all the sandwiches and put them, you know, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero.
Sarah forgot to put on her voice modulator, so it is a voice thing. Why do it? So it's just for the reveal that one of our companions, or a version of them, comes as a shock. Nothing else. No other helmet in the game that I've seen has that. So dumb. This ship sucks, by the way. Not even the fucking toilet. What, space... fucking Starborn don't shit? Can't even steal it. What a letdown. The Hunter says they always have this meeting at this exact time and place in the universe. What?
No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic.
With all of infinity to interfere in their shit, they always do this at this exact place? So Keeper Aquilius did set it up, but the multiverse Bethesda puts in front of us here, it's just nothing. It's a grain of sand shifted a little bit to the left in a desert of sand. Every time we go into the new universe, it's just moved slightly to the left or right. Why don't you just kill each other then and there and have it be over with? I guess it doesn't matter, because in the next universe they'll meet again, although a different variant of them. But they'll always end up in the meeting regardless? So it's not really a multiverse if the same shit just keeps happening, huh? They talk about it as if they know each other, but in theory, they see a new person every time, right? So... Oh wait, no, because everyone is just the same in every universe. I remember. It makes sense. Before we leave, the emissary tells us that Luna, our moon, holds answers to our questions. We go to the lodge and Vasco actually shuts up for once. Thanks. We set up a funeral for Sarah, which is nice too. But when it does happen, it's the lamest funeral ever. There are no personal statements, no memories of the fallen, and this is because Bethesda, I'm assuming, wrote the same script for every single companion death, or they just had one. No one mentions that she was my wife. The companion quests we finished meant nothing, and they all seem to just throw out non-personal statements about life, death, and their personal beliefs. It seems very disjointed from a normal way of being or acting at a funeral, almost disrespectful. It's awful. So I rush through getting more artifacts, and you know, that's basically what I do for a long time after this. An artifact can also be found at a location called Nishina Research Station, a locale perched upon a plateau on a planet of Freya 3. But the way you find this place is by a satellite in orbit transmitting an emergency podcast. Broadcast, goddamn. If space travel wasn't limited to small, confining boxes, it would be an amazing system to have players informed of quests in the system, and radiant ones as well, while you drive past them. The limits the engine has to suspend onto the game is the worst crime, and the solutions to the game's major problems are right there. If only Bethesda had worked on making some kind of solution to all this nonsense. I can see somewhere in there that a more interesting and smooth experience could exist. We take the elevator up, and I'm surprised the game engine isn't freaking out. Because it's Bethesda, anything moving is cause for concern. There's nothing like this place anywhere around. Obviously handmade, and it shows. But in doing so, it sticks out so much more. Like, look at the map. Look at it.
Funny. Yes, but not funny, haha. Funny weird.
We have to leave Sam at the door. And at this point, due to all that has led up to this, I feel like this is only a requirement because Bethesda couldn't or didn't find it important enough, or simply wouldn't because it would be hard to code or write the different companions into the situation with you, with, you know, what's to come, regardless of if they traveled with you or into the other universe or not. I am getting ahead of myself. You might not even know or have any idea what's going to happen. But you'll see. You'll see. And Barrett should have been able to cross these realities with you. You'll understand soon. It's just sheer laziness. If you play the game, you know what's going to happen with the reality bending and... not reality bending, but universe shifting shenanigans that's about to come. Anyways, as a point of reference, this. 8 years ago, 2 game titles absolutely blew people's socks off with a similar concept. Both of them pulling it off flawlessly, even back then. And one of them was even published by Bethesda themselves. It's absolutely mind-boggling how Bethesda apparently asked for help from id Software while making Starfield, Not for the gunplay, mind you, what it is praised for to the high heavens, but for the help with graphics. Yet they could not get help from one of their own studios who had already perfected this exact scenario before. I guess there are some tensions there that they might not want to dig up, but that's a story for another time. So no, in typical Bethesda fashion, it feels and seems like we are more than a decade behind on things that was already done a decade ago. It's a fucking mess. The reason they did not ask Arcane for help is because they took one look at the limping, overworked little engine they've got to work with, and they simply just said it can't be done, I assume. And I think we all agree that they would be right. The engine needs work. A whole redo. And this is coming from, like, me right after they reworked, or rather upgraded, their creation engine to, wait for it, Creation Engine 2. If you told me these two engines, these two right here on the screen, were different from each other, I don't know. I don't know, man. This quest might be one of the more interesting despite the flaws and limitations of the engine. And it's a total side piece from the original story. This has nothing to do with the main story at all. This is just here to, I don't know. This storyline is so weird. There are some real and advanced consequences and even proper and more difficult ways to do it the right way. So for that, I applaud Bethesda, even though it's a fucking chore. The reality shifts are caused, which is what is happening here, are caused to a failed experiment deeper down into the compound. So we blink in and out, and at some point we meet someone called Raphael, someone who's been stuck on the other side of whatever this is. He'll come into play later. The god doesn't seem to be too fazed by us blinking in and out of existence, and just says that the director might know what is going on. The problem here is that from this side, and the other side I suppose, we don't have anything like this going on. So why would the director know? This is a whole new concept for everyone involved here. And the guard does ask if I'm using some kind of stealth tech, I guess, but still. On the other side, this obviously did not happen. So there has to be some kind of divide here, somewhere, causing all of this. It also seems that Raphael knows about our artifact, so we have to find a way to get to talk to him. At this point in the game, I wanted to, play as a third-person horror game, just for fun, like a Resident Evil or something, just to spice it up for myself, because often you have to make your own fun in this game, which can be tedious. The director, Patel? It's been so long, I don't even remember how these names are pronounced anymore. Finds all this very digestible when talking about this being a multiverse case. Okay, just another day at the office, I suppose. To talk about this Raphael and how on the other side, or on the other reality, the gas leak killed everyone but him. Conveniently. And it seems like in this universe, he is the only one that perished while stopping the gas leak explosion. They don't even know if he's dead, for sure, or not, because they haven't gone down there yet, so he could be alive, they just take him as dead. Fair enough, I suppose. The explosion that happened down there fried some network circuits. They say they haven't gained access for months. We even ask if we can save him, and she just says, nah. How would this bitch know anyways? Come on. It seems like the experiment they've been messing up is related to the artifact, and that probe calibration might have set it all off. This is interesting. Someone has an artifact, and is effectively messing everything up. It's refreshing, and I kinda love it. The concept alone puts a weight on the situation, and some mystery behind the artifact and what powers it might actually wield other than just spinning in a ball back at the launch. This is what we want to see. We agree that since Raphael is out and about, so to speak, in the other universe, his elevator might be working. So we need to go down there on his side, and then stop this shit. So luckily for us, they can make a control unit for me to just use to shift realities. What the fuck is happening? The skeleton? What the fuck is happening? I don't think a human body decomposes that quickly. We pick up a journal here too, which I thought would come in handy as proof. We also meet Raphael and says he's been here for months, which tracks. And we can't give him any food or water. Poor guy. The sound design too is pretty good, as when it comes to you trampling all over this shit on the ground, it sounds awful. In a good way. That's the way it's supposed to sound, just awful. The place around here, too, is haunting. Sacks of alien goo all morphed and twisted up the interiors. Strange enemies lurking in strange places, just waiting to jump at you. This place has character. You also throw a trinket of something more interesting into the mix, as when I was shooting an enemy mid-combat, we switched back to normal reality, and I stood aiming my weapon at a bunch of civilians. I had hoped there would be some smart way the game would play with my sanity and question if I was shooting random people at some points, but no. Raphael doesn't seem to care about my powers. No one does. I assume he just thinks he's hallucinating, which is fair. We download some survey data for the planet. We get jumped to the other universe and we can get a unique shotgun by talking to the guard who let us in. Nice. At this point you can just leave too, if you've had enough, which many people might, because it's kind of a slog, this. One of the scientists have been trying to make a control unit, and I'm now there to test it. And convenient for us, it makes a rift in the reality. It's based off their research down in the experiment area, so it makes sense, kind of, but when using these nodes, the game has to go black to load in the scene instead of having a cool effect or whatever, making it happen instantaneously. It reeks of a cheap and quick solution instead of trying to work out a clever way to make it work without the immersion-breaking black fucking loading screen. I don't know if it's the engine's limitations, which I suspect most of the problem of this game is at, or that's the reason, or if it's the lack of development talent. I know that sounds really hard or harsh, but at this point, I don't know anymore. Is it a combination of all of these things? Maybe. So you have to go through these pre-designated orb locations to switch back and forth, and it gives us the ability to traverse the research facility by switching between realities and making our way through locked areas and or blocked ones. What a mouthful. At the center of the Calamity, you have the option to save either universe, or rather reality, sacrificing one or the other, but the problem is there is really no reason to care, because whichever universe we pick will just be what happened in my universe, whereas the other one not chosen will just be what happened in the other. The only reason to care here is where a somewhat hidden solution comes into play, and it is to save Raphael and bring him back to this reality where all of his friends and coworkers are alive. But that still leaves the other reality with the research station completely wiped, and all the families and friends of those workers are in distress and grief. There is no optimal choice. Geralt, do your thing.
If I'm to choose between one evil and another, I'd rather not choose at all.
So we do that, saving Raphael and bringing him back. It takes some effort actually, and borderline, well not borderline, it is tedious, because we have to calibrate and set parameters in both realities in order to do so, so you have to switch universes often, which gets boring as you blink in and out of these black loading screens. But we do it, and we bring Raphael back, and we get our artifact. The quest is alright, and one of the more interesting in the game, but is marred by the low effort switching of universes. And once you understand that none of this will have any effect on anything other than this little station out on a planet you'll never visit again, it drives the stakes down into the cellar. One cool thing that can happen is that when you save Raphael, he can become a follower. He's a generic follower, sadly, but you can. When you wake up, you get a custom animation too, actually, which is pretty good. See? Just small things like this adds to the situation. My god. The bar is so low. What we find on the moon is a supercomputer tasked to crunch numbers for a Project Prism, working on forwarding aerospace technology. We can get to the roof and listen to a recording which tells us that NASA sent a vessel to Jupiter, sending it with a grav drive it seems. Then we just get a destination in-game where we need to go. Coordinates for Florida, USA. Who gave us these? I guess it's signed with a geometric tag, but at least explain it. It's so weird. It just feels so amateurish to just randomly become a quest marker now. Like, follow the marker! Follow it! Follow the marker. It was only natural to have this be the most interesting venture in the whole game. Earth? What happened? Would we figure out why here? Yeah, we will. And I will give it to Bethesda. It's all pretty messed up. but the plot holes are insultingly stupid and thus makes the whole thing a bit, makes it a nothing burger, to be honest. Also, when traversing the NASA launch station, the game never accounted for me doing a survival playthrough. So it was in fact impossible, in every sense of the word, to survive this place without turning off the environmental damage and effect setting. Great, Bethesda. Just great. This will haunt the game more, trust me, but for now, let's just get to the end, please. There's no surprise here that the assets you see throughout the game are here as well, just like they are in the settled systems, as if this happened a year or two back. Is Bethesda insinuating humans brought their schematics for stuff over and never invented anything over the course of 120 years? Cars, the phone, the washing machine, the vacuum cleaner. Are you telling me there were no changes in... Okay, let's think these designs are perfect as they are. Why not at least change the design a little? You can see them in different colors around the game, and I think that's what Bethesda deemed acceptable changes, but what? No changes in 100 years or more. I guess the toilet paper never changed much in 100 years either. Like, nothing has changed. The stuff we find here on Earth is the same stuff we see in the settled systems all over. There's no new assets, no old assets, no nothing. It's just, it reeks of cheapness. There's no uniqueness about this. This should have been the place where they went in and did a whole bunch of handcrafted stuff to make it look more old and have it fit the time zone and time setting that it was when this happened. But no, it's just the same assets as you find all over the game, in the future. What the fuck is happening? We see a starborn ship leave while we arrive. Is this scripted or random? What's there to find here for them? Already completing the game, I know, and an artifact is down there, so why wouldn't they just come down? Another one of the game's random interactions that makes no sense when paired with the very tight and close story of Starfield. Very odd. Also, why has nobody explored this place? We have ship scanners that pick up the most minute of stations, but yet people fail to spot this? The absolute most important part of human history. God damn, man. But let's go with the fantasy. So here we are. We're here first. Let's go. We're greeted with the same shit we see everywhere in the galaxy. The operating systems and tools and... Okay, let's just skip all that, but you know what I mean, it's fucking lazy. Exploring NASA is right where I feel Bethesda could have pinned the needle. The insanities of NASA's plans and the struggle Earth was facing. The story writes itself, but in true Starfield fashion, we don't really explore this as much as we could have. It's delivered effectively and without too much fat needing to be trimmed, so I'll give them that at least. The mystery unravels as we delve deeper, educating us about some Earth lore, and we get some loot, and then... what is powering this place? Anyways... A fucking Zen garden rake is on display at NASA. What the fuck? The fucking beds are the same as... Okay, I said I was gonna stop, but... The beds are the same as we see everywhere in the future? What the fuck? Okay, I need to self-regulate, because this is just insane. This is so fucking dumb. I could understand if it was like a military standard or something, but everywhere? Come on. Even in the different factions, there's, I don't know. Same workbenches too. Hey, Sam actually comments on the robot that looks like Vasco. We'll learn that they have an artifact and that they have been experimenting on it, and this Victor Isa has some insider knowledge about it that no one else has, making one of the other researchers question him about the integrity and origin of the artifact. Victor talks of managing to fold the gravitational field around this artifact, pulling space, and wanting to test on a larger scale in space, effectively producing the first grav drive, going on expeditions to Alpha Centauri, the birth of humanity's spacefaring days. The research room has lost all gravity, indicating that something has gone wrong here, or at least that they never shut down the project. It is here that the secret is unveiled. The reason for Mother Earth's downfall was an atmosphere leak. Earth was steadily losing atmosphere, sputtering at a significant magnitude into space, endangering anyone on the planet. This is due to the grav drive technology. Untested and unregulated, these flaws and consequences were discovered far too late and effectively doomed humanity. This really shines a bad light at NASA, because instead of coming clean, they just announced that it was an act of God and instead try to push for migrating humanity to space. So Victor knew, saying he's seen some future. Victor saw something when touching the artifact from Mars. Everything that would happen as we just heard. He intentionally doomed Earth, but what makes this all very interesting is that he says he lost 12 days of time and he met himself. So it's entirely possible he reached the unity in some way, talking to himself like we do when we cross the border. We'll get there. I promise you we'll get there. It also brings up some odd questions, like why is he dead on the ground in front of us? There's no suicide weapon. Which Bethesda always include. They're pretty good at environmental storytelling. So this is a little bit weird, though it sets up some theories that it's not really him, or it's the whole Keeper Aquarius theory that those are the same people, Second, why stay behind? A NASA employee, shouldn't he have priority to evac? Third, it seems like if he spoke to himself, that it might be that he became a Starborn and that he, in the other universe he got sent to, continued his life, leaving his old self behind, I suppose, if that's how it works. There's no way to actually go back and see if you still exist in your past universe, though, so it's a little bit odd. Fourth, if he did, is he the hunter? I mean, it's pretty obvious if he is Keeper Aquarius, but he says he remembers Earth, the hunter, and that he is older than you think. It's a little bit weird. Fifth, working on this as a base, every time we enter a new universe, we get sent back to the moment we first touched the artifact, or a little bit after, actually. Meaning that if Victor indeed is the hunter, he would have been transported back to Earth before its destruction every time, making him several hundred years old. So are the Starborn immortal? Could be. We wouldn't know. For a force with thousands or even infinite people, I guess it's possible. We know alarmingly little. Sixth, how the fuck did he die? Seventh, why did he turn the project on before dying? What the fuck is going on? Sam wants to talk about his life right after we did this. Okay, not the time, buddy. Why not just put this stuff on pause, Bethesda, when a companion wants to, open up their companion quest or whatever? Just put it on hold. It's simple coding. We get the artifact, and the Starborn have come to infiltrate this place. Okay, the emissary and the hunter is atop the surface waiting for us. We fight our way out and meet up with them. They even have black and white ships. Come on. Here, they literally regurgitate what we just learned, as if we're children smashing rocks together and haven't paid attention.
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel, at the cost of Earth.
I know, bitch. Let's get this over with. Sam says billions of lives were lost.
Billions of lives were lost. Not even the stars are worth that.
Assuming we weren't going to lose it anyway. War, disease, famine, all the classics.
I thought they evacuated a lot, but, they had 50 years. Why didn't they? I don't know. I guess it would be hard to move so many people. I decided to flatline them both.
I think you need us a hell of a lot more than we need you bastards.
Well, look at that. The emissary just became my new best friend.
You've made your choice. When you're ready, the hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
What does it even matter to me? They'll just leave this universe at some point if they get the artifacts, and frankly, I'm not that bothered. Sam says we are all paying a price for their hunt for the artifact, but in truth, we could have just let them all have them and be rid of them.
You are so wrapped up in your arcane war. You're oblivious to the cost you're making the rest of us pay.
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common enemy.
So what does he mean? Their hunt don't really affect us if we just would have left them alone. They say they'll wait for me at the buried temple, because I'll have to go there to get an artifact. Who pays me at the end of this? There's no one here. Is it Sam? Is it the hunter? What the fuck is happening? They teleport to their ship. Is that how I teleport? When I fast travel? We go back to the lodge, and in true Bethesda fashion, I can't tell anyone at the lodge that I've waged war against both sides of the Starborn. Oops. Can't mention anything, actually. If anyone needs to be informed, it's like these guys. These people need to know. But I can't. I can't tell them about it. I can't ask people about the Unity and if they want to join me when going there. Which is nice. I like that you can't talk about this. It all seems well thought out, and it brings some questions to the table about the uncertainty, the moral choice, and the risk of going through the Unity. It is by talking about this to Barrett when he says that he wants to see if he can achieve these Starborn powers himself. So we take him to a temple, and I have to do what he should be doing. What? Come on! This is so fucking dumb. What? They couldn't even be fucked to do this properly. This should be the game summarized. Now he's just gone. So I have to go through. What? That doesn't make any sense. It's Barrett that's supposed to do this. So Barrett can clone himself. Alright. That's awesome. But then they go on about how weird this is, and Barrett wonders how it's possible. But he's seen me use the parallel self-power before, which does the same thing. And to top it all off, Barrett receives no more powers throughout the entire game. Every chance Bethesda has to shine and do something cool, they immediately let it fall in the damn toilet and leave us thinking, what could have been? Just imagine how fucking cool it would be if all, or the willing, you know, if like, let's say 2 of Constellation got Starborn powers. And they got them, you know, they got several of them. Wouldn't it be cool to have them along on your journey? And then you would become like a force to be reckoned with? Also, they let us know that this Barrett, borrowed from another universe, has his Irvin, his lover, which we'll get into later, but he talks about his universe, and the only thing different other than just being that people have swapped position in terms of Constellation and such, there's nothing really interesting. Imagine all the possibilities, it's endless. Not once have we heard or seen something wacky, just small increments different. A Starborn ship lands and we have to fight off one Starborn. This could have been the foundation of a cool shootout where these 2 Barretts fight and help each other and banter, but no. One Starborn has to be killed, and that takes 5 seconds. He also says he can do it several times, but he's only tried once, so how would he know?
Yes, though it takes a lot of concentration. If I do it a lot, I bet I'd give myself a headache. From myself. I'm my own migraine.
Then we have to grind temples, one of them being a carbon copy of the one I found with Barrett, mind you. So that's fun. Many planets have many anomalies that are weird. How has no one found them? Like, you see people roam the surface of these planets too. Like, how have they not scanned this? Sarah's funeral is coming up, and the game gives us an option when resting to wait until the memorial, which is convenient and a nice addition. I'll give it to the game. Small talk can be had with everyone, which is a member of Constellation, each having something to say that emphasizes Sarah's passing. It's just insane to me that this feels like ancient history now. In the interim, from her death to now, I've done countless quests. Many days have passed, and I've already started to romance Sam. Oops. At no other point is Bethesda's peak writing any more prevalent. At Sarah's funeral, not a single person talks about the person who actually died. They all preach some ideology that is close to them and call it a day. Sarah was never a person to these people. Outside Constellation, she is no one, and they could not even be bothered to say something personal in the wake of her death. How are we supposed to form any attachment for these characters if no one around us does? I only need to say one word here. Cyberpunk. The build-up, The fun, the sadness, the struggles, and the character CDPR put down for us to love and grow fond of was great. And because Jackie had character, style, and was unique in many ways and stood for something, it worked when you do a job with the Arasakas, and it all goes tits up. Hell, Dragon Age Origins, Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate, all of them, the Witcher 3, the ending of GTA 5, if you will it so, even State of Decay has more impact than this. There is no part of the game that suffers a loss of one of your companions. There is no punishment, there is no hardship, you don't miss them in any way. In many of the games I listed earlier, there's a few significant gameplay disadvantages of having a member fall, or in the case of The Witcher 3, a really impactful character that does something for the greater good, ultimately sacrificing himself for the cause. They are talked about later because the world has been impacted by them. And if that isn't applicable, losing a companion should be felt in the gameplay sense, as opposed a little bit. Make us miss them. At no point did I feel like I lost something, and neither does most of the lodge. Maybe her fucking bitching. Maybe her bitching is what I miss. Yeah. Sarah dislikes that. How about how about I dislike you, Sarah? You fucking harlot, you bitch. Why am I going on an attack spree here? Am I losing my mind? It's all canned and generalized because I'll bet you my ass, but I haven't tested this properly, that the speeches are the same for every member of Constellation. Can somebody confirm this, please? I've done so much research throughout these past few weeks and months, and I'm at my wit's end on this. I bet you it's the same. Mateo talks about God and if he exists, not of Sarah. I talk about Sarah, but can't mention that she was my wife. My wife? Great. Other than that, I can actually be a little bit genuine and be a bit emotional here, which is good. I keep having flashbacks to a better version of this from somewhere, though. Noel actually seems pretty upset, though. Walter then also talks about what he believes in. He's an atheist, so that's his speech. Okay. Barrett is the realist, the naturalist, talking about facts and how the universe works. Okay. And I'm not that fucking dense. I understand the allegory at play here, but come on, it's all very much on the nose. Why are these characters so damn stubborn to their own personas? It's like they can't deviate a single second from their one-liner description of them. They're not layered, they're not interesting, they're a post-it note worth of interest. We'll talk about them in the companion section, but I'm already tired of them, goddamn. This feels like a good place for a sponsor, actually. But I don't really have one of those. So if you're here watching, then thank you. That's insane. I don't know what I'm saying. I might be a little bit high. The aftermath leaves us with talking to the attendees, and one character stands out more than anyone. Sona. A kid me and Sarah saved. We'll get into it. We haven't talked about her. You don't need to worry about it. She doesn't matter at all, to be fair, but she's heartbroken, and she's now been orphaned twice. And then we can say, as long as I'm around you, you'll never, or as long as I'm around, you'll never be alone. But Bethesda couldn't be fucked with any of it, so they conveniently, and I shit you not, after the funeral, they just get rid of her. They just delete her fucking character from the game and the lodge, and we never see her again. This is what happens when you have two writers for a game meant to be played for hundreds of hours with supposed storytelling in them. What in the world? Are there ghostwriters for this project? There has to be. Why are these two the only listed writers? What a fucking joke. We talk to the remaining people and none of them mention Sarah by name or her actions. What a joke. Wait, Sarah Morgan is now my companion. What? This game is so cursed. This cost me a whole bug where I had to assign Vasco to the eye, where Vladimir usually is, and then get Sarah somehow to my ship. And then dismiss her somehow? And then go pick up Vasco so that I can have a follower again, because how could I dismiss someone that I couldn't talk to? I can't talk to Force Ghosts. They expect me to just pull a Phasmophobia and just start talking into the ghost box, telling her to fuck off. We go to get the lost artifact and blast our way towards the planet, since the Starborn just teleports out of there when they are being close to being defeated. An ambush is set up, and we fight some named Starborn, which at no point brings anything to the story, or they are never mentioned again. Where did they come from? It's been pretty apparent that the Hunter and the Emissary both work alone, so who are these people, and why are they named, and why would they join the fight alongside these two Starborn and not be in it for themselves? What is happening here? And again with these cheap anomalies. Inside it, we are transported back to before we found the first artifact. Transported into another reality. Why is this here? Who cares? It's cool! And I'm all in for the rule of cool, but at least try to explain it. I can't tell Lynn or Heller about the future or ask what's going on. Great. You can kill them, but I did feel kind of bad, so I reloaded to save, because I'm a little good boy that Bethesda and Todd Howard wants me to be. I'm a good boy, Todd. I'm a good boy. Give me access to Elder Scrolls 6. I'll tell you what you need to do. Todd, please don't fuck up Elder Scrolls 6. I know this is coming out of nowhere, but my god. If this is the quality we're gonna have to look forward to for upcoming games, I don't know if I can handle Bethesda anymore. Another named Starborn boss. Okay. The loot, by the way, in this dungeon is absolutely horrid. Nothing interesting at all. And the lore here is so damn uninteresting and irrelevant. Why would I want to read up on production capacities of a factory or a facility I don't give two shits about, or is connected to the story in any way? We're here to get the lost artifact. Why is this not taking place somewhere more interesting or relevant? Somewhere that puts the stakes higher. Somewhere that serves the build-up to where this is all going. Who thought that the final battle should take place in a random factory somewhere? Anywhere else would be more serviceable. Better by a long shot. Only in the last section of the dungeon do we get a note saying that they found a cave. Okay. It could have been a unique location on a faraway planet, or the furthermost planet in the settled systems, on a construction or plateau the ones who made the temples build. Like, explain the lore. This should have been... Why? Why, Todd? God damn it. The next random anomaly takes us to the Scow, to Petrov, and he knows about Unity here, I guess. So we have to fight him as well? Why? Why do we have to do all this? I get that we are exploring the different universes, but... What? I mean, different. I mean, it's not different. I'm falling apart here. So is the game. That also means that in that universe I had visited him, because he knows me. This is all so shit. Bethesda is like, wow, look at this alternate version one of the very few unique interactions you've had in the game. Because they only have a handful to pick from, because nothing interesting or memorable has happened. This game is like, I don't know. Why am I doing this? It's basically all just the same, but it makes less sense. Or is this just teleporting me to him? No, because he doesn't comment on me literally robbing him. And he has the artifact here, so... What? And again, no chance to do this peacefully. I guess it's Bethesda's way of giving us his unique outfit, because they were like, hey, look, we put work into this, so you're gonna get it, whether you like it or not. You have to get it, you have to consume all the content. You can't miss anything. Again, scared shitless that will miss anything, because if you do no certain moves and you don't get the fit, you get a chance now. Wow, such a benevolent god. In the next universe, we see that we're the one who died aboard the Eye. Wow, why would I care? Vlad seems super chill about this though, which is good for him. Oh, wait, hold on. This is the same elevator as in the beginning of the game? Okay. And look, no details. They blew their load way too early. My god, what a sad game. After this, we fight clones of ourselves and the Starborn. Okay? There's a name guy, doesn't matter at all, no speech, no nothing, fine. For a split second in the recording, you can actually see that you can actually loot them if you're super quick on that transfer button, but I don't think you can. But it's very weird that they have loot at all. All the temples should be this unique though. You see, this is what all the temples should have been. This could this have been what they wanted each temple to be? And maybe they wanted to scale it back a little in the terms of how many you needed. Let's say 10. What if they made 10 and had them all be like this? Or at least something like this. It wouldn't be very good, but it would be better, and it would be equivalent to the world walls in Skyrim. I'll give credit to Bethesda here. You have two alright options here. You can go on an all-out slaughter from the get-go, or try to persuade them into giving up the chase. This is great. Flexing that persuasion skill, or those combat abilities however you see fit. Though I do wish there were more options for dialogue in general, as we have many questions at this point. But as we've established, Bethesda will always find a way to disappoint when something interesting could have been done instead. When persuading, you don't really get any intellectual response to your suggestions and arguments. You get a hearty laugh at one of them and a one-liner like this.
The answer is trying something new.
And another sentence for managing to convince them to give up the chase. You don't have to reason your arguments. You don't have to convince them. You just shout separate arguments at them until they're like, yeah, sure, alright. They don't turn your arguments against you, so you have to defend your stance or logic. No, that would be too difficult. That would be too difficult for my dumb brain. Baby, me monkey. This is arguably the most important persuasion you can do in the game, and it plays like any other. They could not be fucked for this. So we say, hey, let it all be. And they do. I get the artifact, and that's it. We won the game.
At least this once. Here. Take the artifacts. Before I come to my senses. You were a lot kinder than I would have been. You got it done. I could really bend your ear when you got a moment. We need to find Cora and...
What can be hiding here? Let's take a look. Oh, we're just teleported outside. And who keeps giving us stuff? What is happening? Where did this come from? So Sam tells me that he wants to bring Cora if we're gonna enter the Unity. She has a mom that she worries about constantly, and she knows she's going to lose her if she goes through the Unity. And so does Sam? What the fuck? The Sam is the world's most awful dad. We'll get into it. He just... Man, he sucks. We can talk to her, and ironically, she asks the most interesting questions about all this. And my companions talk to me, they all talk to me like I made up my mind to enter the Unity. But it is a choice that you can choose not to do, I suppose. But they all talk to me like I've already, set my mind to it, that I'm gonna go through it, and I'm gonna not come back. It's almost like the game has it out for me that that's what has to happen. I guess that's what Bethesda wants us to do. This is not an RPG, by the way. It's a linear piece of fucking trash. Back at the lodge, because we go back to the lodge, we talk to everyone and we learn who wants to travel through Unity. Mateo doesn't want to because he feels like he has to find his answers in that universe. He also doesn't want to leave his parents behind, which is fucking valid.
All the places we've lived, this is my favorite. Sweetie, I was just thinking of you. Honey, she doesn't need to hear the play-by-play.
This is my moment. So finally, I won. I won big. The biggest part of my life.
The goodbyes are very short and anticlimactic. No hugs, no heartfelt goodbyes, nothing. It's like the end was just forgotten and they couldn't be bothered to give any depth or emotion to this. It's almost like they wanted you to rush to the end just to see the twist. The new game plus, the first new game plus they've ever had? Is that correct? Bethesda new game plus games. Currently offers new game plus only in their title Starfield. Yeah. So the first time they do a new game plus, they make that their whole game. Look, we put it in the game, so that's what the game is about. I know I'm just talking shit now, but that's how I feel like some of their meetings are. Noel seems to want to stay behind too to do research. Vlad as well. They want to keep Constellation going in that universe, taking in new blood and seeing what else they can do after we leave. Barrett seems to want to go. He's very determined. Andreja wants to go as well. Well, basically every companion from Constellation wants to go. Walter also wants to stay behind, predictably, because he's not a companion you can have follow you. And you cannot say goodbye to Lynn either. I tried. Damn. We build the artillery and grab jump to Unity. At the beginning and end of all things, we find ourselves in an impossible environment, seemingly endless with stars, energy, and galaxies. The canvas of space and time, and at the end, or rather center, unity. What we've been fighting so tirelessly for, the grand reveal of it all. And by that I mean all. Because surely this unthinkable arena of revelation will provide something worthwhile, something tangible, something at all. No, they couldn't even be fucked with fixing the holding helmet bug that has been in the game since launch. This is over a year after, by the way. They completely gave up on this. At the Unity is us, or some version of us, if not just a manifestation of the power of unity. Someone or something using our mirror image to convey the information we are about to hear. We get to ask about the temples, the artifacts, and who are responsible for them. She says we should delve into the mysteries of the cosmos, but there is nothing more to be learned though. If you decide to enter Unity, the same cycle just repeats itself. And at the end, you will be slightly more powerful, but no more knowledgeable than when you came in the first time around. The most interesting plot of the game for me was to understand why or who built all these temples, and if they are gods or men or aliens. But alas, in the end, we get nothing.
You made it. I hope you're enjoying the view. I never get tired of staring at it. Eternity.
But I have a save for Bethesda. A way to make it right. Interesting, even. If the allure of the Unity could be some entity, some faction or alien race that lured the Starborn to this eternal loop for their own gain. A sinister plan that could benefit them, making us the mouse in the maze for their own amusement and benefit, harnessing more universal power for them to swoop down and extract, because themselves could not because of their form or function. It's a hack job of a save, don't get me wrong, but if the rumors are true, and the next DLC Bethesda is planning is indeed called Starborn, I think it would be great. Have the Starborn or the Unity be a master of puppets that trick the Starborn into gathering universal or elemental power, with the powers that you get, and then have them come in and extract it, fight them, whatever. Do something! Do something! Do something with it! But no, you get nothing. That's the end. You get nothing. And I know Bethesda is like, you can find your own, explanation to this. It's whatever you think. It's such a cop-out response. Trying to save face. It's not gonna work. Bethesda is known for their awful writing, and it's prevalent in all of their games. They shine in the smaller, confined, and just smaller scale stuff. I don't even know where I'm trying to go with that. Since it's Bethesda writing the next DLC though, I imagine it shall be even more eternally dull. Bethesda, if you're not already working on it, you can have my idea. Just credit me somewhere. In the credits, I don't give a shit. I will try to save your company as best as I can from my armchair critic chair. We then get a speech about our progress throughout the game. But since I only did one faction quest before this, there isn't much to talk about. But, she does, or he, if you're a he, or a them. But yeah, you do get, you kind of, like a rundown of what you did, which is fine, I suppose. It's kind of like the end credit roll, that you get in Fallout 3, New Vegas, not Fallout 4, it's the same end credits for all the endings in that game. What a mess that was, huh? She talks about Constellation members staying behind and publishing their data, sparking a newfound interest in space travel to find hope out there. Why? It's not like the settled systems didn't have a hope from before. In fact, many places thrive. It's not like there's been some kind of calamity that find people hoping for a rescue from or an out from something. The writing here is so contrived, as if a checklist of things needed to be said in the epilogue. Hope, eternity, mystery. Also, if you go back, which you can kind of back out of this and not continue through the Unity, this doesn't come up later at all. What was being said here? I just realized that. They didn't think about this game at all, did they? 25 years in the making. Todd's dream game, everybody. It's also mentioned that since we defeated both the Hunter and the Emissary, the path to Unity is left open for everyone to find. And uninterrupted by powerful Starborn. What? If the path to Unity, the armillary, by extension, becomes common knowledge, surely the Starborn would come for it. It's not like they have gone anywhere. They can be powerful. What is going on? So we make the choice here. Enter Unity or decline for now. But why should we? Story-wise, it would make sense to some degree, I suppose, as the game hints that you will know more down the line, have your questions answered. But despite running that gauntlet several times over, you will not learn a single bit more about the overall mystery of Starfield. What a fucking letdown. This should be illegal. This should be illegal. This. Where did this come from? Whatever. Fuck you. What about this? The huge thing that was a super big mystery and there was lights and... Fuck you. Fuck you. Eat shit and die. It's also somewhat strange that I think... I think it was Pete Hines. I can't for the life of me find the video for this, but if somebody has the video, he says that the game kind of starts when you complete it. Somebody from Bethesda said that. Why? There are two ways to play the game, and they both don't really make sense to me, since nothing really changes when you go through Unity. Like, there's no incentive to do any other content that you already have done. the faction quests and side quests, adjacent tasks, because they're all they're all the same. Not counting a few tiny choices you have over some quest endings. There's a few little bit of things that you can. It just doesn't matter. You cannot alter the endings with your knowledge, and nothing different really happens. Like, you can't even, in New Game Plus, you can't let people know about the Terramorph situation. We'll get there, trust me. Which has the potential to save thousands of lives. As a Starborn, you can't warn the relevant people for this. You can't, nothing matters. You have some cryptic fucking cheeky remarks like, you know, but nothing of substance. It's just dialogue. No choices, no nothing. It's so bad. There are a few dialogue choices that can pop up sometimes, and that's about it. The main story gets an overhaul, but that's mostly so that you can skip it to get to the Unity faster. So the only end goal is to grind artifacts and temples and go through Unity again and again to no end. No reward. The other way to play the game is to start the game and do the main quest, go through the Unity and do that a few times, then do all the side quests. But why would you want to sit through that? And why would you want to do the most boring parts of the game first, you know? What is this game? Who is this game for? It's so sad too, because in a game not so bloated with mechanics and planets that don't matter, it could have worked. A Skyrim chunked game with replayability in focus. Every time you completed the main questline, you learned something prior that could have come in handy in whatever quest laid out by the player or to the player. Almost like a death loop type or a 12 minutes. The idea is there. It's far too grand to make it impactful or even interesting. I'll come clean and say this right now. I didn't go through the Unity. I did once when the game first came out, and I saw no major changes the first few hours of playing, so I dropped the game, and I didn't return fully until, well, this video. I have read up on all the changes people have found, and they're all very lackluster, other than the wacky Constellation changes in some of the universes, which are funny, I'll give them that, but that's what the whole game needed to be doing when you're doing New Game Plus. I discussed some of this with my brother, who tried his best, bless his poor heart, to get a different universe. But after trying, I think he said 3 times, he had the same constellation every time. So he dropped it and didn't even touch the Shattered Space DLC, which we'll get into. Hold on. Okay, well, we still have everything else to go through, building up to that. So in conclusion, the story presented here is not particularly great. There are a few beats that are memorable, and those that do resemble something interesting come across as incoherent or marred by some aspects of design choice or gameplay in general. When something seems like it's getting good, the ball drops and you're left always wondering what could have been. Putting the obvious gameplay issues aside, the story is the focus here, right now. But they're intrinsically so welded together in some aspects of the story that you can't dance around it. The temple, the traversal, the stilted and stiff conversations that literally, or at least try to, I suppose, carry the story. It detracts from the overall picture. There are no grand set pieces other than the New Atlantis under attack thing, yet that is reverted a few moments later and has no lasting impact. The deal going down in Neon with Walter is actually embarrassing after seeing literally any other game equivalent of this scenario. Any interesting character you meet is tossed aside as soon as the quest is done because the design of the game is to keep every interaction, city, planet, and the overall stories confined to one location. Never to have any effect on or in any other location because that would require hard work. More than 2 writers. I'm still baffled by this, or better writers. I am still baffled by this. Surely this isn't correct. 2 writers. I literally just went through to the credits, and there is no other writers that I can see. There are quest designers, but those are in charge of structuring how quests go, which I guess also needs some criticism, but damn, two writers that I can see. Put all that aside, because we have gone through the story as it's happened. But this has to be one of the most disappointing stories of a Bethesda game so far. Fallout 4 included. The ending serving as the cherry on top of the pile of shit they sprinkled some gold dust onto, in the form of 1,000 planets and a new animation system, and play however you like. What animation system? Fucking GTA 2013 had better animations than this. I think Dragon Age Origins had better, but there's millions of games that came out ages ago that have better mocap or animations than this. No, animation is a big part of why I love games, because if something looks fucking god tier, I want to play it even more. Like, if it comes to movements, a character walking, you know, that shit slaps. And this game, nah, man. Nothing looks right. Nothing feels right. Everything, they're just puppets being puppeteered by some drunk crack addict. Do you even walk differently compared to Fallout or Elder Scrolls? Like, it looks like the same animations. What are these animations? Look at GTA 5, Cyberpunk, which puts this game to fucking shame, by the way, launching 3 years prior. And GTA 5, like I said, almost a decade. The Witcher 3? Hell, even The Witcher 2. What the fuck are they smoking? I can't. It's such a disappointment. And they also mentioned that they didn't want Starfield to feel like an amusement park. But what did they expect would happen when you have Cowboy Town, Cyberpunk Town, dystopian clean future city? Not only that, but they all have outfits that match their theme park, making it feel so odd. I get it, and I kinda like it. To be fair, these different communities, religions, you know, sometimes even in the laws and lore, it's fine, it's awesome. But it is the definition of a theme park game. It feels childish, and adding to the insult, they have no major stakes in their world at all. The conflicts between the major factions in this game already happened years ago. They add nothing to the game world because they're trapped within the confines of their map. The stakes are low, minuscule in the grand scheme of Starfield's world, and thus rendering them uninteresting. Sure, the Pan quest in The Witcher 3 is a fucking waste of time, but wait, it isn't, because it's fucking hilarious and it adds to the world around you. Granted, only by lore in that particular instance, but the execution is interesting, and the reveal at the end feels smart, clever. The only time the game comes close to a revelation like the Pan quest in The Witcher 3 was during the UC Vanguard quest, which in all honesty, should have been the main story in Starfield. Either that or the current one mixed with the UC questline. We'll talk about it. Don't hold on to your britches, cowboy. We'll get into it. But holy shit. I realize I'm just rambling at this point, because there are so many things I want to say but it's either been said or it will be said soon enough. Starfield's story is a sterile, stilted, boring, tedious, and disappointing venture into the mystery of space that has no answer. Insulting. Let's delve into the 3 pillars of this game, first off. Well, there's a few more. Well, let's delve into the pillars of this game. Going back to the first few lines of this video, space lies within the center of Starfield. It's in the name, after all. Then why in their absolute asinine wisdom did Bethesda craft this absolute banger of a system, but then let it die in the construction bay? Going from point A to point B in your ship serves no purpose. The journey from one location to another, in prior titles from Bethesda, and many other companies as well, was sometimes the highest point. Seeing what could be seen, who could be talked to, and what loot was hiding in that shack, that cave, and that city over there. Filling the gaps between point A and B is filler in every sense. But it mattered, and was interesting because it was convenient, and it served as a chance to learn more about the world, maybe even get some dope loot while we're at it. That could have maybe saved Starfield a little, But now, instead of stumbling across these interesting locations on your way to somewhere, you're immediately taken there without any fat in the middle to nibble on. You cannot drive your ship through any interesting star stations on your way to your objective, or while exploring space, because you simply cannot explore. There is no longer any interesting bits in between you and the location. Sure, you can have a dogfight or talk to someone who's just randomly there when you spawn, but that's it. They took away what made exploring beautiful in proper titles from Bethesda. So now you're stuck with a ship you only visit to dump all your loot and crew in that you cannot even use for anything remotely functional. It's effectively a movable storage container with weapons. Add to that all the perks and accessories you can add to your ship. There are 82 skills to choose from in Starfield, and 18 of them are purely dedicated to one aspect of your ship or another, ranging from weapon damage and shield durability to what class ships you can fly to your grav drive efficiency and storage capacity. Many of these things can be upgraded by simply purchasing better parts. Ironically enough, the best parts you can get a hold of are locked behind skill unlocks though, but now seeing how little you'll be using your ship means that 22% of all these skills are completely and utterly shite. That's almost 1/4 of the entire skill selection. It's not that they're not useful, like being able to fly other class ships, but you don't need to. What's the point? You literally spend no time in these ships after the first few hours of the game. These skills don't even apply to people who'd want to roleplay as long hauler, which is a damn background choice, by the way. Transporting goods and people across the settled systems, really focusing and nailing down that aspect of the game, but you literally can't even roleplay it. What are you gonna do? Get your mission, then roam around in orbit pretending you're going somewhere? It's so dumb. Theory, the foundation of traversing within a singular star system, is there, but your ship speed is utterly incapable of reaching anywhere close to that speed, which fits the lore, as close to light speed travel has yet to be made in the literal sense of the term. Faster than light travel is basically just terminology for arriving before sunlight would, but something bothers me here. When traveling between star systems, when actually using your ship, we utilize the grav drive, which is perfect. But when traveling between planets and moons within a star system, we simply glide away. Sometimes these planets are literal light years away, so it would take months to get there, right? Years? Especially if we take our top speed into account, which isn't great, so can we go faster? I'm getting so confused now that I'm thinking about this deeper. I guess I'm putting more thought into this than Bethesda did. Why not have it be a grav jump everywhere then? Whether it is within a star system or to another system, to make this make sense. Maybe I'm nitpicking, maybe I'm being unfair, but if you think for a second that a system this big in the game that has been rendered utterly useless is anywhere close to time well spent in development is okay or acceptable, I don't know what to tell you. I know we're literally tearing this game a whole new one in this video, but I'll get to the why of it later, in a whole other section, and even praise the game where it can be praised. I'll even start a little now, because the ship building is an absolute banger. And by extension, the ships you can get a hold of during your playthrough are awesome. The freedom to pick and mix different parts, weapons, modules, and visual styles are like the joy of building with Lego. It's a late game feature as parts are expensive as hell. Getting to that point where you can start designing your own ship from basically scratch is a great reward for your hard work in the game. But I wish there was a black market for second-hand shop stuff somewhere where you can get like unreliable and shoddy parts that could have debuff on them, or, you know, but the price had been lowered. It would introduce the concept to a mid-playthrough character and let them have a taste of the good stuff and hooking them in. Ask any drug dealer on your local corner. The statistics don't lie, get them hooked early. Even though the higher tiers parts are locked behind a skill tree, you can build a large variety of nonsense and cool stuff. Not just that, whatever you end up constructing has a second layer to it, because inside the ship you're free to play some Fallout 4 if it so pleases you, you son of a bitch. Not just here, but in your settlements in this game as well. The settlement system it's making an appearance here as well. You can customize your ship like you can your settlements in Fallout 4. You can also do it to your homes as well. And as you play, you unlock more items that can be made and placed. It's also worth mentioning that basically any loot and clutter you find in the world of Starfield can be placed anywhere in these areas as decoration. Bethesda is great that way. Like, you have all these tidbits and you can pick them all up and look at them and you can bring them along and do whatever the fuck you want with them. But more on that later. So now you have the ship of your dreams. Time to fill it with a competent crew. You can hire randoms from bars and sometimes other locations as well, and some are made available to you through quests and interactions with people and places. This is a pretty neat mechanic that I feel is absolutely amazing because all these people have their own stats, so to speak, shit they're good at. These are all skills that you as a player can get by leveling up and choosing them from the skill tree, but having someone either bringing something you don't have to the table or perhaps boosting one of your own skills is pretty neat. Hiring someone who can optimize your cargo so you can bring more shit with you, a weapon expert that makes you deal top tier damage to your opponents, a shields expert to keep you all safe when shit hits the fan, it's cool. It's great even. But what's that? We never used a ship, so there's no reason to there's no reason to, right? Yeah, that's great. It's fine. Just to throw some salt in the wounds. Thrusters are pretty much useless if you unlock them. You can do some spins in combat and actually get some slight advantages to mess with your opponents and get more aiming time at them, but putting yourself at risk of being shot, of course. But I originally thought this was going to mean that we could dock at star stations manually, fine-tune our movement to enter hangars, land on places out in space, but no. The fuel consumption of these ships are also a useless addition. For lore reasons, it makes sense, but the only reason to upgrade your fuel capacity in this game is to avoid having to visit a star system to refuel on your way to your target. You don't actually physically refuel, you just spawn in a system with a full tank, and then you go on to your next destination. So upgrading this will give you the reward, and one reward only, seeing less loading screens. Bethesda really thought this was a nice little treat for us, huh? What a fucking joke. Because now, if you had a small fuel tank and you had to load in and out of several systems, seeing plenty of loading screens, but if you upgrade it, you see less. Or potentially just one. Yippee! The grav drive upgrade goes hand in hand with this system, as they determine the max length you can go, and the fuel then determines how many times and such. Once you get a pretty decent ship though, you never need to worry about that again. Or I did, anyways. With a certain ship, I managed to travel from the left side to the far right, and expended less than 40% of my total fuel capacity. Okay, so what? Then you have the lock-on feature, which is pretty alright. The one where you can lock onto specific parts of an enemy vessel. It's space VATS, essentially. And it's pretty alright. But it feels a bit clunky to use and very stressful, seeing as if you're doing this while there are other ships nearby, you just get blasted while doing this. It slows down time, so you can focus, but I often find myself thinking that it's a little bit clunky. Also, if an enemy vessel loads into the same orbit as you cannot fast travel out of that cell. Even with the ship so far behind, they can't even be seen, and they can't even see you. The game will not let you because you're technically in combat, even though they're not attacking you. You have to grav jump to go anywhere. You also have the power allocation system, which is a nice addition, directing power to whatever you think should be prioritized. Not really much to say here, it's fine. Upgrading your components gets you higher values and more power to spend on each major component of the vessel. One thing that's pretty strange to me is the power allocation to the grav drive. 90% of the time, you won't need a fast charge up time for the grav jump. But it is nice if you're in combat and see yourself about to go down with the ship. Other than that, you literally just shave off a few seconds from the load screen you're about to see. That's a downer. Space Combat 2 isn't anything mind-blowing, it's fine but boring, seeing as you don't have any arenas that are interesting to navigate within or around or through. There are a few occasions where you have some rocks floating about, but that's about it. Why aren't there more destroyed pieces of star stations, maybe? I guess making space combat fun is hard, as I'm having trouble figuring out the proper fix myself, or whatever I just said could be a fix, having you navigate through a cluster of rocks, or, a gas cloud, or, star stations. Maybe some more mechanics like a dodge, a small grav teleport at the cost of your overall power for a brief time, maybe? Being inside a huge space parking lot? I don't know. Speaking of, where are all the infrastructure to all these ships, by the way? New Atlantis has, 3 parking lots for ships? There are dozens just in orbit alone. This is a problem in the entire universe. Where do all these people land? I'd hoped to see plenty of ships docking at star stations, but that rarely ever happens. It's just so static. Bethesda's worlds without mods are static, already rendered, nothing dynamic. It does happen, like I said, that ships dock, and it is very cool if you can see it out the window, but it does happen very rarely. The ship should have some kind of Star Citizen map coming up from the UI. I think that would improve space travel a lot if you can just do it seamlessly from there. I don't understand why we have to pull up the goddamn menu map for this all the time. It's just... shit. So there's a few things that I want to comment on that you can see while you're out and about. Roaming, I suppose. You can see a ship called the Valentine, which sings sea shanties.
My ship is in tatters, all dented and worn, but I trust my old engine to get back by morn.
Which is cool, but it's ultimately a waste. You get nothing, you can't board. It's something, I guess, and you don't learn a sea shanty. No people on your ship sings. That would have been nice. Why didn't they do that? Grandma appearances are nice, I suppose, if you don't have a grandma and you want to relive the glory days. There are little to no unique things to do in space other than to talk to people or fight. All in all, what happens in space is you travel to orbit somewhere and one of three things can happen. You get a random NPC talking to you in one way or another. You can get jumped by some enemies, or you can just be left alone to go peacefully towards your next loading screen. There's also this kind of sadness. You don't connect with any star systems. Hell, sometimes I even had to look up where some planets were online to find where the fuck some places were. Navigation in space is whack and absolutely fucked. Finishing off the ship section. Why don't we get any starborn powers with our ship when we go through Unity? The others seem to get that. They teleport their ships like it's nothing. Like I said before, like I mentioned it before even. God damn. Just, you know, teleport back and forth or go invisible, something. They teleport their ships like it's nothing. And if we die, we don't turn into a cloud of cosmic energy. Why does nothing apply to everyone else, not apply to us? The ships are useless for anything but storage in the grand scheme of things. And Bethesda sadly made their spaceships in a damn spacefaring game one of the worst, if not the worst aspect of the game, as it introduces all these issues like loading screens, pointless menu selections, and pushing into your face the fact that there is only orbit. And barely that. What a waste of development time. Once you're done with space and your ship, you want to touch down on a planet or a moon, because let's face it, there's nothing up in space for you at all. You cannot fly towards the planet or moon surface and land wherever you want. You need to interact with the menu and select an area and force yourself through another loading screen. And an unskippable loading cutscene unless you visited that location before. That skips it, and you can actually land by using your scanner instead of the menu. I know I really need to shut up about these loading screens, but every time they come up, it's like an obligation that I have to fulfill. I need to mention it because it's such a big part of the game's failure. I warned you about this in the beginning, so don't you come at me this late in the video. We're not even halfway to the end. If it's this annoying just hearing me mention it, you know, seeing them at every step of the way through your playthrough, it's 10 times worse. The environments you can encounter on these planets are plentiful. Some are gorgeous vistas full of life and flora. Some have mountain ranges that cut off the sunset prematurely, leaving a new and thriving settlement in a valley of darkness, perhaps. Some points of interest lie behind a forest with thick vegetation just begging to be found. There are barren moons, frozen tundras, and hellish infernos to be explored. These areas are pretty impressive often for a randomly generated cell. Absolutely smashing! There is no doubt that we should appreciate that there is a vast library of environs for these planets, but they're not really breathtaking. They're interesting, but, you know. The problem, Bethesda, Todd, my good man, you fucking freak, is that if you are going through the trouble of coding all this, sculpting the models, texturing the world, you have to put a reason for players to want to go there. Dumped onto the crust of any planet or moon, yes, any other than Earth, I suppose. There are plenty of points of interest, ranging from, you know, a few dungeons, resource facilities, enemy camps, and all that jazz. We'll go over that soon, but let's get this done with first. The points of interest you'll encounter are interesting. Let's not be too mean here, and many of them take some time to get through. You can test your combat metal and go in stealth, which is fucking awful by the way, and approach these dungeons, as I'll refer to them from here on out. There are enemies of different levels, different loot, and in many there are even some lore you can find about the location you are visiting. The problem here is that whether you find this on fucking Mars or on a planet on the other side of the settled systems, they'll be completely identical. All the way down to the most minute detail. Enemy placement, the place of that damn plant on that table, the same fucking notes. What were they thinking? It's insane. The structures are explained to some extent in the lore as they were meant to be placed fast and without any thought, modules and the like, but why not instead have them be randomly generated? It would at least be something better, but it's utterly inconceivable how they thought this was going to go over well with anyone. So when you see a similar structure, you immediately just turn around and look for something else, only to find another one you've been through several hours earlier in a completely different star system. So when you've seen a few, you'll start seeing them again and again. And what's the point of exploring if you don't want to do that, other than for the combat? Well, there are civilian outposts that have either local quests for you, meaning you can complete them within the cell you're in, aka the map or room, so to speak, if you're not familiar, or ones that send you off-world for some mundane task. These are basically the same quests you find on mission boards because, you know, they're the same. Local quests range from eliminating an aggressive group of rebels somewhere around the settlement, or getting some lost sod back to the settlement. Wow. So we're back to finding the same points of interest again. Literally being pushed to see them, even though you try to avoid them. Other than enemy encampments, there are caves with shit loot in them that takes like a minute to explore. There's abandoned structures that have been taken over by flora or like alien animals. There's also natural phenomenon like tall rocks, watery patches, some vegetation, some floating rocks, gas. The novelty of venturing to a new planet and seeing what's out there wears off exceedingly fast. The novelty of venturing to a new planet and seeing what's out there wears off exceedingly fast. The building blocks of Constellation and the reason for all the different planets. The game's reason. The promise of something out there worth seeing, worth exploring. Granted, there are a few dozen points of interests, and they are handcrafted areas as well, but I'm gonna share with you a little secret. Skyrim had over 400 points of interest. Fallout 4 had 350. Hell, even Fallout 3 had around like 150. But they all had the ability to draw you in with an intrigue, you know, lore, unique NPCs, maybe an enemy, or maybe even some cool loot that fits the area and placement. Look at how these points of interests are placed on the map. One here, one there, nothing in between. Okay, good. This game's gonna sell gangbusters, Todd. I found it utterly inconceivable how any actual developer or creative lead on this game had this as a goal. In fact, I think they all must have started ripping their hair out as soon as they got the news of how the world would be generated and how they would have to fill every inch of them, technically, you know. Granted, there are quite the number of unique places to find, but it just doesn't make sense how they all exist, and they're all the same, and it breaks the lore with the literal copy-paste nature of them. I haven't seen them all, I'll be honest, because after being fed the same 10 over and over again, I just stopped exploring planets. Sometimes ships land in the distance, and you can go trade, kill, or talk to them, which is very odd and never even worth it. Sometimes Starborn land in the distance and walk around without any rhyme or reason, or any purpose. Same with traders and explorers. Just give them a scanner or something, make it look like they're doing something. You just land on a remote piece of soil and walk around. Bring the world to life, make it cohesive. Bethesda is incompetent at this, or they have become, I should say, more so, but we already talked about that. There aren't any encounters that I've seen other than that woman walking around with an alien pet. That is interesting. There's nothing on these planets other than a literal copy-paste bullshit and scanning. The fucking scanner. I guess we'll squeeze a little bit of that in here too. So it's never explained why you suddenly get the ability to scan once you get your fucking watch. But we have to work with the assumption that your wristwatch can scan anything living and also control people's minds? Later. Just later. Every planet has a random selection of fauna and flora and planetary traits, though they do not possess all of these things and are not affected by each other, but they can be affected by the temperatures and atmosphere on the planets in questions. Basically just limiting what can spawn there or not. Let's start with the wildlife. In Starfield, there are no aliens, at least not any interesting ones, which we all kind of expected, to be fair. Or maybe not, you know? I don't really mind there not being any intelligent aliens, but yeah, this is what we get instead. We get the lesser intelligent version of aliens. These fellers. They serve two purposes. The first is for loot, in terms of materials and or crafting components, and the second is that they can be scanned. The same goes for flora. When scanned, you accumulate information about these animals or planets, and you have to scan a few to get a full overview of their stats, their temperament, and what resources they will yield if killed. It just sucks to me, by the way, that you have to scan like fucking 20 of them every single time. What does that add to the game? You could have done like 3 or 1. It's just to bloat the game. All this goes into the overall planet knowledge stat. This is used for selling, basically. Earning money and another form of mindlessly just trying to grab the 100% out of the game. For you to play longer, I suppose. Because other than selling and some pretty lucrative XP gains, it has no use, really. And to add to the annoyance, what you scan, animal, plant, or metal, or mineral, or planets, even, is never logged anywhere. There is no comprehensive bestiary of all the variety of alien life you can scan. There is no terminal or book to go to see what materials you get from each plant that you've spent so long scanning. It feels like as soon as you leave the planet behind in the rear view mirror load screen, it's all gone to the ether. Never to be seen or heard from again. It absolutely baffles the mind. There are a few perks too that kind of improve your scanner range and all that jazz. I was originally going to talk about the perks that you can utilize on a planet. They basically involve you getting more stuff from each thing you harvest, scanner range, all that jazz. There's nothing interesting to be learned here. Constellation, which let me remind you, is one of the 4 major factions in the game, and their whole shtick and mission list consists of what we just went through in this section. The Constellation mission board only has these types of quests, which is absolutely mind-numbing. Why not have us explore some unique areas that have been reported suspicious in terms of gravitational reading, or maybe help someone get to a livable planet? Anything. Every step of this game is marred by the foundation of these fucking planets and the fact that there's nothing to do. Well, you can't shoot, I guess. You can shoot. From weapons that physically make sense to the lackluster implementation of the melee system, to the powers you are given, the combat is actually, no joke, both an improvement over the previous shooter, Fallout 4, technically Fallout 76, I guess, but let's forget about that. Even before launch, there was an admittance that id Software, or ID Software, had helped Bethesda build aspects of the game, and without doubt, everyone's frickin' minds blew up thinking they had attempted to replicate their god-tier shooting, like from the newest Doom, into this game. No, you stupid child. You cretin. You dumb buffoon. It was to help with the motion blur. Ah. That's at least the only feature directly mentioned, and some other features and tricks to make the game feel smoother. All that, and the game still runs like shit. The gunplay isn't really anything too special, but it isn't bad either. It's very serviceable in the grand scheme of everything, I suppose. Though there are some praises and some drawbacks here, and there are some choices that are absolutely baffling to me. You have your usual ballistic weapons that fire live rounds, physical rounds. There are laser weapons, and there are particle beam weapons. They all have their own strength versus different enemies. There are 53 weapons in the game, I'm pretty sure, not including grenades. And with the Shattered Space DLC, they added a few more, I think 8. The perks associated with each weapon type and grenades are pretty basic and boring. It's your usual do X amount of percentage more damage with your selected type of weapon. Standard shit. There are also some reload speed benefits to some sniper stuff too, and there are some other perks that aren't directly combat related that also tweak your combat output, like the stealth kills and such. Instead of just having damage output modifiers, it would be cool to just have you locked out of a special set of weapons for any given category that you could only get or use effectively if choosing to specialize down that skill tree. Make it seem worth it. But no, we'll get a percentage boost and you'll be happy with that. Many of the weapons don't really feel any different to each other, but the ones that do really makes them feel special. But at no point did I ever think of changing my weapon because my weapon was ineffective against an enemy or that I had to switch up my tactic. Even when playing on the hardest difficulties with survival mechanics turned on, there just wasn't any enemy that I encountered that required me to do anything or any thinking at all. And I rocked for the most part just regular ballistics and the odd laser weapon here and there. When I found one that wasn't just a run-of-the-mill version of, you know, fucking awful one. Speaking of, almost all weapons have a rating. Calibrated, which is slightly better than any base weapon. Refined, which is better. Advanced, and then there is superior, which they don't apply to weapons, but they apply to wearable items. These just tell you how good they are compared to the base version of it, essentially. On top of all this, there can be mods, which have been added by NPCs or ones you can add for yourself at a weapons workbench. And these can add some fun little additions to any weapon or armor, but my god, who can honestly say they stood at their workbench in Starfield to do literally anything? I know I didn't, and if you did, please comment about it because what kind of animal are you? There is also color grading, which Bethesda added because they want to seem like a looter shooter, I suppose. Which I guess is what the game kind of is sometimes. It's just so messed up seeing this in every RPG lately. It is a nice way of easily seeing the rarity and which ones to take an extra look at, but in my honest opinion, I liked it when games just had a cool name for a weapon. That's how you knew you should probably inspect it a little more. It's just a personal preference though, but it seemed a little bit more epic. Like, can you imagine like you're looting a guy and you find the Avenger or something instead of just like calibrated laser pistol with a sniper mod on it. Yellow. Right. Fucking A. Am I getting old? Am I old man yelling at Cloud now? Oh my god. I don't really have much to say about the weapons, to be honest. They're all just fine, a little bit boring. But once I got a good weapon, I rarely wanted to switch it out, and even the unique ones I didn't feel too keen on, using. Such a shame, because they all seemed very weak. In a galaxy full of opportunities, there was not a lot of unique weapons that left an impact on me here, sadly. I could replace the word weapon with spacesuit for what I just said, and it could almost fit perfectly. The spacesuits and helmets are fine too, but they are rather dull looking, aren't they? And I get that they wanted that NASA punk vibe. By the way, what the fuck is the punk in their NASA punk game? I have yet to see any punk, other than maybe the Crimson Fleet, I just remembered. And they sold the whole game on that line, NASA punk. I do like the design of stuff, but I don't see any punk anywhere. I see spaghetti western, I see dingy black alley crime aesthetic, realistic NASA, and standard dystopian space city, but never punk. Punk my eye. You have resistances for different weapon types and even the elemental damages, but trust me, we'll get into that later in the survival section. Helmets and the suit itself are two different parts, so you can mix and match what looks best for you and what stats you want. I do like them. The only negative thing I do have to say is, other than what we'll talk about later, I guess. Wait, I guess I can just talk about one aspect of it. Hold on. The environmental resistances, the suits and helmets. You get thermal protection, airborne, corrosive, and radiation. This is for when you visit planets that have an environment that is challenging. Thermals are self-explanatory, as cold and warmth can be an issue on many planets. And today's technology would help against absolute zero temperatures effectively. But when the suit gives you an extreme temperature warning for negative 30 degrees or 30 plus, that's absolute shit. And it shouldn't be considered wear or damage to the suit. Today's suits can handle all the way down to like negative 150 degrees and 120 degrees. Fucking lol. Radiation, I actually had to had to read up on some material here, and even a paper that NASA published, and today's technologies isn't that great at keeping radiation from deep space at bay with a spacesuit, at least not for long periods of time. So this one makes sense, actually. I guess they never improved their well, I mean, they never improved anything anyways, you know, fucking, it's the same shit from 150 years ago. It's the same stuff. Corrosive explains itself, acid that will eat through your suit and fuck shit up. But the last one, airborne. From real life, we know an oxygen mixture is carried with the astronauts, and the air that carbon monoxide gets filtered through a lithium-ion filter, and it lasts about 7 hours. That's about it. The problem here is that why would a toxic gas hit the player and cause damage only after a little bit? And wouldn't we just run out of oxygen first? I mean, it's on a closed loop, it makes no sense. The original negative thing I was gonna say is that most of these suits look the same, which is a shame. But ones that are unique are pretty cool, and I find myself clutching onto those for the entire playthrough. So, now we have guns and our armor. Who we fighting? Oh, I see. Take a look at this list. All of these are effectively just guys. Humans. Guys with different sets of armor. Okay. Let's take a look at the creatures then. Oh. Over half of these are just the same with different skins or stats. Okay. My god, I can't tell you how tired I got from shooting the same type of enemy for the entirety of my time in Starfield. It's just guys, guys, and more guys. I get it though. They wanted to make it realistic. And having a shit ton of weird aliens or something running around would be odd. But make some apex predators or some shit hunt you down exploring, or some semi-fucking intelligent gorillas that have taken over an outpost or something. What were they thinking? They had the whole universe to fill with interesting creatures for combat, even humans, perhaps with mechanical combat arms that's modded for combat. I mean, they do advertise that people are getting robot implants everywhere, but I have not seen a single character or NPC that has had an implant of those kinds. No arm, no leg, no nothing. I guess the neuro stuff, but that's not the same thing. You could have tanked up swollen, delicious enemies that will drain your magazine. And you could have types of enemies that are all into the drugs and just sprint towards you super fast like you do to them. Just like what happens in Cyberpunk. There could be nimble golems that hunt you down from cover to cover, like invisible with a damn sword. You know, your average soldier 76 or whatever the fuck his name is. Or maybe like a general of some, just something other than just guy. Guy number one. That's the whole arsenal of people you're gonna be fighting this whole game. Yeah, I'll fight a whole base filled with Johns. I guess this might be the most realistic, but in a universe where the possibilities for these things, you know, could happen, why is it so bad for me to want that when they literally lay it out for me? They want me to think that it could happen, it could be a thing. Why can't there be some rogue mech people, you know, roaming around and being mean, breaking the law, you know, outlaws, which they are outlaws? There are some mechanical enemies too, a handful, and I totally forgot about them until now, but there are a few, but most of them are just different versions of one of them. There's the Vasco type one, and some mongrel-shaped ones. But they fight like a human would, or an animal. So they fight the same and do not bring a lot of variety to the battlefield. I can't believe how they fumbled this, and how not a lot of people have talked about it. That I've seen anyways. The answers were there to spice it up if they just worked hard on it. There are some stimulants you can pick up and use in the game, you know, to do damage modifiers, protective modifiers, and slowing down time and such. But only on the hardest difficulties were they even somewhat needed. The healing ones were used like fucking oxygen, but not much else, which is a shame. The only time I used any kind of drugs was when I wanted combat to just be over with quick. I used some Aurora and some damage modifiers once, and that was it. There is also another problem that I can't believe Bethesda has not fixed yet. You see, when they made Fallout 3, they made a character hitbox, as you do. This is the frame of your character, or any character. You know, a box. The player occupies this box, and that is perceived by the game and its content, such as a physical object with physics, NPCs, and how the player maneuvers around the world. You know, this box, basically, that's you. You're the box. This is great. Some of you may know where I'm going with this. I'm actually kind of baffled how we have thought about this and Bethesda hasn't. So to get back to it, this box determines your size and where the enemies have to aim to land a successful hit. Great, this is rudimentary shit. Box is player. Player moves, box moves with it. Monkey explanation time. You sit. Box still same size? What? May crouch again. Box still standing. This problem. The hitbox does not reduce when you crouch. Have you ever felt that hiding behind a dusty old container or behind a barrel does nothing to reduce the bullets hitting you? This is why. You're effectively just standing all the time. And you wanna know what? Obsidian, the creators of plenty of absolute amazing games, and the ones that made Fallout New Vegas, actually fixed this issue in their predecessor to Fallout 3 when it launched, just 2 years after Fallout 3. When Bethesda launched all their next games after that, they never seemed to refix it. What in the world? So it was fixed in New Vegas, and they just went back to using the old code. It's still a problem. So when you want to crouch something like underneath some rubble in Fallout 3, if it seems like your character can fit through it, if you crouch, you can't because your hitbox is effectively just standing. What a joke. The same in Starfield. In a game about combat and exploration, you're limited by this bullshit. This was fixed in your engine in 2010, over a decade ago. How has this not been a priority? It would surely take less than a few hours to fix this, I'm sure. I'm no coder, and the mechanic itself it would take hours to implement. And then obviously it would just be tweaked in terms of other scenarios. It's a mess. Though, I have done some testing, and it seems like they might have fixed this for crouching behind stuff. My testing is very rudimentary, but it appears they might have fixed it this far, like in the last few weeks or months. You can lean around corners though, but I just can't let this go, because I feel like when you lean in this game, your character is just standing out in the open instead of having an actual hitbox lean. Because you get hit like a motherfucker when trying to do that too. Someone who can access hitbox visibility in this game, come back to me and let me know if that's the case, because I don't know how, but it just feels like it. All in all, combat is fun more than not, but you could do it without even thinking about it. Which is a shame, because all the mechanics are there for an additional layer to add to the fight. But they just don't want to deepen it in any case. Or just in case somebody didn't like it. Just trying to please everybody. It all goes back to Bethesda wanting everyone everywhere to just be able to breeze through their game without any consequences for their build or choice or just anything. An inoffensive and easy ride is what they want. And in turn, you get a forgettable experience. No big hurdle to be proud of getting over. No memories of a hard-fought event or fight or choice, just mediocre fast food gaming. In a game kind of begging to be a survival space sim, there were no real options to fully get that experience until 8 months later, when they finally decided to add real maps to the game and some other stuff. We finally got survival mode. Kind of. Where sustenance matters, where ammo has weight to it, where healing was limited to drugs and only sleeping in safe areas, where you could get combat wounds, afflictions and illnesses, and even environmental damage. They can all be tweaked to your liking depending on how hard you want the game experience to be, which has to be commended. In this option screen, you can personalize and balance almost every aspect of the game, and we rarely get to see that in games. Though I don't personally like it, I kinda just want one set experience, because then I feel like you can cheese it, if that makes sense. But it's nice for people to have that option. I enjoy the customization you can give the game, though I also enjoy the games that have a set difficulty and experience, but this game is so vast I think it kind of benefits from this option screen. From the combat damage dealt and received, ship combat damage dealt and received here as well, there are some other options that directly make up what many would call a survival game. The problem here is that some of these mechanics seems half-baked, but some are interesting, at least to me. When having been in a shootout, it was cool to have a big wound to prove I came out the victor despite it being somewhat challenging. A burn from a laser weapon as I rushed an enemy encampment. A broken bone after being hit by a melee type weapon. Bleeding from a puncture wound after being hit in the arm. If I misjudged a fall, I could risk suffering a fractured limb because causing me to think twice the next time around. These were interesting to me, and it actually put a layer of depth to the fights I found myself in. Now I had to weigh the risks of, well, risking it all, or risk getting all these afflictions and wounds that I had to be treated. And if I didn't have the right medicine, you know, it would be a bummer. Even if I did, the wounds to tell the tale would not heal immediately if you turned the settings up. It's a whole process going from severe, acute, and improving. In the end, it will be healed, but it could take days. If you needed to and wanted to, visiting the doctor will fix you up for the right price. I enjoyed all of these, actually. Sometimes it became a bit tedious having to think about all of this all the time, but it added some flavor, cause and consequence. To combat these afflictions, there are several drugs and items you have to use, that you have to carry on you as a person or on your ship. And as inventory space is limited, though you can customize that in, change the parameters of your carry capacity in the settings, there's going to be times where you're out of a certain type of medicine or drug. It adds to that need to actually head back to the city to buy more or try to find some and loot some. I can't help but think about how well this would work if the map was just a normal map and not some fucking fast travel bonanza. Some of these drugs can also give benefits to the player beyond their afflicting curing effects, ranging from giving you more O2, aka oxygen, to play around with, damage resistances and other benefits. But like I mentioned before, with all these combat drugs, you'll rarely use them for those purposes, even in a pinch. All these things combine into a pretty cool system that can give the player some role-playing capabilities and spice up the combat. Speaking of combat, the settings for damage output and input are appreciated, but only because of one thing. When designing some of the enemies, Bethesda thought that having them just be bullet sponges, just because, would be a nice challenge. And since they can't design interesting enemies for shit, they did just that. Give them more health. With these settings, you can customize that though, and it's appreciated like I said before. But it shouldn't really be necessary to have an okay experience. It would be okay to have a tank-like enemy be a bullet sponge, but there is no enemy like that. Except for maybe one that we'll talk about later in the DLC. Ship combat is also a strange one for me that I need to tweak, as I felt the enemies were sometimes, or somehow oddly enough, always super powered in the early levels of the game. So customizing it was a nice option, but again, it shouldn't have been the need to do it from the get-go. These options should be there to enhance the experience, not to be a necessity to play normally. I might be the only one with this problem though, as I haven't seen or heard a lot about the issues with other players. Other issues that can be linked to these settings are the vendor credits pool. As in any game, you'll have to dump off your precious little jewels that you found out in the world on your travels. And when finally getting into a town or finding a vendor, you can and should sell whatever you don't need anymore. That's fine, but Starfield has this issue where available vendor credits are capped at a ridiculously low max. As a result, it's harder to sell anything at all, because many things you loot will have a base value more than what the max vendor limit is. I'll continue to talk about this here instead of giving it its own fucking loot and clutter section. You can pick up anything and everything, technically, and everything has value, physics, and can be dropped where you like. This is awesome. But when trying to sell them, like I said earlier, it becomes a chore. Instead of having a system where, let's say a vendor does not meet your offer in terms of credits, let's have some kind of benefit in the store in the future. Add a discount, make a reputation system or something if you're gonna max it this low so that it becomes a problem all the time. It makes every weapon or armor or piece of valuable ore just go straight into the ship inventory. Or if you're just sick of it sitting there in general, just fucking jettison the shit out of it and be done with it. The whole economy needs a rework. It doesn't help that if you come across contraband, which is highly illegal to transport into major cities, it can be valued at over 10k a pop. And most vendors will sit comfy on a pile of like max 5k if you don't pull the strings in the settings to magically have them pull more out of their piggy bank. The pool never scales as you level up. It never changes, and if you have a lot to sell, you have to wait 24 hours universal time until they have restocked. But this brings another issue. The waiting is abysmally slow. And as stated in other videos and research, this wait time is artificially slow. And if you speed it up with mods and some other method, the game can still handle the computations and seem stable. It's an agonizing task to just try to sell off your loot. One of the most important gameplay loops in the whole game. What a mess. Eating and staying hydrated are self-explanatory, but somehow it took Bethesda weeks after implementing this nutrition system to add a hold to eat button. How is this company still afloat? It took modders about 2 days to make the fix for it. And yet people had to wait for weeks for an official implementation, which was highly requested, by the way. If you want to eat stuff straight from a container instead of looting it, opening your menu, sorting through your menu, and then eating it, sucks to suck, pal. Can't do it. Actually, not a fucking chance in hell. Sorry, can't be done. You have to just eat whatever's in the world, not in containers. Can't fix that. It only works on food that is visible and not in the container. If they spent this amount of time adding the simplest of things, then there's no wonder the faith of the company is declining. The cargo access distance is self-explanatory, setting the distance in which the player has to be from the ship. You know what the fuck is up with this setting. Yeah, you don't have to have old Bambi tell you this. Sleeping to heal is also a setting you can tweak, limiting where the player can heal when sleeping, and is also not something I have an issue with. In general, more options is always going to weigh on the positive side for me, so it's fine. You can also tweak the carry capacity, which is nice. Having a more limited inventory will make the game feel harder by result, as you cannot pack an army's worth of firepower. And meds and foods, you will have to be careful with planning. It'll no doubt make you go for some delicious chunks. The universe's finest, chunks. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but they're lightweight, that's what I'm trying to say. Limiting how fast healing items work is also nice, by the way. But the final one is a doozy. This is the messed up one. The environmental damage and affliction setting is absolutely horrendous. Not because it doesn't always make sense, but it is such a half-baked feature that had no thought put into it. Sometimes you'll have a quest. Yeah, you heard me. Quest. And that takes you out into the big world out there. Following along, Bethesda? That means you have to land somewhere on occasion. I'll bring back monkey explanation for this one to save time. Me, not immortal. Outside environment? Ouch. Longer I stay, more ouch. Not enough time to do quests before ouch kills this monkey. Banana not worth hassle, me say. Physically cannot survive to complete task. Me die before task can be completed. You fucking get it? The environment damage literally kills me before I can complete the quest you've set out for me. Even fully scripted story quests. And to add insult to injury, sometimes 10 degrees negatives Celsius will categorize as dangerously low. And you will die if you stay there for too long. Your suit has a protective shield, so to speak, that drains, and after that, your respective resistance on your gear will determine how fast you'll die from the environmental hazard. And even leveling up your resistances cannot and will not make you resistant and sturdy enough to survive some quests. You'll literally have to sprint full-on Usain Bolt that bitch, breaking immersion. And even when sprinting, it's often not enough to survive. Maybe I'm an actual fucknugget and I can't understand this, but on several occasions, I had this problem. Even with leveling up my resistances and equipping the right gear for the environment, who is this setting for? Was it even tested? As I suspect, many of Starfield's features weren't. How do they spend so much time updating the game? You'd expect it to perform at a normal standard. It's ages ago since this game launched, but I think they've just forgotten about it, to be fair, at this point. They were not at Gamescom 2025. They weren't at the Xbox thing, like Starfield wasn't anyways. Like, this game has just fallen off the face of the earth. Do you remember how they updated Baldur's Gate 3 when that came out? Hot fixes galore, and bug fixes, and several pages long sometimes for these fixes. Then look here. 6 weeks, and this is the patch notes. What a fucking joke. I'm actually starting to get upset. Can we get something more interesting going on here? Something cheerful? there are factions. I'm gonna need a bear for all these next issues we're gonna be talking about. The UC Vanguard. Arguably what I would consider the proper main storyline in the game. It actually has some stakes to it, and it builds up a threat that stands to test all of the settled systems in the game. The story of Constellation and the Starborn should have intertwined with this one and been the true main quest in Starfield. I think so, and a lot of other people too. All these faction quests are also linked to one major city, and it feels so forced, I guess. It's like the theme park feeling. In this theme park, you have these things to do, and over there you have something else to do. I don't know. I am mentioning this because everything you do in these questlines have no real-world consequence that can be witnessed other than maybe a few random encounters that I'll show later. They are done deals as soon as you wrap them up, and you'll never see a meaningful outcome of your actions other than maybe some NPCs mentioning what you did for them. We'll go more loosely over these faction quests, but we'll still dig deep where it counts. This shit is already long enough, as it is, but my god, have I got a lot to say, and I hope you've reached this point, because if you have, you should comment something. Anything with a word like wizard in it, or something, and I'll definitely give it some love. Now, since we've been over most of the mechanics in the game, I won't mention them too much unless absolutely necessary to the vision of the video, or, you know, if the context screams that I have to, but here we go. Joining the UC Vanguard is what starts this quest. I brought Sarah for this one, as every character has their own faction quest they kinda seem best fitted for. You sign up for the Vanguard and get to walk through the history museum about how New Atlantis came to be and the Colony War. Here you get to look at the factions and their outfits, and it just screams, say it with me, theme park factions. Oh look, I live right here. This section is pretty awesome actually, as it sets up some pretty interesting plot points for later. It is a ham-fisted way of presenting it, but it gets the job done, to be fair. Since it happened so long ago, it's almost fitting that it should come as some sort of lecture in a museum, I suppose. They talk about the war and how mechs and xenoweapons and... Cora? Cora? She's here? What the fuck? Why is she here? They also keep mentioning the Battle of Londinium, where a battle against the Terror Morph happened. Wipe the whole place with a nuke, basically, to get rid of them. More on this later, but you know, this is awesome stuff. After the whole war, they condemned the 3 top-tier commanders of the war to death, and banned the use of xenoweapons and mechanical weapons. Thus ended the war. Neat. Your companions actually have a lot to comment on during these questlines, and I do like that. It brings the world a little more together and improves their character, as much as they can in this game. You test your space combat skills in a simulator where you can hack to get your score even higher than what you managed to get in there, which is a nice option for the player, because the last wave of enemies in this are insane and almost impossible to do. You can try a few times, but I'm never managed to get it right. The shame. We pass and get sworn in. And even though we're told to raise our hand, our character does not do so. What? You already have the animation on hand, just use it. Again, it reeks of laziness. But that would require there to be an animation system for the player while conversing, which would be very, very hard for Bethesda, so they just didn't bother. Anyways, we get tossed out to some bumfuck planet to repair some comms, but the whole place is wrecked when we arrive. Adrian, a survivor of the horror show left behind by what we learn is a terrormorph, talks to us, and we get the security system back up and running in case it returns. This place, by the way, seems unique, it seems, and it feels nice to explore. The reveal of the fucking freak is pretty scary. Shows you it's standing on business, god damn.
It's on the move.
Look, I wouldn't engage directly if you can avoid it. The kill lanes.
See how little it takes, Bethesda. Just a simple custom animation. If you put this bare minimum of effort into every aspect of the game, it could have been, I wrote in the script, amazing, but it could have been better. We get the security system up and kill the fucker. So instead of having the first interaction where you are scared of the creature and future encounters, we get a lot of help, and it makes it all seem very easy. It's kind of how we got the power armor and minigun in Fallout 4 to kill the most infamously dangerous creature in the entire game series with ease. It lessens the tension for future encounters if we get away this easy in the first time around. Don't you get that, Bethesda? We get told by Hadrian that the Terramorphs seem to have spread across the universe with no sign of any cause. So this is indeed very strange, and it seems to follow wherever humanity goes. It is a colony-wiping beast, apparently, and it needs to be studied and understood. It even took down that whole Londinium place we learned about earlier in the museum. We get a sample of the beast and have to take it to Mars, where they can study it. We're told that some guy named Percival can help us, but he's gone missing, and he also has a debt that I have no intentions of paying off from my own pocket. So we get the option to alter his debt through the system, or we can go off an enemy encampment as payment, which is ultimately the best outcome in terms of XP anyways, but not in time. The whole dungeon seems unique, and I was excited for what was to come. Interesting interior here. I have to say all this because I have to mention every time something isn't a copy-paste, so we know what is unique content, which is fucking awful, and it sucks, but that's how Bethesda made their fucking game. Inside the cave, it would have been nice to see, like, moving carts and the like. I mean, there are rails here. Add to the chaos when that firefight breaks down here. See? Every time something is fresh and new, I get excited. Take notes, Bethesda. My god. I'm worried for the Elder Scrolls 6. We get the key to explore even deeper after this whole thing, and delve even deeper to find a whole base down here that Percival has used to survive in. We hand over the sample from the Terramorph. It's obvious Hadrian and Percival are friends, and he is worried about how she is doing. The tests he run are concerning to him, and he mentions that he doesn't want another Londinian. So we go and meet Hadrian at the Sixth Circle, a members only bar for the Red Devils, like a Mars Special Force in the UC some time ago. Now disbanded, none of this matters. None of this matters. So we meet up, and the test is a match from the Terramorphs from Londinian. So we need to get some data from the Armistice Archives, which is a library of all data and knowledge locked behind, well, lock and key. So we have to set up a meeting with a group called the Cabinet. This is a selective group of people in charge of access to that knowledge. The Varoons and the Freestar Collective would also have to sign off on this, because this is all shared between them. And they can only open it if all of the parties agree, because, war secrets, I suppose. Which isn't a bad, it's not a bad idea. I kind of like this. It's kind of like feels like something's at stake. It's important. This brings up a whole interesting diplomatic setting where we have to convince all these factions of the settled systems to agree to let us unveil old and potentially dangerous war-related intel that should, at all costs, never see the light of day again. I like it. We also learned that both of them were scientists to deal with xenoweapons and placing them on the battlefield. And the place we found Percival in was their base of operations, researching during the war. Before meeting with the Cabinet, we talk to Hadrian, and she reveals even more about herself. That she's a clone.
What?
Of Francois Sanon, Bay Victus, former head of the UC Navy, one of the 3 people sentenced to their deaths at the end of the Colony War, as we heard earlier in the museum. See? The exposition worked. Paying shit off. He was charged with a mass murder of soldiers and civilians alike. A very decisive character that forever strained the relationship between the UC and Freestar Collective. She tells us this because the Cabinet might not like her involvement. The political intrigue is grand here, and it encompasses the whole settled systems. Do you see why this is a much more interesting setting than the main storyline? Already there's so much at stake, and we get to see all the factions and people who kind of run the place, and we learn about everything. I mean, the main storyline is somewhat interesting until you learn about the Starborn, to be fair, mystery-wise. So they've introduced clones into the game, but at no other point in the game is this ever talked about again, other than 2 other people that can only act as crewmates on your ship.
Yeah.
It seems cloning isn't a big deal in this universe, but it feels like this should have been expanded on a bit. Kinda leaves you in the dark. Anyways, they wanted to clone him, Bay Victus, to have a version of his intellect and wisdom incarnated in a person. which is fucked up, but I see the vision. I respect the hustle. You stand and talk to the cabinet, and all I could think of was how much this reminded me of Mass Effect.
Do you really believe this can stop the Reapers? Liara believes it can work, and so do I. And while I haven't always agreed with Udina, he's right about this. We need to stand together.
I mean, this is great. I don't complain, I'm not complaining. And it actually feels like you actually have to fight for your right to access the information that you need. It feels tense for once. Where, even though I know Bethesda would never, because they're scared shitless, it does feel like you can mess up here a bit. The stakes are high. You have to fight for the access, and also to convince them that Hadrian isn't out for doing anything personal, like her father and his bad reputation has painted her. You can even go up here and self-sabotage, actually, saying that you don't want them to hand over the information to us, which is a surprising dialogue option. Basically setting yourself up for disaster. But I quickly understood why Bethesda did this. I think you can guess why. We'll get to it very soon. Sarah seems to dislike me wanting the information, which is surprising to hear, you know, and also her fighting me in front of the cabinet, going against me and what I wish. See? Stakes. It feels important. And here comes the kicker, bud. Yep. None of this matters.
So, if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to... What was that?
Attention. An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God.
Damn it. They're here. Now.
There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
That's why they serve you all these flavorful dialogue options before, because the end result of the meeting itself has no bearing or relevance to what's been argued. It's like you took away my little dessert, Bethesda. I really wanted it too. Terramorphs are attacking, very conveniently.
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
And arguably, the biggest city in the whole galaxy, or in the settled systems, has their anti-Xeno squad off-world? What? They even said so. Their anti-Xeno squad is off-world. Why? They would just risk sending out the whole platoon and leave none to protect their city in events of a disaster like this. Well, okay. So we have to go fight. Okay, wouldn't it be awesome to just have you fight alongside the anti-Xeno squad? I mean, what does it matter? It doesn't really, you know. This is where we pick up the EM weapon. A non-lethal weapon that knocks people out rather than kill them.
Stop! We're trying to help you! Ugh. Switching to a new target.
I was so stoked by this and started dreaming up scenarios and different endings to quests and the way the game would change now that I've got this type of weapon. But no, not a single quest other than a few in the UC questline can be affected by having an EM weapon as a non-lethal option. There is no non-lethal option in Starfield. You don't even get XP for knocking anyone out. And you're robbed of the option to, well, rob your enemies when they're downed. They're doing it again. They're dangling the keys right in front of your face, just out of reach, and tosses a medicine ball at your face for trying to catch a glimmer of those shiny, gleamy, shiny coins. Keys. What a fuck you to the player. Why even have this? The citizens have gone mad for some reason, and we have to knock them out. So we do that and learn that the Terramorph can mind control people, technically. It doesn't affect everyone, though. So that's convenient for us. Okay. The city is under the same lockdown we were here when the hunter came for us in the main story. It's very rehashed. It uses the same assets in the same scenario. But I guess there isn't a lot of variety to the standardized shutdown protocol of a city, I suppose, but still. So we fight a Terramorph, these fucked up creatures, and we use our powers to do so, and no one has a comment. Not even Hadrian. Not the chief of security. No one. Why? Not even a whoa, what was that? You know? I can put that in the game. Hire me for a voice role. There is no consequence or penalty to using your to using your powers, and I wish there was. Or there's not even a benefit. Start a cult, I don't know. There's nothing. Why even have the powers? Fuck it. Constellation wants to be hidden so hard, so it feels devious to use it publicly. But like I said, there's no reason to do it or not do it. Just do whatever you want. You don't need a consequence. Shut the fuck up and play the game. Look at these planets. Look at all these 1,000 planets.
Todd.
Yeah. Also, this might just be me, but the Terramorph never uses, like when you see it out and about, never uses the mind control ability that it has anywhere else in the game. I've never seen it. And I played this game for a lot of time. And I've done some research too, because it doesn't seem like anyone else has seen it either online. Okay, I guess Bethesda just forgot the arguably main ability of the most distressing threat in the whole galaxy with this creature. What? This is supposed to be the main alien threat in the settled systems, and they forgot to keep it interesting. Jesus Christ, they had the ball. You punctured it. I mean, the coding is there. The animations are there. Just use it. Hadrian also says directly to the audience or the player that it was very convenient that they attacked just now.
Almost hard to believe. Suppose we were just in the right place at the right time.
Don't even bring it up if you're just gonna be a dick about it. The writing is so poor. So now the cabinet has a pretty clear reason to give us the information we need. And anything prior to this in our talks that we had earlier is just wiped and it doesn't matter. Because of course. Hadrian gets her role reinstated as Major, and the Spacefarer gets to become the representative for the group responsible for resolving this. I'll get citizenship if I agree, which gets me the ability to buy a property in the city. A bit more spacious and, high-end compared to the Lodge. 2 homes in 1 city. Fair enough. Having the different factions agree to work with us is a different task. And where some real intrigue for me happened. The ambassador of the Varoons needs to be talked to and talked into agreeing, but we learned that they haven't been seen for years. And no one has been in there for all of those years. So they just give me a key that they've had all this time, and they want me to check out the situation? Why haven't this been done before? Why wait until now? They even say that they've detected life signs in there, but not ones we were expecting. What? Why not go check this out? This seems dangerous. They even mentioned earlier that they have them classified as a security threat, the Varoons, and they don't think, strange life signs coming from inside their embassy was cause for concern? What in the world? Also, everyone in there has apparently left, except for the ambassador, allegedly. Goddamn. The whole place is overgrown from the outside, and New Atlantis haven't dropped the hammer on this embassy yet to, clear up their shit. The whole world does not exist without the player. It's obvious. Also, it seems like Sarah is a Varoon sympathizer? Ew.
Now hold on a moment. There's no reason to assume we're better than they are, despite their cultural beliefs.
Still, the Varoons are odd and mysterious, and I was looking forward to this. But for some reason, you have to visit the Freestar Collective first. It gives it up without much hassle. The key, or whatever. After glazing her and getting some brownie points, I suppose. And I found it fucking hilarious that they have this machine to give you the key you need. Like a generator one for security, obviously, but... And it makes sense that they had a machine to crunch out these, but it's just... just insane. It's very funny that they have a printer for this. Entering the Varoon embassy needs to be done through the side exit we got the key for. And for once, I felt real intrigue that I was going to learn something cool and wicked. And when entering the embassy, we get the sense that we are about to do just that. Inside the embassy is run down, abandoned, and yet, behind all this rot and mess, there is lore of House Varoon. It's safe to say I spent a lot of time just looking around. I actually ran back to get Andreja with me, but she wouldn't have any of it, because, I was already in a quest with Sarah, so that made me sad. Why have this weird restriction, but fine. This was before we did the Varoon DLC, by the way, so I just wanted to learn as much as I could before doing that. But safe to say, I was very disappointed. Sarah keeps talking over important bits. Sarah? Please stop talking!
This isn't what I expected at all. It appears the flora they were using as decor has overgrown the entire embassy.
It's obvious that something wrong has happened here. Plants overgrowing every part of the facility. Fumes, spores, a mess everywhere. It suddenly shifts into a slightly horror vibe, as you have to make out the enemy robots trying to take you out from behind all these vines and branches. And it doesn't help that it seems like a madman has decorated this place with mannequins and other oddities. We talk to a voice through the comms, and I get the power on for him. And so it goes on until we find the ambassador and we talk to him. He doesn't seem that on to me though. I kind of wish they had some crazy old man in this role instead of this guy who just seems normal.
You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured.
Why has he let this madness go on? He just says, who could cage such a beauty? Okay, I suppose he is a little bit mad, but he also seems very worried that he got locked into this tower when the Terramorphs attacked. But he hasn't spent a day outside in years. Why would it suddenly become a problem not to go outside for a bit? How does he get food though? I am a little bit confused about all this, and it seems a little half-baked, to be fair, because I couldn't find any solutions to this. So after some talking, he prints out the damn code. I read his diary as well, because, of course, which reveals a bit about him and how he struggles with his tasks and other political matters, which is nice. And I'm on my way, I suppose. I mean, it's not nice that it can't do it. It makes, you know, it builds character. Lore. Goddammit. Now we go to the Armistice Archives. There's something cool about the Armistice Archives. It feels tense and important, and unlocking it is a whole process. It's also a nice detail to see the House Varun booth is empty. It adds so much to the feel of, you know, their absence in everything, and it builds upon their mystery. It's just too bad that it's all fucking let down when we finally learn about them in the DLC. We get the data and return it to Hadrian. She starts the research with Percival, and we get our citizenship on top of the mass building, which is neat. While on top of the building, excluded from the world around us, we are tasked with a secret mission to meet with a person of importance.
There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position.
I was actually pretty impressed by the twist here, as we go to speak with this person, locked away in the deepest dungeons of Mast, the big building we're in. I probably forgot to mention that, but it's okay. In a prison cell as large as a small house is down there, and it is revealed to be the convicted war criminal and supposedly executed Vei Victus, Francois Sanon. For the first time in a while in this game, I was at the edge of my seat to see where it was going and to get some answers to what was going on. The UC wouldn't let this mine go to waste, and staged not the trial but the execution itself, effectively keeping him prisoner, a consultant to the UC from the shadows, a powerhouse of a military mind and strategist, but also the guy who dropped the bombs on Londinium, and the mind that sacrificed countless numbers of combatants and civilians alike, which is all what led him here, of course. He's aware of Hadrian's existence as well, but she is not aware of him, which brings up a weird power balance for the player, as we are, several times actually, prompted to confess about her dad being alive, which I'll give Bethesda credit for. Is actually, it made me a bit uncomfortable at times. I had the option to say something, but I didn't. Telling her, however, does have some consequences for some quests and some additional content, which I do like. As he knows the location of Hadrian and Percival's old team, which will be paramount to getting shit done, we are to do something for him, tracking down an old war friend, dealt with mechs, and deal with them. Fair enough. But when leaving, I talk to Sarah, and she has no questions for me. She only babbles on about her own personal quest, and there's even an option to tell her if you so wished it. I thought the members of Constellation were the Spacefarer's closest allies, and even if you're married to one of them, you cannot confide in them anything about this whole ordeal. Bethesda made 4 proper companions that are affected by your quests, that has comments, and that you can have relationships with. So you have 4 companions. That's not a whole lot. And you still don't have writers to give them some depth in scenarios like this. This is an absolute, like, universe-changing amount of info that I can literally not tell anyone except for Hadrian. It would have been cool to tell companions, ambassadors, and other influential people that it would be... I guess that would be too much to write, or code, for Bethesda. But they constantly put themselves into this corner. The scale of everything is often too grand for the options that could have been on the table, so they just cut it. Example, if the Freestar Collective got wind of this, it would have most definitely turned into another war. Maybe. Or at least some conflict here and there. And there would definitely be some characters that would act differently and have more to say about it all this. The latter is an easy fix and a manageable one, at least. Write and record a shit ton of dialogue for this exact scenario. Try to downplay it as much as you can with, and hide behind the, we can't take any drastic measures line. Just do something. I can't expect a whole war to break out, because that would have been insane. That would have been insane to put in the game. But if I'm asking these questions, that means that they could maybe have had that option? And I'd rather they at least explain to me why it can't happen the way I might expect. Does that make sense? I don't know if it does. I think this problem is just a deeper rooted problem in Bethesda's games, especially the Elder Scrolls games. Not as much in the Fallout entries, because by the nature of their smaller scales, but smaller cities and less people involved. It's all on the table, even though they don't give the player a lot of options to do stuff differently here either. At least not in the 4th entry. I'm rambling. I don't know what... Am I drunk? I don't think this makes a whole lot of sense. But I'll leave it in here regardless. I might drop it. I don't know. Explain to me the things that should happen... Hold on. I'm gonna condense it. Explain to me the things that should happen but cannot when the stakes are this high. So, Sarah doesn't have any questions. She does not ask what I'm doing down here. And I go down there a few times during this questline and I can't tell her shit. But regardless, I have to drag her on a mission she knows nothing about. But she just nods and agrees and hopes that I'm not some lunatic. Just goes into a murder spree. I mean, she's coming along with me anyways. Isn't she gonna learn about this, secondhand anyways? For a character that seems pissy about everything she does, or anything I does, she sure seems to shut up a lot here. Because it would be hard for Bethesda to write it, whatever. Yeah, fuck Bethesda, fuck Sarah, fuck this game. Before that, we can also talk to the UC deputy about it all. And Sarah is right behind us. And she doesn't care. She does agree that we have to take this guy down, but no need for murder. What? And also going up and down the tower in mast to update people is tedious. A comms thing would have worked. A fucking phone, anything. They have the technology to do short range comms. It's so dumb. So everything is like in Starfield, we're back in Skyrim times. You have to go to people to deliver your info and whatever. You have to you have to physically go to tell people stuff. Just call them. It adds so much time to the playthrough and it's so tedious. It's like they're living in like 2011 still, Bethesda. We attack the guy Victus wants us to kill, and with the intent of seeing if Victus is full of shit, I board and explore the ship. By doing this, he actually just kills himself when we board. Which I guess is just so that we can't ask him any questions? Okay. He has some unique gear, I suppose, and an ID tag we can use as proof of his disposal. But there's no info here, just a note saying he'll kill himself before ever going to jail. Okay, that's nice. Nice of him to write that down for us, I suppose. And to add some insult to the weird writing here, you can't even commandeer the ship, the Warlock, which is his ship, and it is unique. Why on God's green earth would you not allow us to get unique ships that you built for the game? It's just another reason why ships are fucking useless in this game. And I can't go back to notify Deputy Elizabeth McIntyre, or whatever, that I failed in not killing him.
Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in alive.
Which she said I couldn't do, by the way. She said I couldn't kill this guy. And I can't go back to tell her, like, hey, mission failed, I killed this guy. Okay, it seems like that would be the direct next step after his death. But okay, fine. We give Victus the evidence through his little hole. And who the fuck pays me here? Where do all these credits come from every time we finish a quest? I don't think he has any money. He will get the team together. or the research we'll do at Mars. I guess through proxy, because anyone knowing about him and the other, other than those who are on the need-to-know list would be problematic, I suppose, but there's one we need to pick up ourselves. A robot. On an old battlefield. We report to Hader... Wait. Oh, she's over there. I could have sworn. Anyways, we tell her we've got her team coming, and we got to get this Kaiser. Or Kaiser. It's here for the first time the player can bring up the fact that her father is alive. It's these kinds of stakes that I want to see more of, It doesn't have to be grand in scale, like a war or a fight, but the scale that feels like I'm betraying someone. It makes me feel something. And to make it worse, this is a person that I'm gonna have to work closely with for the future, so, the feeling of being in charge of changing her life or not, the guilt and always second guessing if you're doing the right thing is a great feeling to have while being confronted with these dilemmas. I can't remember a single quest in the game where I actually had this hard of a time coming to terms with my choices. And having it questioned so often, nothing but praise here for Bethesda. This is how you do it. One-of-a-kind salvage is where this Kaiser of theirs is located. So we go there and find the remnants of an older time, the Colony War. Scraps and piles of mechs are littered around, and the guy who runs the place seems to have a business set up in all this. It makes him feel like a gritty opportunist, and it feels like something that would happen in real life as well. When you delve into the grit, and not just like the new Atlantis standard of cleanliness, that's where you find good stuff, Bethesda. This is why the prequels in Star Wars is so fucking shit, and Andor is, well, peak. Peak. He tells us that the bot has been out there a while hunting a creature, and Gel here refers to Moby Dick, that creature being Kaiser's white whale. And the game does this a lot, referring to the great books of the 18th and 1900s. It rarely comes across as anything other than being surface-level references, but the amount of references to these old stories and authors makes it seem like the story and setting would be more knitted and interwoven with the stories and tales of those books that are mentioned. Hell, over half the books in the game are, for example, Frankenstein, Moby Dick, A Christmas Carol, Oliver Twist, and so on. It feels a bit try-hard sometimes to just refer to these things out of the blue, and as the cynic I often find myself as, it just seems like the writers thought referring to the old greats would somehow make it their story feel deeper and more profound. It's just weird. I actually... Okay, this is where I kind of broke down a little, because I went ahead and read one of the books in the game to see what Bethesda would consider great inspiration and putting... what was worth putting into their game. Omega, The Last Days of the World, by Camille Flammarion. I think I am mispronouncing her name. I am sorry. And I'll be honest, as interesting as the concept of that book is, my god, is it bloated and weird. I was gonna put this into a whole section to itself, but fuck it, we're just doing it here live. The central story to Omega is that a comet is due to hit Earth with devastating results, and the book explores several points of view from all across the globe. It was written in 1894, and it is effectively a sci-fi, so reading this old novel trying to imagine the Earth several hundred years in the future was pretty interesting. I liked it. It's literally a book that goddamn Arthur Morgan could have enjoyed. God damn.
Cheers.
Anyways. The book talks about populations on Mars and even on the Moon, if I'm not mistaken, and how the Earth is going to cope and survive this disaster coming their way. But the stories we follow aren't following the common man or the scientists or even the higher-ups. No, this book is like a grand overview of the world at large, where we get snippets of great discussions among scientists and politicians, and the common rabble themselves. We focus on the stress and panic of the human race and how the days leading up to the impact is exciting, right? Well, if this book was about 200 pages shorter, maybe it might have been one of my more interesting reads. See, most of the novel is spent arguing the physics and science around the impending impact until the very end. And at the end, it gives you such a strange and bizarre ending that it all seems so off. The whole book is grueling scientific exchanges between so many characters, and at the end, we are talked through a spiritual and divine godlike write-off that clashes contrast-wise with the rest of the book. It's also mentioned that the last humans on Earth have a vision of Jupiter and how that planet survives humanity, which also brings up the question about why Jupiter in the game has a city icon that no one knows anything about or what it's for. I expect cut content or DLC coming very soon about that, but the book is fitting in a way that there's a lot of nothing being said, and when something finally happens, it's either very strange or hand-waved away with some nonsense. I don't know. I don't know why I read it. I think I even started another book too. I can't remember what it was. Hold on, I'll look it up. Oh yeah, New Atlantis. How could I forget? I didn't finish the whole thing. I kind of got like to where they settle a little bit, and yeah, I think that's about it. It's all very weird, but it's interesting. They are interesting books, it's just, I don't know. And if I'm not mistaken, that book isn't that long either, because it was never finished, right? New Atlantis? Is it? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look that up now. Yeah, New Atlantis by Sir Francois Bacon. Bacon? Oh my god. Yes, please. I don't know why I read them. I did, though. And it was interesting. I didn't have a good time with them, but no amount of gin and tonic and beer could make it more interesting, sadly, because I was reading this while I was on plane rides. It did help. Maybe a little. So that's my takeaway on why the books are in there. Inspiration, but weird inspiration. The roots and the themes are great inspirations, but very strange books. And they're mainly just put there for the players to feel smart when they reference an old classic, you know. You're not impressing me by bringing up old popular and cultural publications, Bethesda. This is not how it works. Maybe for like the brain-rotted people, you can be like, yeah, this is impressive, but nah, man. This location was one of the ones where I had to turn off the full-scale environmental damage, because when I originally came here, there was a storm, but it didn't feel like or look like a storm, and my super protection quickly disappeared, and I started taking damage. I could not finish the quest because of it. Yay. After looking at the footage though, I think I was just being a little bit stinky, because I think it was radiation, which is why I couldn't see it, but still, I couldn't even finish my damn quest. And I even tried to wait it out, which was the worst part, and it just never stopped, so I just had to turn it off. The robot we need just needs some energy. A special micro cell, military grade. So we have to make one, and we get sent out to some sites that might have salvage that we need. We can also purchase one from Gel, but fuck that. It's also said that the heat leeches drain energy from batteries, you know, these things. What? This isn't talked about a lot for the duration of the whole game. And it seems like a pretty big deal. I know they cause ship problems and stuff, and it is talked about then, but like, can we explain how this works? We go scavenging and come across a site where the creature the robot was hunting is his whale, a large siren, the last and final xeno-weapon that was used in the war. There is no way to capture it or otherwise get a different outcome for this creature, which would be relevant because it has a control unit attached to it. It's what it's for. I mean, you have to kill it. So, it's so dumb. I know xeno weapons are banned, but you know, whatever. we could have it as a pet. I don't mind. Also, it makes xeno weapons feel like a fucking joke, as I take it down no problem. This was supposed to be the alpha of them, but I kind of guess it is an alpha in a way that even in death it just refuses to perish. That's pretty alpha, not gonna lie. Also, Sarah, get out of me. After powering up Kaiser, he goes on and on about how he needs to kill this Unit 99, which is the siren we just killed.
Additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place. Request denied. My current mission requires completion. Will you provide support? My mission is the disarmament of Unit XW-99. Designation, Siren. Nearest final active xeno weapon, 99 has proven a far more formidable adversary than its peers. Will you aid me with disarmament?
I'm sorry. You're chasing a real, living xeno-weapon. Weren't they all wiped out?
You were, Sarah, you were there. We just did that. We killed it. Christ almighty, the one voice line, Bethesda, that would have fixed all this. This is like 1 year after release, by the way. Do you know what Baldur's Gate did in a year? They added they added endings. They added characters. They added companions. You want to know what Bethesda did? Here's a map and 3 bug fixes, none of which are relevant to you. So now that this, or his quest, is done, he can return to Hadrian, and for some insane reason we cannot ever have Kaiser as a companion. He makes Vasca look like a chump in comparison, to be honest. I would have liked him to be a companion. I would have used this guy as a companion. It would have been cool to have an option for a different robot companion. Come on, I mean, come on. Also, these enemies, because there are enemies littered about, are literally a 30-second walk away from their whole operation. You know, what is it called? The one-of-a-kind salvage. Yeah. They're like a 30-minute walk. How have they not been overrun yet? How have they survived out here? Not to mention the sirens that are running about? This place is just, it seems very half-baked. I don't get it. I kind of like the idea that this whole mech graveyard basically could be an interesting place for raiders and, you know, other people to come and seek their fortune. But once somebody has established a whole like operation here, it seems like they would just have authority in some way or be wiped out, but they haven't been wiped out. So what is happening here? Why are there so many enemies everywhere? Another little detail here that is great is that there's wind, but nothing is moving in the wind. Great. Static, Bethesda. Back at base, we're introduced to this grand plan to have this huge and slow Aseles alien deployed on planets where xenomorphs are located, and have them wipe them out, as they are their natural predator in the wild, but has been somewhat wiped off the map, so now we have to breed them and clone them, these big guys. But, I mean, I believe you somewhat, but have you seen how fast a Terramorph is? Look at this. Data also suggests that on every planet where Aseles live, there are no Terramorphs. So, I guess I'm just being dumb then? Thanks, Bethesda. So that's their main plan. They're compared to livestock to humans, these guys, so they're docile and friendly, but they're powerful enough to take down a Terramorph. You know what? Sure, I believe you. It's kind of like having a cow, but it has the strength and like DPS as a lion. You wouldn't want that as a pet, would you? Scary. Scary fucking things. Plan B, on the other hand, is a microbe solution. Let's put all the Aseles to the side, you know, and spread it through the air on affected planets, wiping anything with Terramorph DNA out. Which doesn't seem too bad, but she brings up that they haven't tested it yet, and it doesn't seem like they've started production or research or anything yet, so it's just a theory. But it could be a faster and more effective method. And I gotta say, I've been rewatching some clips to make sure I got all the info about this down, and since I'm very busy and an important man, I don't have time to watch this at its original speed, so I switched it up to like 1.5, and I didn't even notice, to be fair, but when I finally did, I turned it back down just to see how the dialogue flowed, and my god, it is very slow, isn't it? Just listen.
Sure. But Aseles were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. As livestock.
They're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up.
Sure. But Aseles were already spread across the galaxy once before during the Colony War. As livestock.
They're far less of a danger than the one we're proposing to clean up.
Anyways, Londinian seems to be where we need to go now, because that's where all the resources and materials we need are. It's also suggested that the Aseles were first found here, so it's their homeworld maybe, making the Aseles and the Terramorphs come originally from the same planet. She says that's why no one suspected that Terramorphs, you know, to come from that planet as the Aseles were on, because they were too effective cleaning them up. Earlier, she said that on planets where Aseles were present, there were no Terramorphs. But during the War of Londinian, they said that there were so many of them that literally lost against them and had to nuke the whole city. What? Was this due to them transport? You know, I'm getting ahead of myself here. We are sent to get ourselves armed and ready. Londinian is Terramorph territory now, so preparing for an actual hellscape was the only thing in my mind. So I got my badass fucking suit and got some high power weapons, and I felt like this is the shit, you know? This is hardcore. This is where I was either going to get the shit we need down there or die trying like a damn hero. I was hooked. The build-up of Londinian was great, being mentioned at several times, you know, building up how dangerous it is. This is how you do it. Simple and effective. I was stoked. I'm ready to leave. I swear to God. Locked in, oiled up, fit for fight. We exit our ship to go meet with the people in the city. We exit our ship and go to meet the people in the city. But what's this? It's barely below -20 Celsius. Damn. I thought this place was going to be more fucked up, but this is going to be a breeze. Okay. Oh, what's this? I'm freezing to death inside my spacesuit. What? As rated to survive at least temperatures down to like -150 degrees? That's not enough? I'll die? Okay. Fine. No fucking joke either. I had to turn down the environmental damage and, you know, affliction settings for the last time, and this time I left it off, so I don't die every time I step a foot on a planet that I had to do something on. I simply had enough. I had to push away a major setting in the game just because they hadn't been bothered to test it out. Motherfucker, by the way, I live in Norway. -18 degrees Celsius happens all the time, -25. Happens every winter. Sure, it's cold, but you'll survive hours upon hours outside with just basic warm clothing. Whoever designed this system has either never been in the cold or has been living large on the beaches of Florida all their lives. Or, in general, the system is just poorly implemented. I think it's a bit of both. Londinian is kinda cool. The design of it makes it appear cold, rough, and is begging to be explored for us, only to uncover the lore hidden away here. It's what any player would want after hearing about it for so long. It's only natural to wish to learn more and to explore the city. Take the ruins of DC from Fallout 3, for example. Like, you don't really get there until later on in the game, and people have been talking about it everywhere you go, and you're like, damn, I need to check this out. So we talk to the commander here and enter the city proper, without backup or any help. A sole soldier, which is a pretty weird thing. Why not just put some troops on my heels? The galaxy's fate is at hand here. I'm just gonna sit cold out there while I fight alone in there? Okay, whatever. It's built up as a place that was pretty big with lots of workers and civilians, but the overall feel is that it's pretty small and there's not much room for the player to go explore and find out a lot more about, you know, there's not a lot here. But such a major plot point for the colony war, it sure is underwhelming to come to explore this place.
The initial Terramorph outbreak that overran Londinian during the tail end of the colony war.
Yeah, I was fucking there. Calm your tits. You don't have to explain it to me like I'm fucking 5. It's so patronizing to have it explained again and again as if we couldn't put 2 fucking rocks together.
What's happening? Captain, have you seen this?
I'll give the game this though. Having this animation play out is sweet. It actually makes the whole thing come together with Hadrian's screams as well. Like I said a million times before, Bethesda, put this amount of effort into the whole game and you'd be solid. Is that too much to ask for? Also, you would have to fix your writing, but you know. So, heat leeches are baby terrormorphs. That's a fucking problem, isn't it? The good thing is that while they are babies, they're relatively harmless. But once they morph, get it? Obviously, that's when the shit is about to hit the fan. These little shits are transported by ships, most likely everywhere in the Milky Way by now, seeing as every fucking planet or moon has human settlements on it. I also love how the writers literally gave themselves a pat on the back with this line. This is a pretty big deal, right? Right. And it is, obviously, but subtlety is the key when it comes to writing that's supposed to engage a mature audience. See why this feels like the main story? Heat leeches are pushed in your face at several points during the main story. And even in the side contents, there are whole missions about this. It's a big part of the game in many ways, and after learning about this revelation, I'll give you, Bethesda, is a big part of the game in many ways. It is pushed enough throughout the game for it to make an impression that these damn things are everywhere. It's smart, it's subtle, and that's why it works. You know, it had such a good reaction on me, and probably most people, when all this is revealed. And I'll be honest, this is arguably the best Starfield has to offer for me. There is no better questline than this. This is where we've peaked. Lads, I'm sorry to say, this is peak. Obviously, this one grew because of the plants, the Lazarus plant, which indicates that researchers knew, and speculation now is raised that anyone who can manage to grow these, admittedly hard to grow plants, even harder to get to blossom, will accelerate the growth of these leeches and effectively have control of them when they're going to, you know, when they're going to sprout or morph, you know, and that can be used to make a Xeno attack. Was this what happened in New Atlantis? It's also kind of confirmed after getting a sample that it seems like these attacks are deliberately placed. The one in New Atlantis and the one where we first met Hadrian. This does lend a slight bit of credence to the timing of the New Atlantis attack. But if that's the case, it can only be a few people to point the finger at this point. We'll see soon enough what I mean. You can probably already think of the culprit for all this, but we'll wait. We keep the suspense going. Woohoo! Let's go! A recording is also unveiled here. That unveils that Victus knew about all of this. You're all seeing where this is leading, right? I had such a hard time getting this recording, by the way. Look at me being an absolute buffoon here. You can even tell her straight to her face how you think her dad's a killer, which is brutal, but also nice. But I feel like if she didn't have the same opinion, we would never have gotten that dialogue option. Wouldn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, would we? That's how it feels in this game. It's got kitty gloves on sometimes, well, all the time. So I call her father a cold-blooded killer. I mean, it isn't really her father. I know, but she's a clone of him. But I don't know what else to call him. A clone daddy? We can even tell her right here and now, at the crucible of this whole ordeal, that her clone daddy is actually alive. And it feels right to do it, but I can't bring myself to do it. Sorry, clone trooper. Yeah, I know. I know what you'll say. Bambi, that Star Wars joke is really forced. Fuck you, clone daddy. And do I hear Fallout 3 music? The spaceport is fucking creepy. And wouldn't you know it, you gotta fight this huge Terramorph here. Like a Terramorph anomaly. And it actually talks to us directly, telling us to put down our weapons. And I tried, just for the fun. But nothing happens. Shame.
Put down your weapons. We just want to be friends.
Sarah is still very, very impressed with our abilities, as always. Thanks. That's just the boost I needed, Sarah. Let's win this, bestie. Heck yeah. The demon's dead, y'all. We get the sample from this fucking freak, and we conclude our business here. But Bethesda thought I wouldn't notice. The sneaky snakes that they are.
Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
Did you notice what he just said? Comms. I saw. I heard. They have comms. It's fucking canon that they have that they can have comms while in the vicinity to other people with the same tech. This could have been the perfect use instead of running back and forth and 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 back. Every time you do the slightest thing in the game for someone to just update them on how much you've done or how that you've done your task. A simple phone call, my guy. It's so dumb. It's lazy, it's outdated, and they obviously could do it. And worst of all, my dear friend, is that it doesn't make sense in the world of Starfield. At every corner of the game, it makes me question a lot about its world design, and it pulls you straight out of the experience in every way, every time. If we can't use it, write in that reason. If not, you know, it'll always just be an option on the table that was never used and always will be asked why it wasn't used. And Londinian, a simple 10 or 5 to 10 person team could have easily done all this that we did. Like, in all these years, they never tamed this place, and we did it in 10 minutes. This is where, okay. This is where, maybe, if we had some kind of starborn power that would make us irreplaceable, you know, that we can maybe tame or subdue the creature with I don't know. I think this is where Bethesda could have really written in the whole force user aspect of the game, where we can't do this without a force user. So here you go. You have a reason for the powers to be a thing. I've apparently lost this footage, which I'm very sorry about, but we go back to Victus and accuse him, and obviously he's behind it all. Shocker. Tells me to shut up about it, basically. He confesses it all and how he did it. His associate and him planted the pollen and the heat leeches, so effectively killed everyone in Londinian for the mere fact that they knew about this, and he got paranoid since it was during wartime and he didn't want it to be used as a weapon then. Okay, but it wasn't even that hard to go back and find all of this, so it was a really bad plan. How has no one in 19 years, or whatever, gone back there and found this out? Because he felt cheated for simply serving the army and nation, he made a deal to become the secret advisor, to also make his daughter a hero in the spotlight of this whole shenanigans. Salvaging a bit of his legacy through proxy, effectively, and also planting the blame on our suicidal Reginald Orlays, you know, the guy that just offed himself. It kind of makes sense, but what I'm wondering here is, my dudes, are there no cameras or anything in here? Was his plea deal that good? How can he conspire and carry out all of this from the bottom of Mast's cellar, while also having to get it approved through his agents and trusted associates? I guess I'm the one who killed Reginald, but everything else, you know, what? The final choice here is to tell the cabinet about the truth or not. To be fair, he did set all this in motion to save hundreds of thousands of lives, so, I mean... Also, he'll give us some extra post-questline quests if we cover for him, so... Yeah. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. Let's go help this guy. I don't care. He might be insane, but damn, he's effective. Even from behind his little glass wall. What I'm missing here, though, is the delivery of all this. Wouldn't it be a bit better with music and some animation? You know what? I can't show you because I lost the footage, but you know. But imagine, my dear viewer, this. Only dialogue. No music, no animation, just a dude standing there menacing. It's lackluster. It could describe, or it does describe Starfield in a nutshell. I just realized, by the way, that this script is like over 100,000 words long, and we're barely at, like, what hour are we at now? 4, 5, something. I'm gonna hope you got some tea on hand, or a drink, or a lobotomy. We're gonna be here for a long time, my guy. I tell them to use the Asylees and not the microbe attack. That's it. That's the end. Is this a bad questline? No, not really. It's actually pretty good at times. Hadrian seems a bit flat for my taste, and whenever they have the time to shine, they only glimmer faintly, followed by a loud sigh from the player. It's got the right hooks and the right turns for everyone who engages with it to have them interested in what's going on. You know, I only hurt you because I love you, right, Bethesda? It is a bit dumb and predictable here and there, but it, you know, and it kind of lacks that kind of love only about 1% of the questline seems to get. There's a lot standing around and talking, and that's pretty cool when the plot picks up, but in these dialogue scenarios, I just never feel like I could say the wrong thing, upset a character beyond their ability to stand me, or that I have to have a certain skill set to complete a certain task effectively, or at all. There's nothing required of me here, and other than speaking and clicking at enemies, or making some mild choices that do shape the story a bit, but not too much. Speaking of, this is the result for the Asylees. Sit back and watch, you fucking buffoon. What a fucking letdown. They can't even fight them and survive. This was a horrible choice. But both options are talked about as, you know, equally as successful in the lore. They are, as you can see here, dear viewer, in fact not the Terramorph's natural predator. I'm starting to think we've made a horrible choice. Bye, Galaxy. There is also some post questline stuff where Sarah can like actually like fight you a little bit with some dialogue. I don't know if I got the recording for that. I just have it in the notes here. You can have first off, I'm gonna finish what I said about Sarah. You can like she really gets upset with you for talking about some stuff and doing things in the quest line, and you actually felt a little bit guilty for what she was doing or talking about. Hadrian, you can have Hadrian as a follower, which is cool, you know, I like that. They also made this, I know I joked about it in the script, but they also made this character that looks exactly like Hadrian. I don't know if it was just a fuck with us, but it worked. Also, Hadrian looks like she's 30, but she in lore is about to be 50. This is a problem that I think I mentioned, I don't know, but everyone who's supposed to be in their 50s or whatever, they don't look it at all. Let's take a look at the wannabe spaghetti western faction and the people of the Freestar Collective. I'll try to run through this faster than the UC Vanguard one, as I felt that one rivaled the main quest in terms of quality and interest, so for the rest, we'll try to shorten them up a bit and discuss the broader terms while also digging at the points where they need to, or when we need to. I'll probably fail. These are getting very long. I hope you like it. I'm reading through my notes here. This might be one of the longest ones. My god. It's the same length. I fucked up. What if I just talk at 2 times speed? Will that fix it? After the heist in Aquila City that we dealt with in the main questline, we're sent to enlist to become a Freestar Ranger. It's important to set the tone here that the Freestar Collective is the second interstellar government in the settled systems, after the UC, the United Colonies. The people we just did a whole faction quest for, pay attention, you know, we're doing this. I'm just kidding. I know you're still watching religiously, so don't even worry about it. I know you're paying attention. What is it with people, me included by the way, that just love sitting through a video of someone dedicated to some kind of topic? Like, I'll find myself watching speedrun tactics of a bygone game from the early 2000s that I'll never play, let alone speedrun. And I'll just sit there watching it like, yeah. And I'll sit there watching like I'm a damn paid commentator. Like, yeah, that's nice. Good way to play. Good move. Impeccable timing, good sir. You know, what is this? Is this the Autismo? There are effectively 2 major governments in Starfield, the UC and the Freestar Collective. UC is obviously stationed in New Atlantis, and it does feel like a major city? No, it really doesn't. It feels like a park with some shops and a few hotels. And in a video game medium, we often need to scale down stuff that we, you know, for the real life counterpart. You know, this is just due to you can't really build a whole city. Oh, wait, you can. You can. Still, New Atlantis does not feel like anything special. Example, Grand Theft Auto 5 came out 10 years prior and had, you know, and the Yakuza games are great. Saint Denis and Red Dead. Like, do half that effort, and I'll believe you that New Atlantis is the largest city with a population of more than at least 1 million, and hear me out, I live in Norway, and I'm going to use that as an example here. And you'll know why pretty soon, because we have 5.5 million citizens here. And of those, we have an active military force of about 30,000 combatants and soldiers of varying stature. Reserves are around 30 to 40,000 as well, but that doesn't matter, because in Starfield it's said that the UC lost 30,000 soldiers, and that was considered a grand loss. So judging by the scale of things here, it seems like New Atlantis should be home to many, many more. Granted, many of them are scattered around the planet and the allied systems, but this is considered a mega city, and it just doesn't feel like it. All of that to say, this is the second largest government in the settled systems. This patch of land. It feels Bethesda is at an eternal struggle with their own self-inflicted game design on the interactivity of their cities. If it didn't start with Fallout 3, I have no idea where it started, but in that world it made sense. The population is down to a mere 1% of what it originally was before the war, and having all these people live in their own homes and have their own daily tasks and business to attend, you know, it makes sense. It's a match made in heaven. And despite the lore accuracy of Oblivion and Skyrim, these cities feel kind of like a big deal. but one could argue it's a product of its time. Yet other games like GTA and Assassin's Creed and fuck it, even Watch Dogs, you know, those are big cities. And you could argue that many of these games are designed to be in the city itself, and that's true. So most of the time spent would be to perfect those aspects. True. But it is possible, and you know, that's the whole point. And if they did try to do that, they would have had to actually perform some kind of fucked up surgery on this engine to optimize it, and the game would run better as a result. Or it probably wouldn't, because this game runs like fucking shit. Bethesda keeps saying that their games succeed because players feel like they can live there. Spend the whole year of your life real time in there. That's why it's important to get these things right from the get-go. Do you understand what I'm saying though, Bethesda? Like, Bethesda wants every building you see to be able to be entered, but in this very game they ditched that in a large way. You cannot explore any apartment building other than when the quest allows you to go into those rooms. Few important NPCs have dedicated homes. I didn't miss it actually, so why not just plonk down some fucking assets around the city? Some apartment buildings, shit, throw down a whole fucking suburban area somewhere. They probably had the assets, just do it. I don't need to be able to go into every single home. You were on the right path. It would only make sense to do so, in my opinion. Sell me your idea, your vision, your world. Convince me it's there because it was built and it had a reason to. Every other game has to, you know, you're not an exception to the rule, Bethesda. Anyways, ramble over. The powerhouse of the Freestar Collective. Here we go. In the process of applying, we're told that there are only a dozen rangers or even less. This is ridiculously low, but it's hinted at and even specifically mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that after the Colony War, the UC and Freestar Collective found a reason to dismantle their militia spending and power as relations warmed. Still, that's an insultingly low special force to settle disputes all over the Freestar Collective systems. How can a group of 12 people fix stuff all around the galaxy? It's also a shame that in these faction quests, you can't say no to them. It's also a shame that in these faction quests, you can't say to them that you hate them or you want or that you despise their shit. If you're playing with a UC native trait and want to roleplay as a rootin' tootin' cowboy hater and as a UC fanboy, you can't. Even though they label the game as a true RPG, it's nowhere close. There's no personality to your character when you can only decide or decline joining by saying, sheesh, you know, that's a big thing to decide right now, I'll get back to you. When in my character's blood, I'm raging. It might be a silly thing to mention, but I think it's worth mentioning. A simple dialogue option would be a game changer just for the hell of it. To join, there is a prove your worth moment, and you can never bring up any of your past achievements at all. No UC achievements, saving the fucking Milky Way, no achievements within Constellation or that I'm even a member there. My renown should hold some title at this point, no? At least give me the option to bring up and then to be rejected at least. It's even more insulting when they simply point you to a randomly generated quest on the mission board, which is what those are. I choose the mission that won't require me having to land on a planet because that means, you know, most likely 4 loading screens and a copy-paste structure. When I can do one that I can finish in space and simply reduce it by half loading screens. A player shouldn't have to feel like this. Oh, hi Coe. Oh, I forget to mention, I brought him along for this because, you know, he's the Freestar guy. Done. He says, yeah, nice, and does not confirm my success at all and leads me to the Marshal, Daniel Blake. But oh my god, her pace. What is going on here? She's like stuck between two like animations. This is neither walking or running, and as a player, it's impossible to match this unless you're using a controller. And even then, just jiggling it a millimeter up and down will fuck you up. Recruited as Ranger Deputy and sent to a Wagoner farm on a nearby moon where the inhabitants have been threatened. Sounds interesting enough, and we are to investigate. The whole place gives off a little Yellowstone vibe, and I think whoever designed this place was a fan. Problem at hand is this. Some armed men came to purchase the place, but threatened when receiving a no. We conclude that they must be nearby because they said they'll be back, and they left on foot. We follow, and your skills never come in play here, and neither does your scanner, but only a puddle you can click and get some text on is present. I actually wish the game had more text boxes like this with context to more advanced things like developers can either render or script or animate. I mean, it's not an ideal thing, but I wouldn't mind it. Maybe because, you know, maybe with some choices, you know, Fallout, Baldur's Gate, any RPG of the last decade, you know, why give us all these traits and skills to never use them? No, I probably sound like a contrarian to my own points made earlier, but if they actually spent more time writing some text boxes, or they did not have time or the resources to code or animate something, fine. But do it a lot if you're gonna do it. Don't sprinkle them in just a handful of times throughout the whole game, you know? It would have been nice to have these text boxes instead of me wishing there was something else there. Fill the gap however you want, but make it interesting. Because if these text boxes were there, that would have just been the norm. And I would have maybe stopped asking for big animated things, or, you know, just, I don't know. Why is it only here a few times? Maybe it's because I'm a CRPG fan and I do like just, I don't mind the text, but then the game has to kind of be more of that and not just sometimes. There is some environmental storytelling along the way, which is neat. It's like they woke up that day and remembered, hey, we can do this. We can actually do this. We found the gang, someone from the First, as they call themselves. They seem to have some disdain about the Freestar Collective and seem bitter.
A firefight here could get messy. Some good old-fashioned talking might be the ticket.
Sam tells me I should talk my way out of it, and I get a little bit excited, you know, only to learn there is no persuading or anything. I guess this is to not give away the end twist, because the story would be very short if I had control of the world like I frankly would expect, especially after a comment like that from Sam. Why tell me to talk my way out of it if I can't? We can't talk, and I have to blast them. And I found a slate on this guy's body. Wow, what a coincidence. It's like he wrote it just for me. Why not have me inspect the ship to find a diary or something, you know? But the ship can't be entered or stolen even. It just seems so convenient. Instead of being like, hey, maybe we should search the grounds or the ship, and then you stumble upon his intentions or whatever. No, he's just on him in his pocket, like, hey, here's the next part of your quest. Go here. The slate reveals that the ship has been stolen from HopeTech in Hopetown. Okay? So this is our next stop after reporting back. I mean, it's so dumb. Just look. 3 ways of giving the slate. I know I'm being a contrarian again, but at least give me one option to not give it. Or something. If you're gonna be 3 ways of handing over the damn slate. The first, the people we met, the Marshal tells us, are a cavalry group with big pushes that lost both mech and men, and they suffered greatly before the ceasefire. The commanding officer dismissed the orders and pushed on still, not wanting his men's life to be in vain. He was court-martialed and imprisoned with his accomplices. So that's some lore about that. So we go towards Hopetown to rendezvous with another ranger before heading in there to ask questions. In orbit, we hear a distress call from a ship when I enter orbit. And here, I'm so confused because there's so many ships and one free-floating fucking space station parked in front of me. I have to check that I'm in the correct area, which I am. So why has nobody helped this woman? She's calling for help, and there's several ships around, and nobody's doing anything. There's plenty of starships around, and most likely has been there while the ruckus was happening. But since I am the main character, I have to board. Fine. It's Nia Kalu! Wow! It's the woman that's gonna introduce me to the guy that runs HopeTech, Ron Hope. His name's, man. Is this a Kojima game? I guess he got that name and ran with it all the way to the bank. It's just, whatever. But, I mean, do you see, like, nobody else is helping. They've probably been here and seen all the fight go down because she was attacked. And, like, why do I have to board? And why is it so randomly just her? Whatever. Nia says she was tracking some vagrants in the area and they messed up her ship. I can actually use my Space Scoundrel perk here, which is great. Though it has only been a handful of times I've been able to use it throughout the whole entire game, so whatever. Your background rarely ever comes up as anything worthwhile in this game, but sometimes it does surprise you. But it has to be said that it's a handful of times at most. Can't steal her ship either, so whatever. Gotta be a goody two-shoes. Every ship I actually want I haven't been able to take over. Even with the correct piloting skills, if that's what you're asking. They should have focused on starships way more, because there are so many bangers of ships in this game. We kill the guys that fucked her up and go back to Hopetown and meet with Nia, and then we go see Ron Hope. We overhear him, you know, to be very considerate and towards his workers, and we enter, and this just feels pushed. Sam also finds the courage to steal his seat, which is admirable.
Damn, good to see you. I think we're done here, Burchett.
Sheergorath? Oh my god, I'm such a fan. Ron Hope is a part of the Council of Governors, and he does tell us to consider his position, which is, But we inform him that his ship was stolen, and I ask about stuff, and he wants to keep this shit under wraps until it's dealt with. But I don't know if I mentioned this, but the ship that we saw that we couldn't enter, it was stolen by HopeTech. We also get information while talking that the stolen ship has landed in Neon, so that's where we go. And we are going to utilize the ranger there to help us, Jalen Price. We land and head to the outpost to see Jalen Price. I met him before when we did Sam's quest with Cora, which we'll talk about later, but he does not refer to that even once. And like I said before, it's obvious this game loves to have its stories so separated and so far away from each other, contextually, that nothing really matters in any questline to affect anything else in another. Your actions never have consequences for the grander picture, yourself or anything or anyone. As wide as a galaxy, but as deep as a fucking thimble. It's also said here that Neon is different from most places and that gang culture rules. Law means little, and you gotta be careful as a badge. This is neat to hear. It makes you feel like an underdog, and that your newfound authority will not help you here, and that you're the weaker one. It's nice. It resets your ego and sensation of power and makes you wonder what you'll encounter here in the city. He knows how to play the game, so to speak. When you walk around Neon, you have no sensation of that threat. Those gangs, any influence at all from any kind of power other than what's presented in quests. Or at least I didn't see anything like that. I mean, take a look at Cyberpunk. How build, clothing, and ways of acting made you immediately know where they belonged in the food chain, so to speak. Where the fuck are these gangs outside of the quests you get? Hell, even Fallout 4 did better with gangs in the Nuka World DLC, which is... wow. Wow. We go see Billy Clayton, our informer about any ships landing and leaving. As we talk to him, Jalen Price refers to things as said in an earlier conversation with him, and that's neat. But every time this happens in the game, it's usually just a few moments after I've said to them that thing. So it feels small on a grand scale. Again, as if I should clap at the game remembering it for a maximum of an hour or minutes, which was the case every time. Like, yeah, good stuff. You remember what I said 2 minutes ago, game. No long-lasting effects. Like, it would be cool if something you said, like, at the beginning of a quest or something, like, had an effect, like, several hours into the game. Never happens. Rarely did anyone or anything bring anything up that happened hours earlier. It sucks. He wants money for information, but you can't persuade him on the price or to drop it, but you can later, which is weird. But I reject it and go see who he owes money to, because that's why he wants money. And also just to deepen my understanding of the syndicates here, and to see some more quests. We head to the warehouse where his debt collector or loan shark resides, and unsuspectingly, we cannot gain entry to the warehouse by just walking inside. There is a white Asian man?
I'm trying to figure out how to help you.
Outside the door that we can kill, persuade, or pickpocket, I assume. I hadn't leveled up my pickpocketing skills before this, so I persuade him to push over, and we walk inside and hear this weird comment.
I wonder what daylight looks like.
The hell you want?
I wonder what daylight looks like. What? I physically had to stop when hearing this. Was that just a I work so much I can barely see the sunlight joke, or was it an actual real comment? It doesn't have the right cadence for a joke, nor the delivery of one, so I'm just... At every turn, the fabric of the world building is just torn. The door is right there. Are you a prisoner here? Or is it just that the writing got ahead of what they were effectively able to do here? What's the idea that they were at the bottom of a mega building or something, or just in the deep depths of Neon? That the culture of the city was just divided when, you know, more well-off people at the top enjoying their life, and at the bottom people are surviving for scraps, you know, or like fighting over scraps. and that it was so downtrodden and people were so abused they physically can't even get to see the daylight because it's so high up, making the whole world more shitty and shady and gritty. I mean, that's my takeaway here. It just doesn't make sense, and I don't understand how this line got approved. I mean, it is just one line, you might say, but what the fuck is going on with it? We introduce ourselves to Hank Hill over here.
Always happy to have a visitor. Tell me, what brings you by, friend?
And it's so dumb how they force you to do the one thing we were conditioned and warned not to do here. To flash our authority. And yet that's the only option you have to progress this quest. What were they thinking? What is this writing? Did two separate people write this quest line? Emil? Are you having dementia again? Is this kind of failure on the continuation of the setups and world building? It just makes me enjoy my time in this world less and less. I even picked the only option where it says I don't show my badge and hope to Todd the God himself that I would start some kind of chain reaction of dialogue that would have me circumvent showing him my badge, but no. I'm thrown right back into the jaws of the mercy of Bethesda's horrible writing. Think around these cartel members. They won't have it, you showing off their position of power here. They won't have it, you showing off your position of power here. And then they just proceeds to just give me just that option and nothing else. We can't lie. You can't say you're from some other cartel gang. Can't convince, can't do shit, but to show your shitty badge, fuck you. After I can persuade to drop the debt, I fail here, and I have to kill him instead of just paying up. What? Fair enough, I guess, but do you see why I'm not engaged in anything going on here? This was supposed to be like a gang of renown, and I wiped their shit and leader off the branch of the syndicate in about an hour after landing here. Jesus Christ. And again, the width of a universe. There's no lore here either, data or anything, or interesting loot. We go back to Billy Clayton, which then sends us to a woman called Grace Early.
Huh? What do you want? The colors. The colors.
What? This is what I mean. This is what's supposed to be passed off as a junkie in the city, or universe. I guess, a nicely clad woman just standing like any other person, just saying random lines. They don't seem rough. They're not sitting down next to a pile of rubbish or anything. Just a character standing there and pretending to be a drunk or addict. Any fucking ways. She then tells us about two other people, Marco and Maya, member of the First. That's the names she spilled after immediately caving about having that ship stolen. What? We don't even have to persuade that info out of her. She just says it straight up. We take those names back to the Marshal and an encrypted slate she has. Also, I can't let this go. We cannot make her pay for her crimes. Because she was the one who, like, stole the ship and had a hand in it. But, you know, look at these options. Why are we even carrying a badge? We cannot enforce the law. Jesus Christ. You can't even roleplay as a straight by the books officer or investigator. It's so weird. Earlier, like, it's so fucking weird. Earlier, we were all like, hey, here's my badge. I'm a police officer. Now we're just like, whatever. Whatever, you criminal. Get out of here. In Aquila, we give the encrypted slate to a guy who decrypts them, which we'll do in the future as well. Can't decrypt the slate yourself for some reason. And I have 3 options to give him the slate. What? None to not do it, though. The Marshal tells us that he knows them, the people that we learned about, because he served with them. We get a tip to go to the clinic, dumb name, but it's basically the go-to for everyone in the Settled Systems when it comes to healthcare. We also get a clue to go to the Red Mile, which has been brought up by the NPCs and stuff before, and I was excited to see what that was all about. Spoiler alert, it's probably one of the game's biggest letdowns. Can't dock manually, which still pisses me off. I did great too, look at it. But the game won't allow it despite how much of a damn Chad you are behind the joysticks. The courier is here.
Ma'am, I'm just the courier. Jingle.
I understand. I'm not blaming you.
We question Ben here, and after a full minute, he finally talks to Sam as if he hadn't seen him walking around near him or engaging in conversation with him all this time. Okay, is just so stiff. We ask where this bitch, Maya, is because apparently she's had surgery and is recovering here, but the systems are messed up and we have to fix them. This place is also talked about as if it's some kind of huge hospital or clinic, but there's only a handful of rooms here. The guy here doesn't know if she's there, but he can get the list of basically every female patient here. Should be easy to find her, but she might be using an alias, I suppose. This goes to show how small this place is, and it's apparently like the go-to place in all the settled systems for healing. This is weird. They talk about how big it is, but it's like I said before, he can list off all the people here, so it can't be that big. Again, like the lore, fights itself so often. I just don't get it. I persuade a doctor to let me into the VIP wing to look around by telling him I'm a medical person. When he said even Solomon Coe himself couldn't gain entry there.
You could be Solomon Coe himself and my answer would be the same. No. The rules are the rules, no exceptions.
There's no progress that bureaucracy can't ruin.
Oh, I wasn't aware. I suppose if I can't trust a colleague, then I can't trust anyone. This will get you in. Conduct your investigation quickly and without disruption. I do hope you won't make me regret this.
Okay. Solomon Coe is the settler of Aquila, by the way, and Sam here is a descendant of him. We'll get into that later, but my god. I don't know if I told you all this. It's all getting lost in the sauce for me. We get in and find that she just left a note that where she has gone to her hiding place. What? Why? Why leave a note behind? I mean, it's serviceable, but come on, it's always like this. I also expected like a long hallway shootout with some security bots, but nothing like that happened. It's just, this is a perfect spot for it too. So, at the abandoned Eklund excavation site, we find her after an interesting run through the place, filled with traps and all kinds of shenanigans. It's a very unique place too, with all these crystals and rocks hanging out from the walls, but you cannot, and I can't stress this enough, you cannot mine them. Come on. The only thing I've wanted to mine for about 70 hours at this point, and you can't even mine them. There is some nice attention to detail, with some pliers next to some destroyed stuff here that she's been doing, and it's just neat. I like it. We fight her and her robots, and she does not comment on my powers when we finally talk to her. Great. No one ever sees how special we are. She gives us another encrypted slate and just lies down. She just says, hey, if you can decrypt this slate, you're real good, and there's some cool shit on here, man. Like, what is this interaction? Go deliver slate to our non-spacefaring hacker back at the Rock, the place where all these guys are, by the way. I realized I haven't told you that. The Red Mile, a legend in the Settle systems, a location not under any jurisdiction from the UC or the Freestar Collective, once a hub for the scum and villainy of the known systems.
You will never find the more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
A place for varying dubious factions to come and conduct trade, to sell off less than reputable goods, and to enjoy a neutral playing ground and to party. Now, it's a bar with a gimmick. What a fucking waste. What pours even more salt in the wound of the always asked what could have been when it comes to this game is that the location design is absolutely smashing. Very cyberpunk-esque, I think. Very unique and interesting compared to other locations in the game, and you expect this place to be fleshed out and fun. What happened here is that May, the owner of the place, has effectively made it a tourist attraction. So what Bethesda did here was that they wrote a more boring version of the location when they had an awesome idea on their hands from the get-go. Now it's just a place to get drunk and maybe sometimes sell some contraband and, of course, run the Red Mile, which we'll get into. We talk with Autumn, the ranger stationed here, as the marshal said she would be. She's a cunt, but we sit down into a meeting she's about to have, and we could also get some information about this marker we're looking for. To get the info we need, we'll have to get on Mace, the owner, like I said, pay attention, good side. And the only way we can do it is to get her some money, and her biggest income in this joint is the runners that run the gauntlet, the Red Mile. Of course it is. It's not optional. because Bethesda really needed to push the gauntlet into your face, because without it, this would have just been a bar at the tail end of fucking nowhere. There are rumors that a lot of content was cut from this area, and it is a little bit verifiable too, as a lot of people around here talk about stuff that leads nowhere, which is a shame. So we can't get her to ease up any other way than to run the mile. No quests, no persuasion, no money, no business opportunities, no pickpocketing, no nothing. I could use my commerce skill earlier, but not now, when it's needed and the stakes are higher. I mean, it wasn't needed earlier, it was just fluff, and that's why we usually get the options to use our skills and background, because it's never in critical situations, because that would have been hard to write for Bethesda. So we agree to run the mile, and Sam isn't even afraid for his wife. Oh yeah, by the way, I married him. I'll let this play out in its entirety for you. For once, I'll not say anything on this. What a letdown. What you've seen is more than enough to draw a conclusion. After this, Sam just disappears, by the way. On to Andreja and Barrett. I did romance everyone, by the way. We'll get into it later. What the actual fuck was that? Apparently this is supposed to be a legendary gauntlet. A blood sport. A dangerous trail that people come to bet on. Runners risking their lives and entertaining whomever may be watching. You can just have a casual jog to reach the end without problem. Seems no enemy has scaled to my level here either, so it's just all very easy. I thought this would be one of the more interesting activities in the game, but I was just heartbroken when I completed it. You were allowed all your gear, weapons, and loot, so there's no element of being nerfed against the elements and creatures here. There's no challenge, absolutely none. The level design too is not catered to making this difficult at all. There's no tight spaces where you're pinned, nor areas where a jetpack cannot be used to fly over everything. There's just nothing here. They didn't even play any cool or tense music for us here. What were Bethesda thinking? This could have been Starfield's combat arena from Oblivion or something like that, you know? A spectacular fumble. Bewildering. An extraordinary feat of just Bethesda. What could have been? I'm so worried for the Elder Scrolls 6. We get info from May and head to see our target. We're warned he keeps armed company and that he is, that he enjoys the finer things. Sounds interesting, and indeed it is interesting. His ship is something like a lounge, a fancy hotel or mansion, which is very unique and cool. It's only in true Bethesda fashion that I can tell you this news. We cannot steal this ship. Hell, I couldn't even find a piloting room for this behemoth. Why? Let us get all the nice ships you build, goddammit. Sam actually never reappeared after the mile, by the way, so I had to go back to the lodge before this, by the way, and he was just not there either. So I had to assign him to my ship to teleport him to it and then get him back that way. Anyways, I can only show my badge or attack. No in between. Jesus, again with this. He's the one that's been funding the Fist, and he actually talks to Sam, which is a nice touch. He doesn't want to betray his unit outright, but he does point me in the direction. So, betraying them? But he wants the First to operate freely. This is a huge ask, and I grant it. I thought this would lead to something interesting, but it never does. And I get another encrypted slate. Fine, but why? Why do these guys just sit on slates that are very important? He doesn't care that we loot his ship either. I just take everything that isn't nailed down, and I tried so long to find a way to steal this ship, but I couldn't. Oh, Fortuna. I'll miss you. Deliver the slate, brief the Marshal. They rate our progress so far, which is nice, I guess. You know, they discuss how I went about my tasks and if they were smart or dumb. You know, this is cool. We're also asked about Marco, and I straight up just say we came to an understanding, and he just says, I'll take your word for it. What? They do mention here that there has been more attacks and threats towards farms around these parts. Is that Marco's group? Surely we would have little interest in low-stake shit like that, but it makes you wonder if letting him go was the right choice or not. We also say that we didn't kill Maya and just let her rest. Okay, fair enough. Our hacker boy has finally encrypted the slates, and we're heading to a place called The Factory, an old mech factory, actually. I mean, these names, man. But I guess it's better than Mech Factory A7CHA, so I mean, it's memorable. The Factory. Which, in the end, is what we want, at least if it's in a good way. In orbit, there are guarding ships that we have to fight, and they bring in backup, which is pretty cool. As expected, we fight our way through the facility while Paxton Hull, their leader, keeps spouting over the speakers that the council is corrupt and how they fucked these guys over. There are a few cool locations here in this, there's lava areas as well. While I went through this place, I wanted to treat this run like a third-person shooter for a second and just test that out. It's not great at all. You do not lean like you do in first person when standing next to a corner. Your aim is a little bit more shoddy, and the camera isn't placed well enough when trying to shoot from behind cover. It's not ideal. And I assume Bethesda knows that most people will just play in first person, so I'll give them some slack, but when you make a third person mode, have it be as polished as the first person. It only seems natural. So this Paxton guy is mad because he was on the brink of the win. So this Paxton guy is mad because at the brink of the win, they came to a ceasefire, and he thinks the council is weak and that they betrayed him. This is all when the colony war was happening, by the way. He wants revenge, basically. Very original, Paxton. Very original. This dungeon goes on, and at the end of it, I was so shot up, I had every ailment and damage under the sun. And it was fun, actually. A gauntlet of just endless bullet-raining hell. When we met up with him, we cannot stun him, which... okay, seems like that should have been a logical solution. We get killed during our dialogue, and we try again. Why wouldn't he call off his goons or something, though? I mean, come on. He says the war ended for nothing for him, and that they lost lives for nothing when the victory was imminent. Ron Hope is behind it all, he says. And of course, it's the only council of governors we've had to interact with during this entire questline. It's pretty obvious too from earlier. I mean, they put this guy up on such a pedestal, it's only natural he was putting on a show. Paxton gives me a slate that ties it all back to Hope, but a fucking slate? Why would Ron Hope even put his name on such an incriminating piece of evidence? And second of all, why should I trust this guy to not have just made a slate to smear his reputation? I mean, it's a slate. It's like a post-it note of this universe. Unless it has some kind of biometric signature or an IP address or some other kind of identifying feature, I don't think this would hold up with how we'll deal with all this later. Or in a court of law. We're literally just taking this guy's word for it, and since I don't want to break any laws here, I take this seemingly incredible, incriminating piece of alleged evidence to the Freestar Collective. It only seems natural, as we're about to accuse one of the freaking board members of this whole Freestar Collective faction, and in true Bethesda fashion, we cannot. We cannot bring this incredible slate to the people who would want it the most. This would and should have been the next optional quest step in the questline. Having to draft what to do with this marshal. If we should arrest him, sweep it under the rug, or preserve their best interest and, not stir drama or outright just kill him. Just having the option to discuss it would elevate the tension even more. Hell, it would create tension, where there's basically none. The marshal has nothing to say. I can't tell you anything important, you piece of turd. I know this is a nitpick, but the way Ron Hope says the name Birgit irks me.
I think we're done here, Birgit.
We confront Ron, and it takes literally no convincing for him to just spill all the beans. Why does he crack so fast? And why admit to it? This is very contrived because he doesn't seem that stupid of a guy. In fact, the contrary, as he probably deals with meetings, threats, and not to mention lawyers all the time, daily. Just fucking shut up and let your lawyers deal with it. I'm just standing here with a slate in my hand that could have easily been forged. It feels like writing for a children's game, where you catch the big bad guy. Very surface level. Shards, slates are doing most of the heavy work for this questline, to be fair. So, production has stalled a little for his company, falling behind when his experimental fertilizer was shit and killed crops, but made minerals and stuff come forth for easy pickings. He wanted to buy out farms and get his materials this way. But if a farm place wouldn't sell, he would just, do shady stuff to them, basically using the first. Any means necessary in the end. They even had people transport soil to these places so the farms would die out. Why not just use any soil anywhere, like any other area? There are whole planets that have good soil. He only says that the soil is affected, and there doesn't have to be any crops, I guess. So, I mean, why does he not... What? He also tries to bribe us with 20k. That's what I make in a day. This is where my big brain started firing up the neurons, and I tried to non-lethally take Ron out. But you cannot. I mean, he won't be imprisoned, and as such he opens fire. So when knocking him out, the quest does not complete, nor does it give you an option to arrest or otherwise do anything reasonable. How is the writing this incompetent? It only seems reasonable that when you knock this guy out, you should be able to arrest him. So you implement this weapon for the players to use, and you don't think they'll try to resolve things non-lethally when the situation begs for it. Why did you not take this into account? You put the option on the table to then just pull the rug of believability from underneath our pretty little feet. What was the thought process behind this? No creativity, no freedom to try new things, and I don't expect them to have an outcome for every possible thing the players can do, But you put the option on the table by having this weapon be in the damn game, and it's only used once with consequence and interactivity and result, and that's in the UC questline, and that's it. When the people were a little bit flustered. Also, Ron Hope is immune to my powers, it seems. Fucking okay. So you have to kill everyone else here. Like, what? There's no unique loot here. And talking to Birgit later makes me feel a little sad. I mean, I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you all this. But tell the Marshal what's happened. And he just accepts it. And all that we show him is the slate. We get the rank of Freestar Ranger. And we get our badge. We also get an outfit that looks like shit. I wore the first outfit I looted from the first guys for the majority of the rest of the playthrough because it looks pretty dope. The spacesuit we get is pretty neat though, and we also get a spaceship, which is insane. This is the ship I use the most. After this, to my knowledge at least, you get no more quests to settle disputes or any problems that Rangers should be able to do. Not even any procedural stuff, which is, in this case, would have been a nice addition, because it makes sense. Handcrafted stuff would be even better, but, Your system is already pretty much there to do all this, Bethesda. With your newfound authority, you should be able to do stuff with it, like anything. You walk away from this questline with a new ship and some loot to show for it, but your choices have no consequence for the universe, your alliances, any character reputations, and it unlocks nothing else at the end when you are made essentially one of the more powerful figures in the Freestar Collective. Where writing and quest designs are concerned, it's not particularly great. There are tons of odd and contrived pivots and plot points that take you out of the world. You often question why we have to do these things when other options would make more sense. It's pretty short too, which isn't necessarily bad. I'd rather have a tightly knit story than a long and dragged out one, but when it's this short and you can see the end already at the beginning, you beg for a twist or a revelation that, I'm gonna say it, subverts your expectation of what seems to be what's going on. Not great, but the ship is awesome. Also, having the main bad guy we only see once doesn't really make for a confrontation worthy of tension or intrigue. There's no room to build characters in a few minutes, unless you do something like Jackie from Cyberpunk. I know I'm mentioning Cyberpunk a lot, but it's kind of like the most insane RPG or like action RPG out there. You already know what he's all about, well, just from the way he moves, the way he talks, and the way he interacts with both the world and the player. I'll say it again, everything in Starfield is stiff, passive, frozen in time, and no one has a personality bigger than a wet fart. You rarely hear any real emotion from anyone. Or I guess you do, but it's delivered through a string puppet that Bethesda is possessing just to speak these lines, and that mix makes for an unconvincing delivery. The dissonance between the lines spoken, sometimes well delivered, are absolutely neutered by the stiffness of the world. Does that make sense? I doubt I'm the only one that feels that way. Conclusion, it's a quest. Ah, we've all been there. Suckling the teeth of sweet delinquency. Savoring its rewards, sitting back and enjoying the absolute madness one can make by simply being a menace. Reap the rewards of your grandeur and... No? The game is absolutely unplayable if you want to be a pirate? What? The game has a faction questline about being a pirate. Oh my. We are in for a treat. Questline aside, there are some major problems plaguing the player if they do so wish to be a criminal in any capacity. The choice to rob, fight, and steal are readily available options Starfield gives the player, and the actions you choose plays out how you would expect. Plunder a ship in space, and they'll fight back. Try to escape, or let you have their stuff. Stealing items around the game world itself is another option to be a criminal. You can accept bribes, choose morally dark outcomes, and you can align yourself with the pirates through the Crimson Fleet. Everything is here to have a fleshed out experience being lawless. You're waiting for the but, and here it fucking comes. If you do decide to become a pirate, you are essentially locked out of the game's content forever, doomed to stay in unaligned systems, and forever just roam space and planet surfaces. See, Starfield has a crime system, as you'd expect, and it racks up pretty fast. Scenario: you rob a ship in space, they fight back, and you get a bounty faster than you can say leather jacket.
Can you say leather jacket?
Enforcement ships come to the rescue, which you obviously fight, and your bounty is now exceedingly large. Not to worry, you don't care about any of that. You're a machine, only out for the finest booty. You trek on, live your life in sin and debauchery. Life could not be sweeter, unless it's the tears of your victims you're drinking. You have a bounty larger than your wallet now, and it's time to sell off the loot. Problem is, you're now locked out of the major cities due to your infamy, as they will shoot you on sight most of the time. You cannot sell your wares to get money that way, and that's not the end of it. Since you cannot freely roam these cities, you're unable to accept quests, locking out of the majority of the game's content that isn't purely systems or gameplay driven. You fucked yourself. But if you want to grind being a menace, go for it. There is nothing more to do other than that. You can, of course, sell your items and settlements across various random planets, and of course at the key, Crimson Fleet's base of operations and headquarters. But when vendors have less than a pittance in their little purse to trade with, it all comes to a screeching halt, and paying off the bounty is it's gonna take a long time. Fine, serve your time then. Get it over with. Get that bounty back to zero and start fresh. Go back to your old ways or serve the more acceptable ways of living. Whatever you do, you will be punished, as you rightfully would be. But the game does not only make you give up your stolen goods, but it also puts you at an XP deficit. Depending on how large your bounty was, you are now in debt to the game, and you'll have to grind XP to get back on track with leveling. The even more annoying thing to mention here is that the leveling up in Starfield is eternally slow. So when you have an XP debt of, let's say, 50,000, you're close to ripping out your eyeballs out of your fucking sockets. You will now not level up for ages, and you will have nothing to look forward to when you perhaps go back to pirating, because you'll be stuck in this loop forever. Also, in a world where we have already established that they cannot send transmissions fast between systems, and when they do, it takes forever, how does every planet know if I stole an item the second I've done it? I know what you're saying, and it's just a game, but at least explain it away. Does this sound exciting to you? Do you want to be a pirate now? They put it in the game, it feels, to be able to tell you that you're a naughty boy for doing these things. And that's about it. This all starts as an undercover double agent mission, where SysDef, which is officially named United Colonies System Defense, a branch in the UC Navy, were called onto the carpet after having either some bounty or having served time under the UC, or at least that's what I think is one of them, and the other is a scripted bounty that we talked about earlier that gets you forced, or that gets forced onto your character during the No Sudden Moves questline we went through earlier. So dumb. But anyways, since we seem like this hardened fucking criminal, we are called to have a meeting with the leader of SysDef. Here, for the first time, we actually hear someone talk about me being part of the UC Vanguard and how that's relevant, which is nice. It does not change anything, and it's just a comment, but it's nice to get some damn recognition around here. God damn! We're even roasted a bit for asking about the Crimson Fleet.
That's strange. According to your file, you've encountered them before. On Vectera, specifically. They were the pirates that attacked your mining outpost? I'm surprised you don't remember.
Here you can also ask where you are, which is odd. I guess this is if you're being caught stealing, because this quest can trigger when that happens too, I suppose, and you get teleported here. It's all very weird. Why leave it in if the trigger isn't that, if that's how you got here? Again, Bethesda's bug. He tells me that I am to gather intel on the Crimson Fleet, so we can actually take them out for good. At this point, we cannot say no, and we're forced into the next phase of the story. We are to be a double agent, but they also say we need to adhere to the ethics and moral code of the UC. Interesting. Might be some hard choices going forward, and it makes me very excited. We talked to Lieutenant Jillian Toft. She refers to the skirmish on Vectera. Seems a lot of story beats have to rely on this scripted part of the game, because a lot of people do mention it, but nothing else you do really. She tells us we can get info and deliver it to her, which makes my mind race with ideas. Good. We're sent to Cydonia to meet Suar's Suar? I've forgotten her name. Suarez Bowden? A trader at the Trade Authority, when we are to try to sell a shipment of Aurora to get her talking about how to maybe join the fleet. It's already been cleared with Cydonia, so we won't get into any trouble for smuggling it in. We talk to this contact of ours, and we get our next contact, which could maybe recruit us, and maybe buy our Aurora. Barrett approves of us doing shady shit, so I suppose that's... Barrett is joining us for this one, by the way. And it seems he's a good fit for the questline, but I hate him. I hate him so much. It's just a cherry on top that he's an angry German man. This guy that's gonna buy the Aurora.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away.
We do him a favor and go demand money of some poor cringe lord. I don't know if it's just his delivery or what it is, but this was messed up.
Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler? Yeah.
We cannot physically beat the shit out of him, like our guy Adler suggested. So that sucks. Why bring it up then? It seems a pretty weak start to a questline that's all about being bad. But you're not really bad though, are you? Because Bethesda doesn't like that, and you're actually a UC asset as of right now. I guess starting a fight here in public wouldn't end anyway. What I totally forgot to mention is that you can start, I'm gonna have to look that up. I actually had to look this up, but it doesn't seem like you can start the Crimson Fleet questline as a baddie. You have to, well, in quotations, you can have bounty, you can start it through the UC, Vanguard questline, or, what? So what if you just want to be pure bad? You have to be sent through the UC. It's just so weird. Why can't I just join up with them some other way than you have to go through the UC? So dumb. I guess starting a fight in public here wouldn't end well anyways, but still, it would have been nice to have that option to get the money out of him. We get the money by persuading and fuck off back to Adler, which gives us an in to the Crimson Fleet. He sends us to Neva and also buys our Aurora. We talk to this Neva in space. She's the gruff and tough semi-leader of the Crimson Fleet, and she's fine, I guess. She does give a convincing performance, and then she goes to tell us to kill a traitor that's trying to leave the fleet, and he needs to answer for his disobedience. So it paints a picture that turning your back on the fleet is something you won't be able to do easily. My fate, if I ever run. as she says herself. So it makes me feel like I'm really committing here. This is pretty cool. Stockholm Syndrome. Make me want you and need you. Maybe even fear you a little. Here is where the first double agent choice comes into play. You get the all-out murder option, SysDef option, and Crimson Fleet option. I did like this. How much would it potentially come back to bite me in the ass if I outed myself to people I meet and how risky it was? I was starting to get a bit more intrigued at this point. We do some diplomacy and leave there without bloodshed, as we're being Bethesda's good little boy and doing it how they want, and we're sticking with the SysDef path. We agreed to have him delivered to SysDef, but we just have to take these guys' words for it that they'll actually do it? I can't take him back myself? As frankly, I would expect me to be able to do that. This is a huge risk for the player to be outed and info about my allegiance leaking to the wrong people. We get back to Nave, and she's been ambushed by ecliptic mercenaries, and we help her out. We then lie about Austin's death, and we can actually use our Space Scoundrel perk sometimes during this quest line, so that's awesome. We're given the coordinates to the Key, their base of operations, as I said earlier, and we go report to SysDef, which were the ones who hired those ecliptic mercenaries to attack Nave, which is fucking insane, by the way. Both her and me could have been killed, and not only that, SysDef has a dozen more lives on their hands now, bloodied, when they just one quest prior told me not to spill blood unless it was absolutely necessary or the last option. They did it so that we could swoop in to be the rescuer, earning even more trust. But the timing, the risk, how? These guys are loose fucking cannons. What in the world? We're told we're free to progress as we see fit, but reporting back on major events with, evidence and the like is the next priority and task. So the Key is a space station in unclaimed space that's, as we've gone through before, it serves the headquarters and trade hub for the Crimson Fleet. The place to sell, distribute, and operate without the shackles of the UC or Freestar Collective. It's the player's go-to place to sell off contraband. There are shops, named characters, and an evil vibe here, which means that they have a lot of red light bulbs everywhere. It does look distinctly different though, and it does feel like a place some raiders and pirates would hunker down. A lot of Bethesda's design or interior design and stuff is usually pretty good. Okay, it's serviceable and sometimes it's even great, but it's very on the nose everywhere here in Starfield. Neon, the Key, Aquila, just anywhere. What breaks my heart about this place is that from the outside, it doesn't seem like anything special. And with its name being the Key, I'd almost expect something like this. It doesn't make sense in lore to have it look like too alien or advanced, but the mind races with ideas when you first hear of this mysterious the Key from characters throughout your playthrough before visiting it. Secondly, there are no quests tied to this place outside of the Crimson Fleet faction questline. I think Bethesda thought that the mechanics themselves that let you play a certain way would carry the experience of being a baddie. Other than this questline, there are no quests related to scum and villainy. Don't think I've forgotten about the mission board on the Key though. This has missions that can range from space fighting and boarding for the reason of grabbing their belongings, or raids that point you to a location and asks you to rob a container. First of all, the ship combat isn't exactly a wow factor, but it's serviceable. Definitely not impressive enough to have it carry the whole of the pirate lifestyle in this game. And as far as the raiding goes, it's just going to a room or location to open up a chest to loot the contents. At least in the dogfights, you have some intrigue and maybe some worries that you might lose the fight, but when stealing, you simply enter the location, often a small tiny place, often unguarded, and you crouch, then you loot. Then you have to leave and get the items back to the Key. That's it. The only thing that could have saved these quests from the absolute insanity that they are would to have them be placed within a heavily guarded facility where you are considered trespassing or otherwise not allowed to be in. My experience is that there are only a handful of these trespassing locations, but my brain might be mush from this fucking video, but I can only remember one, and that's in the underbelly of Neon. The game is horrible with the system. Whereas where you'd think there would be punishment for being, there are simply no warnings, comments, or anything. You can check out the back of the UC security headquarters in New Atlantis without trouble. You can visit the president of the UC with a ton of weapons on your back. Homes are not off limits in any way, and back rooms of businesses and owned locations are not considered in any way off limits. The tension drops to a 0 when you sneak into a house to loot and you're welcomed warmly by its owner. Hell, he might even give you a quest, you know, why not? Or if you're at their house at night, they'll simply get up to greet you. You made Skyrim. You can do this. You've done it in the past. Hell, Kingdom Come Deliverance had the system nailed to a T, where people that like you might even let you in, but, you know, would draw a hard pass at night. Both Skyrim and Kingdom Come Deliverance, one at least, had around 100 people working on it. Starfield had in the excess of 400. The cities aren't that large, Bethesda, and frankly, I don't think there are that many unique locations or unique inside cells. With a team this large, most likely all hands except for a fair few going into pre-production on The Elder Scrolls 6, I mean, this shouldn't have made it past beta. It's such an odd thing, don't you think? You're welcomed into leaders' homes, military encampments, presidential areas, home of strangers, and none have anything to say that you're there. You already did this even back in Fallout 3, do you remember? You remember that? It only goes to show that Bethesda wants you to be such a good boy, everyone loves you no matter what. It's never been earned, like in Kingdom Come. At some point, people refer to you because you are just so freaking awesome. Can you tell I've been playing a lot of Kingdom Come lately? Do you now see why the game lays out all these systems, to then simply shit all over them by not having any systems to back it up and give depth to them, when there even, on occasions, are systems that would help, but they are not used in those situations? Fucking hell, use what you have. Example, steal from the UC security location. It's in the back. There's a lot of guys here. Maybe not a dozen, but the place is a bit bigger and it's harder to steal. When you enter the back, you get prompted both by the game and the NPCs that this is a restricted area, that you will have to leave soon. If you decide to go in guns blazing, it'll add a challenge due to the number of enemies. If you decide to sneak, it'll be a challenge due to the previous point. It adds tension. It could have been such a fucking easy win. Why can't I go anywhere without consequence in this game? Anyways, there's a whole quest to talk about. Oh look, a custom animation. Ugh. I feel relieved. It's been like 20 hours since I saw an animation that wasn't just canned. Like I've said before, it's sad when you see actual motion captured scenes and you feel excited for once. It's just also fucking stiff. The bar is so low. I feel like a dog just nibbling on the niblets of meat left on a bone that's been passed around at the party, you know? My god. Right. Back to this now. While you're given the abbreviated tour, I also learned that no one gives a shit if you're wearing a cis-def uniform here. Come on. You have all these uniforms and attire in the game. Like, New Vegas managed to pull this system off in your fucking shit-ass engine, even back in 2010, on an 18-month time limit and development cycle, and around 75 people. Breathe some life into your world, man. We're told that on the planet below there's a supermax prison called the Lock, because obviously we know it's going to be relevant later because it's mentioned, Chekhov's gun and all that. Shinya is an NPC with an interesting trait. We'll literally see nothing of him, again, other than just one important time later. He has a damned explosive rigged to his chest that is designed to go off if he goes off the grid, or is otherwise not in terms with the Crimson Fleet in any way. He's also a netrunner who has what he calls the core at his disposal to do cyber-related crime and intel gathering. He's an invaluable asset, and he seemingly has tech that surpasses even Ryujin Industries. We'll get to those later. He outright says he can interface with the mainframe at the space station and also the Galbank network. How? We're so far out from New Atlantis. We've already established that network connections like that would take an eternity. Barrett even says when he's captured earlier that once we're outside the star system, the bandwidth goes from instant speed to effectively never. Let's be generous here. Let's be generous and say that information traveled at speed of light. And there's 50 light years towards the system you're hacking into. It would take you 50 fucking years to even see what the fuck is up over there. And the info would obviously be 50 years outdated. I'm fucking crying. This is never explained either. And it's so frustrating because this is an immense revelation in terms of both how technical and futuristic some systems can be, but also it's just so fucking cool. If they had at least a throwaway line that would have made it make sense in some way. But nah, Nah, it's too interesting. Everything I'm dying to know more about is deemed unworthy of expanding sometimes, and it's breaking my heart. This guy is basically a cyber runner from Cyberpunk. No, that's not the Netrunner from Cyberpunk, which is fucking brilliant in a game like Starfield, and it makes so much sense too. Have I done the math wrong here? Or am I taking crazy pills? Am I taking crazy pills? When finally meeting Delgado, the highest ranking leader of the Crimson Fleet, we are one of two who's made the cut, because they're hiring, I suppose. Mathis, which will be a thorn in our side later down the road. There's no reason waiting to talk about it, actually, so let's just talk about it. Mathis's job when out on missions is to have the player consider betraying Delgado and his associates at a few turns, to go rogue and climb the ranks that way. Is he the actual leader that's setting you up, seeing if you're worthy or some such? Is there some depth to this character and that's why all this is happening? No. It's even more hilarious that if you decide to throw him under the bus later in the storyline, he's effectively cut off from the fleet, disconnected from the crew, and having had Delgado himself telling him to fuck off. Great, fuck off. But later, there's an interaction where you have to go confront him at a local bar. Why is he still there and not in some bar somewhere else? And why are we attacked after attacking him? And why the hell is he marked essential? More importantly, isn't this what we are introduced to in the first minute of stepping into the station? That this is normal behavior? Why is it not okay for me to end this guy after having him kicked out by the boss himself? A traitor as well. The setup is often there for Bethesda to do something cool, yet it never, or at least rarely, if ever, it never does it. It misses the shot every time. And then they also establish that there's no leaving the Crimson Fleet, so how can he just kick him out? What is happening? Anyways. Delgado is a man driven by a legacy. Crix's legacy. A big score sitting out there somewhere waiting to be found. It seems some don't even think that there's a lack of truth to it, but some hail it as a source of the score of all scores. It doesn't tell the player much, but instead sends them on a whole goose chase around the whole station to find old recordings from an interview with the seemingly legendary Crix. He was the founder of the Crimson Fleet, and he served time down at the Lock, which is the prison underneath us on the planet, which we will now go down to see if we can get in with Neva's find. A way to get in, maybe. So before doing so, it's worth mentioning that we can go look through Delgado's personal PC, and it's not considered a personal item, as in it's not counted as a crime to go through it, which is fucking insane. Delgado is even right behind me, and he couldn't even give less of a shit. You're telling me this guy, the leader of the Crimson Fleet, does not care if people look through his shit, let alone rooks barely accepted into the fold. Give me a break. A small respite... Oh, is it called respite or respite? A small respite from the nonsense is the audio logs we were tasked to find earlier. The interview with this Crix fellow. A woman is interviewing him, and he talks about his escape from the Lock and other ventures. He explains his life and what he's up to, and something intriguing happens. He confesses that he knows that SysDef is behind the interview being conducted, and that he's known from the get-go. It brings you towards a sense that you being outed as well, being this double agent on a mission, which I found very refreshing, and it fits the questline well. It kind of puts the risk into your face while, listening to this. If the current Crimson Fleet members are as smart as Crix, we'll have to see. But again, it does feel like I can't fuck up here. About that, I might as well just break it to you now. That will never happen. At no point during this entire questline do you ever have the suspicion of anyone breathing down your neck. At no point did I have to fight to prove I wasn't in it for some other faction, to prove my worth in that way. The tension, if you so wish to dedicate yourself fully to SysDef, is non-existent. If you want to be a goody two-shoes and do SysDef's side of this, there's no tension. You don't feel like you're risking it all. One of the main points of being a double agent is the thrill of not screwing up and almost being outed. There's nothing like that here. It's also worth bringing up that one of the store merchants on the ship says she sells some mods, which I have never seen during my playtime of this game, and believe me, I played it a fair bit. It leads me to think it was cut content. The fact that you have to craft every mod and accessory to your weapons and armors is just a strange one. You can't buy anything out there. It just would have been perfect to have an option to purchase these items as a higher cost for the player who didn't interact a lot with the workbenches of the game, you know, which are shit, dreaded shit. Also, it's worth mentioning that there are no unique ship parts or modules that you can buy from the ship vendors here, which is actually pretty sad. There's one ship you enter during the game that actually has the look and feel of a pirate ship, but there are no others. They all look the same, and the interiors are the same for the most part. You'd think some parts and modules exclusive to piracy would be a no-brainer in a pirate questline. Nothing grand, nothing big, maybe it's just some reworked, you know, Eklund ones or whatever. After getting our Crimson Fleet attire, because I'm a pirate, goddammit, and I need to look the part, we head down to the lock and we join a small team as we try to get inside this place. It feels rad, this. Tactical and tense. The environment and the small team and the enemies that come at you here just slap so hard. Also, Mathis refers to a female character here as a male, which is slightly off-putting. Also, what the fuck is going on with my suit here? It's so annoying. What is the system even doing here? The protection seems to engage, and then it's regenerating to its protection pool. Like, I've never understood this. It's so weird. We need it for the negative 50 degrees Celsius that we're here enduring, but why does it come on and off all the time? Show me once with an audiovisual method, and let it fucking be until the protection has depleted or some such. And why is no one commenting on Barrett's powers? Or mine? Come on! Being a part of a crew like this is a new experience so far. It would have been amazing to see this more times than just a handful of times that it happens in the game. When the world is a static mess, as we talked about before, being a part of a moving squad that talks and fights along you adds a small amount of life that we desperately need in this game. Delgado also mentions that before this facility was built, the UC just threw people on the surface, effectively just leaving them to die. Unless Delgado is an unreliable narrator here, that flies in the face of how the UC conducts themselves. Also, in a world where ships land all the time on every single fucking planet everywhere all the time, what would have stopped people just coming down and picking them up? Was it guarded from orbit? Surely they couldn't ward off every angle of the planet. What? This was probably a throwaway line, but it does do so much damage to the world building, it's actually pretty insulting. The lock is an interesting location, and as I said before, being a part of a crew is dope here. A frozen box of a prison that borders on the brink of torture, surely. It's huge, and exploring it is pretty neat, but the level design of the cell area is a little bit confusing, and it takes some time getting used to. Down here, we are separated from the rest of the group, and at some point, we're left stuck with Mathis, having to come up with a plan to get out of here and regroup with the gang. At several points of this questline, At several points during this questline, Mathis acts as your enemy and your rival. And technically he is, as you want to one-up each other to impress the boss. But he's always that little annoying little brat you just want to shut up and leave in the dust rather than kill and dispose of. He's just annoying. Almost immediately after being separated by a bunch of rocks falling down into the hallway, it takes him less than a few seconds to propose to finish off Delgado and effectively betray him, climbing the ranks in that manner. It's like Bethesda couldn't have come up with a more normal pace, and they blew their loads as quickly as possible to give the player the option to do so. There had been way too little build-up for me to want to side with them and risk it all. They hadn't built this guy up at all, and they've made me kinda hate him, so why would I help him? They provided no side of him that would have the player like him, and he's effectively just been a stuck-up rival character the entire time. And the best part is, siding with him or not doesn't matter at all, as he won't go through with it anyways. And for some reason, you can't tell Delgado immediately about all this, which is kind of insane. So, was it a test set out by Delgado? Some other character? No. It's literally a dud just for the sake of nothing. You had the golden goose in your lap to impress with a storyline that followed Mathis and you plotting and scheming together to climb the ranks. Two rookies bound by being the newbies, downtrodden by the captains around the key and being the butt of every joke. It's right there for you to just reap the rewards for. In fact, having Mathis wimping out of the plan at the end of it could add more to the feeling of betrayal. And the fun part is, you wouldn't even have to do that much. A few voice lines here and there, and you'd be good. What a waste. Like I said in the Freestar Collective questline, having text pop-ups where animations or systems, couldn't be for whatever reason used would be dope. And it happens here too with a pretty neat little thing. We find some evidence hidden away in a lamp. As usual, these crumbs of hope leave my spirits high, waiting for more of this. But they do not happen again. What? I think I like this because it reminds me of CRPGs, because I do like that genre. It's just, do it a little bit more. It's here that we find an audio log that he so thoughtfully recorded for us, and learn that the score he wanted was a ship called the Legacy, a Galbank transport vessel that went down during the Colony War somewhere. Crix's Legacy. It makes sense now. Also, a slate here reads that they had a hard time keeping the place warm. What? There are literally ice walls everywhere. Wouldn't that melt the entire place and flood it? I mean, after some time, am I dumb? I'm all for the rule of cool, but make it make sense. Also, the voice acting sometimes isn't great.
Big fight broke out at C Block. Gillespie sent his sin to break it up. Might have been half a dozen inmates. It was hard to tell. We almost had it under control when one of them stuck a ship into my leg. Luckily, the other guards dragged me out of there before he finished the job. He was like the chief to design this place. Didn't realize that the inmates would start carving weapons out of the permafrost. So now I'm cold, I'm tired, and my leg hurts like hell. Great way to start my first tour at this dump.
Other than the monotone delivery of everyone, the performances are fine, but it sticks out like a sore thumb when something is a little bit amiss. Delgado's voice actor is one of the reasons I wanted to keep him alive, even, because he stands out. I like him.
No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself.
But sometimes it's just fucking awful. We also learned that this place has been locked off from the whole world for decades, and somehow all these people have the same uniforms as we do now. Food, medicine, and everything else. I might be nitpicky, but still, it pulls you out of the immersion. It's like the whole Moon and NASA situation all over again. After fighting the huge boss at the end, we get a new ship, and at this point, I must have been high or drunk because I think I forgot that I was playing Starfield and I got excited that we could free fly the ship out of here, this cool place. But reality set in quick enough. I don't know why I thought that. I thought I was playing, I hoped I was playing something else. Imagine if you could just like free fly out of here.
Legacy wasn't referring to Crix's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. A Galbank transport probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a Galbank ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, Neva. Think. If Galbank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Let us start with what we know. It was a Galbank ship, which means the company is going to have records of where it went down.
What? Why wouldn't Galbank be looking for this shipment if it was loaded with this many credits? I guess they claimed insurance for the loss, but still, in wartime, that money seems invaluable. Finding records of this legacy vessel should be in the archives of Galbank in New Atlantis, but we need a way in. Finding records of the legacy vessel should be in the archives of Galbank in New Atlantis, but we need a way in. And getting a keycard from a Galbank employee at a cruise ship seems like the way Delgado wants this done. There is no option to try to sneak in or break in, so we have to do this. I get that, though, and the quest to get the keycode is somewhat interesting, I suppose. It all takes place on a ship called Siren of the Stars, but before that, isn't it somewhat fucking off-putting that there's like no sitting animation for different chairs or benches or whatever, even for like big-name characters? Like, this is not a problem at all, but look at Neva. Her sitting just looks so wrong. She should sit like a badass. I don't know, just makes me feel a certain way. I feel like a professional hater. I'm just picking this shit apart, but I hope that pointing out some of this stuff will eventually make someone at Bethesda wake up and make a masterpiece in the future. If it's not this video, someone else's. Because it's pretty much what we're all thinking, most of this. I doubt you would disagree, and if you do, tell me in the comments. I can't take it, I hope. I just feel like if they put her in the corner with a drink in her hand, looking out the window and then turning to you when you came would be so much cooler. She's just sitting there like anyone else. She's not unique. She's not oozing any confidence. She's just a person. And I get it. We're not supposed to maybe... You know, I get the problem, because then they would have to do a little bit more effort in every other NPC as well to make it not stand out like a sore thumb. If you look at Cyberpunk or The Witcher 3, it's not that hard, but you have to put in the effort. Her voice actress delivers convincing dialogue, I'll admit it. Often she plays the boss who keeps whipping you and even insulting you. It's great, but I wish there were more characters like her. She has that angry delivery that makes you wonder when she's just gonna explode and go to town on you for being a fucking moron. That's why it's sad that you don't really have any relationship with these people. You cannot piss them off to a point of them hating you or do well enough that they'll think better of you. It's just all scripted. I know it's all scripted, but it's railroaded, which is fine. But the mind swirls with ideas. What could have been? I feel like in this faction quest, that would almost seem like a must-have. As you're playing the double agent, right? Remember? Do you remember, Emil? Neva wants an award that's being handed out on the ship, the Earth Savior Award. It's worth a lot of money, and we go behind Delgado's back to get more credits. This is shady, but I like it. At this point, you're forced to report back to Sustev. He says no one has gotten this far before. Really? I haven't had to prove anything other than my fighting skills. I've never been questioned, doubted, or anything. It's fucking easy. I wish there had been more moments where somebody might not trust me and stuff. There's also no choice to trick Sustev to get them off my scent if I wanted to do like more Crimson Fleet stuff. They also say Neva is keen and she's figured out everything Sustev has thrown at her, which again, where's the point where I'm in a pinch? They keep telling me that she's figured out everything before, but now everything's just fine and dandy. You keep bringing this up, Bethesda. I cannot not talk about it when the game itself keeps bringing it up, and they never deliver or use it for a good storytelling moment or suspense. Here they actually bring up a good argument for why Galbank would have kept it a secret, the ship, and I agree to an extent. I'm glad they expanded upon it. The Siren doesn't seem like much when you enter it, but it opens up to this fancy and posh area after you get past the captain and away from the back rooms of the ship. This whole award deal is a plan laid out by the captain and Neva, and has been months in the work apparently. And since Nave will be recognized, I was the one that got chosen to steal the award, since we'll be there anyways to get the access to the archives of Galbank. All the rooms aboard, by the way, if you can hear construction outside, that's because there's construction outside. I can't really stop that. I've been waiting, and it's just getting worse, so this is like the worst timing ever. I'm so sorry. All of the rooms aboard the ship have a computer outside that has all the info of the inhabitant inside. What? Also, it's so easy to sneak into places, like there's no guards, no nothing. Ever, like we talked about. You can even sleep in a few of these beds even. They're not marked owned, and you're not trespassing when inside of these rooms. Come on. Just mark the rooms as trespassing and get those stakes up. You can talk to a lot of people on this very pretty ship, and often you are presented with the option to use your skills, which is good. You can learn a lot about the place and the people on board, which can later be used to your advantage when trying to get to your objectives. It's all in all a pretty nice quest that, in retrospect, made me feel like I was playing a more deep experience though. Flaws aside, there's some personal drama, some interesting characters, and clever ways of going about your tasks. Also, breaking into this computer right in front of the owner is just peak Bethesda. But it's also pretty horrible. You can just ask this Shayla lady to hand over her card for the award just like that. I ask, and I ask again with a pretty please, and I just get it. What? She's even super proud over the security the award has, and it's just illogical for her to give up her card to access it to a random stranger. Like, what? Who the fuck wrote this? Also, the credits are laying on tables, they're just yours for the taking. Like, no one cares? Just do whatever you want. Immersion be damned. You want people to live in your world, Bethesda. Like you keep saying. This is the shit that makes me want to fucking jettison myself out into deep space. Such a small area, too. You could have had some fucking intern or something go over this place to assign the correct values to items and locations. Like theft, trespassing, whatever. Did anyone playtest this? Everything else has the correct values to them, so why not this too? VIP access only? Why, that's surely me. Who gives a shit? We found out about an affair that this Dombrowski guy has with one Claudia, and their plan to defraud Galbank. We blackmail her with the evidence we find, and she spills the dirt on him just like that, letting her off the hook in exchange for knowledge. She also gives up some other guy named Gabriel that's in on it? Okay, I'll take it. We decide to shut off the ship's main life support. It has a backup though, so the guests are forced to evacuate according to vessel protocol, and now this guy recognizes us.
Passengers. Wait a second. You're Captain Rokov's guest, right? Didn't expect to see you down here. Sorry to give you trouble. What can I do for you?
He agrees to let me fuck with his shit if I hand 1,000 credits his way or push his debt to the captain as leverage. When everyone is in their rooms, we go talk to this Gabriel, and you can choose your Sysdef choice or your Crimson Fleet choice. We tell him that Claudia is fucking him over, as she is, and we pay him 2,500 credits to loosen his tongue. That's insultingly low, seeing as he can go to prison for the scheming he's done. The economy feels very strange in this game. In the end, we get the credentials from Dombrowski. He agrees to flee and disappear, and both this guy and Barrett is fucking awful.
Well. You must be the one who's been accosting Claudia and Gabriel. I'm uncertain what you hope to accomplish here, but it appears we should rapidly enter into some sort of negotiation.
Also, the audio balancing is fucking atrocious.
Is it necessary for the sun to set on Jemison, or for one to wear a pressure suit when entering the vacuum of space?
Please report to your cabins in an orderly
I see. That certainly places a damper on our negotiations.
At the archives, we meet this guy. Oh, by the way, we got the award thing as well. At the archives, we meet this guy who just accepts that we're a dude on the credit thing. And he acts all nervous and odd.
Yep, completely by myself. Well, I guess you're down here too, right? So that's two of us now. Sorry, not trying to lie to you or anything, just, yeah. Oh, no, this is just their deep storage facility. All the current records are upstairs in the main facility. This is where they put the older data onto long-term servers. Just one moment while I verify. Oh, yes, Mr. Dombrowski. Welcome, sir. Give me a moment to log your visit, and then I'll unseal the archives.
I think to myself at this point, wow, this guy has some character. Such a unique guy. I'll remember this guy, this silly goose, not knowing I was being bamboozled. But when Bethesda said it hooks in me, they still managed to fuck it up by giving away the coming ambush. We're being ambushed, by the way, in the fucking quest progression pop-up window. What? I read that before they even ambushed me. You were so close to doing something so fucking right. I was on the hook. You only needed to reel me in, but instead you threw the whole rod in the water, wasting it all. I suppose it's because their engine has to have a trigger before certain things happen, but it's so dumb and weird, and my god, I'm just getting angry just thinking about it. The shootout here is nice though. It's a small confined area, lots of raining bullets. A tough boss character is in here too. I actually had to, for the first time in over 100 hours on hard, use my abilities and drugs, not just for fun this time. So this was a fun fight. And after all that, we find the documents we need, and many searches has been made for this ship, more than any other in the settled systems. But the score has to be huge. When leaving, we can't confront the people working at Galbank upstairs after the shootout. That's disappointing. Okay, so we're just gonna speedrun some of the plot points from here on out. Delgado looks at the data and we get a location to where the ship is, by a gas giant. Not very cool, very smelly. Lots of radiation. No live. We must solve problem. Use scanner skill. Actually impressed I could do that. Gotta make scanner. First, give award to Neva. Can't lie, but I told Delgado that captain on the Siren should join us and he knows I have it. Wouldn't want to mess it up. Doubt Bethesda has that on the cards though. Bethesda has that one in the cards though, that we can get outed by him joining after having lied about it. Did some research on that? Nothing happens, of course not. Report back to Sysdef, and you can even deliver evidence from the Siren to jail some people there, or people who were involved. That's pretty cool. You can also collect evidence from any of the major characters you meet and have the cases built against them so they can be imprisoned when they get them. The comm spike we are about to put on the ship is classified info coming from SysDef, of all people. Highly classified. Is there some info leak somewhere? We head back to the key. Someone mentions the Mantis. Oh wait, that's me.
Been hearing some stuff about the Mantis being back. If I ever find that bastard, the things I do to them.
That's a whole quest. It's like becoming the Batman, basically, of Starfield. The comm spike is being made at a station which we have to get into. We have a contact which we meet up with, and I shit you not, this is one of the coolest parts of the game. Watch. Look! I mean, the loading screens ruin it a little, but they did something cool. It's nice to be transported for a change. It feels different. Because I didn't feel like the main character who was gonna do everything. It's cool having people do other stuff around for you and like just do stuff in general. It would have been awesome to have a pilot assigned to your ship to do this for you. I mean, you have crew members who have the piloting skill. It's cool seeing the process. It adds to the feeling of what happens when you do this normally. Before we leave the ship to infiltrate the area, you can rob this ship blind and no one cares as fucking usual. 40,000 credits. That's a load of money. Damn. For a game that so heavy-handedly fists you in the direction of being a good guy, this game sure allows you to be a dick. Morally and in the eyes of the law. Also, fuck Barrett with Andreja now. I can't stand him, I'm sorry. Not that you see any difference in the video, but it helped my sanity a lot. For the first time in my playthrough, one of 2 total by the way, we are presented with a task to get a disguise. Fitting, as we have to infiltrate this UC test base. Since we're so suave, we can get past the first checkpoint with some persuasion, but the second one is a challenge. It's worth noting that you can't just kill indiscriminately to get through, but we're here to see it all through like good little boys. There's also a point where when tasked to bring a black pepperless black pepper steak sandwich... Wait, I'm gonna have to read that again. There's also... What the fuck am I... Huh? Oh, did I write this? There's also a point where when tasked to bring a black pepperless steak black pepper steaks... There's also a point where when tasked to bring a black pepperless steak black pepper steak sandwich, I know, to a guy in the cafeteria, we get the option to, and I quote, sabotage the sandwich. What? Why? To what gain? I do not have any incentive to do so, and I do not know what it'll do, or what I'll do to it as a player. What, do I poison it? Will it kill him? Will he get the shits? Why is this here, and why is it not explained why I'm prompted to do this? What I'll be doing to it? So obviously we do it, and it's just us adding black pepper to the black pepperless black pepper steak sandwich. We loot the Why? It's too early for this. We loot the place as if we're about to go AWOL and go get a beefy outfit. My god. By the way, that black pepper steak sandwich was for the guard at the second checkpoint, and I never used it. It's just, I got prompted with it before I even knew about it. Further on into the station, you need to figure out clearance codes that are assigned to the last names of the person I'm imitating, or using the disguising clearance card for. It's a bit tedious, but it works. It makes me actually feel like a double agent now. We are also told that we're not allowed to be down here, but only when actively engaging with a guard, we are forced to defend our rights to be there. I felt a little bit of a sweat on my brow, to be fair. We also report back to our contact that got us here, and we agreed that I should get in quick and come back out quick. We find info on the comm spike, a device strong enough to detect distant items and frequencies, and decrypt them. Distress signals can be found easier. Listening in on enemy chatter would be a cakewalk, and encoded messages from enemies would be easier to hack and encrypt. It could cut down on delays across system messages too, so this is good. If we see a sequel to this, then at least a system-wide messaging system can be implemented because of this. I'm not even kidding. I wrote lol at the end of this in the script, but this would explain it. That new technology that actually pushes this kind of stuff. It makes sense. It's at the late stage. Our contact says she's leaving us behind and that we have to find a way out of here ourselves. That actually puts a wrench in the plan, and it becomes a little more fun to try and find a way out. It's just a shame that you're not really in any, real danger, so to speak. You don't have to actually sneak out of there since everybody just doesn't care that you're there because of your uniform, and you don't have a setup that puts you in a situation where you just shoot your way out. We learn that the comm spike is a ship part, not a device you can simply carry out of here. So the obvious solution here is to flee in the ship it's currently attached to. That's fun. This Vogel guy is who informs us about all this when we talk to him. We need to stress test it with actual pilots. You can betray Juan here, which is the lady that, or guy? Lady, which is the contact that put us here. I didn't see that coming, but it makes sense though. Throw her under the bus for fucking us over. It's a crimson world out there. Wish the game let me screw more people over actually, but since we're a goody two-shoes, we just don't for now. It's good stuff, though. I persuade him and I tell him I'm one of the pilots to test it out. It was pretty stressful at the time. I felt like I could mess up a little here. Another test pilot thinks he's found me out as suspicious. We tell him, right, lol. So easy. Persuasion is so broken. We ride off into the sunset and deliver it to the key. You would think they put a long-range tracker on this thing, but as we've stated before, space is big. Signals be slow, so they'll never find it. The ship looks kinda dope though. Reminds me of a Y-Wing, sort of. Back at the key, you can find Juan, the fucker who left us at the star station, and at no point can you threaten her, bring up how she fucked you over, take their matters to a violent end, or anything. Also, she sounds way too soft to be a damn pirate.
Surprise? Neva talks tough, and frankly, she is tough. But she's not a machine. Now you're starting to sound like a real pirate. Anyway, I believe I owe you a drink. It's the last time I'm paying, of course. Because if Delgado's right about Crix's legacy, you've earned more than your fair share already with that comm spike. Yeah, although I get why you didn't give me the details. If I had known this was about the legacy, I might have asked for a bigger cut. You read my mind. I don't like the thought of putting my routes in jeopardy over an old story. But I respect Delgado, and I believe he's on to something. What that is, though, remains to be seen.
Whether Crix's legacy is real or not, we have a job to do, and we will see it through.
Anyway, I've kept you long enough. Now that you've had your drink, and my debt is paid, it's time for you to give Delgado the good news.
Andreja's comments feel so much better than Barrett's, oh my god. He feels like the most normal out of the Constellation followers. Also, the only reason to throw her under the bus is so that the final confrontation, she will not take part in it. That's pretty much it. So depending on which side you'll take, it might be in your favor or not.
Juan gave us the full rundown of your little smash and grab operation. She gave you some really high praise. Said you were a pro.
Smash and grab? We were literally undetected. No smashing, what the fuck? For the electricity problem around the gas giant we're headed for, to get the legacy, we need tech to absorb it and keep us safe. So we're sent to Neon to talk to a contact there. It's pretty smart, actually, as we're supposed to get our hands on the tech that both shields Neon and also absorbs lighting to hit the city, turning it into energy for the city. It's genius, actually. Using the world building that is already there to fuel solutions for problems we encounter feels grounded. And we are essentially forced to learn more about the locations because of it. But it does not feel that way due to the organic way we go about it. This is great. As much as we talk about the problems, we also have to praise it when it does something good, and this is great. We cannot at this stage lie to SysDef, which is insane. What if you fully committed to the fleet now? You've even had the chance to help people, benefit the fleet, why would they assume you wouldn't maybe try to fuck over SysDef? It has to be stated, because I can't remember if I didn't update the info previously, but you can, like in the script, that you can join the Crimson Fleet without the UC SysDef team contacting you first. So the Crimson Fleet will contact you. I don't know if I said that earlier, but now I'm retconning it, so to speak. Though it is safe to say that most will stumble upon it through the SysDev way, since it's literally forced through the main quest during the No Sudden Moves quest, like we mentioned before. So, yeah. You can simply open fire at them and be excommunicated that way, but that doesn't really feel like satisfy the craving of doing to SysDev what you are doing to the fleet. Wouldn't it be nice to have it the other way around too? You being hired by the fleet and using SysDev to reach the Crimson Fleet's goals? That's kind of what you're doing, but coming from the perspective and incentive from the fleet? Not much would have to change, I guess, but some differences would be neat. I'm actually trying to read up on how like, if you joined through the Crimson Fleet, what would change? It doesn't seem like anything really changes. That's weird. I was gonna say I was gonna do another playthrough, but that's just not happening. My god. The contact in Neon says we need to steal the data from the underbelly of the city, and we're also going to install a virus for her own gain, and our wallet.
See that big yellow thing that's draped over almost the entire city? That's the grid, or what the locals call the span. Besides looking like some sort of madman's modern art piece, it's actually the main source of the city's power. Well, like I said, it's shut down. Had to cut the entire tour staff too. Look, I'm sorry if I'm blowing up at you, but I've got a ton of problems and no time to deal with them all. I'm afraid.
The guy says he's sorry for blowing up at me. He was talking normally. What? This game is often so low energy, it's embarrassing. No grandiose emotions, nothing. I don't even think I've heard anyone scream at me during the whole playthrough. He unlocks the safe for me, and I get the evidence we need to blackmail a certain someone, and we get the access key to Generdyne. Valentine!
I choose your next words very carefully, Miss Komiko.
The bar is pretty awesome, though. Gives off the Red Mile vibes. Infiltrating the facility is pretty much a stealth mission that takes effort to mess up. It's all on rails, basically. All the guards look away from where you need to go, and the path is unmistakable. It's not horrible or anything. You can shut your brain off a little and just enjoy the tiny bit of suspense you get from doing this, but that's limited due to what's previously mentioned. It also goes in the face of the player freedom Bethesda so insanely wants to stick to so hard, they don't even take away control of your character at any point other than... Well, we'll get there. We must get a cipher from Brazen Bayou to get the schematics. The leader here. And as usual, every character we meet wants to either fuck someone over or want me to do something while I'm trying to get to somewhere or someone. So since he hates his brother so much, the administrator of the city and some businesses, he just lets me sabotage everything. Speaking of brothers, we have to go talk to our contact that set us up with this job and the virus. But Benjamin Bayou is there, and we say that his brother was behind the virus and he's gone off-world to hide from his brother anyways. He's made privy to this in the literal 1 minute time frame that I did it and went here. Okay, so this is his brother, by the way. He also says to give Delgado and Neva his regards, implying that he, the administrator of Neon and a member of the Council of Governors, by the way, for the Freestar Collective, has some dealings with the fleet. This is never touched upon again. And we see this guy a lot, actually. He pops up a lot. We report back to Estelle, give her a cut, and Andreja hates me giving her money, but she hands me money all the time. What? I thought she liked to be nice. See what I mean about the visual design of characters, though? Does this person look like a Crimson Fleet member? I understand that she's some sort of undercover person, but still. SysDev is then upset with me because I haven't reported back for a bit, telling us that since they're getting ready to attack the fleet soon, I should have reported back sooner. What? Didn't they say earlier that I should just do whatever I can? At no point has this reporting back been an issue, but suddenly they're upset with me. It's like the writers, or the game only has two listed writers now, desperately needed a high-stake moment. But nothing of interest is mentioned. He only says that we need to bring the money to SysDev. Yeah, I know. Why be upset when you had nothing to say? We approach the Legacy. Shields holding up, and we're not taking damage. Everything is in working order. Also, if the game had functional spaceflight, having storms and environment stuff like this, or something else, would be a nice addition to break up the otherwise mundane traveling that you would do. Maybe you'd have to up your shields to the max, or maybe upgrade them to pass certain areas or systems, because all of the gas that, or gas giants that have this type of weather around them. It's just a thought, you know, if driving a spaceship was an actual option. And I know that Bethesda is working on Terran Armada? Yeah, Terran Armada. I know they're working on it, and they said that they would improve space traversal in this, so they might, by the time this comes out, which is hopefully not in too long, it might have already been fixed, but it's been 2 years, so this argument still stands. The ship, the flying around, is awful. The space traversal has been awful for 2 years. The Legacy holds 2 stories. The first one being the crew that was stranded here, slowly wilting away, going mad and coming to terms with dying out here. The second is Crix himself coming there after the fact and being in the same predicament. It has many ups and downs, from the crew desperately trying to create ways to keep themselves alive, maybe even escaping, to utter defeat in the wake of failure to do so. It's a dead giveaway that Crix never got off this thing, as we can see his ship still attached to a docking bay. It gives the plot away, but to be fair, it's what you'd expect, and it's not what the whole point is about. It's about the score, not the guy hunting it. Also, another ship you cannot commandeer or otherwise explore or interact with. What? It would be a legendary ship in the universe of Starfield, but no fun for you. The Legacy is rich with epic environmental storytelling. Audio logs, notes, really giving depth to what transpired here, and who these people were, and what they had to endure in their last days here. It actually stands out so much, I feel like no other place in the game comes close to this depth this location has. Don't get me wrong, it's absolute misery porn from entry to exit. But if there was way more of this, and a lot less procedural nonsense, this game could have been up there with the best of them. In the past, they've been looked at as one of the best in the industry at these things. But Starfield sticks out like a sore thumb because it lacks that magic. It's even worse when you have this nugget of gold that points out how well they can do this. What could have been? I did come to a weird point during this though, and that's when I ran out of lockpicks and I desperately wanted to unlock computers and doors and I could not find a single one. The problem here is that I wanted to trade with Andreja, but it's soft locked until I start her quest, so the game forces me to do anything with your companion. You have to like continue their nonsense. She also talks about Sarah here, because obviously I had to start her quest line. She also talks about Sarah here as if she's still alive, when she is very much, yeah. It's also worth mentioning that this is one of the few times the game presents you with a cred tank. And I had to look this up, and I only saw this once during my 800 hours of play, and that's this one. My god, is it beautiful. They can give you a few thousand credits each, so make sure to loot them if you see them. There's barely any info on these, but they do spawn randomly, and it's believed that they only do so on higher levels and in higher level areas or systems. And even then, it's super rare. Like, 1 in 800 hours type of rare, apparently. The room where all the credits are being held is awesome. The crates lighting up as you pass them. Give the feeling of a lure and something shiny to be taken. If every crate like this has about 5 to 10,000 credits in them each, and let's estimate that there's about like 1,000 crates here, that's 10 million credits. That's not a whole lot considering we have ships that cost about 500,000. I guess still a shit ton of money that will benefit the Freestar Collective, or the key. Seeing as that's where the money was supposed to go, and let's face it, they need it. This place is a shithole. Let's also err on the side of the fact that we have to assume the crates we found have been tampered with. So the total of each of these could easily be 50k each, which would be a substantial boost in the total. Still, even if the score is about 10 mil, not bad. Not bad at all. It's ironic. All the money he wanted to use on his crew and himself, and he can't spend a single credit. Crix never made it out. Also, his rescue was planned, but this Isa person he entrusted to be the temporary head of a fleet and his rescue, if need to be, paid off some mechanic to have his shields fail while he was out there. And she refused to come pick him up. There's a few things to mention here. That means that at least 2 people outside of this vessel knew the location of the Legacy. And that info just died with them? I don't get Isa's reasoning for not going back for it like a year later or something, as they seems they had a viable method of enduring the storm maybe? I mean, it's not the best, but they were on the right path to developing a shield that actually worked. and she knows where the score is. Also, I never in a million years believed that a mechanic wouldn't banter about any of this to his friends. It's not as much as a plot hole as it is just an awkward or rather strange thing to happen, or rather not happen. It's just the tech doesn't exist to pull him out, but his shields worked fine, other than being a little bit faulty. He made it there. Surely, with some light improvements to the tech, they'd be able to go back and get this done. It's also worth mentioning that Isa doesn't respond to Crix asking her if she doesn't care about the money, which could lead us to think she only wants the power that comes with sitting on the throne, so that the money isn't really relevant to her, but still. That mechanic, though. What was he up to? I want to talk to that guy. We transfer the credits to a portable bank, and the game has to load what comes next. It's so jarring and obvious that's what's happening. If they could do it here, why not do it when you fast travel? Is it because it's like two different cells and it's not some assets being rearranged and loaded, but like a whole new cell? Well, I don't know. But we have to rush out of here as the ship's EM field is down and it'll be destroyed soon. Escaping is tense and actually pretty fun. The explosions, the different paths you have to take. Exploring the ship beforehand actually helped me navigate easier. So I felt like a little bit good about that. It paid off. What's funny is that you cannot take the credits for yourself, by the way. You can't take them, destroy them, jettison them, nothing. Which is a shame. Give me some options. Also, it says talk to Andreja about your choice, but I guess don't do that before leaving the store. This is the time for choosing your side. Basically delivering the creds to either Sistef or the Crimson Fleet. Like I said, you cannot take the money, you cannot jettison it, you can't do anything. You have to choose between these two. This money, even if you got like a 10% of it, would have been awesome. Like, you got corrupted while you tried to do it, or, you know, or you could just toss it into the ether, leaving, you know, ending the Crix's legacy somehow. I don't know. There is no other option for the money other than Sistef and the Crimson Fleet. We hit the fleet, and before we do, we have to take out some defensive batteries, and that's a chore, but eventually we fight the fleet head on, killing everyone you've come to know in this alliance, other than a handful that you can choose yourself. Gotta admit, it's cool to go John Wick style on these people that you've come to know, but you feel a little bad. But most of these people were insufferable fools anyway, so you don't really regret it too much. Bomb guy! His bomb has been activated! See, I told you he would come in handy later. Or not handy, but like, you would see him later. I don't really feel a lot for the guy. You know, we haven't really talked to him a lot, but wait, I can help him? Sistef could use him. Delgado's talk. Makes me feel a little bad.
I don't know who the hell you are anymore. I thought I did. But clearly, I was wrong. What the hell happened to you? You had Crix's legacy in your hands, and you gave it away. For what? For honor? Justice?
He also has a plan to vaporize the place. I convinced him to turn off the reactor overload and surrender, so that was easy. They're now clapping for me since I did this. And apparently Neva has escaped, apparently. Which is fucked up, because I wanted to kill her so bad she was insufferable. What's awesome is that you get 250k from this. Yeah, it's an insane amount. And it's also the biggest payout you'll ever see in this game, if I'm not mistaken. So that's it. The tale of the double agent who found Crix's legacy comes to an end. It's not a bad questline, to be fair, but it does feel woefully underdeveloped in terms of choice and consequence. I'll reiterate some stuff that we already went over, but at no point do you feel the tension of being almost outed. You're at no point questioned or prodded to make you feel the heat. You cannot out yourself at any point to simply side with the fleet early on or make a setup for SysDev. To slap insult to injury, almost everyone at the key are miserable and annoying except for Delgado and the bomb guy, which is a criminally underexplored character, by the way. What little you learn and do for the SysDev organization in terms of bonding with them or how many characters you talk to on their ship doesn't really make me care about any of them, or SysDev as an organization, that needs to succeed. The game gives me more reasons to side with the fleet, if anything, because you don't talk to a lot of people here on SysDev and you don't really feel that their side of the story is worth fighting for. Crix's Legacy is a fine mystery, and it has a somewhat rewarding payoff with a predictable ending, but the ride was fun for the most bit. I don't think there's any reason to fully summarize what we went over because this section has been very long, but it's enjoyable, but it's frustrating in its design where you always feel like there should be more options to the things you do and more ways to go about stuff, and there just aren't any. There's only two choices. The lack of some heartfelt and humane moments within either factions are sorely missing here too, as when you're prompted with a final choice to take a side, you don't really feel anything. If anything, you feel indifferent because the choice here is based all on your moral compass as a player, instead of your relationships with the members on each side. I'm not saying morality shouldn't weigh in on it, but wouldn't it be so much harder if after a mission with the fleet, you have like a big party and you get to know some members on a deeper level? Could be anyone, new or the ones you've been interacting with up until this point, or well then. Or hell, maybe if you're even presented with a love interest, you'll lose forever if you pick the other side, killing them in the final fight, or sparing her or him or someone through some persuasion and planning. I simply do not care about the people on either side. They're puppets that stand around spouting nothing but work at me, and I know very little about them personally. Some you'd learn something about, but in the grand scheme, you will just forget it all because it's just stories they tell. You never see another side of these people like you do with Jackie in Cyberpunk, the gang members in Red Dead Redemption 2, your companions in Baldur's Gate 3, just to name a few. They live. They sleep. I'll say it again for the millionth time. But the writing is the crux of the game, slapped together with some strange design choices and engine limitations that just keep dragging the experience down to a questionable and half thought out slog that again makes you wonder what could have been. Also, we never get Hunter personally for leaving or betraying the fleet like Delgado says when meeting him. I thought maybe Neva would be the one that came back for revenge as an epilogue for the questline, but no. Never happens. The bow tie is right there for Bethesda to just tie up, but they simply don't know how, or choose not to. It could be cut content too, I suppose, but that doesn't really justify it. Fuck. Ryujin Industries was the last faction quest I ended up doing. I don't know if it was just the fatigue of this game setting in, or if I was truly done with all this bullshit, because I think I enjoyed it the least of all the factions quests. Not only is it dreadfully slow to pick up, it's also just a whole bunch of a nothing burg. Also, while we just argued the lack of character connection in the Crimson Fleet questline, this one throws so many people at you that you won't be able to remember any of the names if I held a gun to your head right now. The focus on the realistic aspects of corporate espionage is what also brings the whole questline to a screeching halt, as a quest often is just to go to an office to download some data and head out. It's a completely normal office. There's your usual corporate scheming and plotting, but overall you just never feel invested because you usually only care about what you should care about. You're told what you should care about. You don't feel that way due to being fucked over by a rivaling corporation in a raw deal, like them taking half your credits or otherwise putting you in a lower or worse situation you were in to begin with. We're only told of these things, and thus it's hard to put ourselves in the mind of someone who should do this much for the cause. This is not exclusive to entertainment media, but also in real life. If you haven't played the game or forgot, Ryujin Industries are the ones who stand behind the NeuroAmp technology being sold around the cell systems, a biotech that can improve your stats in minor ways. Pretty impressive stuff, to be fair. They also deal in other ways like ship manufacturing and weapons and even tea and all that jazz. They're basically Arasaka Light from Cyberpunk. So we get hired to the company. The theme of climbing the corporate ladder, starting from the bottom, now we here type vision, is apparent from the first interaction you'll have in this questline. To start it, you have to apply for a position within the company, as you would any other job, which is hilarious, and you have to take a questionnaire in order to prove your worth. I don't give any reasons why they should hire me in the questionnaire. I said I was a criminal, had only gone through high school, and that I barely knew about the company. As always, none of your answers have any say if you'll get the job or not, because of course it's Bethesda.
Death?
Before even getting hired, we talked to this guy who's lost a slate, and he keeps going on about how info needs to be closely guarded and no one should discuss intel with each other as loose lips sync lips. But then he entrusts us to go find his personal slate because... what? He also tells me that I, as well as him, have no time to spare. Did no one proofread this? Am I completely misunderstanding this line?
It's not a matter of trust, but one of time. I have little to spare. You do not.
None of us has time to spare. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, he lost it while he was doing some volunteer work, so I decided to get it, or, you know, before I go to the interview. Also, he seems like he wants to help people and stuff, because he got a head start in life and he wants to help people, but that made me stop and think about something. We rarely see any main characters or quest givers do anything. They simply stand around and tell you what kind of person they are. Like, they don't have any actions, only words. A beggar in the underbelly has the slate that he needs, but she wants it because it's wind resistant, unlike her napkins. Right. So you pick up her notes, which are a pain in the ass to find, but you actually have the option to let her keep the slate, which is interesting. To add to this, she's probably the most fleshed out beggar here. She has goals and aspirations, and she won't let you donate more than 25 credits a day in fear the player will go broke like her. She's very, like, cringeworthy though.
Wow, that's real class of you, Chief. A+ stuff. Now I can get my books sorted, executive style.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Her spreadsheets, as she calls them, are the aforementioned napkins she's been writing on, noting down her income and outgoing credits. Again, when Bethesda probably should do something, they simply won't. You could have had, could you not have her set up with some credits, offered a job, purchased a shitty little box for her? Like, I'm stuck with like hundreds of thousands of credits, and I have no way of helping. So we return the slate to the guy that says time is money, but every time we see him, he's just chilling. That's about it for that quest. That's like, okay, I don't think we're gonna go into it a lot at the end, but this is basically all the quests in Starfield, other than like the main side stuff. That's everything you do in this game. You get told by some guy that just stands around to go do something on the other side of the system. Get a gun, get a ring, deliver this letter, do whatever, get something for me. And then you go back and they're like, yeah, awesome. Now fuck off. It's just, the mission design is so poor. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's so many of them. But it's like, at the end as well, if there are options, they don't really have any consequence or visible or tangible effect on anything. So that's the whole quest. No persuasion, no bribery, which would seem like an obvious option here. The length of it made me feel like there should have been a reason for that interaction. The only one during this quest. But no, it's a simple fetch quest, which isn't all bad, but it's just another time where you feel like something should have happened in a certain way, but it didn't. It lacked something, or what could have been. During the interview process, this Imogen will refer to your original answers in the application, which actually had me impressed. No matter how much you self-sabotage during the interview, or during the questionnaire, or this interview, you cannot be denied the job. Bethesda's kitty gloves are so far up my ass right now, I can feel them digging around for any reason to hire me. And they do. The topic of no consequence come to mind, and also the fact we talked about this earlier, that Bethesda is just absolutely terrified you won't experience everything. Even if it means twisting the game's arm so much it'll snap off in terms of logic and reason. On our way to grab fucking coffee for her, we also get congratulated by joining the dysfunctional family.
Anyway, Hey, just wanted to welcome you to the dysfunctional family.
I thought this was gonna have some meaning, that some characters would have some quirks that I had to deal with, or something, but spoiler, no. Everything here is just work, work, work. That's everyone's personality, that's just all they do. Tight, stuck-up people who just are very strict and very work, work, work ethics related. Ethics aligned, I suppose. Anyways, the first mission is to get coffee. And we're told to skip the line if there is one, and since I wanted to roleplay an incompetent idiot in the beginning of this questline, I actually tried to see if the line would ever even move. It does not. What a fucking... Come on, man. This guy barges in. What the fuck is going on here? He's the guy that had my job before I got hired, whom I replaced. How did he know when I just got hired a minute ago? He threatens to kill us because all his ass kissing didn't get him anywhere, which I guess is fine. Then he tells us we have exactly one chance to explain why we shouldn't die right then and there.
No, I have to do this. You don't understand. Yeah, I hope so. Look.
Oh. That was just a lie then? Okay. No stakes. Like always. It would break the rule of the persuasion system, but wouldn't it be an absolute thrill if you were presented with only one try in this scenario? It would make the persuasion skill worth leveling up in, and it would create some kind of excitement of failure, which a game does not have. Like, wouldn't it be better if, let's say in the end, before going to the Unity, you have this hunter, an emissary, that you have to persuade, and since they're powerful beings or, you know, stubborn people, you only have 1 or 2 chances to get your way. I don't feel like that's a big deal to code in, to be fair. There is rarely, if ever, a time where you are locked out of or otherwise affected greatly by failing a dialogue choice. We succeed here, but he's convinced I'll come for him, so I agree that if that happens, I'll remember this moment. Give him a chance. Andreja even says she expects me to keep that word. Nice. This made me think I would have to run into him later and actually do hunt him down or whatever. Spoiler, we never see him again. Bethesda? Have you heard of Chekhov's gun? I suppose the only reason this interaction exists is so that there can be a narrative way of explaining to the player that Ryujin is a cutthroat business where you are thrown under the bus by the simple waft of a hand. Show, don't tell. This whole interaction is just a way to inform the player that kind of business, what kind of business Ryujin is without saying it, or showing it, I mean. The fact that they do show it later in the questline, although it being at the very end almost, renders this whole interaction pointless, unnecessary. If we stretch our reasoning, I suppose it could set up the stage at the very beginning to feel the tension from the get-go, but again, it's a ham-fisted exposition dump at best. So weird. I tried to drink the coffee order that we're supposed to pick up, but you can't. You can't fuck up.
I hope that coffee is still hot considering the time it took you to get it. You either need to learn this city or how to deal with distractions. So, what was the holdup? Good answer, and the one I was hoping for since we learned of the incident before your return.
I literally sprinted back and forth, but whatever. Imogen here also somewhat already knows what happened. I suppose I was followed, and someone had a direct line of communications with Imogen or whatever, but it did spark a fire in my mind that I probably shouldn't lie a lot here, as it'll just land me in trouble, seeing as they know everything. So I'm junior operative now. I'm to be a broker for their side in arguments, settlements and stuff. After that, we're told to deliver coffee to people in a room. And I sit down to talk to them, but they're all just sit there waiting for me to come to them. The world isn't alive. It exists just for me to interact with. Why couldn't I just place it down and have them all talk amongst each other, other than for me to, like, me one at a time? You're all just sitting there. I don't know. I feel like a professional complainer, but Bethesda has barely done anything different since Skyrim. Same quality when it comes to this shit. Have them do something. Paperwork. Discuss mundane shit amongst themselves. What is this? It does introduce you to the major players you'll interact with, but none of them leave a mark in terms of impression. None of them stand out. They have different character models and have voices and jobs, but it's hard to differentiate all of them when they just sit, walk, and move the same way in terms of, you know, design and attire. As such, I cannot name a single name in this questline, which is impressive. Kelt Corp has to answer for a recent hacking attempt towards Ryujin Industries, and justice comes in forms of me counterattacking their hack by giving them a system virus. Alright, here we go. Corporate espionage, scheming. That's why we're here. The mind boggles with the ways one could go about this. Surely some social stealth would come in handy with this, or maybe we could sneak into a vent to get close enough to a server. Could we persuade someone or help someone so that they'll let us access these files? You know what? Some classic stealth would also do. Like any of them, actually. I'm fucking excited. I'm so excited.
Interruptions since this morning, and I'm not spending another break at my desk listening to Cody eat with his mouth open.
One of those days, huh?
More like one of those months. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to Terra Brew right now.
I suppose simply smashing it would not help. We can pick up an extra for Chloe if she asks.
Oh. At no point are you stopped, questioned, asked why you're here. Nothing. Just waltz in, no worries off limits. Jesus. So we return and we're informed that the more we screw up, the more people will have to fix my shit, and the less I get paid. That's an interesting system. You will actually feel the impact of failure if you do fail. Having them straight up refuse to pay you if you really mess up would be a diabolical thing, but awesome. The sense of having to perform and being punished here gives me a sliver of feeling responsible for my actions and actually having to live with my actions and consequences. It's a minor one, but it's on the right track. Next up, we're to frame someone, and you can already imagine what that stuff entails. Fudging public perception, smearing names on heinous acts, blackmailing, and all the good stuff. Let's see what Starfield brings to the table. Right. All of these companies never really come into play during the questline. You'd think by the setup we're gonna make some powerful enemies at Kelt Corp or Laredo. No, not at all. Next one, getting a key card from a security chief. This is where it starts picking up for me actually, but it ends with this quest. You're giving an optional quest to wear a disguise in this one. Won't you just outright steal it? During the conversation, it just suddenly skips to persuasion, so we do that and get the card. I think that was a bug, but okay, fair enough. I do wonder what would have happened if we failed though, because I have not leveled up my pickpocketing skills. So would I have been able to get it? Would I be soft-locked? I suppose murder could solve that. Next up is to sabotage a deal between Infinity Ltd and the Quantum Synergies. We'll be talking to executives from each company and are given notes on them both, which will guide me through my conversation with them and get what Ryujin wants, to stall their partnership, or to swap out a presentation that will make it seem incoherent to, Entacal's concern. We're also given a suit for the quest, and it looks like shit. Right. When talking to Arthur... Oh, Arthur. We can actually get unique responses to our personal or persuasion lines. It happens occasionally, this. Don't get me wrong, but it happens rarely enough for you to take note when a character doesn't force out a canned response to your persuasion. So just by shit-talking the competition, we've influenced him enough, and now we talk to Sola. Wow, the same story here. And switching the slate for our tampered one, it's simply a matter of unlocking one door. Done. So next up is John Hope's business, the fucker we flatlined a while ago. And no one even comments on it even once, except for these randoms who just open fire when we enter the building. What the fuck was that? We planned a thing which was fucking easy to fudge some numbers, and we go back and she says we fucked up. What? That wasn't my fault. That was a bug. I can't help that. Next task, get schematics from Trident Star Yard. This is a company that Ryujin sees as competition, and we need to secure some inside intel. It should be said that there is no option to buy these ships or ship parts in the game, which is odd since you are allowed to buy from other ship manufacturers in the game. Seems like Bethesda did some last-minute cutting of some content here, or chopped it for later DLC. Oh wait, now the quest is over. Okay, that was insanely short. These are the quests. So dumb. At this point, I leveled up for the first time in 3 hours. The XP handed to you in this game, they're so stringy with it. And while doing so, we finally unlocked the pickpocket skill, though we'll not have a use for it at all in this questline, so that's a fucking wasted skill point. I'll just have to wait 3 more hours for the next one. All the quests up to this point have been disastrously dull, but fear not, as I did, thinking this whole questline was doomed to follow in these footsteps for the remainder of the story. We're being told to see Ularo Chen, head of operations, as she's impressed with us and she wants to hand us a task personally. We meet up with the Simon and have to indulge in his madness relating to code phrases and such.
Speaking of, looks like the Galactic Raiders are the #1 pick for the Universal Championship this year.
Also, why can't fucking Sidonia have a fucking fast travel point to the fucking inside? Ugh. Why outside? I know, broken record and all that. There's so many loadings. There's too many loading screens. Come on, let us teleport inside. Or to off some merc and bring her gun as proof of death. Seems simple enough. So when jumping to orbit around Saturn, we encounter her. So what's interesting about this ship is that depending on the outcome of this interaction, you can encounter it again as a random encounter. But there's no dialogue to accompany it, only that it shows up as hostile and you'll have to fight or flee, which is a lost opportunity or missed opportunity. I'll have to pat the game on its back for this one, but having a conversation about how you effectively saved her life, that she'll let you go because she owes you, would have been great. We explain the situation and she lets us board to get that gun off her hands. She explains that her and Simon used to be a thing before he sold her out, then she proceeds to say she won't give him her firearm. Nice Fallout 4 haircut, by the way. Isn't that the exact same one, just copied from that game? Jesus. And the reason she let us aboard? She wants to sell my ship. Where's her crew, though? She thinks she can 1v7 us? We easily persuade her to give up her ship. You can just take her ship, she doesn't care. Very generous. Back with Simon, you can't lie and tell her that she's alive but unarmed, which is a bummer. He also says he's an old man? He's in his 30s at the best, what the fuck? We're handed the gun as payment and he opens up this deal that he knows about. This is the first time we hear about this Project Dominion, and from here on out, this will be our main driving force for the questline. It's Infinity's shot at neuroamp technology. Not only that, it's not even theirs. It's Ryujin's own blueprints, code, design, and even the name. They didn't even change the name, so they stole all this and just didn't change the name. It's later revealed that it's an internal, neuroamp, upgraded from the more primitive external ones now on the market. And it all points to a mole within the company. And seeing as how we've yet to meet any people, and surely it has to be one of the named ones and no random NPC, the rule of video games and all that, it's easy to see who the culprit could be. Could it be the one person we've had 90% of our interaction with or the randoms we've seen for about 1 minute each during our time here at Ryujin? I wonder who it could be. There is a twist, don't worry. The mystery does broaden a little, as we later are tasked to talk to and then help other people within the company. But there's simply not enough people to suspect. Finding them all needs to be done in secrecy, as no one should be able to evade or otherwise be able to prepare for the search. And we need to acquire a third-party investigator, Nyx, chosen from Ryuji themselves, so affiliated. You're not bringing an objectively neutral party to the mix then, are you? Anyways, before finding Nyx in Neon, we get attacked by that guard outside that warehouse we killed that mobster in. I guess he had a vengeance after I did what I did to his friends. He won't let me have his program that I'll run through Ryujin's system without payment or a favor. What kind of a deal did he make with this company? I get the payment, but what the fuck is he thinking by adding a favor to the bargain? I suppose having friends in high places would get you some pretty neat favors, so of course we just do the favor. That favor is to plant a program on Camden Cho's terminal. Get some kind of info for another company or some shit. And I shit you not, it could be because it's been weeks since I played that quest, but he's just some guy. The guy we delivered coffee to at the beginning. I don't even think it's spoken to. I think I've spoken to him once after. If I did, I couldn't remember because they're all so bland. And if this is a choice we're supposed to really think about morally or otherwise, it has utterly failed to make a second guess if it's worth it. Unless you've grown some affection towards these wooden dolls puppeteered by Bethesda's ancient animation design or Ryujin as a company, there's no reason to say no other than I just don't want to. So yeah, fuck it. Fuck that guy. As a result of completing that optional task, he can get fired, and according to the research I've done, it locks you out of having him help you in future missions? Okay. But have any of these fuckers done anything for me or my missions? I suppose they mean at the very end, where we all have a little sit down and talk business, but it's so little info on some of these quests and characters in the wikis, which is where I'm currently looking for all this. Desperate for someone to know what's up. And it is apparent that there is little community interest when it comes to filling out the wikis. People on Reddit also seems clueless, as well as they think questlines are bugged when they do not understand how or what or how something happened, but it's but that's just Bethesda's bug for you. Is it a bug? Is it a feature? Who knows? So when we finally go back and infiltrate Ryujin as an undercover, guy to find the mole, we are considered trespassing, and guards will, if they catch you, throw you in a holding cell, which you can then escape, by the way. But the next time they'll open fire on you. So perfect stealth here is ideal. Killing them would be a hassle. The tension of this quest had me on edge of my seat despite the horrible stealth in this game. At the time of playing, it seemed like the hidden bar would live a life on its own, independent to what was going on in the world around us. Guards often seem to have eyes of hawks, which wouldn't be too bad, but I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to have eyes in the back of their heads. It's as if the game sometimes detects you randomly, and not due to cones or vision or noise. Guards have longer field of vision as well, and if you are even slightly in their line of sight at almost any distance, it will seem you'll be detected. It's as if they took the criticism of Skyrim and Fallout 4's overpowered stealth and overdid the system so that it's effectively impossible to have an enjoyable time. Dark or light environments do not seem to matter, though it's still being debated. It seems like it might be. Some say the weight of the suit adds noise and is thus smart to unequip. I don't think Bethesda coded that in. I know it was talked about in Skyrim, but I don't know. I don't think they put that in this game. If they did, and it could be they did, I just didn't notice a difference. If I didn't notice a difference when trying both, I don't think it matters. They could have just fucking stopped. They could have just dropped it then. When it does click, though, and you manage to get some kills in, and it's a god tier satisfaction to deal some extra bonus damage on a headshot, like a one hitting your enemy and then moving on to the next one. We're also equipped with an EM weapon, but it does literally nothing, like we talked about, to help us here, being as it takes several magazines to put some of them out. And when you fire it, everyone knows you're here, and fighting all of these fuckers with an EM weapon isn't going to happen. By the time you'd be done, they'd start waking up again, and then you'd be stuck in an endless loop and a war of attrition, seeing as you don't have infinite ammo. It does nothing other than putting you at a moral neutral and not killing these people. If you're spotted and knocking them out, these guards roam the entire building. They would be able to ID me and report me after we leave. Was this not thought through? I guess they could get like an order later to like update them, like, hey, that was part of the plan. She's not a baddie, or he's not a baddie, but you can also turn off lights around the area, which leads me to think lights have an effect on being spotted, but it doesn't matter with how intense or insane the stealth really is. Being able to turn it off at all is a nice addition, though. Wish there was more of this. We find the email that security maintenance is tomorrow, which means today, right now, and that the tower will be closed. Nice detail. Actually, I had to use my powers here. Slow time. I keep failing, even though I do stuff differently every time. It seems kind of broken for me, this questline, this mission. It seems that if you don't take the pre-made route Bethesda made for you, then you'll automatically fail. I tried many different timings and stuff. Bomb has been planted. But not at Cho's PC. Fuck that, we ain't no snitch. Also, Andreja says it was a sloppy mission, seeing as we had to use force to complete it. What? We didn't even get noticed. What in the holy coding is this? Nyx finds dirt on Imogen. Not really a shock, but also I just don't care. None of these characters have been fleshed out enough for me to care. The Imogen is now officially marked as the mole, and she is nowhere to be found. The coworker says she's at Frankie's Grab and Go. Front for the Shiuk. Oh my god. Sioku Syndicate? A front for the Sioku Syndicate, apparently. I don't remember how it's pronounced. Dalton here thinks she knows she's suspect. How? Also, before getting to her, we need to talk to Bayou, the syndicate owner of and the administrator of Neon, and the guy that fucking hates us, that we've screwed over during our playthrough several times. So I'm thinking at this point we're screwed because of the tarnished relationship between us, that we had to find an alternate route to reach Imogen. But when we get there, he just treats me as if I'm a stranger to him when he sees me. It's as if we're starting a fresh slate. No consequence, no risk, nothing matters. And for a city admin and a cartel owner, he sure is easy to persuade into having me rummaging through his private business. So we gain entry, and the entrance itself is kind of awesome. You'd expect it to open up and... oh. Right. The hideout itself is beautiful and intriguing. Yet it seems huge. How can this place go unnoticed by anyone? We're on a glorified oil rig, for crying out loud. There are limitations on room here. It just breaks the immersion for me. They also don't seem to care that I'm stealing maintenance shaft keys and the like from right under their nose, as they are watching. It's great security. Imogen is found, and Nyx was the guy who warned her so she could hide from Ryujin. She pleads her case and says that Ularu is the one setting her up. She's been a double agent working for both Ryujin and Infinity TLD under Ularu's orders. Kinda like how we were, remember? No, we weren't really a double agent. Or it didn't feel like it anyways. We were just undercover in that questline. Then she whips out a slate that allegedly holds all the evidence that is needed to take down Ularu that she got when hacking the security of the whole building apparently. When did she do this? Hasn't she been out of the office ever since she got wind of this? When reporting back to Dalton, you can already now tell him that the mole is either Imogen or Ularu, which is a nice touch. Also, you're giving 4 fucking options to how to hand over this slate, but not one about lying about it to double-cross Imogen. So while Dalton fucks with all of this, we go and chat with Masaku and Vina to have this damn Project Dominion planted right into my fucking brain. Why not? All to infiltrate Infinity and do some espionage. It's insanity, but an interesting and intriguing prospect. And to add to it, you can choose to decline the technology if you so wish, which is great. No, you can't. You have no choice in this pretty invasive fucking surgery that could leave you dead. Great. Having literal mind control over people is a moral quandary that will leave some players thinking the possibilities and also the repercussions of using something like this. The problem here is what that means for the world of Starfield. We'll get to that later. The reason why we can implant this and use it over Infinity is because they only had plans for the mind control aspect of the device, not the shielding compartment that accompanies as a deflector if someone were to ever use it against someone with an implant. So we are tasked to get a very special material that was supposed to be delivered to the clinic. So we find a guy there and he simply spills his beans immediately without even asking us who we are or why we're in this secure wing, which we're now in. Which I had to persuade a guard to get into. He says they're hired by Infinity to do stuff. Project Dominion. They have been doing stuff without approvals. A lie Infinity told them would be cleared soon, so they continued working. Not very ethical, which Andreja comments on, and she's She's correct. Why would I believe these people are nothing but infinity shitheads? I said that they're going to prison, and Andreja likes that. 9 people have died, he says. We can't even find the body bags in the next room to this, which is creepy, and I like it. I go through the computer, and the dire and dark reality of the subjects and the surgeries are messed up. I like this. Some dark shit, finally. Innocent deaths, hopelessness, and struggling to cope with shit. It's awesome. This had me intrigued. I get the shipment from the desk and no questions when I take this. So that's great. So now we have the metal. Coming back, we find them all just standing like they did over a day ago. They haven't moved at all. So that's interesting. I've been through a whole ass dungeon and in several star systems in between our talks, by the way. The world is just paused for me to interact with, so whatever. This metal is 100% pure, you know, it's good for implanting. Didn't seem to do any good for the dead patients at a clinic though, but I have to go by the assumption that they never got to test the implants with that metal, as this note suggests, or that they just got it, I suppose. We spilled what's happened and decide that they cannot continue their shenanigans and proceed with the plan. Masako says we have enough to take down Infinity's CEO, Lucas Drexler. So what do we have to continue? Why not count this as a win right here and then? This, or it's done, we're over, the questline's over, if you have enough to take him down. Nope. Dalton confesses that the evidence is clear. Ularu is the mole. We need to have solid evidence for presenting it to the board when that time comes. We will publicly say that Imogen is the mole to keep Ularu's suspicions off of us. Program that's been designed to bring down Infinity Ltd will be written by Ularu herself, and I suspect she'll try to incriminate Masako, the Ryujin CEO. So we need to bring it back to Dalton for inspection before we plant it at Infinity. One of the questline's most interesting and better moments happen around this very table, and we are here at this point to discuss the mole. This is where I feel we should have been more often. You know, characters discussing, butting heads, scheming, and otherwise just arguing or fighting for their point of view as a viable strategy for, well, anything, really. This is supposed to be a quest about a whole company, and we rarely see any of them interact with each other in any way other than presenting something to you. While we discuss, we have chances to voice ourselves, and in doing so, we learn about people's personality. Just this line alone makes you understand a character way more than just standing in front of them and having orders thrown in your face.
Dalton, how does something like this happen?
Imogen is highly trained. Ularu can even speak to that. We demand the best. So that's the threat we deal with.
I may have well-trained operatives, but security is your responsibility, Dalton. This is a huge failing on your part.
I accept the responsibility, but let's not forget, the mole has already been exposed and dealt with.
Of course, thanks to another of my operatives.
Like, does that make sense? Getting the chip implanted. We're chipping in. We have the technology. Also, since I'm having to be put under, they'd have to monitor my vitals, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they see that my readings are off the charts, to quote Noel herself? As having powers and all that, you know, it fucked with my whole system. If her readings through a fucking glorified iPad camera or scanner could read my vitals, then surely these doctors would see that I'm not very normal and either abort or start asking questions, you know, but no. Nothing. Not even a comment. Andreja, my fucking wife, at this point. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just, we're so far into this bitch. Has little to no opinions on this dangerous and life-altering surgery. It could mean I could mind control her, which would have very messed up power balance issues in our relationship. Custom animation, oh my god. My god, it feels so fresh. This was about 240 hours into my game, by the way. I was so starved for this kind of thing, so when it happened, I was sated. The bar, and maybe that's Bethesda's whole thing. They put the bar for so low for so long that when something finally happens, you'll eat it up, gobble it up, like a good fucking Bethesda fan. And don't get me wrong, I am a Bethesda fan. I like Bethesda. That's the problem. But I'm only saying this because I think they can do better. They have to do better. I can see my character, my feet, my outfit. you know for a fact that my standards were low when this is what I fixated on. When we awake, we're left at like 5% health, and there is no option to say I feel like shit. Great. I can only say that I feel fine. Okay, bitch, I do not feel fine. I wonder if it's because I have survival elements turned on, like eating and drinking, but still. What the fuck? We're also told that we can influence only one person at a time, and it's very temporary. Okay. I wish this was all explained, because what's happening here is that the game simply gave you the manipulation skill in the skill tree for free. That's it. I wish stuff like this was hard locked behind certain triggers like this one. It only seems reasonable that this would be a unique thing, but it isn't. You can just basically unlock it by leveling up. Or at least that's what it seems. Because also in New Game Plus there is no comment on you already having one when you do this quest again. And you only seem to like get a level in. It's so weird. It's so weird. This seems like the perfect time to have some interesting and fun dialogue, but there is none. Why do you want us to play this game again, Bethesda? Why is the whole shtick of the game to replay it several times when there's nothing changed? We tested on the guy called Sterling. This is kind of what I wanted for our companions. We have no control over them at all in this game compared to like Skyrim or Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas. It's very odd. It almost makes you think that they cut it out so that this skill wouldn't seem like such a rehash of the companion commands. Like Andreja said, the implications here are not good. We do not get any information on how this works technically or organically, though. There's just a whole lot of, yeah, that happens because you can do that to people now. I guess we don't really need to know, but it would be nice to have someone or somewhat of an explanation for this. On top of it all, we don't get a permanent character trait in the menu for this. Why not? Seems like the most insane thing. Why wouldn't it be there? So before infiltrating Infinity, or the location, you can choose between going in through a maintenance shaft, or you can have a meeting set up for you and you'll enter that way. Both of these have the same starting point basically, so it doesn't matter. You do get an insane stealth suit here though, which is pretty fucking neat, and it's arguably the best gear in the game for stealthing, as it's light and weight does factor in apparently in sneaking. Sure. Still, doesn't matter though, as you'll be insta-detected 99% of the time. That is why the final quest is so damn frustrating. And I have no idea how it made it into the game at all. It might be me playing on the hardest difficulty, but this was an absolute like reload fest for me. The infiltration of Infinity is arguably the worst quest in the entire game, but also somehow manages to get me thinking that they were on their way to build up on what these infiltration missions could be. You know, from this to this. It seems like a grand leap, and I'm excited for more, really. But this is the final quest, and this is their finale. Oh, this feels like it should have been the first of many infiltration quests. What's interesting with this one is that you can manipulate the environment to make it easier for you. You can sabotage the heating system, make everyone but the guards evacuate as gas is leaking as well. This is good. And with the new manipulation tech, you have new ways of manipulating doors, items, and even pathways of enemies. It's great in every aspect of the design that way. It's not bad. The level design too has been carefully done so that you have pathways to stay above your enemy for most of the time, and you have several ways to maneuver around. It's tense, you have to think a bit to what to do next, and it's all completely ruined by the mechanics of how guards spot you. It ruins the whole experience. I don't know if it was just me. I've been playing stealth games like no other. I'm a certified freak when it comes to these games and the sneakiness. I just don't understand. Could it have been a bug, Bethesda's bug, or could it have been a difficulty? None of the difficulty levels say anything about the people spotting you faster. I don't know. Don't get me wrong, it could be a skill issue. But there's so many people complaining about this as well, so I have to chalk it up to it being like weird. I had to look it up, because it seems you're either in the stealth is OP as fuck section of the internet, or stealth is completely fucked up section of the game. Like, there's no in between. So I don't know. I don't get it. We finish up and deliver all the data we have to SSNN, the news people. Job done. Back at Ryujin, we can actually make some decisions that will in no way affect the world we inhabit, but I've done my part. We go around to see who is in favor or not of buying Infinity, seeing as it's crumbling under the public outrage and legal struggles now, leaving them at a low point in value. We can do our best to sway them, but we can also use the neural implant to force them to agree. We end up not doing it, as it is morally wrong, because we're Dad's sweet, good boy. It is interesting to hear them all out and try to persuade them into your opinion, though. I'll give them that. We also have the tech that is the neuro implant that we got to discuss, and they also have to be persuaded the same way we do with Infinity. When we all gather at the table later, this feels like it could go in any direction, and it's tense. We also outer Laru as the mole around the table. Whatever gets decided about Infinity or the neuro app will not have an effect on the game other than Infinity having the Ryujin logo back in New Atlantis. At least to my knowledge, which is a shame. I know having these huge things happen as a result of some choice made is expecting a lot, but don't give us these options if they'll ultimately do nothing but be a confirmation bias on how the player wants the world to be. Have the game fire back when you make drastic choices. Do something. Like in combat, have your vision blur as people trying to manipulate your mind or something using a neuro app tech that you helped materialize for the public. Or in conversations, have a debuff if you're persuading someone to later discover on a second playthrough when you kill them and they had an implant and was using it on you or something. Give us something. I don't even feel like those two things are a big ask, to be honest. There's also no choice to ask to have the implant removed or otherwise disabled. None of the board members seem to want to bring that very important fact up at any point. Not even at the very end. We are instead given a promotion, some credits, and some drugs and digipics. What? What? This seems like a huge gap in their security protocol, and we also decide to shelf the project. But what about me? I'm not joking, though. Someone get this out of my fucking head. And seeing as Ryujin is like this powerhouse that would kill you for nothing, why would they not kill me, which is probably the most dangerous asset to their entire workforce if shit was gonna go wrong? I would be the one that would fuck everything up. They should just take me out back and point me to the sunrise and just all yeller me out back with a shotgun. But they don't. I haven't even written a comprehensive, summary. What a boring mess. One thing I will give the game, though, is that after every quest, you kind of get like a little rundown of how you did. That was fun. And if you didn't do well, they could actually take your money away, which was also, it added to the tension. That was fun. And the lack of social stealth, no shady deals and being made, shady deals being made with companies, was a big, missed opportunity to have you see the fleshed out versions of these insanely large companies. I just don't understand why they messed it up so bad, and it does seem like the game is written by and for teenagers. The depth is just sorely insultingly bad. I don't know. Leave me alone. Constellation. They're basically a faction. Refer to the story chapter in this video for them. Thank you. When presented with the options to travel the endless frontiers of, well, the final frontier, space, doing it alone seems a ludicrous prospect. To explore the endless vistas, possibilities, and adventure without a partner would only seem somber. Selfish, even. What a lovely thing it is that we get companions that can, well, accompany you. It's just a shame all they do is bitch and moan, and they leave you to do literally everything there is to be done in the entire game. This isn't necessarily a Starfield problem, but a Bethesda problem. Maybe not even a problem, but a choice, I think. Your companions are strictly limited to only 3 things when you bring them with you, and those are aiding you in combat, carrying your shit, and talking to you or chiming in every once in a blue moon. It's not a bad thing. but this has been the formula since Fallout 3, and it generally feels like it belongs to that game just with a new coat of paint. I feel like it's a reasonable expectation to want some growth in that development or in that department over the span of a decade. It's not that they haven't done anything since then. Many followers are accompanied by a quest to get to know them better or to just help them out with something. If anything, Starfield presents the biggest leap in Bethesda history when it comes to fleshing out companions. They have a past, they have opinions, of which they are all awfully shite, by the way. They have a questline, and they are a cut above the ones in prior games from Bethesda. Well, some of them. Bar Serana from Skyrim, and Valentine from Fallout 4, Kate. You know what? I take it back. They're on the same level as a lot of them. And calling them companions are perhaps stretching it, as they are mostly just followers. They do nothing but the aforementioned things. Never will you see them interact with an item on their own in the world. Never will they assist you in perhaps getting in somewhere, unlocking a door because they have a higher lockpicking skill. Never will they actively do anything other than stand behind you or comment on whatever you do. Mostly just barking at you for doing something they don't approve of, which is almost everything. Why give them stats then? Bethesda, you set this up for yourself. They have stats that are highlighted when you talk to them, when you try to get them on your team. Why not have them do something? Why not have them, or why not create scenarios where a certain companion would be a better choice to bring with you instead of the other? Again, when they die as well, you don't miss them. They don't bring any gameplay bonus to anything. You have the system. It's right here. Right there. Here. Do you see that? These things, Bethesda. Use them. Create a reason for them. It's all for the ship. Why? Use them in the world. Oh, but that would mean you would have to do shit. Yeah. Well. Fallout 4 had 13 followers that all had some interesting bits to them, and many had questlines tied to them. Skyrim before that had over 60, some of which could range from insane cannibals to a law-abiding higher muscle to a vampire mommy, which is... Yes, I know you all have a hard-on for Mommy Serrana. It's perfectly normal. I asked my doctor. It's fine. A fact of life, even, he said. So you'd think, since Starfield only has 4 proper companions, or followers, sorry, they'd cook some fire shit with these ones. And did they? I mean, maybe. Not. Putting aside that, they are effectively just husks standing behind you at every time, or any point. And that they do nothing at all. I feel like they had the option to design a world where there would be a need for them, but they didn't. It never comes a time where you think to yourself, damn, if Barrett was here right now, this would have actually gone well. An interaction or like a combat scenario. Or if only Andreja was here and I could have broken into that vault that only she can lockpick for me. Or it appears as well that even in quests where the respective followers would have a bigger say or a choice to alter or otherwise turn the tide of conversation or situation, there's nothing they bring to the table even when they should, probably, at least. It all falls on the player. And player agency is king, obviously, according to Bethesda. But it breaks the immersion, and you often sit there wondering, why wasn't that brought up? Or some other question like that. It would have been a fantastic game design choice to have you need them once in a while, as it would force you to actually spend time with everyone. If you wanted to explore every nook and cranny of, or perhaps get the best outcome of a quest or conversation that you never quite had go your way. Maybe you wouldn't require them, but if, let's say, you weren't as skilled in being charming, Barrett would step in and be awfully cringy, but he would maybe lean that conversation into a win for you. Or if you had to lockpick something or hack something, Andreja would be there to fix it. I don't know what Sarah would be. What would Sam be? What would Sarah and Sam be? I'm actually, Barrett is the charming guy. Andreja is the thief, the stealthy one. Sam is the cowboy. And Sarah is the soldier? That basically means the same thing. They can shoot. I think... I just realized how fucking dull these people are. It's easy to sit here and bring up things that should have been in the game. In hindsight. It's very unfair to come from a situation where you can look back and say you should have done this and you should have done that. I get it. I get the whole power dynamic here. I can say whatever the fuck I want. They only had a few years to do this. And some cuts had to be made. Some shit had to be done. But it seems like the most normal thing to do though, doesn't it? If Bethesda is to survive, they need to do stuff like this. They need to put depth into their world, into their character, into their writing, into their stories. Because as it stands now, Bethesda is the fast food of RPGs. They are the Call of Duty of RPGs. You know, they are the Fortnite of Battle Royale. And Bethesda isn't unique in this design. Avowed, for example, kind of falls into the same pit, but they all seem to have a bit more of a strong personality. You compare it to Dragon Age Origins, for example, The Last of Us, Bioshock Infinite, and Baldur's Gate, where all of the Origin companions have their own game-long storyline, it feels. These are not the same type of game, but the effort to even try to recreate some of the magic of an impactful companion would make a world of difference. There is one point I'll talk about later about Barrett and a spacefarer entering an old home to rummage through some stuff, where before entry, Barrett tells the player that we should enter first and gives us the key. This is a vital part of his year-long quest, and he doesn't even want to do the honors himself. The fact that we have to do it pulls all the feeling of Barrett being a personality that needs to do something, and it falls upon the player to do it. It just falls flat. And what is the player's wants and wishes? We want to experience and see new things. But in the process of handling or handing over every task to the player, we're simply doing what we always do, and it feels retracted from the emotion that is supposed to be there. Later as well, he gives us some digipicks to open something, and he just does nothing while we are in this place. A place where emotion should run high, and he should be interacting and at least doing something. It's as if they all need to do everything through you. And it gets exhausting. And instead of seeing them live and do and interact, we instead grow a deep irritation for them, since we have to baby them and do everything for them. You never really get to know them properly as a person, because they are no one without you. They are just... I don't know how to explain it. I didn't put it into words. You know what I'm saying, though. Parents are a good example. They talk to you and show up and give you things and stuff. They have other things going on. In their retirement, they go to shooting ranges. They go gambling. They win ships. They tell you stories. What is that? Why? Why did these people get so much attention and the fucking companions in the main companions of the whole game? It's shit. They're shit. You can even meet, like I told you before, you can meet your parents in Neon. You can find them at a fucking zoo, looking at pigs or whatever, looking at aliens. You find them in the most bizarre places, and they're like, oh fuck, here you are. Parents have a life outside of their box. Lore-wise anyways, where they say they'll go shopping, go on walks. Nothing that goes for your companions or anyone. Maybe they don't have to, but they should at least do something. All of the companions in the game seem to solely exist for the purpose they have been giving and nothing else. It also doesn't help that they don't really talk like anyone else. Like, no one in the game talks like they're actually talking normally. It feels like they're staring into your soul and reading the script they see there.
She's gonna be worrying about me on her birthday. Actually, maybe you can help me with that. Would you mind giving her birthday presents the next time you're in New Atlantis?
It's all very tame and monotone. I was shocked when I heard a fuck or shit during my time with any NPC, because it actually made someone sound passionate about something, and it broke the very bland mold. It doesn't help that none of the 4 characters are very likable. Or whatever you do, you're always awaiting it talking to you later, like some kind of endless loop of disappointment from them. You got the stern and monotone mom type, the cringy Reddit mod, The space cowboy, which personality is I have a child and an ex, and the Eastern European spy. They're all dreadfully vanilla in every sense, and somehow they've all synced up and adjusted their moral compass so everyone aligns perfectly. It still baffles the fucking mind how all of them are effectively just one character. You'd think since there's only 4 main companions, or followers, they had to focus all their attention to make at least one for each playstyle. You know, good, bad, neutral, and at least somewhat evil. And it's not like you can just muster through their bitching if you decide to bring one of them on a piracy murder spree, because they will at some point leave you or outright turn their barrel down your throat if they've had enough of you. So, but, which is an amazing feature, by the way. I have not tested it yet if you become killable, or if they become killable in that moment, but that would be amazing. I'm 90% sure. Hold on, I'm gonna check actually. They can only be downed. The game has enough content for the Constellation storyline to be wiped if you did mess up, so that would have been cool. Let me kill them, fuck up the whole questline. Make everyone killable, fuck it. What could have been? New Vegas. I miss you. Also, if the space fare isn't lawfully good, then it's hard to find enjoyment in the main followers, because if you're not, they'll constantly bitch and moan at you. Looking at Fallout 4's wide and varied cast of followers, it's just sad what we got, but they do have pretty lengthy and kind of fleshed out storyline. You know, much of them don't make sense, much of them don't make a lot of sense to me, which we'll get into very soon. Also, why does no one else in the crew touch a relic or try to gain any artifact? It just seems absurd. You cannot ask about it, so they can't explain it to you why they haven't tried it. It only seems kind of natural that all 5 of us would try it. Not just the Spacefarer and Barrett, which we'll get into, but it seems like a lot of ideas were cut. Sadly, as some dialogue hints at stuff that isn't in the game. For example, Barrett will say to Mateo that he always has a free seat on his ship. What ship? None of your companions have their own ship. Do they mean the ship we get in the beginning? That's Constellations, I suppose, which you can just sell, by the way. Fuck them bitches if they need a ship. So why would he refer to his ship? This happens with Sam too, if I'm not mistaken. Where are all these ships? If they did have ships, that would have been awesome. But here we are again. What could have been? What if you could catch a ride with them like this? And you look... Oh, I miss those times. Also, if you end up romancing any of these 4 companions, it's hinted at that every time you wake up, you've been fucking. Like, every time? I mean, gotta respect the effort, I guess, but games gotta recognize game. God damn! It has to be said that you can have other followers than these 4, but they cannot hold a candle to the Constellation ones. They will follow you and have a few lines of dialogue, and then they will simply be at your back for the duration of the game. They will not like or dislike what you do, neither will they comment during dialogue or otherwise, you know. Maybe a few quips when fighting or interacting with certain items, that's all. These range from people you find boozing around bars waiting to be hired to your ship, you know, looking for a space adventure, to people you find throughout the game in other ways. Some through the main questline. There isn't a lack of followers. It's just that there isn't a lot to them, other than that first meeting. Some of them are initially interesting when you meet them, it should be said, but when for the rest of the game it's going to be an awkward silence between us, I just don't want to bother. I'm just cramming this in here, it fits, I suppose, but I also feel like that my inability to connect with a bunch of these aren't always necessarily the writing of these characters or their personalities, or God, even their monotone delivery of literally everything, where I haven't heard a single companion yell, or really show any true emotion that I can think of. I mean, they most likely did at some point, but I simply cannot remember any moments like that. But it's all rooted in the way all dialogue is just this. You have a stare-off into each other's souls and simply communicate words. At no point do they walk around when upset. At no point do they emote anything unique, and like I said before, they just seem like puppets being puppeteered up their asses by Bethesda themselves. And it's not like I need them to have a custom animation every time we do anything, but at least do something. They just stood there. just looking at you. It's not that I particularly hate that. I enjoy every Bethesda game that has the same character dialogue. Games like Atomfall, hell, even the Oblivion remaster. There's so many games like that, and I don't hate it. But the problem here is that we can and should look for the horizon for improvements and new ideas. Take Red Dead Redemption 2. Imagine if that game had even more ways of replying while simply out and about. Riding, walking, greeting, hell, Cyberpunk is the gold standard, I feel, and with good reason. It's not necessarily that I must have Bethesda change it, but I'm starting to feel the restrictions they confine themselves to with a system that does nothing more than Fallout 3's. That was 15 years ago. Sure, the world doesn't stop to a screeching halt every time you have to listen to anyone in those games do a smelly fucking trauma dump all over you, but that's the main difference, I feel. With a studio that's been in the biz for so long, often hailed as innovators in their genre, I simply expect, that we should see anything of an improvement. But we get this. Everything is just this. And if I cut this game up into like a, fucking, what's this called? A pie chart? Yeah, it would be 50% this, and 40% this, and then 10% this. And I do have to admit that me saying all characters are monotone in their delivery is a bit hyperbolic. There are some emotions in the right places to these people, and it does shine through when they happen. But as I mentioned, I could not remember one noteworthy moment when it comes to that. Going through the hundreds of hours of footage I have, yes, there are some emotions. It just doesn't seem to reach me how it should. And I suppose that's why I explained the aforementioned trouble I have with it, and how I concluded all this. So all of the Constellation companions have a quest, right? And my god, do they want to tell you about it. If the quest triggers, they will constantly yap about it and how they need to talk to you every 2 minutes. It doesn't matter if you're doing something important or sneaking for that matter. No. Infiltrating a base or trying to locate something or someone, finishing a main quest line, they will constantly prick you on the shoulder like a snotty little shit kid and wait for you to turn around and see their dumb faces staring directly into your soul as they start trauma dumping on you. So, after some time, you simply give in, just to have them shut the fuck up. Sarah is the leader of Constellation. She has a military background and fought in the colony war against the Freestar Collective. Why in the living hells she would want Sam around beats me, to be honest. As she even openly exclaims she hates the Freestar. As she should. They killed her entire ship during the war and her entire fleet. Fair dues, I guess. Keep your twisted ways a mystery, girl. There's no lack of memery or hate towards Sarah, as she's collectively and widely known as the most stuck up of the group. Is it because she actually is it, or is it because she's British? We'll never know. But what we do know is that she has a quest for us, and we'll learn more about her during this quest. It's all about dealing with the past, and you'll quickly see that all of the quests for Constellation have this theme. It's all past events that must be dealt with, one way or another. Old ghosts, old flames, old everything. This old wound of hers, that keeps seeping pus and God knows what else, is her guilt for her old crew which was shot down and stranded, but her with them. And some were reported missing and others died. So to have her guilt dealt with, we need to return to the scene to give her closure. So after a little back and forth at mast, Hold on, wait. So Sarah was in charge of the vessel that crashed during the colony war at the hands of the Freestar Collective, right? And after that, she was promoted to the leader of the Navigator Corps, which was then disbanded a year after in 2320. And after that, this admiral and her left on some pretty bad terms, leaving their relationship ruined for 10 whole years? Seeing as the events of the game takes place in 2330. So first off, she's had a decade to do anything about it. And second, the Admiral and Sarah get real friendly real fast after just 1 minute of talking. Okay?
That was a decade ago. Things change. People change. Admiral, please. I didn't come here to argue.
I'm here to come to terms with my past.
Your past is sitting in a closed file in the archives. That's where you left it when you walked out on the United Colonies. And what about you? Just who in the blazes are you anyway?
A few inches later.
The fact that you'd risk your own lives to solve this mystery speaks volumes.
He even says he admires her. There is no persuasion needed from the Spacefarer or even a quest to appease him in any way. It just felt so odd that he suddenly just admires her after being so upset earlier. I suppose they did like each other deep down, and this is what was needed to settle it all, but it just felt so rushed. It's also refreshing that Sarah does the job of talking here, having the player act as the follower in this scenario, which is great. We went through this. It does happen a handful of times in the game, and when it does, it feels refreshing to see them stand up for themselves and chiming in if needed. So we get the coordinates and we go there, we get them from the Admiral, and head to the site of the original crash. We go to Cassiopeia 1 and find her approximate crash site and at a location so awesome, it'd be the gold standard of procedural terrain and content. But we quickly learn that this place is just one of the handmade ones. And the surrounding area is just like empty and flat, like usual, like always. We also see a ship land right next to us, by the way. We'll get into it soon, don't worry. We find her crash pod and find out it needs power. She apparently set up a radio beacon when she was here, ages ago, and lo and behold, a battery is there for us to use. Convenient. She notifies us that she was here for a whole year, and she sent out many distress signals. Yet ships are landing everywhere, and there are locations who have people working on them, like around the area. This place is filled to the brim with people. What? These are places who were operational during the war and should have had people there to help. Could it be that she was worried she'd find the places taken over by Freestar Collective agents? And soldiers? Maybe. But come on! She mentions Paradiso and how awesome it is there, and she doesn't seem too upset and angry like she should be, surrounded by all this past trauma. She just seems very happy and she's just like chilling. She shares that she broke her ribs and ulna, which I had to look up because I am fucking dumb, and had internal organ damage. How could she be surviving for a whole year with these damages when monsters like these roam just a stone toss distance away? Also, she insinuates that she got these damages when she landed here, so she had to make do with all those damages, I suppose? We get into the ship, which is probably the smallest cell in the entire game, and it needs a fucking loading screen. Why? What the fuck? Actually, it's embarrassing. Also, when I was downloading another game, Starfield gave me a prompt in my game that new downloadable content has just been downloaded. So if you download a game and it finishes while you're playing this game, Starfield thinks it's DLC for this game. Or creations, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Such a mess. We get the data on where her teammates crash landed and go there. And when we get there, the first thing we see is a tree that isn't attached to the ground. We hear the wind too, and see a lush forest. And we don't see any trees move. Nothing really lives in this world. We talked about this, but goddamn, at least nothing interesting. No chimes, no cloth, no nothing. Nothing moves. Upon exploring the location, we find the shuttle and that it has been converted to a home. A small location also in need of a loading screen, apparently. And inside, we find a little kid. Her name is Cora. What? It's just her twin. Don't worry about it. And she's the child of 2 of Sarah Morgan's prior comrades, and her name is Sona. So, here's the kicker. Here it comes, okay? This is absolute shit. Okay, I buy the whole a few people survived and they made camp and lived here thing, but first of all, in the surrounding area alone, there are several places on the map they could have gone to instead of just making a fucking dirt patch here and screwing around, pun intended, all day long. I suppose they wanted to live that way. And they must have at least lived for a few years after landing, so counting as Sona is probably 10. It means they had her 9 years after the colony war ended? And during that time, they didn't look around the area? What? Go on top of a mountain? Hell, I did this for the first few minutes of coming here. It seems the area is far more populated than both Sarah and Sona made it out to be. This would have been way cooler if it was a deserted planet with nothing on it. But with this procedural tech, it's just weird. Have a planet with nothing on it. Script it. No points of interest, no nothing. Do you remember that ship from earlier? They're everywhere. And I suppose the fear of meeting a military force who opposes them was a great risk, but... So, the father dies, and the mother then cares for her child, but she also dies. So they've had a total of about, I'd said, 15 years to get out of here. It's so weird. And Sona also mentions that bandits came some time ago to steal all her shit, but no fucking way they wouldn't have taken her with them. For whatever purpose they desired. Hell, they might even just dropped her off somewhere else, because leaving a child like that is pretty evil. I guess they were really evil people. It's just, it tickles my brain in the bad way. It just defies logic. The kid seems like an okay character, but how she survived out here is beyond me. It's also nice that the pod has character. They put some effort into making it look like how it should, and it shows. And Bethesda do excel at that kind of stuff. It's also a shame that she doesn't have any quirks that makes it harder for us to deal with her, or have to persuade her to come along. She should have been feral or something. To be fair, she could and should have been kidnapped to like a local place to drag this questline out, because it's really already almost over, this whole questline. We barely just started. So Sona says it was a fleet who messed with her. And it would have been cool to have it tie in with your affiliation or lack thereof with them. But that would have required some actual thinking and writing, so none of that. So at some point I scold Sarah so hard for yelling at the kid, her stats come up. And I have to go looking for some tags of the fallen comrades. Which is what Sarah wanted to do for decades? Now that it's just around the corner, she's too overwhelmed? What? Again, you have to do everything. This is effectively her quest. She has no play in it besides ordering us around. So we go get the tags and go back to Sona, and she joins us. But Sarah wants to talk to us first. We meet at a nearby cliff, and for a second, I think she's just gonna go on and end it all. Which, in all honesty, probably wouldn't even upset me that much after all this nonsense.
It's been a long journey, and I'm glad it's over.
She's basically saying what we all think. We go to Mass to deliver the tags and then go to the lodge, and Sona is already there? So Sarah sent the kid to the lodge without a guide. Sarah asks if she found the place alright. This should have been an escort quest, I suppose. It would have been boring as shit, but still. No one even thought she was going to lose her fucking mind seeing all these people and buildings and, well, everything. How did she even understand the gnat? Sona then becomes the 11th member, kind of. So if we boil this down, we've essentially taken an undocumented child into a private for-profit organization ran by the child's trafficker. And at no point does the Admiral ask any questions of the whereabouts of this child or what is being done to her or about her. This would be one of Mast's jobs, wouldn't it? To integrate her into the city, get her into a school, of which there are none to be found in New Atlantis, by the way. So much for the greatest city in the galaxy. This is all just very weird. It's like most of the stuff written for the game was written on a post-it note and then never really got any deeper than the lines already on that note itself. So, we then go to a bridge where Sarah likes to go to unwind after heated arguments at the lodge, which we've never seen, but fair enough, I trust that she has had some. And I romance her there, after some talking. Very cute, very demure. Sarah's mother comes up and we talk about her father who died in the beginning of the Colony War. And I basically say I love you, and I want to marry her, and she just stand there. We don't hug, kiss, embrace in any way. It feels creepy, sterile, and to be honest, very kid-like. This game has an 18+ age rating. Use it. Put some effort in it for a kiss at least, or a goddamn black screen with a smooching sound. Anything. Talking about our relationship just feels weird and weird. We've only ever been professional with each other, it feels, but that might also be because of how she talks. She's very, stiff, and I just don't feel very connected to her. I mean, what she says gets me to understand more about her and her past, but I simply can't care all that much. Because also, could also be because of the fucking standing in place moments that is supposed to carry the whole game's dialogue. Like, yeah. She also pays me at the end of this, after we confess our love for each other and arrange a marriage. Why? Does she think I'm just a streetwalker? What is happening? Also, back at the lodge, Sona says there's no one else her age at the lodge. What? Cora is right there. She's literally her twin even. Cora is literally in the same room as her during this conversation. She also says that Cassiopeia 1, or whatever, have a population of 3. What? Did you not see all these fucking facilities in Raider Camp, Sona? Stupid fucking bitch. It's also somewhat jarring to have both of these kids at the lodge because they're literally the same character model. There's literally only 1 or 2 child models in this game. They did this in Skyrim too. It's so strange. What is their deal with kids? We decide to get married at Paradiso, where Aja and Sarah's mom are. The wedding is strange. Oh, Aja is like the previous leader of Constellation. Doesn't matter. None of this matters. And we cannot invite our friends or family. And it's all very meh. I can't even invite my parents while Sarah goes on about how important it is that she invited her family. But what about my family? I have a family. What about Constellation? What about Sona? Anyone? It's so jarring too, because I've spent a lot of time with my parents in this game. I got to know them more than the followers I can get. Some of them at least, I feel. And at no point can I bring them up in this very important thing while Sarah gets to have her mother there. We've talked about our parents. If kid stuff was chosen at the character creation, well, you know, they'll be there for us and show up during cool moments, both at random in-game and at the lodge and stuff. But why can't I just invite them here? We've talked about how our parents, if kid stuff was chosen at their character creation, will be there for us and even show up, you know, during cool moments, both at random in the game world and at the lodge. And I understand that it would be tedious to have our followers go outside the lodge, because frankly they shouldn't in terms of, you know, locating them and because they do belong there. But wouldn't it be cool if you found them, like, in at least New Atlantis, like doing something, and once you eventually go ahead and load into the lodge at a later point, they'll be there if you need them. Kind of like, I think Red Dead does this, where you can meet some of your party members out and about and suddenly they like track you down and stuff. Or, I mean, at least have them do cool shit at the lodge. They do nothing but walk, stand, or do some random banter between each other. It's not entirely dull what they talk about, but I can only think back to Red Dead Redemption 2's camp system. What could have been indeed. I didn't have to break up with her at least though, so Sam is next in my sights. There's not a lot more to say, other than it was all for nothing, because she takes the long snooze after this one, and I shit you not, and I mentioned this already, but after she's dead and buried, Sona just disappears from the game. No effort was put into this whatsoever, because that would have required some good writing. No dealing with a child that looks at you as a mother figure now, or father figure. No feeling of having to come back to check on her, or anything. You had something here. Maybe even sending her away to someplace safe would be an option. Anything. So that concludes this mess. Nothing matters and everything is pretty much stupid. Thanks, Sarah. Where Sarah Morgan is a war-hardened empath who is a law-abiding little wretch who comes across as a tight-ass, we have the, well, most of the same when it comes to Sam. Most of his character revolve around the fact that once upon a time he got laid and thus got a spawn. Sadly, since every kid in the game looks the same, having a paternity test is just not worth it. They're all the same, and at some point they'll just magically become someone else when they turn 18. I suppose that's how they figured out kids in this game. Why in the world Bethesda never made a unique character model for Cora, his child, is beyond baffling. It reeks of amateur hour or sheer laziness. Especially when Cora and Sona, great naming by the way, can and most likely will be at the launch at the same time. Not even a haircut difference. Fucking pathetic. So, Sam has a child. What else is there to him? Well, he also has an ex that he doesn't get along with, and also a father he doesn't get along with. But what's this? He also has a pretty interesting lineage. He's a Coe, and a Coe means he's a descendant of Solomon Coe, the founder of both the Freestar Collective itself and Aquila City. Not that it's much to brag about by the looks of it, but Solomon settled down after leaving Earth on a planet where dangerous wildlife were aplenty because he's an idiot. But he did become an icon for anyone who believed in the freedom to settle wherever, explore the universe, and to be unchained by any other force of law. And from his father, he gets to feel the embers warming his ass about walking in the footsteps of his forebears, staying in Aquila and doing the business of the family. A lot rests upon his shoulders when it comes to the family legacy and name. To explore the Starfield, to find greater things, not chained by the past and his family name, or to maintain the Coe family name by doing what's expected of him back home. What would Solomon want? He was an explorer at first and then settled to deal in commerce and politics after. Are the choices he makes for Cora the right ones? Is his hatred for his father and his upbringing by him what makes him feel like he has to be a straight-up contradiction to him? Does he put his daughter in too much danger by bringing her along everywhere, even on the ship that is constantly in dogfights with other bandits in Starborn? Yes, by the way, yes, you're a horrible dad, Sam. Some great dilemmas and some pretty interesting stuff already here, honestly. It's going to be a good one, this one, right? No. It's only the great Bethesda way to then throw all of that aside to focus on other family drama with his ex. So, I guess we'll talk about that now. Cora comes to us asking if we can check on her mother. She hasn't written in a while, so we agree. And I dress for the occasion because I'm here to get into Sam's pants and no way dressing like, well, Sarah will do. So since we're a pretty little girl now, we go to Neon where she's supposed to be stationed as a ranger for the Freestar Collective. Cora doesn't join us initially when we go through Neon, but magically appears when we get inside the station to query about her. Since Sam isn't really a ranger anymore, and yes, he was a ranger at some point, also a pilot during the Colony War, which again, why would Sarah be all goody with him? They fought against each other during the war. It has been some time, true, but still, I don't think I've even heard them banter about it. Since he's not a ranger anymore, they can't give us the information about her, since we're technically civilians in the eyes of the Freestar. Am I not a ranger, though? Okay. So the genius play will be, of course, to plot out a plan to go snooping around and distracting the guy while he's right next to us and listening in on everything we're saying. We're planning this right in front of him. Couldn't we at least have stepped outside for this conversation? He's like right over there. I can almost touch him. We finally lead towards an apartment in town and get out. This line actually made me crack up a little.
I give up. You win. Have a nice desk.
But after we're done distracting the guy at the desk, we can walk around like nothing anyway, so what? So I just walk around and loot to my heart's content. Like, come on. Like I said before, trespassing areas. Starfield. Use them. I discuss my findings right next to the guy. We basically stole this information from him and head to the apartment where Cora actually unlocks the door. Is this a first? I can't believe my eyes. It's actually happening. Look, by the 9. She's interacting. Why can't we get others to do this? They already have it in the code, basically. Even the animation, too. My god. Sam talks about how Lillian, his ex, might be right about being a shit dad for bringing Cora along with him in dangerous areas. And I'm like, yeah, you idiot. So, not only is it bad that Sam brought Cora to Neon, the allegedly worst crime-riddled streets in the galaxy, but now we're greeted with a situation like this.
Jesus. Cora.
Dad, I've seen worse. He's just dead.
Yeah, okay. We'll stay away from this. I mean it, Cora.
She's seen worse? Where? This is the most bizarre and bloody shit I've ever seen. Sam must truly be a shit dad, and we are literally getting it spoon-fed to us. He also says at some point during the game that he's made a lot of mistakes. I don't know if I have footage of it, or if I do, if I can find it, bear with me. Like, I have hundreds of hours to rummage through, but I originally asked myself what those mistakes were, and if we'd hear about them or not, but I think we've seen enough of them already. If they're anything like this, my god. She's very happy considering the surroundings, well, situation. We find a slate that informs us where to go next, and I'm just gonna let this play out as performed.
Looks like you found it. A slate.
What's it say?
Shit. Sioka Syndicate.
Victor compound, some stuff about fake IDs and cover details. Lillian's doing a deep cover-up on the Syndicate. Well, she's got smarts aplenty. Cora, listen to me. This is too dangerous.
No.
The Syndicate is very real and very deadly. There's no way.
No, you listen, Dad. I'm not 8 anymore. I know I can't shoot or anything. But she's my mom. I can be a pair of eyes. I know things. I will be useful, promise. If Mom... And I could have done something about it and didn't.
I know that look. Ah, damn it. Yes, do you hear that? It's not just me that's worried about you.
I promise. I'll be careful. You'll see.
All right. Let's go find your mother.
At no point can you shut this insane idea down. And you're forced to be an accomplice in this endangerment of this clone child. It could have worked, and it already has in a game like The Last of Us, but only because the world, like, it only makes sense in the world to have it come to pass. The world simply calls for it, and it is an unavoidable fact that Ellie would see the horrors of the apocalypse like that. Here, it just feels like Sam drags her to one crime scene after the other for the sport of it, and he questions if he's a bad dad. My god. Infiltration of this base is one of the more fun shootouts I've had in the game for some reason. And I'm not quite sure why. I just decided to go completely unhinged with my combat style and it worked wonders. Lillian is rescued, and I bring her aboard, and it's fun to hear them bicker back and forth with each other. So now even Lillian wants us to bring Cora into a dogfight with a ship called the Dumas. Or Dumas. So we can kill this Sioka underboss. Instead of destroying the ship, I just had to board it because I want it, basically. And you can actually get this one. So that was good. But I need a better piloting skill, so, you know, which is fair. And when boarding, Lillian doesn't join, which is a bit odd, seeing as this was her whole operation. And she's literally on my ship, just sitting there with her thumbs up her ass. So we report to her, and we get her some cache locations, because this bitch wants to arm people and take over places where the law isn't up to snuff. So we gotta stop it. So the Syndicate leader comes with her goons, and I thought we would have a standoff here, verbally. But no. Sadly, we cannot, so we just have to kill them all.
Sam has had a lot to say about you. I can't believe you're fine with bringing my daughter along on all your adventures.
What? I didn't have a chance to say no, lady. And here I can say it's nice to meet you? As if we haven't been traveling for a long while now together? She's been on my ship for like a long time, and we've talked extensively. What the fuck? It's like she just reset or something. She also says she got looks, reading a book Cora suggested to her by Alexander Dumas.
But the looks I got from my fellow Rangers reading Alexander Dumas? We do strange things for kids.
Like the fucking ship we fought earlier? What is happening with this writing right now? Am I missing something here? Is there more to this sick, insane coincidence that I haven't figured out yet? I feel like I'm actually missing something, and I just lost the plot while I was writing this. Why? So Lillian read a book that Cora suggested to her by Alexander Dumas, and then the ship we fought earlier was called the same thing. What? And suddenly Sam is just pissed the fuck off?
I can't stand what you did. It goes against everything Constellation stands for, what I stand for. But the mission has got to come first, so keep it together.
What? I've just helped you on your insane quest to, like, abort your 12-year-old for no thanks? Lillian even says I'm under arrest all of a sudden. What is happening here? I've looked through all the footage, and I do not understand why this triggered. Did she mean the Syndicate firing at her? I don't think they're gonna let you arrest them, that lady. What was that? So Lillian and Sam hash things out, and Sam tries to justify how this, or his insane actions are justified, and drags us into it as well. We can chime in to back up Sam's opinions, or simply state that, yeah, it's fucked up. Yet no matter how much you want to sabotage it all, there will only be one outcome. And that's how everything will just go back to how it was. Lillian can never take custody of Cora, and there is no other outcome here. Which should have been an amazing fail state of the quest if you were to fuck everything up. Having her go with Lillian and Sam forever being upset with you or something, like anything. Lillian caves. Then Sam says this.
I'll keep her safe. You know I will, right?
I know you try your very best. But what Constellation does, there's so much risk. I don't agree with your decision. I don't think I ever will. But I'll make my peace with it. All right?
Listen, all this, it has to stop. Like, every time we talk, it makes me want to punch a wall.
I don't want to be mad at you. I really don't.
Lillian, I don't know if what we had was ever love.
What? This seems like a totally normal person who has now given you what you wanted and you say that? This all seems so odd. This, from my point of view, was that this was a perfectly civil and professional conversation, and Sam is just being an emotional crybaby. Then we're presented with the "what you're doing is terrible on a kid" speech option. What? Arguing is worse than bringing her along on deadly missions every single day? Mind you, Cora is on the ship every time we go like this. The writing is so ass. He thinks it's more difficult to... he thinks it's more dangerous to... or less dangerous to be on a ship than just talking it out. Okay. One would expect from all the bitching and moaning Sam does that Lillian and him talking will lead to loud arguments, shouting, and in general just having nasty interactions with each other. The game would have you believe that until we actually get to see it in action, and it's just as lame as two paraplegics getting at it. No one raised their voice, and both of them are totally understanding of one another on almost every point. If anything, I expected a biblical shitstorm from Lillian, seeing as we've been gaslit to believe she's a she-devil. But she seems pretty alright, all in all. And I'm starting to suspect Sam is just an asshole, and we know he's an irresponsible father. Back on Aquila, we meet Sam overlooking the town square, where we finally romance him, even though half an hour ago he hated my guts. He also says we're the single best thing that's ever happened to him. Your kid? Hello? After a few days or weeks, he actually remembers Cora and spouts this at us.
It's about my daughter, too. I'm not sure how much you've talked with Cora, but I think you should. Hey, if you're happy with what we have right now, you don't have to. But if we get much more serious, I need to know Cora's on board. Oh, I'm gonna talk with her too. But Cora and I are a package deal. She needs to get to know you and at least be okay with us being an item. I really hope that's not a deal breaker.
And this is a pretty cute little thing, as you essentially have to gain Cora's approval for dating her dad. I actually felt a little tense for some reason, but Cora, being true to her own character, she brings up some levity to the situation and it all goes very well. I do like that addition a lot, as it just seems natural, seeing as this isn't just Sam's quest, it's effectively Sam and Cora Coe's questline. And I absolutely love how when we ask her which Constellation member is her favorite, she says,
"My favorite person in Constellation is Sarah. She's so cool. I want to grow up to be just like her."
Great. You know she's like 6 feet under, right? Did Sam never tell you that? I suppose that wouldn't be too hard to believe. We gain her approval, there is no fail state, no risk as usual. Wouldn't it be fun, fellow viewers, that the way you went about the quest and the way you treated her parents and how it all ended had an actual impact on the end of the quest? Wouldn't that make you feel better? Knowing that you reached the ending you wanted because you actually put in effort and not just sat there like you were just there for the ride. That sounds like a novel idea to me, man. Anyways, to get married, we talked to Sam's father, Jacob, and we learned that Sam still keeps Cora away from him and won't even let him see her after the ceremony at his own wedding. What a fucking chump. He's keeping his granddaughter away from her, even at the fucking wedding. Or after, I suppose. I know they're not on good terms, his father and Sam, but come on. So he basically tells us to talk to Sam about it, but every option here leads to turning the offer down. Why can we not have an option to at least insinuate some kind of ceasefire that can be had on the horizon? I guess they didn't have enough budget for this family drama after all that thrilling putting in your pants set pieces and riveting dialogue and writing for the questline that we just did. We can't do this interesting family drama. Now go deal with your ex and not your family heritage of some legend that used to like make him name for himself in the city and in the settled systems as a whole. What the fuck were Bethesda thinking? Anyways, fuck my family, I suppose, yet again. Let's absolutely not invite the sweetest goddamn people I know. Let's just be the cuckiest cuck and just have your parents have all the fun and the niceties. And why can't we invite anyone but Cora or Lillian? What does the Sam? Remember Skyrim? I'll give the game that though. For the first time, we find a Constellation member outside their designated area. Cora is at a bookshop, seeing as she loves books, and it totally makes sense. We have to get Lillian, which is awkward. Why do we have to do that? So we get married with all of Sam's family, exes, the mayor, and others. I feel like I have Stockholm Syndrome, and this is just normal now. Nothing wrong going on here. He goes on about love and eternity and all that. And as I've said before, it all just seems sterile. Not once have we kissed. Not even once has Sam put my whole damn titty in his mouth. He hasn't even given us a hug. So we get the option to break up with him immediately after the ceremony, which only seems fitting. I think I said enough about this whole ordeal. That's Sam and Cora Coe's questline. I'm gonna let you in on a secret that I have, other than the gators on the mop bed. I hate Barrett. I hate Barrett. Not a single sentence I've typed in this script has been completed without me cringing over some line Barrett has said, or the way he simply is.
Just wait till we get matching shirts and start having official cookie days.
Barrett makes my skin crawl. He's the worst. Even worse than the shittiest father in the world, Sam Coe. I'd sooner let Satan take all of my earthly holes and just ride me through all the 9 circles of hell before I spent another minute, no, another second more than I absolutely had to with Barrett for this video and your educational enlightenment. God, he haunts my dreams. The way he talks, which I will force upon your wary fucking eye pussies at this point. The way his quips make you gag.
Everyone has their way of ingratiating themselves. Personally, I'd prefer to gift a bottle of wine and a slice of pule cheese. But to each their own.
He is the embodiment of an honest-to-God Reddit moderator who managed to squeeze his seed throughout Neil deGrasse Tyson's boy pussy and managed to just produce this entity, Barrett. Barrett Amundsen. Which, by the way, as a Norwegian, hurts me even more. If you hadn't noticed up until now, many locations, names, and references in Starfield refer to real-world explorers, locations, pieces of literature, and people of great importance throughout history. Amundsen was a great expeditioner who dedicated his life to the life of an explorer of the polar regions, reaching historical and scientific achievements. The real world's Amundsen's end was during a rescue mission to find and extract a fellow explorer like himself, Umberto Nobile. A pure example of his just altruism, leading to further legendary status. It's also a bit odd having Amundsen as his first name, as it is intended as a last name in Norway, unless he was called Amund, but it isn't, and it is confirmed by other characters as well, and Vasco, when you marry Barrett. It also seems like a shock to some players finding out his first name, what it is, because it's barely mentioned throughout the whole game. It's also supposed to be like the rogue of the group, in a way, like the charismatic rogue and bard, I suppose. But it seems he too, like everyone else, even Andreja, which we'll talk about soon, is a goody two-shoes little law-abiding... Well, I wrote cunt in the script. I don't think YouTube will like that a lot. Even if he comes across as not caring about these matters that you do, if you decide to be a little naughty when it comes down to it, he'll just frown and tell you off immediately. And you'd think his quest would revolve around some far-fetched location, in dire need of exploration, or a rescue mission, or some poor old friend he's gotten news of, you know. No, nothing like that. It's about lost love. His ex-husband. Well, that's fine. It doesn't really have to refer to those things I mentioned, but why have these names, these ideologies, these works of art in terms of novels and references if you're not gonna do anything with them other than foolishly think that you're more clever than you are. Make no mistake, Starfield has the same problem that Barrett as a character has, and that is that it is so desperate to seem more clever than life itself, and that they're asking the bigger question at every given turn. Every single book, every reference to something more of a significance in our real world seems to be placed there only at a surface level, because at no point did the game have me put down my controller or mouse to really think about what the game is presenting. In the marketing leading up to the release, it seems like that was one of the most important takeaways they wanted people to have. The mystery of life, the mystery of the universe. What is out there? But it falls flat to tell the core question it sets out to do in terms of the main story itself. At the end, you're not in awe of what could be beyond the Unity. Sure, Unity itself is somewhat interesting, I suppose, but the whole lead-up, it's just like a shoot man or woman or both, or don't. Never being faced with true existential pondering or that feeling of simple mortal being finding out something godlike or reality-shattering. It's all surface level. What Bethesda wants us to feel just simply never happens, which is a shame. I would have loved for the game to have a hard ending, just after choosing to go through the Unity. Leave it at that. The added last mystery can be the reward for your troubles, I guess. But that would require a whole rework of the Starborn. In fact, fuck the Starborn. Have the Hunter and the Emissary be the only Starborn, either warning or egging you on. Then go from there. The promise of a godlike power, the warning of your humanity shattering, destroying Unity to prevent further problems. I just realized we began talking about the main quest again, so here's... And also before we go on, you can't write something smarter than yourself. So if you're writing a crime novel, which a lot of people do, you have to be clever, you have to be smart. You can't write a smarter character than you are as the author. Do you get it? Does that make sense? And Bethesda needs writers, smart writers, intellectual people to write these things, because then you will have something smart. And this might seem rude to Emil, but you have to let go of the reins, or at least hire some more people. Get some new blood in there. To write a smarter story, you have to find someone smarter than yourself at this point. Anyways, here's Barrett and his dead ex. 20 years ago, Barrett lost his then-husband Irvin to a crossfire during the Colony War. He was a biologist, and a former member of Constellation, actually. That all adds up to Barrett being in his late 40s, most likely, and it's a recurring topic for most of these people in the game, which I've already said. Rarely does someone look their age, and everyone just looks very young. Either people age very slowly in the future after decades of evolution, or everyone sneaks off to enhance for some touch-ups here and there. Sarah too, I suppose. I mean, it's not a problem at all, but it does stand out that no one ever looks truly old. There's a universe of young hotties just looking for fun out there. Hot spacers in your area. I'll give this one a bit of credit though. It does feel a bit sad when Barrett talks about him and how he describes how he feel and the memories of him. His ex. Mostly because he isn't as cringe as usual during this. And some real person, like a real guy, peeks from behind the curtain a bit, and for once I actually saw some part of Barrett that I liked. And I was interested in seeing where this led to. And it actually does shine the light that Barrett is hiding behind the facade of the witty, cringy, fedora-tipping little shit. But this will not be a common thing going forward, I'm afraid.
So most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity and plant life. But one thing stood out. In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. He said something terrible was happening there. But the message was garbled after that. True, but this was different. I recognized this pattern from the war. A portion of the message was encrypted. Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. Turns out the message was from Irvin, and he was begging me to help him. The message was short, but his voice was pained. He was so upset. Yes. Hearing his voice in so much pain was very difficult. Oh, I wish I had noticed this message when he sent it.
And Barrett's reaction to this is genuine and sad. He is very sad. and upset and brought to his knees with guilt and the thoughts of what ifs. He also mentions a court case he was attending while off on some planet for work, so there might be a paper trail of all this. So with Constellation funds, we approve for him to get someone to rummage around and find some sort of trail to follow. Some time passes, and sometime later he presents us with some record stating that a claim was made against Irvin, accusing him of damage to some investment belonging to a mining company. We need to find out why this mining company sued him for killing apex predators in a whole region, damaging the area beyond repair. It made herd animals eat more than normal of the grass, leading to gases releasing too fast from the soil, which then made the company lose money somehow, which is all very odd. Right? And Barrett wants to know why and how it happened. And as do we at this point, seeing as it seems very off. It also states that both Irvin and a witness were a no-show at the hearing, and as such they favored the company. It also appears he had bought an apartment on the planet that Barrett didn't know about. What? It's his husband. This is going to be like a theme for the whole questline, by the way. He didn't know about the lawsuit. What he did at the job, or like I mentioned, the fucking apartment. It feels like they were no more than friends at best, going by how little he knows and how little he interacts personally with the elements of his possessions later on. So with the funds, we tell Barrett to have his contact continue the search until something else pops up, and we let it rest for a bit. At this point, not much has happened, to be honest, and that's fine. Let it build up to something. I like it. I'm not opposed to that at all. In fact, it worked on me, as I suspect it did on many others. You might not have realized it, but subconsciously, it most likely worked and it grew some kind of interest. And by the time we get to meet Irvin's old lawyer, in the case by the name of Ellie, we get the sense that we're finally going somewhere. We're going somewhere, baby! Ellie is a lawyer who formerly fought the Hephaestus mining company on Irvin's behalf. He never made it to the court because of his death a little bit prior. She didn't have a lot to go on back then, but now she might have more to go on after us getting some info from that contract that Barrett has. I asked myself why we as a player didn't go get this ourselves, just like from a mechanical and story reason. And apart from me arguing that we don't have to do everything as the main character, it just doesn't matter in this case. So it's fine. It's great that we don't, because the result would have been the same regardless, and I'd rather it be drip-fed like this to us than having to rush through several copy-paste points of interest just to get some itty-bitty info about all this. The focus here is the mystery of Irvin's death, and the possibility to redeem his reputation if possible. And you know what? That's just swell. So to get some steady foothold in this, we seek out some sort of motive. That will take us to the old mining company that sued Irvin. But hold up. Irvin died. And as a result, due to his death, his apartment has never been seized by the law or anything. And the company could not claim it either due to his death. But why did it not go to the next of kin? There might not be any, you say, but what about Barrett? They were married. And it's always the writing, man. It defies logic. She also says that the mining facility probably has the data or documents that we need, and that the company probably found it easier to leave it and let the dust settle it instead of going in and getting rid of the incriminating evidence. What? That's not how any of this works. That's not how any company, that's not even how any person work. And as we'll see, it's basically a matter of going there and deleting some files off a computer. They could have done this literally before the trial even began. Wouldn't Ellie think they did this too? I'm starting to see why she lost the case. This is awful. I'm actually joking. Barrett knew about the apartment. What? Okay, so he's been playing it off like he didn't know. And then now he says he knows. But why didn't we go there first then? Why hasn't he been there in 20 years? Is he stupid? Is he an idiot? You could blame grief or guilt, but whatever. It's fine. I actually forgot that he mentions that he sold it. I went through some stuff. He does say it. I'll give it to the game. I'm losing it here. I'm sorry. We could also flex our job at Argos during this, which caught me off guard. You can do that sometimes, and every time it comes up, it's kind of like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. It almost made me wish we had different beginnings, like in Cyberpunk. We could use it sometimes during dialogue or to get some lore or reactions or interactions. After the talk, I sneak into her computer, and Bethesda's sneak is immaculate. This is where I see my first hack within a hack on a computer, which is neat. Irvin Madani's license seems to be missing. Fitting. I, for one, wanted to find out that he's actually an asshole. Wouldn't that be a nice change of pace? I'm gonna steal a quote from Skill Up here and say that it always feels like HR is standing right next to you in these quests, because you can never do anything wrong, and there's not usually like a big bad. It feels everything is so like, oh no, he was so good. He was perfect, and he was your lover, so he is perfect. Everyone you know is perfect. Every character or every follower that has someone they like is also a very good guy. Nobody's awful. Why is nobody awful? Why can't there be a guy that just like shits on you? Anyways, I found that the company has had many injuries, and so it does point to a big bad. The company seems to be very bad because they've had a lot of injuries. So here we are again. I mentioned this before, so I won't go into much detail, but Barrett gives the spacefarer the key to the apartment, and he doesn't even do anything himself in here. Why does he want us to do anything that's related to his late husband? He's even giving me digipics. Like, do something, man. It also appears that Barrett was never here, like I said. Like, he was never here in all these years to visit or do anything else. What kind of relationship did these two people have? Like, the idea is here. You just have to not have the writing be an absolute shitstorm. Here, I'll make it better in like a minute. Have this whole thing be a known location to Barrett, but upon hearing that last message from Irvin, he maybe gave away a slight clue, like a hint to something to aid him out in the court case, just in case something or someone was listening in on his like message. Have that clue play a role when Barrett then revisits the apartment, which leads to like a hidden compartment, like a hidden room. The next clue. Anything. It only makes sense. Like, why is this place so filthy? Was Irvin a naughty boy? Also, we found a note here that mentions Andreja, which is nice of the game to remember the timeline of Constellation, I suppose. Good.
Genius. Look at all this. Still chugging along 20 years later. Here, you might need a couple of these digipics.
We also pick up a plant that Barrett wants to name, which is unique, I suppose.
On that note, we should give it a name. I'm thinking something simple yet refined. What do you think of Harvey?
We found the clues we need, and now we just gotta wait for Barrett to finish his fucking turn animation before he can be interacted with. Ugh. I'm actually boring myself at this point. I've already played this. I'm looking through the footage. I'm writing it. Like, it's like I'm reading it now. We already know what's gonna happen. Even if you hadn't already played this. The big bad is gonna be at fault. Irvin will be a good little deceased boy again, but with a clear name. The whole game is like this, it feels. Like, at least most of it. It's cookie cutter and excessively non-offensive or thought-provoking. It has a little bit of mystery, but I don't really care because the game has conditioned me. The good is always the one that wins anyway, so I'm just gonna go to bed now. And tomorrow I'll see if I can break myself to finish this part of the script. Okay, I'm back. Anyways, we rummage through the stinky piles of the Hephaestus Mining Company and find that he was supposed to deal with some local predator, and he was doing some xenobiology stuff here. We also learned that it had nothing to do with Irwin. The stuff that happened. It was the chemicals from the mines that destroyed the microbial colony network here. The mining operation itself was the cause. I don't know what it is about this place, though, but for some reason, it gave me like a Skyrim vibe. I'm not sure why, but it must have been the abundance of log entries and lore, which really helps put the place on the map and therefore a part of the world. It has some character, like it stands out. Get it, Todd? They both have the same outfits on. Awkward. Barrett has already sent the info to her before we even depart the mine. As he also says that he sent it some time ago. So why do we have to go over here? Like, she's just basically reading out what we found in case some players decide not to read the entries. And she says this isn't enough. So you have to get people to vouch for Irvin or the case. And for this witness that never made it through the first time around, like the first case. We've got a few candidates that can vouch for him if this guy that we're gonna get joins the court case as a witness again. But he's a drunk weirdo named Helgi that used to work for the mining outfit, and he's not very happy about doing this whole thing again. It's safe to say that we need to get everyone we talk to about Helgi to be on our side, which we managed without much hassle. We talk to a doctor that sends us to a store owner that then sends us to a bartender. They can both be persuaded and bribed, and then Barrett does this.
Ah, yes. The detectives. I heard about you.
A reputation already? I'm impressed.
Slow news day, I guess. There are very few secrets here in Gagarin, my friend.
Just makes the ones that exist much more expensive.
It is what it is. I serve drinks here, friend.
We were told that you are a local crime.
We serve drinks here. Here's a list of our specials for today.
There's nothing on here.
Oh, that's strange. Here, let me fix that. Don't worry, it's just the one sale today.
Oh, right. Of course, it's a number. Here you go, Captain. All yours.
The fucking nerve! Why does everything have to come out of my pocket when the game specifically gave it to Barrett? Why even bother then? We succeed with getting them on our side for the court case, and then we go talk to the poor sod called Helgi. What kind of disappointed me was that I thought he was like a lone hermit that lived at the bottom of the city, as we can see a place where someone has clearly been living, giving way to the rumors we've heard about him being a weirdo when we question about him around town. But no, I was also expecting some kind of like someone loony, but he seems pretty average. If that a bit odd is all. Fair enough, but mildly disappointing. They built this guy up as a weirdo, but he's just the guy.
Well, I'm a fella who needs a drink. I guess we all don't get what we want in this world, do we?
Please. Irvin was once one of your colleagues. He was the one Hephaestus blamed for an ecological disaster about 20 years ago. Do you remember any of that?
No.
We do some persuading to get him to testify, and I actually fail. Here I was thinking, damn, I could save scum my sorry ass out of that problem, but I decided to see if I could actually reach a fail state on this, or if another quest would just present itself to get us into like a last chance for success. So we fail, and he says he won't help. Then he immediately says he'll help right after.
Here's my thought. The case you have is the same as before. There is no guarantee you will win. And I don't want to get myself killed over a verdict that won't actually change anything. So no, I won't testify for you. Count me out of your plans.
Okay, we get it. You don't have to testify. But if I could ask for one favor, Ellie could use some help with the defense. Any information you can give her. Records, proofs, things to help lay out the science.
Fine. I can do that. I can get her in touch with a colleague. Someone who can verify whatever evidence you've got. Miss Yankton can even call them as a witness. Might even help your case. You'll have an expert reading my notes, and not a drunk.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, don't get all mushy on me now. I need a drink.
No tension, again. So we hand over everything to her, like the lawyer. We've effectively completed the quest line for Barrett. What the fuck is happening? Now, it's time for romance, and I absolutely shudder at the thought of even remotely getting intimate with this neckbeard fedora tipper bastard. Ew. But the video requires me to get all of the info, all of the evidence, all of it. And then I remember. Oh yeah, we live in the most sterile world there is. No kissing, no hand-holding, no awesome sex scenes. If they had some of Barrett, I would simply just Alt F4 this bitch, but... Ooh, for once, I'm proud of you, Starfield, for not doing that. What a relief. Romancing him is just talk. Everything is. What about Sam? No one is bringing that up. I'm marrying two people now. I haven't broken up with Sam. Barrett considers me an ally now. Wow. Yeah, okay. I guess he didn't before, and he was just like, yeah, I might like this bitch. You can also talk a lot during this section, and it's pretty nice for everyone who wants to just have a chat and explore some lore, get some laughs, and, well, delve deeper into the world. Got no complaints here. Also, it's always me who has to ask for stuff, like the marriage. No one's ever proposed to me. Why? No one would have me. We go get married at the lodge and make Sam a cuck, and then also flirt with Sam right in front of Barrett. So, I guess they're just cool with this, like Devil's Three-Way later, guys? I'm collecting gifts like crazy from my romances, but I can't give anything to them myself. That's shit, you can't give them anything. I guess you can just give them stuff from the inventory, but that doesn't have the same weight. This game is shit. That's what, I've drawn the line right here. This is what makes the game suck. You can't gift stuff to your companions. So that's it. That's Barrett, sadly. Everything from his demeanor, his quips, his shitty comments, to his damn powers, everything is just shit. He has some standout moments during his questline that made me rethink my view on the guy, and it's only ever when he seems to drop the facade we talked about earlier, when a glimpse behind the curtain happened and he was vulnerable and real. So it's sad for me to say that that's only like 1% of him. If he only stayed that way for more of the time, I think I'd like Barrett a lot more. And even if he was a bit cringe, I could look at him as a like dumbass little brother or something like that, and his questline isn't anything to write home about either. It's mundane, which is the point, and I feel like the way I feel about Barrett drags it down. And I'm gonna go a step further and suggest that if we had been placed inside the courtroom for the grand finale of this, it would have been a huge improvement. If Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 can have a court case with 9% of the budget Bethesda had for Starfield, like they could have done this with ease, but that would have taken effort. So fuck it. Just plonk us down on a bench and let us watch the case be played out in front of us. Record a few new voices, like a few voice lines and with a few more animations, and just let us see what we accomplished or failed if the game would allow it. Have it have some weight. Our actions, I mean. But again, what could have been? Fuck Barrett. Andreja is arguably the most interesting of the bunch because she comes with a lot of mystery, initially anyways. Not only is she kind of a strange one, but we never get to learn her last name. And she's also a promised within the House Varun order. We've already talked a little bit about House Varun and that faction, but to summarize it again, to shine some light on Andreja's character and the coming Shattered Space talk, which we're gonna have to do in another video, because this one is already hitting the 10-hour mark. God damn. Well, it's already in production. It's gonna come out as soon as possible. The Varun is a theocratic group of people settled far away from any of the main factions in the game. They have become distant from any other group of people, and no one has been in contact with them on the planet for many years, decades, it said. They've also waged wars in the game, and their god, which is a giant fucking serpent, which is pretty badass, but if the serpent truly exists is a matter of debate. And as we'll also talk about later, it is not really up for debate at all, because it's all nonsense. Cool little gang though, I suppose. They are unique, mysterious, and add awareness for them, as they seem like an untrustworthy bunch. Is it because they all sound Russian? Maybe. Maybe. Bring this all together and you've got Andreja. She is portrayed as the most morally grey of the bunch, and is the one you want to like take sneaking and breaking and entering. But I think the whole reaction system is kind of like schizo, because even though she often tells you to do something, she'll often have a negative remark and affinity with you after. This isn't just for Andreja, but all the character as a whole. So Andreja is a Varun spy. Oops. Spoilers. Not really though. She tells you this, kind of, right off the bat, as she opens up to you, since we only get like fed breadcrumbs of these Varun people. It immediately adds to the mystery, and as a result, you're hooked from the start. She will also teach you some more about her people as you go along with her on this quest, and I'm all for it. She is a promised, a House Varun member, basically. And within the Varun order, if you are a non-believer, you are essentially lost to them, which Andreja says, which will be a factor later. She has built relationships prior to this, during her work, and she has understood that she actually feels for people in general, believers or not. She has friends she hasn't seen in ages, 10 years to be exact, and she wants me along to help find these old friends, and that she got separated with during an attack by Varun zealots, which are the fanatical ones of her house and her city. The reason why she hasn't been looking for them is actually explained, unlike Sarah, and that is that she got assigned somewhere else and thus lost the chance and ability to follow up on this. But I mean, she could have probably done that. She could have done that. She's just being lazy. She's had freedom in Constellation, and it's also mentioned that the reason why she hasn't done this is because she was afraid of finding out something she didn't want to, face reality she wasn't ready for. Kinda like Sarah. Sarah just wants to bitch and moan, and Andreja kinda feels real for just straight up admitting that. We jump to Aquila and head to Aggie's bar where she thinks we can find him, or the guy we're looking for, or some clues as to where her friend's whereabouts are. I just wish we could sit down and have like a real talk with some animations or something. We just stand there, talking to each other. We didn't find a friend, so we take a look for clues and ask people. Aggie herself seems to know something though, and seems to hate Andreja, which further adds to my curiosity on the whole matter. What did she do? What happened? This is how you build mystery, Bethesda. Now I feel a little conflicted, but it's immediately taken away by the fact that I know that no one in the group is a can do no wrong character. I know she's gonna have a close to squeaky clean record, so everyone just seems dumb arguing about this. I know it's not what it seems, and there's gonna be a twist where she says what actually happened, and then everyone lives happily ever after. So, after having that said, I feel a sense that I need to take Andreja's side no matter what, because it's implied by the game's rules that she's the good guy, and we press Aggie for more info. It seems Aaron, her friend, became a full-time drunk, whom lived in fear that the zealots would come for him again, then become skittish and secluded, and finally went off-world to live on another planet, which is where we need to go to find him. We talk some more, and Andreja actually threatens to kill Aggie after she insults her. Makes me think this is going to be an interesting questline where I have to keep her under control and not have her like spiral into some kind of vengeful crusade towards those who slander her. Spoiler, it does not at any point. At every turn this happens, we just give her the choice ourselves. But we'll get to that later. At this point, we can deepen our knowledge about her friends, and we get some more info about the Varun house, which is interesting, and I definitely took my time here to deepen my understanding. Also, has anyone made this link yet?
Because I was looking through some old photos, and it looks very,
We go to Aaron's camp despite only knowing what planet he's on. Okay. I guess we can pinpoint a damn needle in a haystack, but people couldn't find these fucking things just littering every planet out there? Okay, tidy boy. The place is awesome though. And what realm of reality do these people live in where a mansion this huge and luxurious is called a camp? Jesus Christ. We actually find that the place has been overrun by Varun zealots, and we find Aaron Bascombe's grave not long after. And a robot next to it, which seems to have dug the grave and stood faithfully by its side until it shut down, or got destroyed by the elements. I'm surprised we haven't seen more people have robots that they care about. They're mostly used as tools, and only that. It would have been cool. So it did seem like Aaron here wasn't that maniac after all, and definitely had reasons to worry, to be a little bit skittish. How they tracked him down, we'll never know, and it seems like he died before they could find him, judging by the grave and whatnot. But we found that Jada, the other friend we need to find, has been talking to him, and she's trying to find this Commissar character for Aaron now that she's joined the UC Vanguard. It's then we get to know that Andreja knows this Commissar, which is her link to the House Varun. He's the one that's been giving her orders and who she reports to. So wait, before we go further, why were the zealots here just at this moment? I mean, it would have been perfectly fine quest if we didn't have to kill these fools. But why are they just there in that moment? This is very odd. Of all the years and months and weeks, it's just, they're there. Maybe they set up camp there because it was so nice. I don't know. Maybe that's why it's called camp. Anyways, Commissar is Andreja's superior, so we need to find this Jada and ask why she wants to find this Commissar. Also, why is no one at the lodge bringing up the fact that she's a fucking spy? They apparently know and just don't give a shit. We can take this lady on sensitive missions throughout the UC questline, the Freestar questline, and we as Constellation are at the brink of shattering what we know about the universe, gaining unfathomable and unimaginable power, and at no point does no one give her like the old side-eye to check if she's reporting any of this back to her superiors. It doesn't help that you can encounter her in another universe when you go through the Unity, where she has hunted down other members of Constellation and killed them, all in the name of the Great Serpent. I mean, she even admits to spying on Constellation at some point, and getting into bed with the newest and power-gaining member, the player, just seems perfect for her, you know. Why are we trusting this again? Why are we trusting this lady again? She's very suspicious. All these things are merely speculations, though, as the game never, again, kind of hints at anything more or less, which is kind of infuriating. But it's also a fun conversation piece between people who trust her and people who don't. Wouldn't it be cool, though, if these people actually had character, and it turns out that she was an actual, like, full-blown spy? And then you would have to kill her or something, or convince her to not be a spy? Anyways, this is a quest about... This is a quest about... I don't even know what this quest is about. I don't know the theme of this. Everything lines up with her being super sus, though. And I know what you're going to say if you play the game. Like, I don't give a flying shit if we kill Thomasar. Spoiler, by the way. She probably has another people she contacts. It's gonna be fine. She's very, very sus. All in all, I don't know how to feel about her, but I know how to feel about Groombridge. Because that's where we need to find this friend of hers. And I just have to mention this. Earlier in the game, which I haven't mentioned, I did a quest for this guy, right? Now, after like 60 hours, he just stands there still. Just standing. Not even sitting down, on chairs or anything. Just stood in place for several in-game months, probably. What a champ. Same spot. That's the guy we get some info from, and he sends us to Groombridge. So we go there and talk to this Jada, and we help her fight off some zealots she's been hunting. And I have to mention this, if I haven't already. Andreja talks like an actual psychopath during dogfights, if you have her assigned to some kind of role, or if she's in your party. Just listen to this. I will not cut, edit, or otherwise manipulate the footage of this at all. Please enjoy what you have to listen to every time you have her along for a dogfight. Christ almighty. And I have to also mention this as well. If you have like more Constellation people in your party, or other followers or other like crew members, it seems to get progressively worse the more you play, so everyone is just like, they're doing this all the time, over each other.
The enemy's grab drive has been disabled. Enemy shields are down! The enemy's grab drive has been disabled. Target! Enemy has lost their grab drive! Enemy has lost their... Taking out their grab drive! Taking out their grab drive! Target's grab drive is down! Target's grab drive is down! Target's engines have been disabled. Target's grab drive is critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. We're clear. Enemy shield generator has been going anywhere for a while. Critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. You're doing showing up here now. Critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. Critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. Target has lost shields. They're vulnerable. Critical damage to the enemy's grab drive. Direct hit to their grab drive.
You're one fucked up bitch.
So Jada says that the High Council of House Varun ordered the attack on them back in the day, which is a big claim. So we ask her for evidence of this, and she just says Thomasar is behind it, a puppet of the High Council. She confirms that she talked to Aaron a year ago, so he died somewhere between then and now, I suppose. We talk to Andreja again, and she mentions a code and numbers on the bottom of the message. What am I missing here? There was nothing on here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this the schizo update? What is happening? Am I finally losing it? But she knows what they mean, and we go where they lead, which is to a star station, and she does not elaborate further. It's also important to note that anyone who goes or gets sent off-world from Varun cannot return, it seems, as is their way. And Andreja herself does not even know the location of this planet that she came from, as it is kept hidden from whoever gets sent away. I went back, by the way, to check Jada's ship for more lore, loot, or any info whatsoever, and there was nothing to enrich the mystery further. It's sad, really. as the Ruin House is probably Starfield's biggest or second biggest mystery after the artifacts and Unity and all that jazz. Okay, let's listen up.
All right, follow me. I will say again, there is danger for you here, likely for us both. Keep your weapons at your side. Do not make any sudden moves. Do nothing to appear hostile.
Danger. Got it. Weapon by our sides. Got it. Or not, I guess? Fine. So we meet Tomasar. The danger, apparently. A man begging for his life. So Andreja just decides to off this guy, which means she has broken the link to her home. The only one she has. It is a great dilemma, really, like a perfect one, in fact. But it all seems so off. We don't have any solid proof that he did it, and he at no point confesses, truly, so it all just makes me feel like we're going off by gut feeling. But we do hear Jada has alleged proof, but at no point does she hand them over to us. It's all there, story-wise, but we need something tangible for us to feel justified in going to the length that we are. Otherwise, we're just confused baboons, walking around murdering folks. Which, you know, that's fun sometimes too. I suppose that's what this game is. Also, Andreja doesn't inform Jada about Aaron's death, which is hilarious. Also, we never get the transcripts Andreja talks about. Either it's a bug, or it's just Bethesda's bug. Either way, Andreja is insanely paranoid, and it makes me wonder if she even knows what the fuck she's doing for House Varun. It's all a mess, seeing as deception runs in the veins of House Varun people. Unreliable narrators, Andreja included, knowingly or not. So that's the end of that. But wait, there's more. Now the true problem begins for Andreja. Will she forever be an outcast, or will she get to go home at some point? Who knows, right? Wrong. We go there immediately after, and it actually gets addressed. What? Consequences? You spoil me, Todd. She's accused of exposing herself and then murdering her superior. All grave charges. But hey, you're helping us, so our house that works specifically in the on the honor and act system is all pushed aside, and you're free. So no consequences. Thanks, Todd. You did it again, didn't you? I try to romance her, but she says I'm taken. Why did she mention this and not Sam and Barrett? Do they enjoy that? Do they like that? Could have a breakup with both of them, so it's a bit weird. We have had no romantic build-up, to be fair, before this, and this just feels rushed. We decide to get married a second later. What is this? She wants to plan something in the style of the Varun culture, so we wait. She says we might have a problem since I'm not Varun. She really struggles with this, so it's interesting to hear her points with this. Religion is so deep-rooted in her, she can't really see past any other reality. She says that I'll be lost in the shadow of the Great Serpent for eternity. Purgatory, I guess. And she'll ascend, in a way, while I'm just left behind. Hell and heaven type stuff. She already mourns me, she says, and she struggles to become a couple. This is interesting stuff. I know I'm rushing through this, but trust me, I just cannot be arsed anymore. I can't persuade her or talk about how she might be wrong about her views and way of life. It seems you cannot fail in this, so we make it official now. I don't really have the footage for this, or at least I can't find it right now, but if I do, the rest of the hitching is her taking me to a planet to get an old dagger of hers that is important to her, and we are effectively married. So that's Andreja. Wow. So, that's what I have for the script for Starfield. There is no more, other than Shatter Space, which we'll get into in the next video. From every single quest that I've done in this game, I've felt like I'm not doing anything. Nothing is worthwhile, nothing makes an impact. Maybe a handful of few quests have been somewhat interesting and has given me some feeling or emotion that I, kind of expected, but never got. The story is upsetting, the companions they are hollow. The experience of Starfield is lacking of soul. And I just went back to record my little tidbit from the beginning. And the answer, I think, is soul, because when you look at all these other games that are produced now and are great, the soul matters. Coding, engineering, art design, structure, mission structures, and, everything else, it all goes hand in hand with it. I'm so disappointed in Bethesda. Not because they haven't really done anything worse than their old I mean, that's to be debated. Look at this video for the examples of that. But it hurts more because they haven't improved in so many years, and it seems like their shift into paid mods and just breaking their old games, like the Fallout 4 update, which they're fixing now, but still, it's just how can a company be this far behind every other company, even indies, in the space of gaming? How have they managed to stay afloat this far, this long? And how is Microsoft not pushing Bethesda into some kind of rework of their corporate structure? One would hope Microsoft can save and maybe push Bethesda in the direction of a Larian or a Rockstar, or that's aiming high. It's like seeing someone grow up from a kid to becoming a crack addict. Or just nothing really, just a brainlet. Just someone who never amounted to anything at all. Not even a person. Just a husk. And now that the Elder Scrolls 6 is on the horizon, I do fair about it. And it is there's a lot of tinfoil hat conspiracy to that. Bethesda have kind of held themselves back and made themselves look somewhat incompetent, just so that when we have the baseline this low, as Starfield, the Elder Scrolls 6 will look like a masterpiece, even if it's just Skyrim again. And Skyrim again would be nice in a new setting. There is something about Bethesda games that really scratch that itch that no other games in the world do. Tainted Grail is close. And there are some that get close, but they don't have that soul, excluding Starfield. There are no games like Bethesda games. But if the Elder Scrolls 6 turns out to be just Skyrim again, then my god, I don't know. Would I be happy with it? Would I like it? Maybe. I'm probably gonna play it regardless. That's the thing. Am I slave to the nostalgia machine that Bethesda has created for me? It's insanity. So I wanted to say a few things that was kind of like good and bad about the game. I think I mentioned a few of it already. You can meet your parents all around the game world, which is hilarious. They can talk to you and they give you things and they act more as a companion, like a proper set of characters than some of the proper people you meet in the game, which is weird. Cities, I was gonna also have a whole section about the cities, but there's just no time. There's just no time. Look at this. What the fuck? So the cities are good, but they represent something way bigger, and it doesn't feel like the dissonance of what you're being told and what you see it kind of grates. Like in Skyrim, towns and cities are supposed to be way bigger than what they really are in the game, but it doesn't feel like it because not a lot of people talk about it in the way, they don't say, oh, 1,000 people live here. So, okay, this is a town made for 10 people. It's like, okay, I get it. It's whatever. It settles you into that reality, even though the lore might be something different. But then and there, you kind of feel like it fits. It just doesn't in this game. The scale of everything seems bad, and scale is something Bethesda is really bad at. They can handle small scale things, small towns, small thing. Like if they make a quest in a small little town, that shit slaps. But if you try to make like a continent-spanning, galaxy-wide quest of some sort, then it all just breaks under the scale of how they can't keep track. They can't make it all make sense. The writing is the fault of it, almost always. I can look past a city having 50 homes when it's supposed to house like 1,000, because that's just the sacrifice you have to make, but look at games like GTA and the cities there, The Witcher, hell, even The Witcher 2, goddamn. So many games that have cities in them that doesn't break the immersion. And I understand that Bethesda wants you to be able to be inside, again, that you can't get inside every house, but it's just not feasible in games like this. In the Elder Scrolls, hopefully they'll do that, but you don't have to be inside every single one of them. It also made me read the book, like Omega, The Last Days of the Earth, which was whatever. It was whatever. Actually, I got to enjoy that while I was on plane rides, and it was very, very strange. The drinks helped a lot. It's also funny how they do like chunks, which is like the McDonald's of the settle systems. It's whatever, you know. Also, this kid that you find in New Atlantis, the little kid that lost his parents, everyone's just like, hey, you know, yeah, sure, your parents will come home, kid. And it seems like they're dead, but after a while, you can actually find him and his parents just walking around New Atlantis, which is just like, oh, yeah, I guess I was wrong. You also get meatloaf recipes from your mom and dad, you know. I also do like that interior cells with people in them, like it fits their people in those cells have their personality fit the area they're in, and they're not swapped out with like random NPC designs and stuff. So that's good attention to detail. I like that a lot. Also, the fact that people are talking about heat leeches, like everywhere in the game, is kind of fucked up after you do the UC Vanguard quest line. But after you do that, because that means they're everywhere, right? Like terramorphs. Then after you do the quest line, they actually change their dialogue and just, oh shit, we gotta deal with these. They are messed up. I do think that their like area designs and world designs has improved a little bit. There's a lot of clutter and stuff, but some places really are missing some touch-ups in that department. But I feel like the clutter in Bethesda games are great. They've always been great. They are the masters of clutter and the physics that are applied to all these things. It's a marvel. I'd like it. There are no games like it, like I've said before. Also, the fact that you can hail ships and star stations and other locations are pretty neat. I also would have liked to have, like, if you hailed them, they always tell you, hey, landing pad 1 or 2 or whatever. It would have been nice if you actually had to go to that designated area and, like, somebody said you were clear for landing, like here, and then you can manually go there, do that landing hatch or whatever, connecting hatch, like Elite Dangerous. And also, some clutter, to go back to the clutter, some clutter, or loot, or whatever, is insanely detailed. Like, some of these lamps, like the detail of some of these, like, clutter items are just insane. Which is good, because then you can, like, pick them up and add them to your ship, or you can put them in your home, and you can really add character, and there's so much of it. Like, if you had a list of all the clutter items in the game, or the miscellaneous items, it probably just goes on and on of how many unique pick-upables there are. I don't want that to change at all, but if they have to, like, if they have to, like, slow it down a little bit, I kind of get it. Look at Kingdom Come 2. There's a lot of clutter. You can't pick up everything, and I don't feel like I'm missing out in that if I can't pick up a fucking mug, you know. But if they're gonna have a house building mechanic, a ship building mechanic, then they kind of have to have that in the next game. Because if not, you're gonna be like, I kind of miss it now. They've set themselves up for disaster on that one. But if they replace it with something cooler, some other system, you know, it's always a payoff, and it's always, you know, you always have to weigh these things, I suppose. Also, turning down the music really gives the game some, like, more of a mood, which is insane to say. The music in the game is pretty okay. I like it. The design, or like the vision for this space, it almost feels like there's a space opera vibe to a lot of these songs. I've used a lot of them in the video so far. They are great. Some of them do resemble Fallout a little bit too much, and it almost made me feel sometimes that I had to go back and, like, put them side by side. I don't know who the sound director was on this. The composer is Ion Sir. Oh shit, that makes sense. Yeah, he did Fallout as well. I mean, I guess it's a legend in the gaming space when it comes to music like that. So it does make sense, but it is, I don't know, being taken from the ruins of America to space, and I get the same musical vibes. It's kind of weird. If you haven't played Fallout, then you don't really think about it too much, but yeah, whatever. The music was a standout at some points. Sorry. Yeah. Sam at some point also says that I'll get another power if he asks if I can make, he asks if I can make Cora get to bed at a reasonable hour, and then he'll just give me a new power. And then he says, nah, too powerful. That's fucking hilarious. That's the humor I need in this game. There's also like Crimson Fleet hidden posters on Mars's toilets, like they're like recruiting secretly. Like there is a lot of thought behind a lot of this. One could almost say there is soul, but it's just not quite there. Now come the bad details that I just wanted to talk about a little bit. Wind sounds are everywhere, but you never see anything moving in the wind. The wind well, I don't remember if the wind chimes do, but there's a lot of like stuff that should be moving in the wind that really doesn't. Not a big deal, but you know, it kind of, they want us to, like Todd said, they want us to live in this world, and it has to be believable in some cases when that happens. The hostages in Aquila City won't take down their hands after you save them, which is fucking dumb. Also, looting enemies does not remove their armor for some reason. In Fallout and Elder Scrolls, if you loot people's armor, they become stripped of those. And I don't know why they haven't done that in Starfield. Was that because they wanted to go for like a 16 rating or something? This game has an 18 like rating, which is pretty insane how they didn't utilize it. So if they were gonna have an 18 rating, why not go for some gore, dismemberment, boobies, like more drugs, more mature themes? Because you feel like you're playing a game made for kids, but they just slapped 18 on it. I did hear, I think I've heard a handful of people swear, and that's about it. It's not like it has to be like like sailor talk all the time, but it does add believability and grit to the world. There's just none of it. Also, when you talk to people, your weapon gets taken away, even when talking to hostiles, which is weird. There's also just one child model in the whole game, which we talked about extensively. Like, and it also seems like nobody can talk at the same time. It seems like everybody has to finish their voice line file before another one can get started. There is a few times where I've seen and heard people kind of talk over each other for like a brief second, but it's like, hello, I am going to interrupt, or I'm going to be interrupted now, and then they go like, I am interrupting you after. It's so hard to explain, but it's just they have to finish their file, their MP3 or whatever they use, WAV, or I don't know what kind of files they use, but shit. Also, the museum in Aquila doesn't have any plaques. What the fuck is this? Also, you can't really talk to people unless they're in an animation that supports it. So if you go behind someone that's leaning on a rail, and if they just got into that animation, if you press E, whatever, on controller, they'll be in that animation for like a long time if they just got into it. And then after like 5 seconds, they'll finally like slowly get out of it and then turn, and then you'll be able to talk to them. It's just like these small things that grate your experience over time. Also, the light changes when you go into a house or an open area. Like in an open area, go into an enclosed area. Like the difference in lighting is very strange. Like all games do, well, most games do it. But this is just so weird to the point where the balance of how they designed it is so off. Even in dark areas, your flashlight doesn't have any effect because it's all just the tones are too messed up, and the contrast and they just made this look very weird. If you play the game, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's I don't know how how they haven't fixed this, but it's very odd. Also, the watch. What happened? Why did you push this so hard on us, and you just didn't do anything with it? What happened here? Like, this was supposed to be like the Pip-Boy. In a way, I suppose, but they just couldn't get fucked. There's also the discrepancy between the world and what we see in the world. Because, you know, neuroamps, there's not a lot of people who walk around with neuroamps. There's no like neuroamp freaks. There's no people with synthetic arms or legs, which are, like I said, promoted in the world. But you don't really see like you hear some people talk about people who are into that kind of stuff. I think it's mentioned at some point, but you never see that. Why bring it up then? If it doesn't exist in the game? There's no people with robotic arms or like, it's just weird. This is just general complaints now that we're ending this. There's no like different animations for old people or young. I guess the kids have like a few unique ones, but that's fucking to be expected. Like old people, they don't really like, they walk around just like anyone else. They move around and nobody's like walking slow with a cane. It's just like, everyone's just the same. And I kind of see what Bethesda has done with their NPCs. Because all the NPCs, they look uninteresting. They look, you're not supposed to look at them. And I think they wanted to do this because they are very afraid of you missing an important character. And it's very obvious from their other games. Like, they don't really like having people in their game that can't be interacted with in some way or that isn't connected to a quest. So that's why they also seem empty also. There are technical limitations to their engine, or there was anyways. But the way they've designed the NPCs is that normal NPCs look like shit, and the people you can interact with, hire, or quest for look more interesting. But it all comes at the cost of nothing being believable, because they're just shit. Like, nothing makes sense. Look at just any other game, man. Like, old people are old. Some people are slow, some people are doing some stuff, you know, but everyone's just walking around. That's all they do. No one does anything. They carry a suitcase. Wow. Also, the fact that you can't tell anyone about your power is insane. Why did you use them in public all the time? How? This has to have been an addition late in the game where they didn't understand how they could make the fun in the game, because they had this whole thing where they didn't find the fun in the game until like the last year or something, which is very concerning in a game development cycle. So the powers had to have been some kind of last ditch effort to make this game somewhat believable, somewhat fun. Sorry. Also, why is my suit on in the ship while no one else has their suit on, even when you have it hidden? It's just mind-boggling. There's also a loading screen about it being frowned upon, you driving through cities with a buggy. It's literally making a joke. Like, why should we take this game seriously if it doesn't do that itself? There's also a guy I met in UC Vanguard who boasts that he is in the UC Vanguard. Can't boast back. Whatever. There's also no ladder in the game other than the ones on your ship. I don't think I've seen a single ladder in the game. Why haven't they utilized this? It's the first game they've made that you can utilize a ladder, other than Wet, I think, that had some ladders. Oh, did it? God, I can't remember. God, do you remember Wet? My God. There's also like this weird thing with that you can tell SSNN, the news place, about everything you do, but not about your powers, which is weird. It would be cool to have, if you did that, people would come and hunt you down, like worship you or fear you. And you can't talk about Victus though, which is a nice detail. Also, some beds can be slept in even inside other people's apartments and the like, where everything is counting as stealing, but the bed isn't tagged as owned, which is a big oversight. Fast traveling to the eye. Why is it throwing me outside? Just throw me in. I don't want to go through another loading screen. Thank you. There are like posters of stuff everywhere, but I never see whatever the poster is of in the world. It makes it feels like I'm just like in a North Korean tour. It's all just fake. Nothing here is real. There's not a lot of diaries that you can find in homes and stuff. There's not a lot of personal stuff going on in Starfield. In Elder Scrolls or Fallout, you can kind of walk into a house and find a diary that kind of hints at where you should go to find a certain thing, or it starts a quest, or... There's nothing quite like that here. I don't think I've seen a single... There's probably been some, but I can't remember a single time a slate or a note kind of led me to anything. It's a nice piece of lore, and I like that. Most of my time here in this game, over my 1,000 hours, have been just slowly wandering into places and exploring them and see what's going on with people's lives. There's not a lot out there in space, apparently, for people to do. Also, the backpack, or like the booster pack, Why have they not put like unique stuff on top of buildings and stuff? There's no loot anywhere up in the heights. Not that I've seen anyways. Like there's no cool pieces of loot anywhere that you can get to by like jumping and you know, using your booster to get anywhere. It's just dumb. You have all this movement for the first time in any game from Bethesda. Other than Brink, you can move a lot in that. Remember that? My god. Oof. It's all starting to come together now. Wet, Brink, Starfield. It's painting a very clear picture, actually. Also, the creation engine, like streaming content and textures and items and code seems to make the engine stutter if you move too fast, which can be a problem in a lot of engines, but it is very apparent when you're doing or riding in the buggy. Loading as well is required to handle like cell complexity, which is, I imagine, is the reason for that. There's a lot of weird design choices of stories or stages of quests in this game. Like the 3 stages of a story, beginning, the low point / middle, and the success, the ending, isn't very well handled in many quests here. You don't really feel like you're doing anything, because most of the quests you do are mainly just go there and do a thing. Go there and pick up a thing, then come back. And if there really are, there's never really a hurdle that you have to get through at the middle point. I guess that could be like the combat scenario, but there's never like a revelation of something that like kind of sets you back and you have to do something, or like that whole process of storytelling just is lost upon many quests. And it really makes a difference when most of the quests in the games are that. It hampers your... It's so awful. So yeah. Starfield is Bethesda's most recent game, and it pains me. Anyways, thank you for coming to the end of this. Have you had a good time? I hope you did. The end of this has just been sad. But now we will look forward to Shattered Space. My god, what a beautiful little baby that is. I will not have it as long as this. I don't think I'll get into the main story like I did. Well, maybe, because it's not that long. The whole thing can be completed in like 5-6 hours, but I spent like 30 hours in it because I want to see everything, and I had to for the video's sake. And I have to replay it just to do some other things and see the outcomes, but that's a story for another time. The next time. So nice. If you liked it, give it a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button if you want some more. And this has been a task. It's been a mighty challenge. But I'm very glad you watched it to the end if you did. I will see you in the next one.